Chapter 1 The Concubine. This winter, the snow fell particularly heavily, blanketing the courtyard in a player. The servant struggled to keep up with the shoveling. The narrow path they had just cleared wasn't covered again by a fine layer of fresh snow. Festity wasn't far away. Shinya walked slowly along the corridor with other maid, passing through an archway where the voice of teammate scatting behind the corridor walls reached her ears. Master has finally brought Miss Lin back, beautiless, what wasn't so much medine heaven can only make her a concubine. But young madam. On off teammates spoke with a hint of sarcasm. How can she, a daughter of a traitor, still cling to status of the principal wife? You can say that. The young madam is quite good, and both her father and brother died in battle, so she deserves. Deserves what? If her father had misjudged the military situation, our greats who wouldn't have lost so many soldiers at the border. Our master is just a kin. Even with Shin family fallen to such depths, he still marry a basically girl like her. Outside, the wind and snow continued to swirl, seeping gackle deep into the bones. Shinyu felt an even greater cold settle in her heart, forcing a bitter smile. It seemed the servant should long known that Jiang Lianzai intended to take a concubine, while she, the principal wife, had only learned the fifth this morning. Rumors had circulated in the capital for some time that Jiang Lianji, the vice minister of rights, had been childhood with the arts with Lin Qingli, his mentor's daughter, a perfect match until 4 years ago when Lin's father was implicated in a corruption case and executed, leading to the exile of all his family relatives. Thanks to Jiang Lian's efforts, the Lin family was exonerated this summer and had hurried lightly brought Lin Qingli back. Shinyu had heard countless tales from her mother-in-law mates about how Jiang Lian's childhood friend possessed a dairy and gentle beauty. If she hadn't intervened, they would have been an inviable couple. They said Jiang Lianzi was deeply in love with Lin Qingli, and his Maria Jito Shinyu was merely an act of compassion. It turned out that everything was not without a trace. No wonder servant should looked at her with such avoidance lately, and no wonder Jiang Lianzi had been evading her, claiming to be overwhelmed with official duties, having not returned to the main residence for over 10 days. Counting back, Lin Qingli had arrived in the capital nearly 10 days ago. Shinyu didn't wish to listen any longer. She had come here de solitos econancer from Jiang Lianji. As her rounded the corridor, several mid stern ed pill upon seeing her. Why, young madam. They knelt, unable to plead for her side, for her splendid robe as swept past their outstretched fingers as proceeded to study. Jiang Lianji wa preferred solitude, wasilo nine festity. Upon seeing Shinyu enter, hello ki du pan small letter. UK meal thighs way in such he of his no di duca chakil? Seeing Thesmili in his face, Shinyu felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. This man had married her during Shen family's misfortunes, caring for her with the utmost devotion, fulfilling thoroughly of a husband to perfection, yet now she found herself unable to harbor even hatred. It seemed he had done nothing wrong, except that his heart was devoted to another woman, a fact that the existed before your arrival, wasn't it? Shelling get tosk Jiang Lianzi, over thessa 3 years, he had grown weary of feeling concern after sharing a bed with her. Had he ever felt wronged? Suppressing the bitterness rising within her, Shen Yu managed a faint smile. I hearty have brought back Miss Lin. Thesmili and Jiang Lian's lips filtered for a moment, Thorn Thinya's gaze dissipating gradually. After a pause, he replied, Who has been gossiping with you? Feigned ignorance of his earlier expression. Shen Yu walked straight to Thitsk. Since you've brought her back, how do you plan to arrange for her? Jiang Lianzi averted his gaze, and tend to take her as a concubine. Shen Yu no di choice of words not iwanto, but intento, leaving her no room for negatiation, merrily informing her. Seeing her expression darken, Jiang Lianzi paused. Thenjin Lai explained, Qingli has been wandering for so long and want to provide her with a place to settle. She has agent lit temperament and want to disrupt our position as the mistress of Jiang family. Event how she had prepared herself, Shen Yu this word spears her deply. Having lost thermotherete engage and with her father and brother dying at the border when she was 17, the Shen family consisted only of her stepmother and Dunger's sister besides herself. Before her marriage, her stepmother had repeatedly warned her that Jiang family was enough to for Greek families, and they had helped Shen Shensen third to me if need. Moreover, a woman's life after marriage was not like it was before, and now she had no one to support her, and she must endure when necessary. As the daughter of a funeral, she had done scoloped and tobital, wielding guessword against the enemy, but since her marriage she had been forced to endure so much that she had nearly forgotten what her true self was like. This vast Jiang residence was on the verge of suffocating her. Shinyu felt a heavy discomfort in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she asked, What if I do not agree? Jiang Lianzi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her refusal. In his eyes she was usually gentle, always compliant, but thys was the fierce time she had resolutely opposed him. His eyes you're not the kind of person to be unreasonable. There's no real Jiang family against taking concubines in need. Alright, you understand. Shen Yu interrupted him, nodding slowly, her hands clenched tight beneath her sleeves. Shek no watha needed hanidet to alaviateth emperor's concerns, thus marrying the daughter of the general hodidathi border to comfort the soldiers. And the Jiang family needed to ensure the continuation of their lineage and the only capable of bearing Jiang here skudna verbaher. For since the year after their marriage she had discovered the thermal sense neck had been laced with substances that prevented conception. Lost in thought she realized Jiang Lianzi was no stand in front of her, adjusting the color of her white cloak. Ilihave Samiana take you back, it's too cold to be out but careful not to kachekil, hiss agently. Shinuro Ized hurries, scanning his face. Jiang Lianzi possessed an exceptionally handsome visage with striking features that exuded warmed hand elegance. It was precisely this deceptive lip perfect Fakadetha that kept her foolish for so many years. He played his role so well, striving to be the ideal husband, showering hair with warmed hand concern. In moments of vulnerability, on often mistaken leaklings to the hand extended kindness, believing Jitobi eliflon support she had done succumbed to the comfort provided, yet now everything felt ironic. Nadi edits just of steps. Shenyu smiled at them and turned away, in that instant, a single turful glimmering brief live for disappearing into white fox fur beneath her. In this world, the Ruus knew Notorleon ultimately she was left with only herself. What should have been a short urina felt interminably long as if she could glimpse a her entire life in a single glance. She looked up, and the small patch of sky was so glaringly white with snow, reflecting the desolation and wounds of her heart. Why was this winter so cold, colder than the wind and snowy in Leon Pass? If only her martial skill hadn't been wasted, if only her steed were a steel with her, she could ride straight in Leon Pass, to the resting place of her father and brother, instead of being left alone in this world, without a single soul to talk to. But now. Cough, Shinyo raised her hand, pressing her fist to her lips as he coughed a few times. Yether current body, let alone go in jinta battle, cold scarcely lift us word. Elder sister. Footsteps approached, and Shinya turned to see young woman standing beside her, followed Bitwa maids. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with delicate brows from Inga Perov clear, bright as tot smeared with a captivating charm. Shenyu had never seen Lin Kingla before, but the moment she laid eyes on her, instinct told her that thighs was the own. Chapter 2 in Toth Water. Sheckled herself sister, yet she was clearly of Tisameagis Jalianji even slightly older than Shenyu, the wind sense of the exile had knitted her cheeks swearerosi, suggesting that heaven in banishment, Jiang Lianzi had protected her well, sparing her from hardships. The woman smiled, her lips curving galleringly. Sister, I am lynchingly, I wonder if I have heard of him? Shenyu nodded slightly, continuing down the corridor while maintaining a polite demeanor. Does Miss Lin have something to discuss? Lin King Glikik and her pesatokipup. Ik know you have reservations about Lianzi taking me as a concubine, but this is the greatest concession I could make. You, a concession, Shenyu smiled faintly, curtonetting with mockery. Internally she scoffed, observing that thys was the gentle lynchingly Jiang Lian's had ascribetrally, Lovkin blindonsgaze. Indeed, Lin Kinglai raised her chin slightly, a hint of arrogancy on her face, my for 30 done justly, but no wisnama has been cleared. The emperor, wishing to appeaseth Lin family, original I intended to grant a marriage, you must understand that a marriage grant cannot me an a concubine. Shenyu maintained her smile, Jiang Lian's already has a principal wife, you must also know that a marriage grant cannot be given to him. Lin Kingla's face bled instantly. As Shenyu could further away, she hurried to catch up. Your father and brother sacrificed their lives at Hinliang Pass for the great show. You should know that our survival is astrocuffluck. Marrying Lian's willingly burden, turning him into a laughingstock in court. Shenyu replied sharply, Themana of my father and brother sis not yet settled. The emperor hasn't nothing jatis noti our placito medal. She held no animosity towards lynchingly, as Thebat sharet the pain of losing loved ones, and she could empathize with Lin King glycifering. However, she could not tolerate an insult directed at their own family. With long strides, Shenyu moved ahead, forcing Lin King Glitten nearly jogged to keep up. That is the emperor's benevolence, merely given Jor from a lissom face. A criminal is still a criminal, their twol lives scanatrapathe the lives off and thousand soldiers. Shenyu suddenly halted, turning her head slowly. The sharpness of her gaze made Lin Kingla's breath catch, instinctively causing her to take a small step back. She murmured, watery outreing to Dodo? Shenyu coldly regarded her. With each step Lin Kingla too closer, she felt the pressure of Shenyu's presence forcing her to retreat repeatedly. How cold thisb, she had always sheared from the servants that young Madame was the Jinlostov souls. Initially she had not believed it, however, after secretly observing Shenyu for several days, she had indeed found her to bekind, even hearing the gossip swirling around her. Lin Kingly had always Shenyu we can easily bullied, but always it thought nowhere gazy seemed capable of devouring hairhole? We Rio a looking gatmo like that, Lin Kingly stammered. Every Oni in Shenjing knows your father was reckless, and there are rumors of his collusion with Shi Jue. In the end he. Slap. With a sharp sound, Lin Kingla turned her head away. Miss. The cries of her maids rang out simultaneously. Lin Kingla was caught awkward, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Shen Yu. She had known that Shen Yu grew up in the military and wasn't like ordinary women, but she never expected her to strike so directly. You Dorito him. Shen Yu seized her by the neck and pressed her against the wall, cutting off the rest of her words. Shen Yu Bloretta have I been intolerant, causing you all to forget who I am? I am the daughter of General Shin Jong-un, the sister of General Shin Zhou. I have been on the battlefield, killed enemies, and severed the heads off Shi Jue. If a heroes lender my family on maritime, I will cue toot yording, so I had best keep our mouth shut. With each word spoke, the fear in Lin Kingla's eyes deepened. She was being choked at point of silence, her face reddening, while her two maids stood be, anxious but too afraid to intervene. Shen Yu and Ly released at her, glancing down at Lin Qingli, how was gasping for breath, clutching her neck. You can certainly go to Zhang Lian's and complain, don't think that just because you have intent to red the household it won't be justified for the mistress to discipline a concubine on Sayudo. Shen Yu shook her sleeve as she walked away, her right hand feeling weak from the exertion, causing her even to tremble slightly. For the first time in 3 years, she felt a sense of liberation in reclaiming her true self. The wine dance no meant to intensify. Under the covered corridor, the wind whipped up snowflake as tot danced across the lake surface. Lin Qingli, still clutching her neck, glared at Shen Yu's retreating figure, her eyes burning with burr-like contained rage. How daresh this was a rightful place, yet this woman occupied it, brazenly flaunting her status as the mistress. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind Shen Yu, Befaresha cold turntos, a powerful force slammed her against the corridorsage. In that instant, her body was propelled outward, instinctively she reached out, her right hand grasping at nothing, while her left hand seemed to catch hold of Simeon's arm. Bot women tumbled out of the pavilion, crashing Jontofisi and sliding a distance before coming to stop. Shen Yu Leon Herbacanthes, Thane Pax and Dingus are pain through her shoulder blades beside her, Lin Kingli Creed du Tin Pain, while Letetwu made Sun Bank shouted for their mistress. Lin King Liflip a Viren scrambled to jeet up, attempting to fly toward the shore. As she moved, Shen Yu distinctly heard these beneath her crack, Fisher is breathing like parched earth beneath her. Don't move. Shen Yu barely managed to shot before the ground gave way beneath her, a rushofasi water angled her, chilling her tooth bone, the frigid lake water sliced into her body like a blade, and as he appeared her mouth to scream, the water rushed in, drowning her cries. Help, Miss Lin has fallen to theater. Shen Yu cold and swim, desperately she reached for something to hold onto, grasping gather brokenis, only to be kicked and vetched by Lin Qingli, how was flailing about. Since her martial skill had been rendered redistless, she had developed a particular fear of the cold, dressed in heavy winter clothing and repeated in a thick cloak, she felt herself growing heavier as water soaked through. They say the disonising scintillance, the last sense of Tofadia shearing. She heard cries for help from the shore, but not a single voice called for her. She also heard water churning, roaring as it sought to drag her into darkness. In her fitting consciousness, she's meant to see Zhang Liansa rushing toward her, leaping into the water and swimming her way. She reached out at them, but saw that the hand that the dunce styled her hair and traced her brush addressed Lin Qingli, how was flailing beside her. Hekosa hernet. Shen Yu watched in despair as their figures grew distant, her hand still extended forward. The raging wind and snow cement still, and cheers erupted from the shore. Sheza Thepanis and Zhang Li and Zisbrasisha looked at Lin Qingli, and when he turned to glance at her, his expression was one of indifference. In that moment, she realized that perhaps Sherfa Lintith water was not an accident. If she were it dearly, Lin Kingli would be able to take her place. At this instant, a wave of resentment surged within her. No, she could not let them have a fireway. But her body had already given into exhaustion, sinking deeper into the darkness. All her bitterness and fury were completely drowned beneath the lake water. As her consciousness began to unravel, she felt as if it echoed through to darkness. Remember, do not tread this path of soul-destroying allure. Chapter 3 The tragedy of greed. Before Chen Shi could comprehend the situation, a throng of people surged across the corridor bridge, creating a chaotic scene filled with panic, lost shoes, and falls. Those who stumbled under the frantic stampede were left lifeless. It was only after being jostled by someone that Chen Shi regained her senses, hastily grasping an individual to inquire, "What is happening?" The person, breathless, replied, "Officials, soldiers, many have come, flee quickly, they are killing." Chen Shi bit her lip and swiftly moved in the opposite direction. There lay her only old garments and the bed stuffed with cotton, on which she had not even spent a single night. Her face was pale as she lowered her head and hurried along the corner of the wall towards her dwelling. Along the path at the corner of a room, she noticed a scattering of hairpins and ornaments, and amidst the grass, a fleeting glimmer of gold. Could it be gold? Chen Shi's heart raced, a sense of shame washing over her. Should she pick it up or not? Everywhere were fleeing individuals, everywhere were the frenzied officials. In such a tumultuous scene, would anyone notice if she took it? With wealth, her future days might improve. Ultimately, the allure of gold overcame her reason, and her legs instinctively propelled her towards the glimmering objects. They were 2 gold coins, likely fallen from some valuable piece of jewelry. She clutched them tightly in her hand, her heart pounding with anxiety. As she reached the corner, suddenly, a gleaming blade was pressed against her neck behind her. She was enveloped by a warm, solid chest, the heat radiating intensely, mingling with hurried breaths that brushed against her neck, akin to a cornered beast. Startled, Chen Shi looked up to find dozens of glinting blades aimed at her. A simple village girl like her had never witnessed such a spectacle. She felt faint, her legs turning to jelly, yet she was yanked upwards, standing on her toes. The leader among the armed men, clad in armor, had deep-set eyes and a disdainful smirk. "Your Highness, cease your futile resistance and surrender." From behind, a gentle voice echoed, "The Emperor has not issued a decree. I am here by the Emperor's command. The Wen family is implicated in the embezzlement of funds intended for the construction of the dam in Miaowu town, Yinqing. The sum is staggering and appalling. The old marquis has already been detained in the imperial prison, and his family awaits their fate." The grip on her shoulder faltered slightly, and the shiny insignia glinted in the harsh midday sun, blinding Chen Shi. When she regained her senses, she found herself slumped in a corner of a cell, staring vacantly at the scurrying rats on the floor. That morning, she had knelt, pleading, ultimately begging her way into this prison. The sumptuous meal provided at noon turned out to be her last supper. It seemed she truly could not withstand the overwhelming weight of such opulence. The cell was grim and suffocating, strewn with disheveled straw that exuded a foul odor, and in the dim light cast by the flickering oil lamp, the bloodstains on the walls were starkly visible. Yet, Chen Shi felt no fear. When Luo Yang found her displeasing, she had simply locked her outside in the woods, among the reeds, beneath the grand trees. Where had she not lain? However, the few individuals across from her trembled uncontrollably. An older woman, 2 girls of 17 or 18, and a boy of around 4 years old. The child stared at Chen Shi with timid eyes. All of them were clad in white prison garb, made of coarse fabric that chafed painfully against the skin. Of the guards, to prevent prisoners from carrying valuables, had ordered them to let down their hair and change into plaincloth shoes. Chen Shi remained silent, gazing at her own scalded, bandaged left hand. After spending a night in the cell, the next day, guards came to escort them out, fastening chains around their wrists and ankles, hurriedly pushing them outside. Chen Shi was filled with dread. "Sir, they are not going to execute us, are they?" The desolate 10-mile pavilion on the outskirts of the capital was hauntingly empty. The early spring winds howled, biting cold. When Ji-hung sniffed, his nose reddened, weighed down by a heavy collar, his feet shackled, yet his eyes remained fixed on the capital, filled with concern. "Where are Mother and Jiro?" Beside him, his half-brother Wen Jiwen respectfully replied, "Elder brother, they are women. Naturally, their pace will be slower." Before long, a small group approached, 4 adults and 1 child, trudging slowly towards them. When Ji-hung rushed forward to greet them. "Mother, are you well?" Lady Wen's gaze was sorrowful, deeply distressed, as she examined the shackles on her son, her eyes brimming with tears. "What are we to do? The Marquis's fate is uncertain. I do not even know the reason for the sudden turn of events." When Ji-hung quickly reassured her, "Mother need not worry so, father is not in immediate danger. He has merely been exiled to the north, and we have been separated from him, only 1,000 miles apart. Our family has never faced hardship, such a long journey could very well cost us our lives." When Ji-hung insisted, "Wu Jingwei still remembers my life-saving grace. I have arranged for a maid to accompany you, so there is no need to fear." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the previously unnoticed Chen Shi. She raised her gaze, yet the expressions of those around her seemed to pass her by, for her mind was consumed by the echo of a singular word. Exile, exile. She recalled sitting beneath the banyan tree in Xiangyang village, occasionally listening to returning men recount tales of the outside world, tales of nobles who had offended the emperor and were banished. What stuck with her most was the assertion that exile was akin to a death sentence, second only to execution. Most perished on the journey. Those who survived did not return from their places of banishment. A sense of despair welled within her. All she desired was to survive. Why was it so difficult? She could not understand why all the servants had been released, yet she alone remained. The implications of the young man's words made it clear she was merely a pawn meant to care for them throughout their journey. Timidly, she approached a nearby guard, saying, "Sir, I do not know them. Why must I be sent into exile? I am truly innocent. Could you let me go?" The guard was equally baffled. "That is not for me to decide. You have already been declared a prisoner." When Ji-hung, growing impatient, found it audacious that a mere maid would disregard their presence. "You, come here." Chen Shi, dragging her heavy chains, approached Wen Ji-hung's side. He scrutinized the frail girl before him with disdain. "Your current status is that of my personal maid. Your standing has risen significantly. On this journey, all you need to do is care for my family, and fortunes will surely follow you." Chen Shi examined the young man, noting his distinguished appearance and the air of nobility that clung to him, even in his current disheveled state. But what did that matter to her? "What is a personal maid?" she asked. "You still bear shackles. How can you promise someone wealth and glory with empty words? I am not a child. I have outgrown such deceptions. Go speak to the guard and have me released." When Ji-hung was infuriated and amused by her audacity, it was as if a tiger had fallen to the plains, only to be bullied by dogs. How could such a lowly maid dare speak to him in such a manner? "Let me make this clear. You will accompany us into exile, to a desolate land where you may perish from illness or hunger. I assure you, I will not lift a finger to save you. Be wise and obedient. Do you understand?" Chen Shi shook her head. "I do not understand. With so many servants, why choose me?" Moreover, I do not know you, why should I care for you? You once dined at the marquis' table, your contract of servitude remains in the marquis' possession. I only had a single egg and a piece of braised meat. I do not wish to be exiled. The desolate 10-mile pavilion echoed with her anguished cries, resonating along the empty road. The marquis' family exchanged glances, wondering if this girl might be a fool. Chapter 4. A difficult journey. In March, Kyoto still bore a hint of chill, the grass grew lush, the oriole soared, and the peach and pear blossoms vied for attention, yet the path of exile appeared desolate. Mother Wen dragged her heavy chains, glancing back at the bustling city of Kyoto with every few steps. Beside her, Wenjiro, a member of the Wen family, offered gentle encouragement. Mother, do not look back. We are now marked by our sins, and others will steer clear of us. Indeed, even your uncle. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air, understood by all present. At the 10-mile pavilion, no one had come to bid them farewell. Following the incident at the Ho residence, even their maternal relatives had not offered a single coin or a scrap of clothing, revealing the chilling nature of human sentiment. On the road to exile, they were required to traverse 50 miles each day. Chen Shi, however, was unfazed, having previously labored from dawn till dusk, yet the ladies, accustomed to a life of luxury, were quite the opposite. Before they had covered 10 miles, they began to lament their plight, expressing their suffering vocally. The officers in charge of the exile showed no leniency. Anyone who lagged behind would be met with a whip, and injury on the road could lead to a fatal outcome. From their conversations, Chen Shi learned that the man who had once held a knife to her throat to shield himself was Wen Jihong, the heir of the Ho family. Had the Ho not fallen from grace, he would have ascended as the next lord, wielding considerable power, and now, even in their decline, he maintained a dignified demeanor and was attentive to his family, save for his maid, who constantly bore the brunt of his intimidating gaze. Chen Shi mused that no amount of threats would deter her. She had endured countless scorn throughout her life. The thought of serving a family that treated her as expendable, especially one that would use her life as a bargaining chip, was utterly repugnant. After a grueling 50 miles, the sky had darkened. Under the cloak of night, the officers ignited a bonfire. The members of the Ho family gathered around the flickering flames, slumped on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity. Their evening meal consisted of blackened steamed buns accompanied by a thin, watery porridge. Famished, they hastily shoved the meager fare into their mouths without regard for its quality. Chen Shi distanced herself from them, dragging her chains to gather some firewood and kindle her own small flame. The night was bitterly cold, and the hours ahead promised to be even harsher. She removed her shoes and stockings, revealing red, sore feet, and could only imagine the discomfort endured by the others. Indeed, upon noticing his mother's bloodied soles, Wen Jihong could no longer remain idle. That he approached the officer, desperation etched on his face. The officer regarded him as though he were a fool. You are exiles, not entitled to such luxuries. Having food is a privilege. Do you truly expect medicine, how navi? Wen Jihong, accustomed to authority, found himself humbled by this new reality, leaving him no choice but to retreat in frustration. He turned to Chen Shi and commanded, "You will carry my mother tomorrow, her feet are blistered and bleeding." Chen Shi lowered her head and promptly declined. "I will not carry her." Wen Jihong scoffed in disbelief, his anger evident. "Do you dare refuse?" "Why should I not?" she retorted defiantly. Wen Jihong glared at Chen Shi, whose resolve remained unyielding, before softening his tone. "If you help me carry my mother, I will grant you any favor you desire." Chen Shi raised her gaze to meet his, shaking her head. "You can carry her yourself. I am shackled. Otherwise, I would not implore you," he insisted. "That hardly makes it seem as though I am unencumbered. Besides, there are 2 other young ladies with you, both older than I," she replied. Wen Jihong sighed, his eyes narrowing. "They, never mind." Ultimately, he ceased his attempts to enlist her assistance. Chen Shi observed the group from a distance, lost in thought before she ventured into the darkness. Wen Jihong watched as the others suffered with swollen legs and feet, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. They had never known such hardship. Now, faced with adversity, they were rendered vulnerable, and he feared for their well-being. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. Chen Shi tossed the wild herb she had gathered before them. "Crush this herb into a juice and apply it to the wounds. It will reduce swelling and staunch the bleeding." With that, she dragged her chains away. "Thank you, young lady," Mother Wen called after her the following day. Indeed, their legs felt considerably better, allowing them to walk with less pain, at least tolerable. Wen Jihong, noticing the slight improvement, approached Chen Shi with a measure of relief. "Thank you." Chen Shi kept her focus on the path ahead, but upon hearing him speak, she replied, "That remedy is worth 3 eggs." Wen Jihong paused, realizing the maid was implying a demand for payment. "Very well, I will owe you. Once we reach our destination, I shall repay you." Spring rain fell incessantly, turning the roads into a quagmire. A 4-year-old child slipped and fell multiple times, landing on his bottom and crying out loudly, covered in mud. The Wen family felt great concern, particularly Mother Wen, whose tears flowed freely. The second young mistress, frail and unable to care for herself, had once been served beauty soup by Chen Shi, and now found herself carrying a child through exile, a tremendous burden. The hardships were not confined to the Wen family. Other exiles lamented their plight, and the officers escorting them were equally exasperated. The muddy path was treacherous, shoes caked in muck, each lift of a foot a laborious chore. Chen Shi found rest upon the dry grass, pulling some straws to weave long grass ropes, which she wrapped around her shoes for traction and to ward off the mud. Once finished, she looked up to see the heir of the Ho family standing before her, his gaze intense. "You have wrapped grass ropes around each of our shoes, I will give you 10 eggs. Chen Shi blinked, questioning his understanding. 10 eggs is excessive. They spoil easily. When Ji Hung patiently inquired, then what do you desire? I wish for you to maintain your distance from me, she replied, his face paled with frustration, yet there was little he could do. This maid was impervious to both coaxing and coercion. She clearly had no desire to assist them. Even the promise of eggs proved ineffective. Upon returning to his spot, he had scarcely settled when he noticed Chen Shi approaching him, crouching beside Heir and wrapping his feet in grass ropes. Heir's eyes sparkled with delight, a grin spreading across his face, revealing dimples on his cheeks. Thank you, sister. Hearing the sweet, melodic voice of the child, Chen Shi's expression softened. After a brief respite, the procession of exiles resumed. Heir, now mindful, avoided further tumbles, alleviating the Wen family's troubles. Seeing Chen Shi's method prove effective, others attempted to replicate it but lacked the skill, ultimately giving up. The sky grew increasingly dark, oppressive in its weight across the vast expanse of land. Scarcely a soul could be seen, save for their sluggish band of exiles. Chen Shi, too, felt fatigue setting in. Though the grass ropes improved her grip, the chains on her feet and wrists weighed heavily, chafing her skin. Many could no longer persevere, yet they had only completed half the mandated distance. Most of the officers also lacked mounts, trudging along on foot like the prisoners, beginning to falter as well. Chapter 5. A good deeds are rewarded. At the gentle slope ahead, an elderly man nearing his 60s struggled to pull a two-wheeled cart laden with an unknown assortment of items. The cartwheel seemed to be ensnared in a pit, and the straps digging into the man's shoulders, along with the prominent veins on his arms, strained under the exertion. The cart remained immobile, yet he dared not release his grip, fearing the cart would slip and cause a spill of its contents. Observing this, Chen Shi hurried over to lend a hand. Having toiled since childhood, she possessed considerable strength. Together, they finally managed to free the cart, leaving Chen Shi sweating profusely. As she caught her breath and wiped the perspiration from her brow, the elderly man called out to her, extending a large sweet potato from his weathered, calloused hands. Chen Shi was taken aback. No, it's unnecessary, I haven't helped much, please keep it for yourself, she insisted. The old man smiled kindly. Child, take it, do not turn your nose up at it. With a trembling hand, Chen Shi accepted the sweet potato, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you. Indeed, good deeds are often rewarded. The road ahead was treacherous and muddy, making progress arduous, and the officials also bore their own burdens. On the path of exile, the orders from above mandated that they cover 50 miles each day, reaching the place of banishment within 25 days, lest they risk their lives. This was, in truth, a bitter task. The distance was too short, the time too limited, yielding little reward, and few would perish along the way. Moreover, this group had been explicitly designated by the authorities as untouchable, and those being exiled to Fangling were not to be trifled with. As dusk approached, there remained roughly 10 miles to traverse. It seemed prudent to rest where they were and tackle the additional 10 miles the following day. They chose a relatively flat area, and the Wen family gathered around a campfire in silence. Several women busied themselves gathering dry twigs, scraping the mud from their shoes, while the chains clinked ominously with every tremor of their hands. The weariness and resentment coursing through their bodies were vented through their footwear. Nearby, the officials, disturbed by the clamor, bellowed angrily, "Make another noise, and you can forget about dinner." Instantly, the sound of rattling chains fell silent when Ji Hung, shackled and unable to remove his restraints, leaned against a dry tree trunk, closing his eyes in repose. Occasionally, he would open his eyes to glance at the Wen family, casting a sidelong look at a maid who had gathered firewood, seemingly disinterested in engaging with them. She fumbled with the large sweet potato she had received from the old man, tossing it onto the flames to roast. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, "Why did you throw away the food?" Chen Shi looked up to see the young miss of the Wen family, her face reflecting disappointment and disbelief at her actions. Beside her, Wen Ziyuan quickly clarified, roasting sweet potatoes means placing them in the fire, not discarding them. Upon hearing this, the young miss felt a flush of embarrassment. Chen Shi remained silent, content to stay by the fire, striving to stoke it higher. The evening meal was woefully scant, each person receiving only 2 small, blackened wheat cakes, hardly sufficient to satisfy hunger. Soon, the sweet aroma of the roasting sweet potato wafted through the air, eliciting the sound of swallowing from the exiled group, a chorus of longing. Chen Shi carefully peeled back the cooked sweet potato and took a cautious bite. It was both sweet and hot, warming her from within, providing a comforting sensation. Suddenly, a soft and plaintive voice interrupted her reverie. "Sister, I want to eat too." Chen Shi looked up to see a little boy named Heir standing before her, his eyes gleaming with desire. She split the potato in half and offered one portion to Heir. "Be careful while eating, it's hot." "Thank you, sister," Heir replied, cautiously nibbling at the sweet potato before looking down and murmuring, "Sister, can I give a bite to grandmother?" Taken aback by Heir's request, Chen Shi glanced towards the Wen family. She was reluctant. Sometimes, acts of kindness could lead to expectations of entitlement, yet, she did not wish to deny a child the opportunity to show affection to his grandmother. "This is yours now. You may share it with whomever you wish," she said, taking a deep breath as she rubbed her wrists and ankles, sore from the chains. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw an official surveying her with a frown. "Did you make those ropes?" Chen Shi felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the officials. In the capital, the kind ones were officers, while the harsh ones were clerks. In the past, while accompanying Elder Nyang to the market, any clerk collecting fees would receive her utmost deference. Elder Nyang, a fierce woman, appeared as docile as a domesticated cat in the presence of such individuals, showcasing their intimidating nature. Chen Shi, trembling slightly, replied, "Yes. Make more, we will need them tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave, prompting Chen Shi to call out, "Sir," but the official turned, his expression darkening. "What? Unwilling?" Chen Shi hastily waved her hands. No, it's just, the official interrupted her, pointing at the Wen family. Are you in league with them? Reluctantly, Chen Shi nodded. If you make the ropes, I will remove your shackles and chains. You can work in peace, you will not be mistreated. Hearing this, Chen Shi felt her heart leap with joy, but she hesitated. Sir, I need to cut grass for the ropes, but I have no knife. Without a knife, it would take an inordinate amount of time to pull the grass, and even if she were skilled, she could not produce enough ropes by morning. The official, furrowing his brow, stepped forward, seemingly conferring with his companions. Moments later, he approached Chen Shi again, handing her a curved knife he had procured from somewhere unknown. With renewed vigor, Chen Shi set to work. In the past, if her efforts were lacking, Elder Niang would scold her lightly when in a good mood, but on bad days, the punishment could be severe, with a bamboo strip striking her painfully. In that household, no matter how well she performed, praise was a rarity, but this time was different. Her labor would yield personal gain. If she persevered through the night, she would be free of the painful shackles by morning. The torch flickered in the wind as Chen Shi diligently cut the grass, her lips curving upward in a faint smile as she hummed a tune from her hometown. As dawn broke, having toiled through the night, she finally fashioned the dried grass into a bundle of ropes. Chen Shi's eyes, red from fatigue, fell upon her right hand, which bore several abrasions, while her left hand, bandaged from a burn, remained intact, preventing new injuries. It mattered not. She had endured far worse in the past. The thought of soon freeing herself from the shackles filled her with a sense of purpose, rendering the previous night's labor a small price to pay. Chapter 6 Complications. When the official arrived to collect the rope, he appeared quite pleased. Indeed, he remarked, before producing the keys from his person, preparing to unlock the chains binding Chen Shi. However, a resounding voice nearby interrupted his actions. My lord, this girl is a servant of my household, all her actions are for her master's sake. It is only fitting that the chains be removed upon the order of the mistress. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Shi as she lifted her gaze toward the source of the voice. The young lady from the raised her chin slightly, her eyes cast upon Chen Shi with a disdainful glare, as if regarding an unruly object. Chen Shi felt a pang of anxiety, fervently wishing that the official would disregard Miss Wen's words. Otherwise, the suffering she endured the previous night would have been in vain. The official glanced left and right, a hint of sardonic amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Whom do you intend to free? The young lady from the Wen family turned her head haughtily. Naturally, it is to be done for the head matron, my mother. The official contemplated for a moment, then proceeded to stride away. Chen Shi hastily tugged at the sleeve of the official. My lord, these tasks were all performed by me, you promised me last night. Are you not her family's servant? Upon hearing this, Chen Shi was instantly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Though she had labored tirelessly, why must the rewards always be bestowed upon others? Yet, in this place, did she possess the right to voice her grievances? She could only watch as the official turned his back and advanced toward the Wen household. Turning away, she clenched her teeth, swallowing her indignation with great effort. Suddenly, the official returned, his expression grim as he unclasped the chains from Chen Shi. Following closely behind was the young heir of the, who bore a weary countenance but offered Chen Shi an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon. Jiro is thoughtless and has uttered some reckless words, please do not take offense. Chen Shi had long since lost her earlier enthusiasm, replaced instead by waves of grievance and sorrow. But that was rightfully mine indeed. Jiro has made things difficult for you, attempting to usurp your accomplishments. It is her fault, and I shall ensure she is properly disciplined. Chen Shi fell silent, turning away, feeling a sense of relief that now outweighed her physical burdens. She had not anticipated that someone who had once spoken so harshly could now express remorse in such a gentle manner. She could not comprehend why the heir of the would stand on her side at such a critical moment. He had previously treated her with as little kindness as the young lady from the, a mere servant. Why should they lower their noble heads for her? Nevertheless, she did not wish to dwell on speculations. Brother, what is the matter? Mother's legs are already red and swollen. After such a long wait for this opportunity, why did you push it away? Wenjiro was perplexed by her elder brother's actions. Lady Wen tugged at Wenjiro's sleeve. Zero, your brother has his own calculations, I am quite fine. Wenji Hung sighed in resignation, explaining to the others. Jiro and I are burdened with shackles, unable to accomplish anything. You have never tasted hardship. Along this journey, we must rely on that servant to assist us. If we offend her, once we reach our place of exile, our suffering is inconsequential, but what of Ruyer? He is still but a child. The crowd sighed in unison, falling silent, when Jiro felt a pang of sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Brother, what shall we do? It seems you are on the verge of marrying Imo Shuingyan from the Shangfu, and now this has happened. She surely will not wait for you? When Shi Hung's head stiffened slightly. If she does not wait, so be it. My engagement with her has been fraught with delays and setbacks. 5 years ago, her grandfather passed away, and she observed a 3-year mourning period. After that, her mother passed away, necessitating another 3 years of mourning. Now, I cannot wait for her to finish her period of mourning. With our family exiled, a fortunate girl such as she will not enter an unfortunate household. But you were childhood sweethearts, when Shi Hong offered a bitter smile. Childhood sweethearts? Merely a childhood betrothal now, with our stained reputation, we are less than commoners, we should not harbor delusions. Will we ever return? Who could say what the future held? This predicament had come upon them so suddenly, without the slightest forewarning. He had been involved in his father's affairs, with the charges against him and the imperial decree being corruption in the repair of dikes. How could that be possible? The correspondence and the testimonies from those who had tortured him felt fabricated, as though contrived from thin air, laid bare before the world as if it had all been meticulously planned long ago. Surely, he had been set up who could possess such formidable power. After all, the influence of the entire Dyi was considerable, yet, what was done, the past was but a fleeting memory. However, should an opportunity arise, he vowed to overturn the accusations laid upon the in this lifetime, and now unshackled, Chen Shi felt a lightness envelop her, traversing the daily paths with ease. The relentless calls of Luan Yang were no longer ringing in her ears, nor were there endless piles of firewood to chop, laundry to wash, or meals to prepare, and now, it was merely a matter of walking and admiring the scenery along the way. Chen Shi found the days of exile far more liberating than her existence in Xiangyang village. The spring air was slightly brisk, the winter grass had begun to sense the changing seasons, slowly sprouting tender new shoots, and the desolate winter was gradually receding. Up ahead stood a grand elm tree. Chen Shi recalled her childhood, where a similar elm tree grew at the edge of the village fields, its branches adorned with new green leaves each spring, resembling strings of copper coins. She excelled at climbing trees, unmatched by anyone in Xiangyang village each year. The tender leaves of that elm tree were always hers. This elm tree was taller and grander than the one in the village. It had been quite some time since she last climbed a tree. Surely, her skills had not diminished. As fate would have it, their resting place coincidentally lay beneath this very elm tree. Seizing the moment, Chen Shi deftly ascended the tree with agility. Royer craned his neck, watching. "Sister, be careful, don't fall." Hearing Royer's innocent voice, Chen Shi broke off a few branches and swiftly descended. She handed one of the green twigs to Royer. "Sister, what is this?" "This is elm money, it's delicious and sweet." Royer's chubby little hands imitated Chen Shi, plucking a few leaves to taste, his eyes sparkling with delight. He quickly inquired, "Sister, can I?" Before Royer could finish his question, Chen Shi hastily offered him several more, ruffling his hair. "Take them with you." Royer joyfully returned to the Wen household with the elm money, having consumed only a few leaves himself, yet he eagerly fed them to Wen Jihang. "Uncle, is it delicious? Is it sweet?" Wen Jihang, his hands shackled, leaned against the tree trunk, savoring the elm money Royer offered, an expression of joy involuntarily crossing his face. "Very delicious, Royer, you should eat too. Once I finish, there will be none left for you." When Jiro examined the vibrant green branches, a hint of concern on her face. "What is this, is it really edible?" Wen Ji Yuan chuckled. "This is elm money. Ancient texts note its edibility and its benefits for clearing heat and calming the mind, as well as aiding digestion." The second young mistress plucked a few leaves of elm money to feed to Wen Ji Yuan, whispering, "Sister Jiro, do try it. Although that maid is a stranger to us, her heart is kind, and it is generous of her to share food." Lady Wen nodded. "In our current plight, we should not be choosy," Wen Jiro pouted. "I've never seen it before." "I was merely asking." Chapter 7. Do you wish to see? The following days were remarkably tranquil. The upbringing of the House of Marquis seemed exceedingly refined. Throughout the journey, only the previous heir had threatened Chen Shi a few times, and the young lady expressed her confusion a couple of times, after which no one else dared to discuss her. Perhaps they were weary, or perhaps they felt that given the circumstances, further discourse would be futile. She sat by the fire, just about to doze off, when her gaze caught the silhouette of an officer. He was conversing in hushed tones with another officer, their eyes continuously scanning the members of the Wen family, glinting with avarice and calculation. Chen Shi felt a wave of unease wash over her. Should she alert the heir of the Yi? After all, if misfortune befell them, she too would be ensnared. The spring rain fell incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Along the path of exile, everyone had, to varying degrees, succumbed to the chill. This malady of the cold varied among individuals. For instance, she had never resorted to purchasing medicine with copper coins. A brief bout of activity followed by perspiration would suffice to remedy her. Yet those accustomed to the lavish comforts of the were falling ill one after another. This was decidedly an ominous sign. She overheard the second young master of the Wen family mention that they had traveled over 400 miles from the capital, having covered nearly half of their journey. The next resting place was the Panshui post station. On the road of exile, this marked the first post station they encountered. With its blue bricks and grey tiles, it appeared desolate and barren, housing only a handful of officers who lazily lingered, showing no inclination to move as they saw newcomers approach. The officers escorting the prisoners seemed unfazed, merely designating resting spots for everyone, leaving two behind to keep watch while the rest retired to rest. Chen Shi followed the members of the into a low, dilapidated building, where a row of shared beds could accommodate many. At last, she found a place sheltered from the elements. She approached the pot over the campfire to fetch hot water, but as she turned back to a corner of the wall, an officer blocked her path. "You, come here." Chen Shi was perplexed. As she approached the officer, he revealed a sinister grin and whispered conspiratorially, "Unlock your chains, and you shall heed my command. Go, discreetly summon that young lady you're following, and do not disturb anyone. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 10 copper coins." Chen Shi was taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, "What do you want with the young lady of the Wen family?" The officer's expression darkened. This foolish woman was incorrigible, shouting so loudly that those in the adjacent room might overhear. Although they had left the boundaries of the capital, a female prisoner was still a matter not to be trifled with, especially given the strict orders against it. Yet the young lady of the Wen family was indeed enchanting, with a graceful figure and a delicate waist that had long piqued his desire. Fuming, he pointed a finger at Chen Shi before hastily retreating to the side. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief, her legs feeling weak as she hurried back inside. Upon her return, everyone from the Wen family turned to look at her, their expressions ranging from confusion to suspicion, anger to calm. Chen Shi chose not to sleep on the shared bed. Instead, she lowered her head and shrank into a corner, too frightened to speak. Just as she feigned sleep, she heard footsteps pause before her. Opening her eyes, she found the heir sitting beside her, his shackles leaning against the wall, his inky hair cascading over his shoulders, his visage weary yet his gaze sharp. "You are quite astute." Chen Shi pondered her response, considering humble words to downplay her intelligence, perhaps thanking him, or stating that she had now aligned with him and would require his protection in the future. However, her tongue betrayed her. "You wear shackles and cannot remove them. What will you do if you need to relieve yourself?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Chen Shi felt as though a spirit had possessed her, spouting nonsense. The heir, taken aback, momentarily displayed a flicker of awkwardness in his expression before it vanished. Above them, a soft, hoarse voice broke the silence. "What do you wish to see?" Chen Shi buried her head into her arms, unwilling to utter a word. Not long after, in the darkness, the faint sound of chains dragging could be heard as they moved toward the door. The heir stepped into the courtyard, where the drizzle continued to fall, his shoulders becoming damp once more. At length, the leading officer arrived. His demeanor was indifferent, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he refrained from overtly displaying it, appearing quite absurd. "What does the heir require of who?" The heir maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes devoid of warmth. "To disturb Lord whose rest at such a late hour is indeed a transgression. However, I trust Lord who will manage his subordinates well. Should anything happen to my family, it would not bode well for you." Upon hearing the heir's veiled threat, Lord who scoffed dismissively. "You would do well to mind your tone. You are now a convict exiled by royal decree, no longer the esteemed heir of the that I still address you as heir is already a concession." The heir remained unperturbed, replying in a measured tone, "While other exiled prisoners are bound together on a single chain, we are permitted to disperse and move freely. My maidservant, having merely performed a trivial task, has had both her hand and leg chains removed. Surely, no other prisoner has ever received such treatment?" Lord who crossed his arms tightly, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. "It is good that the heir understands. Thus, the one who spoke so brazenly earlier must face dire consequences." Lord whose expression shifted to one of gravity. "You have no authority here. I have risked much to afford your family special treatment. How could I possibly report this upon my return?" The heir's gaze darkened as he regarded Lord who with a cold stare. The superficial gestures have been made. "I have granted Lord who this favor, but what lies ahead is unpredictable. Perhaps, due to Lord who's goodwill, a bright future may yet await. You, an exiled convict, dare to weave such fanciful dreams for me? That depends on whether Lord who is willing to take a gamble." With that, the heir retreated into the building. Outside, Lord whose expression fluctuated under the flickering light of the campfire, appearing both uncertain and conflicted. Chen Shi was roused by a sudden outcry. On the wooden bunk, the second young mistress held Royer, her eyes red-rimmed, her face pressed tightly against his forehead, weeping silently. The members of the Wen family were now awake, gazing at Royer with deep concern. Upon seeing him, Chen Shi noticed Royer's cheeks were flushed, his lips tinged with purple and cracked, indicating a high fever. Before dawn, the sky remained a deep gray. She rekindled the extinguished campfire, heated the water in the iron pot, and fetched a broken bowl to carry the warm water over. "Give him some water." The second young mistress accepted the water, blowing on it to cool it before offering it to Royer. Chen Shi tore a portion of her sleeve from her arm, stepped outside to dampen it with cold water, then returned inside. Placing this on his forehead will bring him considerable relief. The heir lifted his gaze to her, his eyes briefly scanning her half-torn sleeve, his ink-dark eyes deep with contemplation. The matron of the Wen family, her face streaked with tears, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young lady." Chen Shi lowered her head, speaking softly. "It is crucial to bring down the fever promptly. Without shelter from the wind and rain on this journey, it could be exceedingly difficult." Wen Ziyuan paced anxiously. "We could use acupuncture to reduce the fever, but we lack even a single needle." Upon hearing this, the heir promptly stepped outside. In a short while, he returned with a decorative needle in hand. "Will this suffice?" Wen Ziyuan nodded, hastily applying a few pricks to Royer.As blood oozed from the puncture sites. Chen Shi changed the water for the cloth several times until Royer's fever gradually subsided. Finally, the weight of worry lifted from their hearts. Chapter 8. On the brink of life and death as dawn broke, the officials began urging everyone to set out. Royer, still in slumber, was unable to walk on his own and needed to be carried by an adult. Before a consensus could be reached among the group, Chen Shi voluntarily cradled him in her arms, continuing forward with the others. The fine drizzle and gusty winds had not ceased. To shield Royer from the chill, she tucked his head securely against her bosom, wrapping him tightly as she bent slightly to fend off the cold. This posture was uncomfortable and exhausting, yet she willingly endured it. He was such a soft and tender child, sweetly calling her sister. As they trudged along, stopping intermittently, Chen Shi made a startling observation. The officials who had compelled her to weave ropes and had summoned Miss Wen late at night had vanished. Could an official, entrusted with a duty, dare to turn back midway? Suddenly, she recalled that night when the heir of the whole residence had stepped out for a while, still shackled, chains binding his legs. How could he possibly commit murder in such a state? A chill ran down her spine. Thankfully, despite her earlier defiance and refusal to tend to his family, he had not laid a hand on her. Otherwise, her life might have been forfeit. They were nearing the borders of Fangling, where the terrain and environment starkly contrasted that of the capital. The capital was flat and devoid of mountains, whereas here, the hills rose gently, layered in lush greenery, undulating and uneven. As they navigated the mountains, weaving through the thickets, their pace gradually slowed. The spring rain continued to fall intermittently, and they had not seen the sun for quite some time. Heir had long since recovered from his illness, and he remembered how Chen Shi had carried him for several days. Now, he flitted around her like a little sparrow, chattering and laughing incessantly. Wen Jiro leaned on Madame Wen, breathless. "Elder brother, how much longer until we reach Fangling? I can barely hold on any longer." Wen Ji Yuan, equally exhausted, gasped in reply, "We have already entered Fangling territory. The mountain paths are indeed arduous. If we persevere for another couple of days, we shall arrive." Wen Ji Hong, silent during their exchange, cast deep glances towards Chen Shi. Since she had spoken to him that night, she had avoided him, seemingly wishing to distance herself as much as possible. He could clearly see the fear in her eyes. Did he appear so fearsome? After sneezing twice, Chen Shi suddenly felt the ground tremble violently beneath her. She froze, clutching Heir tightly, too terrified to move. Wen Shihang sensed the disturbance as well, alertly scanning their surroundings. In an instant, a massive portion of the adjacent mountainside cascaded down like a deluge. Chen Shi, gripped by terror, bolted forward in a frantic escape. Unburdened by chains, she could run swiftly, but the weary prisoners behind her were not so fortunate. The immense mud and debris sliding down had already buried several. The officials, too, were in a frenzy, scrambling to flee, wholly unconcerned for the prisoners in their haste. Glancing back, Chen Shi noticed that the Wen family had already vanished from sight. Heir, frightened, wailed uncontrollably in her arms. Gritting her teeth, she gently set him down, wrapping her arms around his frail shoulders. "Heir, be a good boy. You are safe now. Stay here and don't move. I will check on your grandmother and the others, alright?" Heir nodded, understanding. The sight of the landslide was utterly shocking. Half the mountain had collapsed, the churned yellow earth engulfing the path they had just traversed. Chen Shi scanned the area, finally spotting Wen Jihang and Wen Jiyuan frantically searching for missing individuals. The second young mistress supported Madame Wen, weeping profusely, yet Miss Wen was nowhere to be found. Chen Shi hurried to Wen Jihang's side upon seeing her, his eyes lit up with hope. "Quickly, help me find Jiro. She is missing, she is missing." Chen Shi nodded earnestly. "It's too dangerous here. You must lead them away from this place and find Heir. I will search for the young mistress." The mud that had slid down was both loose and sticky, each step causing her legs to sink deep. Chen Shi struggled through the mire, desperately seeking. She saw many prisoners ensnared in this catastrophe, yet no one was coming to their aid. The officials had already led the remaining prisoners onward. Life is indeed fragile. In an instant, it can be severed from this world. Chen Shi's anxiety mounted. She searched tirelessly, inspecting every figure to see if it might be Miss Wen. Could the young mistress have been swept away by the landslide? She immediately ventured downwards. The muck made movement excruciatingly difficult, and she was soon caked in mud. As she stumbled, the rain continued to fall, and she felt the urgency to hurry. At this rate, another uncontrollable disaster might occur. Finally, amidst the debris, she spotted a head of black hair, half of a body buried beneath the yellow mud rushing over. She overturned the person to reveal that it was indeed Miss Wen. Checking for a pulse, she sighed in relief. She was still alive. There was no time for joy. She needed to extricate her from the muck. However, the earth was packed too deeply, and pulling her up proved futile. Instead, she used her hands to push the mud away, slowly excavating the young mistress's legs. At that moment, Miss Wen regained consciousness, seeing Chen Shi digging her out, and began to wail. Wen Ji Hong, nearby, was frantic, wishing to break free from his shackles to rescue her, but was restrained by his mother. "No, Heir, if the seal is broken, it cannot be restored. If we reach Fangling, it will be too late. Just wait a little longer. She has gone to find Jiro. She will surely find her." Suddenly, a louder noise erupted from the ground. When Ji Hong could no longer hold back, he dragged his chains toward the site of the disaster. Madame Wen called out, "Heir, don't go." But it was too late. He halted, his eyes wide with shock and joy. A figure, covered in mud, was staggering toward him, carrying another mud-caked person on their back, while behind them, boulders tumbled down, and the earth continued to spew forth, consuming the path they had taken. The survivors and officials, weary from the ordeal, sat on the banks of a small river, while the Wen family huddled together, Madame Wen weeping as she embraced Wen Jiro. Thank goodness, my child." Wound on. Wen Jiro's forehead bled profusely, mingling red with yellow mud, her tears flowing freely, no trace left of the elegant young lady from the Ho residence. Truly, how cruel fate can be. Chen Shi lay on the pebble-strewn riverbank, gasping for breath, utterly unwilling to move. She was caked in mud, indifferent to her appearance. She was utterly exhausted. Never had she felt so drained. Having finally rescued Miss Wen from the yellow mire, the terrifying sounds reverberated from the depths once more. Miraculously, they had escaped. When Ji Hong squatted beside her, softly inquiring, "Would you like some water?" Chen Shi nodded. Heir approached with a chipped porcelain bowl, carefully feeding her a few sips. Once she regained some strength, she struggled to sit up. When Ji Hong gazed at her, covered in mud, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Chen Shi offered a sheepish smile. "Your Highness, I shall work diligently from now on. Please don't kill me." When Ji Hong was momentarily taken aback, why would she think he would harm her? "When did I ever say such a thing? Besides, you are Jiro's savior. I am grateful to you, not wishing you harm." Only then did Chen Shi feel her anxiety ease. Furthermore, do not address me as your highness, I am merely a prisoner now, no longer the illustrious young master of the whole residence. Chen Shi sensed the bitterness in his words and reflected that, despite his fall from grace, he was still far better off than those who toiled at the bottom of society. Then I shall call you elder young master. Wen Zhiheng smiled and nodded. Chapter 9 The dilapidated house. Today's calamity was of great significance to the officials escorting the prisoners. They gathered together to deliberate on how to report the incident to their superiors. As they were nearing the designated escort point in Fangling, they took a respite by the riverside for the night. The clumps of yellow mud adhered uncomfortably to their bodies, prompting Chen Shi to suggest a wash in the river. With a compliant demeanor, she approached Wenjiro. Miss, shall we venture into the river for a wash? You may find it inconvenient, allow me to assist you. Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, Wenjiro's eyes sparkled with a sudden brightness. But we have no clothes to change into, and with so many people around, what if we are discovered? Chen Shi quickly responded, we could wash beneath that tree, and let the second young mistress shield us from view while we cleanse our garments, afterward we can dry them by the fire. As night deepened, Chen Shi led Wenjiro into the water. The chill of the river was piercing, yet they paid it no mind. The layers of mud on their bodies were simply too thick, and they sought at least a modicum of comfort, not expecting a thorough cleansing. Their hair had become matted with the yellow clay. In the stillness of the night, Wenjiro murmured softly, what is your name? While untangling her hair, Chen Shi replied, my father's surname is Chen. Upon my birth, he scorned me for being a girl and did not bestow a name upon me. I was born on the 11th day of the new year, and thus have come to be known as Shi. Shi? Yes. I thank you for today. Without your assistance, I might have perished. There is no need for thanks, the eldest young master has promised me a reward of silver upon our arrival. Wenjiro chuckled softly. What is there to laugh about, miss? We are but exiled convicts. Have you not heard the saying, a phoenix in misfortune is not as good as a mere chicken? We possess nothing, how could we possibly repay you with silver? Chen Shi paused momentarily. A phoenix in misfortune is still a phoenix. Who knows, perhaps one day it may soar again. Wenjiro found this maid intriguing. I shall take your words as an omen, should I ever regain my former glory? She clung to Chen Shi's sleeve, her eyes darting around anxiously, fearing another landslide. Even if she could not outrun it, she trusted that Chen Shi would save her, having long forgotten her previous disdain for the maid. Perhaps due to their nearing destination, the group felt their journey becoming considerably lighter. They were brought to a town named Ping'an in Fangling County. After completing the handover procedures, they were led away by several officials. After traversing a rugged mountain path for over 10 miles, they finally halted before a quaint brick and tile building resembling a relay station. An elderly man with graying whiskers received them. He was stooped and diminutive, yet his murky eyes sparkled with vitality. An official leaned in to whisper in his ear, and the old man's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the newcomers with keen eyes. Once the transfer was complete, the old man approached them slowly, commanding that their shackles and leg irons be removed. Starting tomorrow, the men will report to work at the Fengming mine. When Zhiheng bowed respectfully they must find ways to fend for themselves. At first, this seemed reasonable, but a deeper consideration revealed the terrifying implications of such a statement. While imprisoned, every member of the Wen family had been thoroughly searched, even their hairpins were loosened to ensure nothing was concealed within their locks. Furthermore, no one from the Wen family had come to see them off, leaving them likely without a single copper coin. In this unfamiliar land, bereft of funds, they faced a dire struggle for survival. The Wens appeared pale, yet remained silent, while Wen Zhiheng calmly inquired, Sir, could you offer us some guidance? I shall be sure to express my gratitude. The old man clicked his tongue against his cheek, speaking with an air of significance. I fear your gratitude will not suffice. Lao Yu, come here, they have brought women, find them a place to stay. A portly official hurried over, sizing up the Wen family with a brusque manner. Come, follow me. After walking about a mile, they encountered scattered wooden shanties, all eerily quiet, as though uninhabited. The official, known as Lao Yu, led them to a dilapidated wooden house. The structure was rotten and decrepit, seemingly deserted for ages. Upon opening the door, a wave of mildew assaulted their senses. The interior was bare, lacking even the most basic bed, and the ceiling was adorned with chaotic spider webs, with several areas allowing light to seep through. You shall reside here for 600 copper coins a month. What? Wenjiro exclaimed in disbelief. You expect us to pay for this wretched place? Lao Yu grinned widely. Well, you can choose not to stay. With that, he attempted to close the door, preparing to lock it. Wen Zhiheng quickly grasped his hand. Wait, my sister is but a child, please do not take offense. We currently have no funds, could you allow us to move in first and settle the payment later? Lao Yu's rotund frame shook with laughter. No money, eh? Very well, Lao Yu, have a kind heart. I will come to collect the payment in a month, but by then it will be 800, understand? When Zhiheng suppressed his rising anger and replied with a forced smile, you truly possess a generous heart, Lao Gu. I am profoundly grateful. Lao Yu appreciated Wen Zhiheng's understanding and departed with a nod. Once he was out of earshot, Wenjiro urgently asked, Brother, why did you agree to his terms? This desolate place is void of life, where shall we procure the 800 copper coins? Wen Zhiheng sighed, resigned. What choice did I have? We cannot sleep in the wilderness. We need shelter from the elements for now. Once we familiarize ourselves with the area, we can make other arrangements. While they conversed, Chen Shi had already gathered fresh green leaves from the nearby thicket and fashioned a small broom from slender branches to clear the spider webs from the roof. Observing her industriousness, Wen Zhihong smiled faintly, turning to Wen Zhiyuan. You stay here and keep an eye on them, the woods ahead are vast, I will see if I can procure some game to exchange for silver. Wen Zhiyuan nodded. Rest assured, brother. I shall look after them. Having retained the sleeve fabric used to cool Ruiera's fever, Chen Shi decided to utilize it as a cleaning cloth, dampening it in a nearby pond before returning to wipe down the beams and walls. The floor of the old house was made of packed earth, with corners and crevices showing signs of mold. The dark wooden walls were dotted with clusters of tiny white fungi. This house was excessively damp. Prolonged habitation here could lead to illness. Having journeyed from the capital, they faced a climate vastly different from this hilly terrain. These masters were exceedingly delicate, they would surely suffer from the unfamiliar environment. They had already endured considerable hardships along the way. Chen Shi sensed that the true trials were only just beginning. Chapter 10 The Mountain of Rats. Today, the heavens have smiled upon us. At last, the incessant drizzle has ceased, the dusk in the west has transformed into a shimmering silver gray, deepening in somber hues as the sun descends. Wen Zhihong has finally returned at this hour, bearing 2 wild chickens and a plump rabbit in his hands. His face is etched with fatigue, yet his eyes sparkle with a hint of mirth. Royer is the first to notice Wen Zhihong's return. He rushes into Wen Zhihong's embrace, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. Uncle, Ruier is so hungry. Wen Zhihong gently pinches Ruier's cheek with his free hand. Wait a moment, Uncle will roast some meat for you, and you can have all the drumsticks, alright? MHM. The group gathers around Wen Zhihong, engaged in lively conversation, while Wen Zhiyuan takes the game from him. Chen Shi silently removes the overgrown weeds and shrubs surrounding the house. A fire has already been kindled inside, providing warmth and dispelling some of the dampness. The firewood was collected and bundled by her in the forest. It should suffice for tonight's needs. As she busies herself, Chen Shi steals a glance at the eldest young master. His clothes are torn in several places, and his hands bear fresh wounds, evidence of the effort expended in pursuing these small creatures. In this unfamiliar land, he has managed to secure some game, a feat that would have otherwise left them all to starve. The previous fire starter was borrowed from Old Yu, and now he intends to borrow a knife from him to process the game. Unexpectedly, Old Yu's rotund figure rolls toward them. Upon seeing the spoils in Wen Zhiyuan's hands, his drowsy eyes suddenly brighten, and his chubby hands snatch the game away with a sinister grin. Just enough to. With their food taken, what will they eat? They have not consumed anything since those 2 flatbreads in the morning. Wen Zhiro hastily steps forward to intervene. We will pay the rent later. This is our family's food for tonight. Old Yu's expression darkens immediately. What did you say? Wen Zhiro attempts to retort, but is restrained by Wen Zhihong behind her. He speaks calmly to Old Yu. Brother Yu, it is far too late today, and we truly cannot procure any food. If you take our provisions, our entire family will go hungry. Old Yu surveys Wen Zhihong, noting that although he appears destitute, there is an undeniable dignity about him. It would be wise not to offend such a person. He produces 10 copper coins from his pocket and tosses them to Wen Zhiyuan. Out of kindness, I cannot bear to see others suffer, consider it a gift. With that, he departs, taking with him the game Wen Zhihong has just captured. The Wen family is left seething with indignation. Ruier, witnessing the meat he longed for being whisked away, erupts into tears. Uncle, I am so hungry, I want to eat chicken legs. Wen Zhihong swiftly scoops him up, his voice firm yet soothing. Do not cry, Ruier. Uncle will bring you some tomorrow. With the 10 copper coins, Wen Zhiyuan purchases 10 rice balls from the Fengming mine. Each person receives 1, and the remainder is saved for the next day, to be shared among Wen Zhihong, Wen Zhiyuan, and Ruier. The 2 men must labor in the mines, while Ruier is still just a child. The group wears expressions of weariness as they finish their meal and clean themselves by the pond, before sitting on the ground of the house, leaning against the wall, heads bowed in silence. The floor is strewn with dry grass that Chen Shi has gathered from the woods, fashioned into rudimentary mats, providing at least some respite from the cold earth. Wen Zhiyuan, having found a bamboo cup, is about to offer Ruier some water. Chen Shi glances over and urgently calls out, do not drink. Upon her loud warning, she swiftly rises and snatches the cup from Ruier. A small, soft, and slimy worm crawls out from the side of the bamboo cup, its black patterns writhing grotesquely. Wen Zhiro, seeing this, pales. She had just drunk from that cup and screams, rushing outside while frantically gagging. Madame Wen's face also pales in horror. What is that? A leech, Wen Zhiyuan replies. Also known as a bloodsucker, they thrive in ponds and fields. Madame Wen is clearly distressed. What will we do about drinking water? We do not even have a pot to boil it. Chen Shi follows Wen Zhiro outside, gently patting her back and murmuring words of comfort. Are you all right? Wen Zhiro waves her hand, signaling that she is fine, though her face remains ashen. Night has fallen, and the exterior of the house is eerily quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees and the chorus of frogs in the fields interspersed with the murmurs of insects. Inside, the fire has gradually died down, perhaps due to exhaustion. Ruier has fallen asleep in the embrace of the second young mistress, while the other women have also succumbed to slumber. Chen Shi remains awake, her gaze cast down, listening to the conversation between Wen Zhihong and Wen Zhiyuan. Tomorrow at dawn, you and I will go to work at the Fengming mine and will not return until late afternoon. I am not worried about us, as the mine provides meals, but what will happen to Mother and Roar and the other women? Brother, there are still a few rice balls left. They can share them in the morning, and we will eat less, bringing back the remaining food. But they would have to go an entire day without food. How can they endure that? Alas, there is no other choice. Once we find some time, we can venture into the mountains to hunt for more game to exchange for silver. We will endure. If we both go to work, leaving the women here, what if they encounter trouble? I truly do not feel at ease. Brother, we have just arrived and can only make such arrangements for now. Compared to our previous fate, there is still a glimmer of hope, is there not? In the depths of Wen Jihang's dark eyes, the flickering flames dance. Hunting in the mountains is not as easy as one might think. Today, I was fortunate to receive guidance from others, or I would have returned empty-handed. We must endure. Chen Shi feels a deep sense of unease. Previously, during our exile, there were those who provided us meals, albeit meager. At least we did not constantly ponder how to survive without food. Now, even the matter of drinking water has become a challenge. What shall we do moving forward? The pangs of hunger render Chen Shi's sleep restless. Inside the room, there are rustling noises, as if something stirs. Chen Shi rubs her eyes and, aided by the dim light of the dying fire, scans the room, only to discover a truly horrifying sight. The rice balls from the previous night, suspended from the rafters to avoid contamination by insects, are now swarmed by countless glimmering rats that have infested the beams, with many more climbing down the ropes, all vying for the suspended morsels. Below the rice balls lies the sleeping young mistress of the Wen family. Chen Shi, witnessing the precariousness of the rice balls, shouts urgently, "Miss, wake up." Her voice jolts everyone awake. Wen Jiro, bleary-eyed and confused, suddenly finds a mass of dark. Chen Shi, too late to prevent the chaos, watches as Wen Jiro instinctively shields her head. Screaming in terror, Chen Shi hastily pulls the frantic Wen Jiro to her feet, guiding her to a safer spot. The falling rats cover the floor in a thick carpet, scrambling over one another in their frenzied pursuit of the rice balls, creating a veritable mountain of rats. The faces of the onlookers turn pale with fear. Ru'er, cradled in Wen Jiyuan's arms, cries breathlessly. "Quick, run outside." Chapter 11. Let me die. One by one, they emerge from the house, each checking for injuries. Thankfully, no one has been harmed. Chen Shi gazes at the writhing mass of rats on the floor, her carefully arranged mats in disarray, the once flickering fire now scattered everywhere. A surge of despair wells up within her. Beside her, Wen Jiro, who had been leaning against her shoulder, slowly crouches down, covering her eyes as her shoulders tremble, muffled sobs escaping her lips. Suddenly, she kneels beside Wen Jihang, clutching his leg as she chokes out, "Brother, please kill me. I do not wish to live any longer. I cannot endure this." Madame Wen collapses onto Wen Jiro, weeping uncontrollably. "Child, what are you saying? Do not think such thoughts. It will get better. We will be all right." Wen Jiro shakes her head. "Mother, it will never get better. We are exiles, doomed to suffer for life. I do not wish to scramble daily for a meal. I do not want to lack a stable place to sleep. I do not want to be on the road of exile, only to find myself bleeding without the means to cover it up, exposed to the world." In that moment, I felt as if I were stripped bare, utterly humiliated. "Mother, I cannot live like this. Let me die quickly." Madame Wen sobs, breathless, holding her daughter tightly, unable to utter a word. The group falls silent. Even the 4-year-old Ru'er has nothing to say. What is there to say? They all understand the grim reality that lies ahead. When Wen Jiro's tears have subsided, Wen Jihang, who had stood resolute like a pine tree, bends slightly to assist Madame Wen, pressing Wen Jiro into his embrace. "Ru'er, dear, trust your brother. Give me some time, and I will ensure you live a life of comfort and abundance again, all right?" Having calmed down, Wen Jiro nods faintly. "Promise me, do not speak of death again. We must all take care of ourselves. This night is destined to be restless. After the tumult caused by the rats, none of them have the courage to return inside the house." On the open ground outside, they huddle together for warmth and drift into uneasy sleep. Wen Jiro leans against Chen Shi's shoulder, her breathing steady, yet her gray eyes lack any vitality. Chen Shi purses her lips and gently speaks. "When I was 8, I fell gravely ill with a fever, my mouth and lips covered in blisters. I felt like a piece of burning charcoal, and without any medicine, my father said we must endure. Yet I knew that without medicine, I would perish. In my desperation to survive, I stuffed anything resembling herbs into my mouth, and by some stroke of fortune, I stumbled upon the right one and survived." Do you know what kept me going back then? What was it? Well, you might find it amusing, but all I wished for was a hearty meal. I kept pondering what it would feel like to be full. "Miss, do you have any dreams you hope to fulfill?" Wen Jiro ponders for a long while before softly replying. "Last year, at the spring banquet in the imperial court, I found myself captivated by a young man dressed in a green robe, holding a scroll. The light of the osmanthus tree illuminated his fair face. Fearing to disturb him, I passed by cautiously, and he glanced up at me. Letting out a deep sigh, she self-deprecatingly adds, 'Now my only wish is the same as yours, to have a bowl of rice and a good night's sleep.' Chen Shi hurriedly reassures her, 'Do not worry, Mississippi. I will work hard to ensure you are well-fed and healthy.' Wen Jiro chuckles softly. 'I shall wait for that.' In the morning, Wen Jihang and Wen Jiyuan head to the Fengming mine, leaving the women busy within the house. Chen Shi has already tidied up the chaotic floor, yet they have still not eaten anything. Chen Shi glances toward the road and turns to Madame Wen. 'Madam, I will go explore the surroundings to see if I can find something to eat.' Madame Wen nods. 'Be careful.' Wen Jiro, hearing Chen Shi's intention to go out, quickly grabs her arms, worry etched on her face. 'You won't disappear, will you?' Chen Shi shakes her head. 'I won't, Mississippi. I will return. Chen Shi follows the wide road, observing the surrounding houses, many of which resemble their own. As she passes by, it seems that no one resides there. When she finally encounters someone, they hastily shut their doors. It appears that the inhabitants are the families of those working at the Fengming mine. Continuing on for over a mile, a narrow path winds downward. Following this route, she descends, encountering patches of rice paddies resembling blocks of tofu, with a clear stream flowing through the fields, spanned by an ancient arch bridge leading to a village with curling smoke rising from its chimneys. She quickens her pace toward the village. Along the way, she spots a spacious courtyard near the stream. She approaches, hoping to gather information about the area. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it is another abandoned property, dilapidated and in worse condition than their rented house, likely uninhabited for 5 or 6 years. However, it is quite spacious. Chen Shi contemplates whether they could move in, as their group is too large, and it would be inconvenient for men and women to share a single room. Then, she chuckles at her own naivety. Finding food is already a problem, yet she dreams of moving into a big house. Crossing the arch bridge, she encounters an elderly woman hunched over, her frail figure obscured by a large bundle of firewood on her back. Chen Shi steps forward, offering to take the firewood from her. "Grandmother, allow me to help you home." The old woman, her skin weathered and thin, trembles slightly. No, I can manage." Chen Shi insists and strides forward, the elderly woman following behind her. Soon, they arrive at the old woman's home. Upon opening the door, a woman in her 20s approaches, her expression unfriendly as she regards Chen Shi. "Mother, did I not tell you? You need not chop wood or cook, just stay home and play. Do not bring back strangers." Chen Shi hesitates for a moment, setting down the firewood on her back and offering an apologetic smile to the woman. "I saw your mother struggling and merely offered assistance. Please do not blame her, I will leave at once." With that, she turns to exit, only to be called back by a deep male voice. "Young lady, wait a moment." Chen Shi turns to see a robust man approaching her. He promptly hands her a warm package. "Thank you for bringing my mother back, please accept this small token of gratitude." Chen Shi is taken aback. The warm package undoubtedly contains delicious food. She knows well how precious farm food can be. She quickly declines. "I have done nothing deserving of such a generous gift." The man chuckles. "Take it is merely a village custom, we are straightforward folk." Prepared to leave, she suddenly asks, "Sir, may I ask you something?" "Of course. I noticed a house across the river that appears uninhabited. If I wish to move in, whom would I need to ask for permission? Many of the houses there are empty, there are no property deeds, most people either leave after a few years or perish. No one stays for long." "Oh, could you tell me where I might find drinkable water?" The man chuckles again, then plucks a bamboo tube from the wall. "On the right side of the mountain across the river, there is a spring where everyone goes to drink." "What is your surname?" "I am Zhang." Chen Shi bows respectfully to Brother Zhang, thanking him before making her way back with the warm food in hand. The woman rolls her eyes dramatically, scolding the man. "Have you lost your mind? She is in exile, why would you help her?" The man chuckles. "You foolish woman, have you forgotten how prosperous uncle's family became? The exiles sent here are often nobles. If they regain their status, even a small token of their wealth could sustain us for a lifetime. Losing this little bit is nothing compared to the potential gain. It is a wise investment." Chapter 12 of the Banded Neighbor. Under the guidance of Brother Zhang, Chen Shi discovered a bubbling spring nestled in the mountains. The spring was surrounded by camellia trees, their branches adorned with delicate and translucent tea bags. The tea bags, imbued with a sweet and refreshing essence, quenched thirst, a fact imparted by a child who had come to fetch water. She gathered a handful, tucking them into the hem of her garment, and hurried back. As she made her way towards the wooden house, she spotted Wenjiro in the distance, tiptoeing and gazing eagerly in her direction. Upon seeing Shi's silhouette, Wenjiro's tense demeanor transformed into one of joy as she rushed toward. The group settled around the food, and as they unwrapped the lotus leaf package, several pale green vegetable cakes came into view, their rich rice fragrance mingling with the scent of vegetables, a tremendous temptation for those who had not savored a proper meal in a long time. As one person shared a piece, it was evident that the Wen family, despite their circumstances, maintained an air of refinement. Their innate poise and deliberate savoring of food made Chen Shi feel somewhat out of place. Ru'er patted his belly, clearly still hungry, yet he was quite sensible. "Uncle and father have yet to eat, shall we save some for them?" Mrs. Wen gently ruffled his tousled hair. "My Ru'er is growing up," remarked Wenjiro, holding up the tea bags. "These seem different from the elm seeds we had before. They re sweeter." Chen Shi, somewhat distracted, was still contemplating the matter of the abandoned house. With her stomach slightly filled and having taken a sip of water, she wandered back to the forsaken courtyard. The location was splendid. A stream flowed in front, with mountains at the back, and to the left lay a broad expanse of flatland that appeared to have once been a vegetable garden. Nearby, a dense bamboo grove whispered in the breeze. Furthermore, this courtyard was not far from the Fengming mine, an ideal fit for their current predicament. She felt it prudent to investigate the situation of the courtyard further. Casting her gaze around, she noticed a well-to-do household nestled halfway up the hill, just about a mile away. The yellow clay walls of the house were adorned with strings of crimson jerky, alongside clusters of white garlic. Beneath the eaves, a large wooden cage was haphazardly placed, accompanied by the clucking of chickens. The yard was quite chaotic, with dust and fallen leaves scattered everywhere, suggesting it had not been cleaned in a long while. To the right of the house, a low wooden barrel brimmed with old garments. Chen Shi pondered what manner of people might reside in such a place. Suddenly, a gleaming blade was pressed against her neck, its coldness sending shivers down her spine. Chen Shi froze, not daring to move. Behind her, a coarse voice rasped, "Who are you? What business do you have loitering in front of my house?" In haste, Chen Shi replied, "Please spare me, brother. I've just been exiled here and saw this household. I merely wished to inquire about something. I mean no harm." After a long pause, the blade slowly withdrew. Taking a nervous breath, she turned to face her assailant. Clad in worn black garments, the man was robust, with sinewy hands gripping the knife, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his piercing gaze that resembled a lurking wolf. A prominent scar marred his left temple. A bandit. Instinctively, Chen Shi felt the urge to flee, but he blocked her path at the entrance. "You can come and go as you please?" Chen Shi leaned against the courtyard gate, her inky eyes flickering with unmistakable panic and fear. "I. The bandit scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a derisive chuckle. "Speak up, what do you wish to know?" Chen Shi swallowed hard, her anxiety palpable. "I just wanted to ask if the abandoned courtyard is habitable." "You wish to know?" "Yes." "Well, if you wish to know, I am not one to rise without a profit. What do you have to offer in exchange?" "I have no silver." "No silver, and yet you seek information?" With that, he disregarded Chen Shi and strode into the courtyard. Desperate to follow, she called after him, "I can work." Noticing his indifference, she added, "Whatever task you have, I am willing to do it." The bandit snorted dismissively. "Who here lacks labor? Get out." Sensing his irritation, Chen Shi swiftly retreated, but just as she reached the door, he called her back. Furrowing his brow, he asked coldly, "Can you cook?" Chen Shi nodded. "Yes. Prepare a feast for me, and in return, I shall tell you how to stay in that house." Upon entering the kitchen, Chen Shi discovered the bandit's home was indeed affluent. The jars brimmed with rice, the pots filled with oil, and the small container of salt remained unblemished, resembling fine sand. This was new salt. Strings of cured meat hung from the ceiling, and a basket on the floor contained several fresh bird eggs, alongside a vibrant assortment of freshly gathered wild vegetables. Having done every sort of work in Shangyang village, preparing a few dishes was a trivial task for her. She deftly chopped, washed, lit the fire, and cooked 4 dishes and a soup, taking the opportunity to tidy up the court. She thought that if she performed well, perhaps others would praise her, which would be far better than aimlessly probing for information. While she cleaned the kitchen, the bandit was busy outside, and soon she heard more footsteps entering the courtyard. A booming voice called out, "Brother Cui, I've finally managed to bring a jar of the old Liang family's wine." The bandit replied, "Just in time, I've prepared several hearty dishes. Tonight, we shall drink until we're intoxicated." As Chen Shi emerged with the dishes, the gaze of several men fell upon her, some in shock, others in confusion, but mostly in disbelief. One of the louder men exclaimed, "Brother Cui, since when have you taken a liking to this? She is just a child." "Indeed, this oddity, and you still fancy her?" Brother Cui chuckled, beckoning them to sit around the square table he had just set up. "I have no idea where she crawled out from. She claims she can work, so I let her. Why waste labor for free?" Listening to their banter, Chen Shi remained silent, diligently serving the dishes and arranging the cleaned bowls and chopsticks, quietly standing to the side. A gentleman clad in white, somewhat more refined, remarked, "Chicken, fish, meat, eggs, one in, you've truly splurged today." "Not at all, let us eat before it cools," Brother Cui replied. The gentleman sipped his wine, enjoying the meal. "Girl, your skills are commendable. Where do you hail from?" Upon hearing someone address her, Chen Shi quickly straightened and replied, "I was exiled from the capital." At this, the men paused momentarily, their chopsticks hesitating in mid-air. The gentleman in white frowned and asked, "What crime did your family commit?" Chen Shi shook her head. "I do not know, I am merely a maidservant who accompanied my master here." They stared at her for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You mean to say your master was exiled and still brought along a maidservant?" Chen Shi, unsure of their mirth, nodded. No wonder, someone from the capital wouldn't be able to prepare such a splendid feast. Chapter 13. The shattered courtyard Cui yeoman took a sip of wine, grimacing as he swallowed, the scar on his forehead appearing particularly fierce. "Were you about to inquire about that courtyard?" Chen Shi pondered, realizing that this individual was not one to speak lightly. "How can one take residence there?" the man in white asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Which courtyard?" "The one next door." The man in white responded with an oath and turned to Chen Shi. "That courtyard is ownerless, having been abandoned for at least 5 or 6 years, with no one daring to inhabit it due to the exorbitant cost of repairs. Most people here lack the necessary funds." The boisterous man chimed in, "Moreover, there's another reason the courtyard is said to be haunted, as many have met unjust fates there." Chen Shi blinked her inky black eyes. "Those who harbor guilt fear ghosts." "I do not." The group, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, erupted into laughter upon hearing her words. "If you're not afraid, then go and tidy it up. Besides, with old Cui around, no one would dare cause trouble." "Are you bandits?" Chen Shi blurted out, quickly covering her mouth upon realizing her faux pas. The man in white found her amusing. "Have you ever seen a bandit? Do you know what they look like?" Chen Shi shook her head. "We are not bandits, we are far more formidable, we are the ones who capture bandits." As soon as he finished speaking, the group laughed once more. The loud man added, Chui, if you tidied up this place a bit, it would be much brighter. A home should have a woman to provide warmth and care. How wonderful it would be. I'll take you to see a few. Chui Yeoman merely smirked and waved Shen Shi away. As she walked away, Shen Shi finally settled her thoughts. She resolved to discuss the courtyard with Wen Zhiheng that evening, and perhaps bring him to take a look to see if it could work out. She gathered 2 bundles of firewood from the mountain and some tea bags, delivering a bundle to the kind farmeress household from that morning, before returning with the remaining firewood to her dwelling. By the time she returned, the sky had darkened, and Wen Zhiheng and Wen Zhiyuan were already back. Wen Zhiheng stood up to take the firewood from Chen Shi's back. We were just talking about you. Hurry, everyone is waiting for you to eat. The meal consisted of 3 yellow steamed buns, large and hard, along with a few leftover vegetable pancakes from the morning, accompanied by water and tea bags. This constituted the entirety of their sustenance. The 3 buns were likely saved from the mouths of the Wen brothers. Chen Shi observed Wen Zhiheng's hands, which had once been long and elegant, gracefully holding an ink-black brush, now marred by bloodstains. They labored tirelessly, scrimping to sustain their families from a life of wealth and prosperity. They had suddenly plunged into the depths of hardship. The stark contrast must have left them physically and mentally exhausted. They finished their meal in silence, and seizing the moment when Wen Zhiheng was unoccupied, Chen Shi tugged at his sleeve. Young master, I want to take you somewhere. The night deepened, the sky devoid of twinkling stars, suggesting that rain would fall the next day. With torches in hand, Wen Zhiheng and Chen Shi cautiously made their way along the path. Shi, where are you taking me? Young master, we are almost there. His warm palm gripped her arm tightly. Be careful. Watch your step. They supported each other until they finally arrived beside the abandoned courtyard. When Zhiheng asked, puzzled, are you bringing me here to look at this courtyard? Chen Shi nodded in affirmation. After a moment of silence, when Zhiheng said, Shi, I currently have no money, I cannot afford to live in such a place, I plan to venture into the deep mountains during my rest to hunt valuable game. Then perhaps I could afford to stay here. Chen Shi hurriedly explained, young master, I have inquired, and this house can be occupied without a deed. Not far from here, another household is living in such a manner, stating that there are too many vacant houses, and no rent is required. When Zhiheng asked in confusion, are there really that many empty houses around here? Yes, the population is sparse. Most are like us, exiled here, some have left, some have perished, and the rest have no money. They only wish to reside in such houses, and repairs would require a significant sum. When Zhiheng forced a smile. So, we still cannot afford to live here. Young master, I took a quick glance today. This courtyard has 1 room with tiles, which is quite sturdy. With some repairs, we could create a clean dwelling, and we can fix the rest gradually. When Zhiheng seemed to waver slightly. It will be late when we return from the mines. It will be dark. Chen Shi smiled. Young master, you need not worry, I have helped others repair houses before, I can manage. The torch flickered in the night, swaying with the wind, while Wen Zhiheng's eyes gleamed darkly. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh and reached out to touzle Shi's disheveled hair. Such tasks should be left to men. You are a woman and should not bear the burdens of the household. I am fine. You need not worry, young master. In fact, I believe our current living situation is quite poor. Not only is there rent to consider, but rats and insects abound, making it easy to fall ill. Moreover, it is too close to the main road, with passers-by frequenting. A beautiful young lady like you might attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, there is a large expanse of open land beside this courtyard where we could cultivate grains and vegetables for self-sufficiency. Wen Zhiheng was visibly moved by her words. Thank you, Shi. I owe you much for your support along this journey. The next day, breakfast remained elusive. When Zhiheng rose early, wandering aimlessly in search of food. As the sky brightened, he ultimately had to abandon. Wen's mother reassured him, just focus on your work, do not disrupt the rules there, or we will face punishment, and we cannot even afford medicine for wounds. We will find our own food. We will not starve. Chen Shi had also hurried to the abandoned courtyard early. The door of the courtyard was exceedingly old. With a gentle push, it creaked ominously, threatening to splinter. Inside, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, some taller than herself. At the far end of the weeds stood the main house and 2 wing rooms, aligned in AROW. To the left was a small woodshed, while to the right, topped with a chimney, was a kitchen. The house was spacious yet dilapidated. Half of the main house's roof had collapsed, and 1 wing room had completely lost its roof, leaving only the other wing room somewhat intact. Chen Shi merely cast a cursory glance, thinking it best to find something to eat first to muster the energy for work. Ever since their arrival in Fangling, the sky had not relented, shrouded in oppressive clouds that heightened her sense of unease. The heavens drizzled with starlit rain, shrouded in mist, as the nearby stream flowed languidly, rising in vapor. Suddenly, Chen Shi thought, with such a wide... She gathered a heap of weeds from the courtyard, binding them together to fashion a simple fishing net. As she worked, she reflected, the hardships of the past had now become her means of sustenance. She was unsure whether to feel comforted or sorrowful. Chapter 14. A new abode. The air pressure was oppressive, and many fish struggled to breathe in the water, surfacing to gulp for air. Chen Shi was overjoyed. This was precisely what she had hoped for. However, while the concept was simple, the execution proved exceedingly challenging. Before long, the net either fell apart or, after much effort, the fish that had finally entered the net managed to leap back into the water. Yet, heaven rewards the diligent, and Chen Shi eventually managed to catch 3 slightly larger fish. Nevertheless, the most abundant catch was not these fish, but rather the multitude of loaches frolicking in the whirlpools by the stream. She deftly fashioned a branch into a makeshift spear and effortlessly ensnared the loaches, threading them onto the branch. With 3 fish and 2 branches of loaches in hand, she cleaned them and made her way up the mountain. Upon seeing Chen Shi return, Ruoer rushed over joyfully. "Sister, you're amazing, you actually caught fish." A fire had been lit inside the house, and the freshly caught fish were skewered and roasting over the flames. The others, having not tasted meat in a long while, were already salivating. Although the fish was not particularly delicious, loaded with bones and a strong fishy odor, the loaches were tender and slippery, with few bones, which Ruoer preferred. Even without a hint of salt, everyone relished the meal. After finishing her meal, Chen Shi turned to Madam Wen. "Madam, there are still 2 fish left. I will take them to the eldest and second young masters." Madam Wen nodded. "They must be working very hard in the mines, always busy, and saving their food for us. I fear they might not hold on much longer." Wenjiro fiddled with the dry firewood and raised her eyes. "Shi, be careful on your way." Following the main road for about 3 miles, they came upon a series of houses arranged in perfect order, with some chimneys still puffing smoke. After walking another mile, they encountered an endless fence that stood as tall as a story. The imposing gates were guarded by soldiers in armor who patrolled incessantly. Before Chen Shi could approach, a cold voice called out, "This is a military camp. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately." Chen Shi was startled but mustered her courage to inquire, "May I enter to deliver something to my family?" A stern-faced soldier scrutinized her for a moment. "What is your name?" "Wen Ji Hong." After she spoke, the soldier headed inside the gate. Before long, Wen Ji Hong and Wen Ji Yuan rushed towards Chen Shi, their expressions fraught with anxiety. "Shi, what is wrong? Has something happened at home?" Chen Shi shook her head. "No, I caught a few fish and brought you 2. The worry in Wen Ji Hong's heart finally eased as he looked down at the steaming fish wrapped in leaves that Chen Shi offered, feeling a pang of guilt. His mother, sister, and that delicate sister-in-law had always been cherished and pampered. How could they perform such labor? It was this little girl before him who was holding the family together. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with humor, yet her face was drawn and gaunt, suggesting a childhood fraught with hardship. "Shi, you truly are remarkable for catching fish," Wen Ji Yuan exclaimed, savoring the crispy fish while unable to hold back his praise for her. Chen Shi smiled warmly, her keen eyes noting the myriad cuts on Wen Ji Hong's hands, his face smudged with dirt, and sweat streaming down. She had seen him in his prime. "Now, eldest young master, the mine does not provide supper, does it?" "No. You are the pillar of this family, you must not falter. Do not hold back on food, I will take care of it at home." Wen Ji Hong cast a glance at Chen Shi, his throat tightening. "All right. Eldest young master, do they have hammers at the mine?" "Hammers? I visited that courtyard today. With a little repair, it could be habitable. If there are hammers and bamboo pegs, I can fix the roofs of the other 2 rooms, and we won't have to crowd together." "Good, I will find a way." Upon returning to their residence, the door was tightly shut, and Ruoer, who normally scampered about outside, was silent. Chen Shi noticed many unfamiliar footprints before the door. Had something happened to them? She hurriedly knocked on the door. Miss, Madam, Ruoer." After a long moment, a quavering voice came from within. "Is that you, Shi?" Chen Shi finally felt a wave of relief. "It's me, miss. Please open the door." The door swung open, and a figure rushed out, throwing herself into Chen Shi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "What happened?" the second young mistress said weakly from the side. "Just now, a group of ruffians came by. Fortunately, we had quickly locked the door and braced it with our bodies, otherwise who knows what would have happened." Madam Wen looked pale with fear. "They kept trying to kick the door down. Thankfully, this house, though shabby, has a sturdy door." Chen Shi's heart raced. "We cannot stay here for another moment, they will surely go back to summon others. Let us hurry and pack up to leave." Supporting the weak Wenjiro, the second young mistress cradling Ruoer, and Madam Wen leaning on a stick, they slowly made their way toward the courtyard in the drizzling rain. Chen Shi led them to the courtyard gate. Wenjiro peered inside, her brow furrowing in concern. "Are we really going to stay here tonight?" Chen Shi nodded. "Yes, we will stay here." The others looked at each other, puzzled. "Let me tidy up a bit and prepare a room. We shall rest here tonight." During this time together, everyone had unconditionally trusted Chen Shi. Perhaps still shaken from earlier, Chen Shi cleared the dust from the bluestone slabs at the courtyard entrance, allowing them to sit and rest. Using her sleeve, she cleared a path through the weeds in the yard. Inside the kitchen was a dark and murky space, making it difficult to discern its contents. A few rays of light filtered through the dilapidated roof, illuminating the swaying spider webs. She cautiously felt her way inside and discovered a large stove. To her delight, a large iron pot remained, embedded securely in the stove, worth quite a few copper coins. Beside the stove stood a wooden cabinet, which she opened slowly to reveal several battered porcelain bowls, and then nothing more. She found a long stick and poked into the stove, encountering something solid rolling up her sleeves. She reached inside, only to feel a sharp pain as something cut her fingertip. Hiss! She withdrew her hand, looking at her bleeding fingertip, applying the wood ash from the stove to staunch the flow, then wrapping her hand with her sleeve before continuing her search. Finally, she unearthed a rusty kitchen knife. This was indeed a valuable find. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted outside the courtyard. Chen Shi hastily brandished the knife and stick and rushed outside. To her astonishment, a long, slender garden snake slithered out from the tall grass, its tiny head flicking its tongue in agitation, clearly disturbed by the interruption. Without hesitation, she swung her stick at the snake's head, stunning it, but just as it attempted to flee, she swiftly chopped it in half with the knife. Blood splattered across Chen Shi's face, warm and foul. Royer turned pale, his eyes trembling as he clung tightly to his mother's sleeve. Too frightened to move, Chen Shi lifted the snake's body triumphantly, declaring, "Royer, tonight's dinner is secured." Chapter 15. Settling down, sharpening the tools at hand hastened the pace of work. Before long, Chen Shi had cleared all the weeds from the yard, igniting a fire that sent thick, black smoke swirling into the sky. When Jiro was choked and coughed, fanning the air as she asked, "Do you think our commotion is a bit excessive?" "Burning it will dispel the dampness, and scattering the ash in the corners will drive away insects," he replied. The main house had collapsed halfway, the remaining structure stood intact inside, a bed lay in ruins, having succumbed to decay. Perhaps it would collapse entirely if someone merely sat upon it. Beside the bed stood a wooden rack, originally intended for garments. Leaning in the corner was a bamboo chair, just the right size for Royer to sit comfortably. In the adjacent room, there was a bed that had not endured the ravages of time, appearing solid and reliable, albeit slightly narrower. In the woodshed, Chen Shi discovered an old clay pot and a sturdy water bucket. He mused that finding this yard was among his wisest decisions. With agility, he cleaned the yard, particularly the kitchen, ensuring that every corner sparkled with cleanliness. As he surveyed his accomplishments, a profound sense of achievement welled within him. Finally, he had a place to cook and bathe. However, the woodpile was devoid of firewood. He instructed a few people and dashed back into the woods. Light rain continued to fall from the sky, soaking the pine trees, yet the pine needles on the ground proved excellent fuel for the fire. Armed only with a knife, he chopped a few dying branches and gathered some pine needles, preparing to return. Along the way, he noticed several young women in the woods searching for something. Chen Shi hurried forward to inquire, "What are you looking for?" "Chanterelles." "What are those?" "Mushrooms." Understanding dawned upon him as he observed their baskets, committing the appearance of the mushrooms to memory and hastily setting out to find some himself. These were edible, and their current sustenance relied entirely on the bounty of the wilderness. The chanterelles thrived in the damp and warm underbrush. After gathering several, his experience grew, and he worked more swiftly. With firewood strapped to his back and chanterelles tucked into his shirt, he hurried home. Royer, intrigued by the umbrella-shaped mushrooms, exclaimed, "Sister, can you take me mushroom picking next time?" Chen Shi, crouched by the stream preparing snake meat, turned and smiled. "Of course, I'll weave you a little basket for our outing." The clay pot brimmed with snake meat and mushrooms, infused with spring water, simmering gently over a bonfire in the courtyard. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the air. Royer squatted before the pot, unable to suppress his saliva. "Sister, when can we eat?" "We must wait for the eldest and second young masters to return so we can eat together." When Jiro tended the fire, occasionally adding more wood. "Shi, is it edible without salt?" At that moment, Chen Shi was inside the main house, clearing fallen tiles. She paused at Wenjiro's question, then, once the snake stew was ready, she fetched a large bowl from the kitchen and told Wenjiro, "I'll step out for a moment." She made her way to the yard of Cui Yongin. Just then, Cui Yongin was seated, polishing a gleaming knife with eyes sharp as a wolf's. He glanced at Chen Shi before returning to his task. "What brings you here?" "I caught a snake and made stew, bringing you a bowl." "Flattering me without cause, you must have ulterior motives." "Quick, fetch a bowl. It's very hot." Cui Yongin scoffed but obediently walked toward the kitchen. The sweet aroma was enticing, softening the stern expression that had just graced his face. "Remember to add salt, I didn't put any in." Upon hearing Chen Shi, Cui Yongin paused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "I knew it. There's no such thing as free food." After placing the bowl of snake meat in the kitchen, he returned, handing Chen Shi a salt jar. "Remember, you owe me this, it must be repaid in kind." Chen Shi nodded, her heart lightened. This man, though rough in appearance, possessed a meticulous nature. "Thank you, Brother Cui, feel free to ask me for anything in the future." Expecting complications, she was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things had unfolded. Her fortune seemed to shine brightly when Jiro's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Chen Shi return with a salt jar. "A bowl of snake stew for a jar of salt? Either I've lost my mind, or that man has." Chen Shi explained, "Brother Cui is a good person, I merely inquired about the yard's matters." When Jiro appeared troubled. "Few among the exiled are truly good." Chen Shi, washing the shepherd's purse she had gathered from the ridge, spoke softly, "We too are exiles." "We are not bad people." "What are you discussing?" Behind them, when Ji Hong and when Ji Yuan approached, when Jiro hurried to greet them. "Eldest brother, second brother, why are you back so early?" "There is a section of the mine that has been blocked for quite—" When Jiro and when Ji Yuan returned to the yard, when Ji Hong knelt beside Chen Shi, assisting her in washing the shepherd's purse. "Eldest master, you should rest, this little task, I will finish promptly," Chen Shi suggested. When Ji Hong chuckled, "It's nothing, you're working far harder than I am." Chen Shi continued her task, then asked hesitantly, "Eldest master, do they whip you in the mines?" When Ji Hong stiffened, then sighed. "Those who work slowly may face the lash. I am young and strong, so I escape such treatment." Chen Shi moved closer to him, grasping his arm and rolling up his sleeve to reveal a prominent whip mark. When Shi Hang's face paled, the revelation more discomforting than the pain of his wound. His clothes appeared intact, likely exchanged with Wen Ji Yuan. With her head bowed, Chen Shi whispered, "Eldest master, I want to tell the lady." Wen Ji Hang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he ruffled Chen Shi's hair. "You truly are a wonderful person." As they returned to the yard, Wen Ji Yuan flitted about, his excited voice ringing out. "Shi, you've truly outdone yourself. This yard is a splendid choice." The second young mistress chided, "You're all grown now, yet still lack decorum." Chen Shi poured the washed and chopped shepherd's purse into the clay pot. Ru'er joyfully dashed to the fire, only to be stung by the smoke yet unwilling to leave, leaning against Chen Shi's arm and incessantly asking, "Sister, is it ready?" "It's ready. Hurry and bring a bowl to serve." After a long day of toil, they could finally indulge in a delightful meal. Although the snake stew was minimal, each person received only a small bowl, yet it was a significant improvement compared to the dark, meager rations they had subsisted on for over 20 days. With only a few imperfect bowls available, Wen Ji Yuan had carved several bamboo bowls and chopsticks, just in time for their use. Chen Shi sat on a stone outside the courtyard, savoring the snake stew and chanterelles while gazing at the mist rising from the stream, the desolate trees sporting fresh green buds, brimming with vitality. Life felt truly splendid. Beside her, a figure settled down. When Ji Hong plucked a few pieces of snake meat from Chen Shi's bowl, she quickly intervened. "No, there is hardly enough. If I eat it all, you'll have none." When Ji Hong smiled faintly. "I haven't tea even begun. Don't be so picky." Chen Shi replied softly, "How could I be picky?" When Ji Hong marveled at the broth in his bowl, exclaiming, "Shi, your culinary skills are exceptional. It feels like ages since I've tasted something this delicious." Chen Shi's eyes curved into crescent moons. "You used to feast on delicacies. Now that you've changed your palate, this flavor must seem novel and delightful." Wen Ji Hong sighed deeply. "Perhaps." Chen Shi seemed to recall something and turned to Wen Ji Hang. "There was an old man in the village who said a hunter caught a bear and sold it to a wealthy family in the capital. They only took the bear's paws to eat, discarding the rest, which they gave to the servants. Eldest master, what do bear paws taste like? Are they particularly delicious?" Wen Shi Hong was taken aback by her question, momentarily stunned. "I've never tasted them, so I cannot say." Chen Shi looked perplexed. "In such a wealthy household, you've never had them?" Wen Ji Hang smiled, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chen Shi. "Not all wealthy families indulge in bear paws. There are many exquisite delicacies in this world. Have you heard of Lingnan? It lies thousands of miles from the capital, at the southernmost tip of Day, known for its exceptionally sweet fruits. Transporting a cart of fruit with half a cart of ice to the capital requires immeasurable human and material resources. One single fruit could sustain a common person for an entire month." Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a way of eating was something she had never dared to dream of. "Shi, you are mine. Once I have devised a proper plan and we return to the capital, I shall ensure you live a good life." Chen Shi snapped back to reality, taking large bites of the meat in her bowl. "Is it possible to return?" Wen Ji Hong stared intently into the distance. "It is certainly possible." Chapter 16. Ping Town. The three of them worked swiftly, and with several usable tiles prepared before the 11th hour, a flurry of hammering and clattering transformed both the main house and the annex into functional spaces. Lady Wen and Wenjiro nestled in bed with Ru'er, while the others made do, repurposing the dismantled door as a makeshift sleeping platform. Such simplicity, however, was a considerable improvement over their previous circumstances. Chen Shi contemplated venturing into town the next day to seek out opportunities for earning a living, for there were numerous expenses to attend to. Bedding could not be a mere blanket of sky. While summer might be bearable, winter without quilts would lead to dire consequences. Clothing could not consist of a single outfit indefinitely. Each person required at least one change of garments. Indeed, there were countless trifles to address. The next day, she retrieved 2 fish from the net she had set the previous day and, combined with the leftover mushrooms, prepared a hearty stew. After their meal, she set off towards the town. Ping Town lay a good 10 miles of mountain road from the Fengming mine, and a round trip would consume an hour's time. By the time she arrived, the market was already abuzz with activity. The butcher's stall drew the largest crowd, the relentless chop of the cleaver ringing against the cutting board, while only a few patrons lingered at the wonton stand. Beyond that, vendors hawked chickens, ducks, fish, and various meats. Bamboo shoots from the mountains, aged pickled vegetables, golden honey, and freshly foraged matsutake mushrooms were also up for sale. Perhaps anyone could gather a few from the mountains. Despite the vendors' booming calls, the number of buyers remained relatively sparse. As she ventured further, the main street revealed a variety of establishments, restaurants, inns, fabric shops, jewelry stores, and bakeries. From a broad alley, the rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer echoed. Colorful shop signs of varying lengths lined the dark gray cobblestone street, where a light drizzle mingled with the bustling atmosphere, lending a chilly touch to the vibrancy. She turned into a lively alley adorned with vibrant blooms. The alley was abuzz with energy, with sycamore trees draped in delicate pink gauze. Even in broad daylight, the red lanterns flickered brightly. The passers-by were clad in fine garments and adorned with flowers, exuding an air of decadent luxury compared to the mundane life of the main street. "Little beggar, come here quickly," called a striking beauty, her appearance meticulously crafted. Chen Shi lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she approached the enchanting figure. "Sister, are you calling me?" Sister, hee. The beauty covered her mouth with a handkerchief, giggling playfully as she turned to her companion. Someone's calling me sister, she then directed a smile at Chen Shi. I am no sister. We have a rather special name, courtesan. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi froze, feeling somewhat flustered. Well, why would I speak to a little beggar like you? Here, go to his pastry shop outside and fetch me a box of pear cloud cake. The remaining 5 copper coins are your payment for running this errand. Delighted by the prospect of a reward, Chen Shi took the money from the beauty's palm and dashed out, only to pause and turn back suddenly. Aren't you afraid I might run off with the money? The beauty laughed, covering her mouth with the handkerchief once more. Did you run away? How should I address you? Moonlight connects with the Big Dipper, and snowflakes entwine with the southern branches. Everyone calls me Nanji. Nanji, why do you want me to buy you cake? Nanji placed her hands on her hips. Are you going or not? Why so many questions? If you're not going, return the money. Chen Shi bolted outside, and behind her, she heard a soft voice murmur, if you miss the timing for the pear cloud cake, I shall skin you alive upon your return. There were countless impoverished families in town, making it no simple task to find work. Chen Shi clutched her 5 copper coins, searching for opportunities across the town but finding none. Occasionally, she encountered a potential job, only to be dismissed for lacking literacy or being told they needed a man. Any attempt to inquire further was met with impatience. Having passed the hour of noon, she needed to hurry back to prepare dinner. As she returned, she passed a rice shop. Shopkeeper, what is your cheapest rice? A middle-aged man busily tinkered with an abacus, not bothering to look up as he replied, brown rice, 21 per dough. Chen Shi bit her lip, cautiously asking, Shopkeeper, may I buy 5 wins worth of brown rice? Surprised by such a small transaction, the shopkeeper finally looked up, his face a mask of confusion. Perhaps accustomed to dealing with many who had little, he eventually relented. Fine, I'll weigh it for you. Afterward, he took a pointed wooden scoop, sealed its bottom, and began filling it with rice. Frowning, the shopkeeper inquired, where's your rice bag? Chen Shi shook her head. I didn't bring one. The shopkeeper's patience began to wear thin. Who buys rice without a cloth bag? Feeling embarrassed, Chen Shi retracted her 5 copper coins. I apologize, shopkeeper. I shall return with a bag next time. Perhaps seeing her plight or perhaps reluctant to lose a sale, the shopkeeper sighed, wait here. Shortly after, he emerged from a corner with a white cloth bag, filled it with the weighed rice, and handed it to Chen Shi. Return the bag tomorrow. Chen Shi thought herself fortunate. It seemed she encountered kind-hearted individuals today. Upon returning home, she found Wenjiro lounging in a chair, her dark hair cascading freely as she dried it by the courtyard fire. Shi, why are you so late? I ran out of water for my bath today, and there is scarcely any firewood left. Do remember to gather more dry wood. Understood, Chen Shi replied. She entered the kitchen, placed the brown rice in the cupboard, fetched a clay pot, and poured half of the rice inside, preparing to wash it by the stream. Heir burst in with excitement. Sister, what delicious food do we have today? Taking his hand, Chen Shi led him to the stream. It's been a while since we had staple food. Tonight we can have porridge. She opened the fishing net she had left by the stream, only to find it disappointingly empty. With a sigh, she buried the net in a new spot, hoping for better luck the following day. For dinner, they had a large pot of brown rice porridge accompanied by a generous platter of verdant shepherd's purse. They gathered around the fire, quietly partaking of their meal. What kind of rice is this porridge made from? It is rather difficult to swallow, broke the silence with the delicate voice of the second young mistress. Chen Shi hastily responded, I earned only 5 won today, just enough to buy a bit of brown rice. I will look for work in town again tomorrow. When Jiwen reprimanded loudly, having food is already a blessing, why complain about it? The second young mistress bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing quite pitiful. I was merely inquiring. Enough of this, Lady Wen interjected, sighing. Chunner, our family has fallen on hard times. Life is no longer as affluent as it was in the marquis' residence. It is a blessing we survive, and she is working hard, searching for food on her own. She deserves our compassion. She, don't we have fish? Wenjiro's words made Chen Shi flush with embarrassment. Miss, there were no fish caught in the net today, replied Wenjiwen, her head bowed in thought. Heir looked around, his dark eyes darting back and forth. Sister, the porridge you made is delicious, I want a big bowl. Chen Shi's eyes curved into crescents. As long as Heir enjoys it. Chapter 17. The southern branch. After dinner, Chen Shi, seizing the last glimmers of twilight, picked up a kitchen knife, intent on gathering more firewood from the mountains, when Jihang hurriedly inquired, it's getting late. Where are you going? To chop wood, she replied, when Jihang quickly called for Wen Ziyuan. Ziyuan, accompany me. Shi, you stay home and rest. Chen Shi promptly protested, I am but a maid, how can I allow you to work? Besides, it's late, and you don't even know where to find dry firewood. Moreover, it is unsafe at home without a man at night. When Jihang paused, his dark eyes deepening, lips slightly parted, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Then let it be this way. Ziyuan, you stay home with them, and Shi will accompany me. Next time, I shall manage on my own. As they walked through the silent woods, the evening breeze wailed softly, and the chorus of insects in the grass added a touch of restlessness to the contemplative atmosphere. Shi, I apologize for the unjust burden placed upon you. Chen Shi, striding ahead, asked in confusion, what injustice? Oh, young master, I had forgotten. It's only natural to complain about the food when it's not to one's liking. Aren't you angry? What is there to be angry about? If I were to dwell on such unflattering remarks, I would have succumbed to rage many years ago. My stepmother berated me daily with the most venomous words, and I grew accustomed to it. When Ji Hong felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. I was raised amidst the praises of others, unable to tolerate even the slightest humiliation directed at me, much less towards those I care for. Should anyone insult you with their words in the future, inform me, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Chen Shi smiled. Very well. As dusk deepened, the light faded to the point where the path became indistinguishable. Chen Shi directed when Ji Hong in their task. He initially fumbled but soon grew adept, and together they quickly gathered 2 bundles of firewood and began their descent when Ji Hong hoisted both bundles onto his shoulders. Young master, allow me to carry one. No need. I can manage this little burden, let us proceed. Chen Shi closely followed behind him, observing his somewhat clumsy navigation through the mountains, occasionally colliding with trees or stumbling, yet ultimately maintaining his balance. Having witnessed the opulence of she found it hard to fathom how a person of such esteemed stature could fall into such disarray, yet he bore no complaints or grievances against fate, instead displaying a quiet resilience, truly a man of great character. At the moment when Ji Hong set down the firewood, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow and drank a bowl of clear spring water from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Shi swiftly moved the firewood into the woodshed, her dexterity leaving even herself in awe. He, having labored a mere fraction, felt utterly exhausted, while Chen Shi engaged in such endeavors daily. He prided himself on his strategies and martial skills, yet in the face of mundane tasks, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Once he regained his breath, he vowed to repay her kindness. The next day, Chen Shi returned the rice sack to the grain store and made her way to the flower street. Nanji, will you be purchasing the pear cloud cake again today? Nanji, flicking her handkerchief and leaning against the railing, responded curtly, oh, you little beggar, it seems you have become quite attached to me. Who eats cake every day? Move along, don't hinder me from attending to my clients. A rough, deep voice chimed in from the side. What are you doing, blocking the entrance to the one who Lu? Chen Shi lifted her gaze to see a burly man clad in simple, well-fitted attire, with a large head and a scar running across his face, his fierce eyes fixated on her like a lifeless object. Nanji immediately grabbed the intimidating figure, feigning a soft pout. Third brother, she is here looking for me, I will send her away at once. The man clicked his tongue against his cheek, his tone softening slightly. Hurry up. Don't impede the business of one who Lu. Alright, always so considerate, third brother. With that, she nuzzled against his arm, the corners of third brother's mouth turned upward, his eyes gleaming with a lascivious light. After sending him away, Nanji turned sharply to Chen Shi, her tone stern. Why are you still here? This is a brothel, not a place for a young girl like you. Chen Shi understood, though she felt slightly shaken by third brother's earlier intimidation. Nanji continued, go to the west exit alley and seek out a family with the surname Shui, have them find you some work and mention my name, you must not return here, now go. With that, she turned to chat with other courtesans. These nails are dyed beautifully with balsam flowers. I wonder if they are in bloom yet. Just wait, you shall have your share. As Nanji spun around and spotted a customer, she quickly donned a smile. Oh, isn't this Zhao Yuanwei? It has been ages since you sought out Nanji, I've missed you terribly, have you forgotten me? Zhao Yuanwei, his plump hands adorned with jade rings, reached for Nanji's slender waist, his hands soon wandering inappropriately downward. Nanji squirmed a bit but ultimately acquiesced, entering the one who Lu with him. Chen Shi hid in the shadows, observing the scene unfold with a heavy heart. So this was the reality of the brothel. Why did her sister Nanji, so kind-hearted, end up in such a place? Following Nanji's instructions, she located the west exit alley and inquired about the Shui family. After knocking on the door, it was opened by a simple, earnest man in his 20s. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. You say Nanji sent you to find me? Yes. The man pondered for a moment. There is hardly any work available now, but the apothecary is currently collecting chicken nest grass, 5 won per pound. The quality is good at this time, but at 1 T fetch a good price later. Chen Shi quickly expressed her gratitude. Should I bring it here? Yes, bring it here, and I'll sell it together for you later. Thank you, Brother Shui. Brother Shui scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I'm Shui Lianqing. Have you seen Nanji, is she well? Chen Shi was unsure how to respond, but she heard Shui Lianqing murmur, she must not be doing well. The bluestone bricks of the town glistened under the April star rain, reflecting the hazy outlines of the buildings. The green bricks in front of the Shui residence shone even brighter. Perhaps she lingered too long, or perhaps her gaze was drawn back. Chen Shi was unaware of the stories that lingered between them, yet she sensed a profound sadness within. Greetings after parting felt like a dream, distant and unattainable. Upon returning home, Chen Shi grasped her knife and climbed the mountain when Ziyuan, possessing some skill, had crafted a rudimentary basket from bamboo, just right for carrying up the hill. Following Shui Lianqing's instructions regarding the herbs, she traversed the mountain tirelessly. Thankfully, they could still rely on the mountains for sustenance. Had they ventured to the extreme north or the pestilential south, even begging would be futile. Finding joy amidst hardship was Chen Shi's finest quality. In the depths of the mountains, her harvest was plentiful. In April, many flowers and trees awakened from winter slumber, blossoming in their most tender moments. The bamboo basket on her back brimmed with chicken nest grass, and she even stumbled upon a patch of pine mushrooms and unearthed several long yams. She felt exceedingly fortunate. Chapter 18. The cook as Chen Shi was nearing home after descending the mountain, a large object suddenly flapped towards her, startling her into retreating a few steps. Chen Shi looked up to see Cui Yong'an leaning against a pine tree, his eyes glimmering with mischief, arms crossed. "What's the matter?" "The chicken on the ground is for you. Tomorrow, prepare a feast for me, I have guests to entertain." Chen Shi glanced at the plump chicken on the ground and nodded eagerly. Today, she had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. The dinner was unusually sumptuous. The tender white yam softened the coarse rice, bubbling in the clay pot, while the mountain chicken, after being plucked, was stir-fried and then stewed with matsutake mushrooms, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted through the courtyard. Chicken fat was rendered down, a few fragrant little fish were pan-fried to perfection, and a vibrant dish of oil-drenched shepherd's purse completed the meal. When Ji-hung returned to see such a lavish spread, he could not help but express his surprise. "What special occasion is it today? Are we celebrating?" Chen Shi shook her head with a smile. "No, today is simply a rare stroke of luck, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence that deserves a lively celebration." When Jiro, sitting nearby, stifled her laughter. "Look at you, so unrefined." "Well, this is as refined as I can manage." During the meal, everyone was in high spirits. When Ji-hung kept piling meat into Chen Shi's bowl. "Young master, I've had enough. Eat more, you're as thin as a rail." After finishing the meal, Chen Shi lay on the bluestone slab, her hand resting on her full belly. So this is what it feels like to be satiated. Her stomach was comfortably full, freeing her from the worry of hunger. In the next moment, her head grew heavy, and her eyelids drooped, sleepiness overtaking her. She often heard people say that a full belly leads to drowsiness. Now she understood it to be true. Usually, she was so hungry that she couldn't sleep. In her haze, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly sat up to see Wen Ji-hung coming over, sitting beside her. "Get up and move around a bit after eating, lest you can't sleep tonight." "Not at all, I could fall asleep right now." Hearing this, Wen Ji-hung chuckled softly. "The ground is covered with green chicken coop grass. What purpose does it serve?" "Oh, the locals call it chicken coop grass, it fetches 5 won a pound in town." Wen Ji-hung nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your hard work in managing this household. I am your maid. It is my duty to do so." When Ji-hung's dark eyes fixed intently on her, a flicker of something unusual glimmering in the firelight of the dim evening, Chen Shi felt the weight of his gaze, her scalp prickling, and she awkwardly touched her face. "Young master, what are you looking at?" When Ji-hung averted his gaze, letting out a light laugh. "You are quite lovely." Chen Shi laughed awkwardly, pondering whether there was something amiss with the young master's gaze. "Shi, could you tell me about your past?" Chen Shi shook her head. "I am quite happy now and do not wish to dwell on the past." "And what about the future? Have you ever thought about it?" "I am not very clever, I only know to eat well and stay warm. Who knows what the future holds?" Say, in the past, there was a boy named Junxing in Xiangyang village, about my age, who aspired to be the manager of the Moonful building in town. He secretly learned to read, and his father sought connections to get him a position as a waiter there. He steadily approached his dream, but alas, a conscription notice came, and he went to war, ultimately dying on the battlefield. His mother cried until her eyes were blinded. So, what is there to discuss about the future? "Young master, a few days ago, I told the miss that my greatest wish was to have a full meal. I never anticipated it would be realized so soon. I am quite content now, and that is enough." When Ji-hung fell silent for a moment, gazing up at the dark expanse of the sky. "Indeed, that is enough." The next morning at dawn, Chen Shi rose early, cleaned the courtyard, reheated the leftover food from the previous night, boiled water in the large pot, and prepared to head up the mountain with a basket on her back, a vegetable knife in hand, and a bamboo tube of water slung over her shoulder. Upon seeing her, Wen Ji-hung hurriedly called out, "Why are you up so early?" Chen Shi smiled, "Waking early gives me more time to gather chicken coop grass and earn some coins to exchange for rice in town." Wen Ji-hung felt a pang of frustration but found himself powerless, unable to extricate himself. "Be careful. Don't stray too far up the mountain." Watching Chen Shi bounce away, he clenched his hands, veins bulging. All he could do was utter some meaningless words of concern. Chen Shi, rising early to ascend the mountain, had another important task. She had promised to prepare a feast for Cui Yong'an, and his chicken could not go to waste. By noon, after filling a basket with chicken coop grass, she returned to the courtyard, spread out the herbs, and informed the mistress before stepping out. As soon as she entered Cui Yong'an's yard, the raucous voices within halted her in her tracks. "Why are you only just arriving?" Cui Yong'an pulled her into the courtyard. There were at least 7 or 8 people there, all staring at Chen Shi with wide eyes. "Yong'an, when did you marry a new wife? Why wasn't there an invitation for the wedding feast?" Cui Yong'an waved his hand dismissively. "Don't be ridiculous, this is the cook I hired." One loud voice chimed in, "I knew it, how could Yong'an fall for someone like her?" Once in the kitchen, Chen Shi gritted her teeth, thinking she might add a bit more salt to their dishes, making them drink more water to wash out their filthy mouths. Thoughts aside, she focused on her tasks. After a busy afternoon, she presented a table laden with delicious dishes, causing the disdainful expressions of the men to shift into a hint of embarrassment. The man in white soon arrived as well, greeting Chenxi with familiarity. Little girl, you've worked hard again. I have a name, it's Chenxi. I'm launching a courtesy name Yoji. How is your courtyard coming along? Chenxi responded while serving the dishes, I've been living there for a few days. Lan Qinghe was taken aback. That was quick. The previous room had too many mice, and there were unsavory characters loitering outside, so I tidied one room and moved in. Once Chenxi had finished her tasks, she washed her hands and informed Cui Yong'an that she was leaving. Lan Qinghe quickly called after her. You've been busy for so long, eat something before you go. Chenxi shook her head. No, I still have to prepare the meal at home, I'm in a hurry. Cui Yong'an frowned. If you don't cook, will they just starve while waiting? Chenxi paused at the threshold, turning to say, I am their maid. It is my duty. Wait, Cui Yong'an handed her a piece of pork he had taken from the kitchen. Chenxi's eyes lit up. I've already accepted your chicken, I cannot take more. Cui Yong'an scoffed, a smirk on his lips. Take it. What are you pretending for? Chenxi's eyes crinkled into crescents as she smiled and accepted it. Cui Yong'an truly was a good person, despite his somewhat unrefined words. Chapter 19. The moldy fabric. When Ji Hung gazed at the slices of meat served at dinner with a sense of bewilderment. Have the herbs been sold? No, I plan to take them to town tomorrow to sell. Then where did this meat come from? Oh, it's from a neighbor who lives in the mountains. He isn't very skilled in cooking and is entertaining guests today, so he asked me to prepare a meal for him. This pork is my compensation. Upon hearing Chenxi's words, when Ji Hung's anxious heart relaxed somewhat. We can eat less. Though the food may not be good, we mustn't resort to doing anything unethical for sustenance. Having finished his meal, Chenxi was organizing the herbs when she paused, taken aback by Ji Hung's words. Are you referring to unfortunate cases like Widow Wang in the village, who, unable to afford food, finds a man to spend the night with for her basic needs? When Ji Hung quickly clarified, that's not what I meant, Chenxi's voice was somewhat muffled as she continued. Though my status is lowly, everything I possess, from my clothing to my meals, is earned through my own diligent labor. I can distinguish between right and wrong. When Ji Hung felt a pang of regret. I apologize, my previous words were thoughtless, please do not take them to heart. Chenxi offered no reply, instead focusing on tidying the herbs and then washing her basket by the creek before retreating indoors to rest. The next day, Chenxi rose early, only to find that Ji Hung had awakened even earlier. I will accompany you to gather herbs in the mountains. Chenxi hoisted her basket onto her back and picked up a kitchen knife. I am heading deep into the mountains and won't return until noon. If you accompany me, you may miss the time to visit the mine. When Ji Hung sighed. Are you still upset with me? Chenxi glanced at Ji Hung before tightening the cuffs of her trousers. Young master, I am merely a maid. There is no need for such concern, I must take my leave. The morning air in the mountains was crisp, and patches of fog clung to the summit. Before long, droplets of moisture adorned Chenxi's hair and eyebrows, enhancing the brilliance of her gaze. As noon approached, she encountered several clusters of white flowers by the roadside on her descent. The blossoms were a pristine white, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Chenxi paused to gather a handful, placing them in her basket, which lifted her spirits considerably. Upon returning home, she placed the flowers in a previously broken jar for safekeeping, collected the dried herbs she had set out earlier, and made her way to town. Shui Lianqing furrowed his brow at the sight of Chenxi's herbs. You should sell them the same day you gather them. That way, they will retain their quality and be weighed accurately with their current state. Who knows if the apothecary will accept them? Come, let us try our luck. Chenxi felt somewhat disheartened. She had hoped to gather enough herbs over a few days to save herself multiple trips, only to encounter unexpected complications. However, the apothecary's doctor examined her herbs without complaint and calculated her earnings at 6 won per pound, leaving her elated. Your herbs are clean and free of weeds. Hurry and gather more, by the end of the month, they will no longer be accepted. Chenxi weighed her 121 in copper coins, her demeanor changing with the newfound fortune. She hurried to a small fabric shop, eager to purchase some inexpensive cloth. The fabrics in the shop were neatly arranged, vibrant and diverse, overwhelming Chenxi's senses. Shopkeeper, do you have any cheaper fabric? The middle-aged proprietor, sporting a beard, appeared rather unapproachable. Go on, where did this little beggar come from? Hurry and leave. Chenxi assessed her own appearance. Though her clothes were worn, they were not torn, and her hair was neatly tied into a small bun. Surely, she did not appear as a beggar. Shopkeeper, I am here to buy fabric. Do you have any money? All my fabrics are silk and satin, starting at 3 taels of silver. Can you afford that? Oh, that was beyond her means. She turned to leave the fabric shop, only to be drawn into a ready-made clothing store instead. Young lady, are you looking for inexpensive fabric? Do you sell fabric here as well? Of course. Who says only fabric shops sell fabric? We have it too. What are your prices? Cotton fabric is 85 won per piece. Upon hearing this, Chenxi instinctively started to leave. The shopkeeper, a woman of enduring charm, quickly detained her. Go ahead and inquire around. Coarse cotton fabric is at least 101. Then I will buy coarse linen, it should be cheaper. Coarse linen, it will chafe your skin, suitable for outer garments, but not for underclothes. 71. The shopkeeper smiled as she patted Chen Shi's shoulder. Deal. Was she really so quick to agree? Surely, this was too good to be true. When the shopkeeper produced the fabric, Chen Shi realized that the bargain indeed came at a cost. The cloth bore unsightly dark yellow spots, prompting her to shake her head. This fabric is moldy. No wonder you were so willing to sell it so quickly. The shopkeeper replied with a grin, this is the only piece I have. It got moldy in the rainy season. Typically, I wouldn't sell it for less than 121, but today, you got lucky. Chen Shi pondered, I have no scissors or needles. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you so impoverished that you can't afford these necessities? Yet you still wish to buy fabric? This piece won't appeal to wealthy families, and those without funds cannot afford it. Very few, like me, are willing to buy it. If you lend me some needles and thread, and let me borrow your scissors, I will pay you back. The shopkeeper scoffed. For one piece of fabric, I can afford to lose, but a pair of scissors is worth as much as a piece of fabric. I won't engage in such a transaction. Chen Shi then pointed to a pile of scraps in the corner. Do you still need those fabric remnants? Do you want them? Yes, for 10 copper coins, you can pack them up. 80 copper coins, and you can throw in some needles. How about that? How can I cut the fabric without scissors? I'll borrow some from my neighbor later. Stepping out of the ready-made clothing store, Chen Shi's spirit sank once more. With her meager amount of copper coins, she felt hopeless. She then went to a grain shop to buy some old rice. The shopkeeper advised her to wash the rice several times. When cooked, the porridge would taste just as delightful as new rice, and it was more affordable. With her remaining 2 she bought some sugar fragments for Ruier before heading home. The items in the basket grew heavier with each step, leaving red marks on her shoulders as she traversed the rugged mountain path back home. She paused several times before finally arriving when Jiro hurriedly took the burden from her shoulders. Why did you buy so much? Chen Shi gulped down some water, collapsing onto the bluestone slab in silence. Shi, why is this piece of fabric moldy? Wen Furin inquired, frowning. Oh, I couldn't afford a non-moldy one. The second young mistress examined the fabric closely. The moldy areas seem extensive at first glance, but inside, it's mostly unaffected and still usable. When Jiro picked up a large bag of fabric scraps. What do you plan to do with these? Chen Shi replied softly, I thought to make a few pillows, as the mistress often complains of neck pain while sleeping. Wen Furin smiled warmly. You are such a thoughtful child. Ruier squatted beside Chen Shi, fanning her with a large leaf he had found. Sister, are you very tired? Chen Shi smiled gently. Ruier, there are some sugar fragments at the bottom of the basket. Go ahead and have some. Ruier obediently retrieved the sugar and sat beside Chen Shi, feeding her a handful. Sister, is it sweet? Yes, the sugar you give is especially sweet. When Furin and the second young mistress discussed the styles of clothing they wished to tailor, while when Jiro sifted through the scraps, discovering a piece of silk she intended to use for a handkerchief. They each immersed themselves in their own joys, leaving Chen Shi in solitude. Bored from sitting idle, Chen Shi, feeling rejuvenated, shouldered her basket once more and stepped out of the courtyard. Chapter 20 Apparel. When Jihang and Wen Ziyuan returned home for the first time, they found no food awaiting them. Where is she? Lady Wen inquired with a furrowed brow as she sat in the courtyard. Isn't she cooking? When Jiro emerged from the house and hastily added, she went out after returning from town, hasn't she come back yet? Taking a deep breath, when Jihang replied, she has been with you all this time. Surely you're aware of her absence. The second young mistress whispered softly, she seldom informs us when she goes out. Lady Wen spoke in a low tone, could it be that she couldn't bear the hardship and has run away? With downcast eyes, when Jihang felt a chilling dread envelop him, his hands clenched tightly. She wouldn't do that. Ruier, huddled nearby, mustered the courage to speak. Uncle, my sister went up the mountain with a basket. Could she be in danger? Without hesitation, when Jihang turned and exited the courtyard. Ziyuan, take a fire starter and search for her on the mountain. Indeed, Chen Shi had fallen into peril. She had stepped into a trap dug by a hunter. The pit was deep and filled with bamboo spikes. Fortunately, she had fallen in sideways, otherwise, the spikes would have pierced her body, leaving her lifeless in an instant. Earlier, she had been quite alert, but today fatigue had overtaken her. She attempted various methods to escape but found none effective. However, she was not anxious. Instead, she resolved to rest for the night within the trap, hoping that the hunter would come to rescue her on the morrow. As dusk descended, the forest grew increasingly silent. Chen Shi felt no confusion in this dire situation. After all, she had grown accustomed to a life of neglect. Sleeping in one place was no different from another. The bed was merely a wooden board, devoid of thick blankets or the comforting aroma of sun-dried cotton. Yet, hunger gnawed at her day and her days. She thought she heard someone calling her name. Initially, she dismissed it. Such occurrences seemed impossible for someone like her. Throughout her life, no one had ever inquired about her whereabouts. She continued to sleep, and as she drifted off, the pangs of hunger faded. As the voice grew louder, she eventually recognized that it was the eldest young master seeking her. She sprang to her feet, calling out hoarsely, I'm here. Before long, the voice of the eldest young master resonated nearby. I'm here. As the light of a fire drew closer, his handsome figure came into view. She could see the sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes filled with concern. Upon spotting her, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? No, she replied. He relaxed, murmuring, thank goodness, thank goodness. He reassured Chen Shi, wait here. I'll find a long enough branch to pull you up. With her basket secured, Chen Shi grasped the branch Wen Jihang extended, using her strength to climb step by step. Nearing the exit, Wen Jihang lifted her with his right hand, pulling her out. Chen Shi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Wen Jihang sat beside her, smiling helplessly. Were you frightened? Chen Shi looked up. At first, I was a bit scared. I feared for my life, yet, I soon realized that panicking was futile. I could merely sleep in the trap for a night. I didn't expect you would come looking for me, which makes me very happy. Wen Jihang affectionately ruffled her disheveled hair. Can you walk? I can. Never mind, I'll carry you. Without waiting for a response, he crouched down, signaling for Chen Shi to climb onto his back. His back was soaked with sweat, and the warmth of his body enveloped her, flushing her cheeks. They hadn't walked long when a gentle sway lulled her into a dreamy state. Chen Shi stifled a yawn and whispered, Eldest young master, I'm so sleepy, may I rest on your back? Of course. She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her face against his neck, her warm breath grazing his skin, sending shivers through her. When Jihang paused, a resigned smile crossing his face, she was truly exhausted. As they continued, she awoke briefly, feeling the weight of the basket pressing uncomfortably against her. Chen Shi insisted on walking, but Wen Jihang would not allow it. He slightly bent his back to make her more comfortable as she rested against him. Chen Shi's voice was slightly hoarse. Eldest young master, you are so kind to me. Wen Jihang chuckled softly. This is nothing. You have taken on my responsibilities, helping to care for my family. Without you along this journey, they might not have survived until now. Ah, hearing you say that makes me feel quite remarkable. You are indeed the most remarkable, he replied. Hee, are you still angry with me? Ha? Then that means you're not angry. I'm not angry, truly. If I were, it wouldn't be like this. By the time they returned to the courtyard, it was already quite late. Someone had warmed the leftover food from the morning, and everyone had already retired for the night. When Jihang and Chen Shi shared some of the thin porridge among the people in the courtyard, none regarded Chen Shi as significant. She was merely their servant, a maid. No one would value the life of a mere maid. What she did was simply what was expected of her. As she lay on the wooden board, she pondered throughout the night, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. It seemed that only the eldest young master cared for her at all. Had she not inadvertently witnessed him scrubbing his neck by the stream, repeatedly sniffing his own scent, she might have continued to believe that he was the kindest person towards her. Suddenly, she questioned the purpose of her previous efforts, tirelessly bustling about each day. What was it all for? Right, she feared being killed by the eldest young master. Yes, it was for the sake of survival. On the following morning, she rose early and returned to the mountain to gather chicken nest grass, collecting a large bunch of white flowers along the way. On a slope, she found a blossoming branch of purple starflowers, which looked quite lovely when gathered together. Upon returning to the courtyard, she collected the medicinal herbs she had gathered the previous day. The porridge, simmered gently over a low flame, was ready. After taking a few bites, the second young mistress exclaimed, Where did you get these flowers? They re quite beautiful. Delighted, she snatched the flowers away. Noticing this, Chen Shi stepped ahead and reclaimed the flowers before shouldering her basket and heading out the door. Shi, what are you doing? Is this how you treat your masters? Leave the flowers. Chen Shi paid no heed to their shouts, even as they strained their voices. Arriving in town, she sold the chicken nest grass for over 60 coins, spending 20 of them at Wu's dim sum shop to buy a box of pear cloud cake slices. In the bustling streets, she finally spotted Nanji. The latter looked at Chen Shi in confusion. Didn't I tell you not to come here again? Chen Shi offered the flowers she had gathered. Last time you mentioned waiting for a particular flower to bloom. I didn't know which flower you meant, but I thought you liked flowers, so I picked these for you. Upon seeing the flowers in her hands, Nanji's eyes twitched. Her companions nearby burst into laughter. Nanji, someone brought you flowers, and they're gardenias. Chen Shi began to doubt her actions. Nanji's expression was visibly displeased. Chen Shi then handed Nanji the box of pear cloud cake slices. From Wu's dim sum shop, just out of the pot. At that moment, those around them cast strange glances at Chen Shi, all laughter ceasing, their eyes reflecting disdain mixed with a hint of envy. Finally, Nanji broke into a smile. You little girl, so poor yet willing to spend a fortune on pear cloud cake for me. Chen Shi smiled back. Since Nanji treated me to a meal, I must repay you. I must go now, I'll visit you when I have the time. As Nanji watched Chen Shi walk away, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I still don't even know her name. The bright petals of the flowers in her arms, imbued with dew, shimmered under the sun's embrace. She brought the flowers to her nose, inhaling their fragrance. These flowers smell quite lovely. With the remaining coins, Chen Shi exchanged them for rice and slowly made her way home. Along the way, she sensed someone following her. She thought to herself, in her state of poverty and plainness, who would dare to rob her? Chapter 21 The branding of the outlaw. Chen Shi quickened her pace, gradually transforming her walk into a run. The man behind her, seeing her flee, could no longer restrain himself and seized her by the nape of her neck, flinging her violently to the ground. The brute's strength was formidable, and the impact sent stars dancing before her eyes. He pinned her down with relentless force, using his body to restrain her while his hands roamed over her in search of valuables. Chen Shi screamed desperately, I have no money. The ruffian's large hand struck her face with a resounding slap. You dare claim you're broke when I know you can afford to buy pastries from Wu's shop. Blood filled her mouth, the metallic taste intensifying her headache. I swear, that was for someone else. Please, spare me. Spare you, even without cash, your body holds some worth, perhaps enough to fetch 2 taels of silver. He hoisted her frail form, dragging her by her hair down the road to Ping'an town. Clinging tightly to the hand that clutched her hair, she steadied herself for a moment and delivered a swift kick to his groin. He yelped in pain, instinctively releasing her to protect his injury. Just as Chen Shi was searching for a stone to smash the villain's head, an unexpected kick sent him sprawling. Li, you thought you could escape me, this time, I will end you. The man named Li, upon recognizing the threat before him, turned and fled, disregarding his own injuries in his haste. As the benefactor turned around, Chen Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Cui Yong'an, what a coincidence. Cui Yong'an scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a disdainful smile. Chen Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, perplexed. Is there something amusing? Cui Yong'an remained silent, merely assisting her in retrieving her basket. Are you all right? Chen Shi shook her head. I'm fine. If you hadn't shown up, I would have already dealt with him. Cui Yong'an let out a cold huff. It seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. Without uttering another word, she hoisted the basket onto her back. Her leg had twisted during the struggle, and she limped forward, noticing her discomfort. Cui Yong'an quickly moved to support her. They hadn't walked far before they paused in a shaded area to rest. Chen Shi examined Cui Yong'an from head to toe. He was robust, with strong arms, a handsome face, and eyes that, when not fierce, held a gentle softness. The scar on his forehead lent him an aura of rugged charm. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Cui Yong'an adjusted his clothing. What are you staring at? Chen Shi blinked. Brother Cui, I heard from your friends that you're still unmarried. Would you consider marrying me? Cui Yong'an turned his face away, pridefully. If you want to marry me, you'll have to wait in line. Chen Shi chuckled softly, wincing as she touched her bruised face. Ignoring the pain, she boldly remarked, in our village, we say that someone like you, muscled and capable, is a good catch. You could provide for me and protect me from harm. Cui Yong'an instinctively distanced himself from her. His eyes were filled with disbelief and disdain. What kind of talk is that for a girl? Chen Shi frowned, confused. That's what everyone in the village says. Cui Yong'an, who prided himself on his thick skin, was taken aback by her shamelessness. He abruptly stood up, brushed off his clothes, and dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Chen Shi was left bewildered. Was there a ghost chasing him? After resting sufficiently, she gradually stood up, shouldering her basket and limping along. Suddenly, Cui Yong'an returned. He looked at her pitiful state with evident annoyance. How's your foot? Can you still walk? As he reached out to help her, Chen Shi attempted to grasp his arm for support, but he recoiled. Don't touch me. Losing her balance, she fell to the side, her chin striking the ground. All that raced through her mind was, damn it, why is he back? Eventually, Cui Yong'an led the way, holding one end of a stick, while Chen Shi followed behind, grasping the other end. His strides were long and swift, while she, being shorter and injured, struggled to keep up. Were it not for the face-saving gesture of him turning back, Chen Shi would have suggested, perhaps you should just let me go. I can manage on my own. As they meandered along, dust began to settle. They soon encountered Wen Zhiheng and Wen Jiro at the entrance of a courtyard. Wen Zhiheng's gaze was dark and inscrutable, while Wen Jiro appeared utterly shocked. Shi, come here quickly. Chen Shi hesitated, glancing left and right, before finally looking at Cui Yong'an. Brother Cui, thank you for today. I shall express my gratitude another time. Wen Jiro rushed forward, grasping Chen Shi's arm. Why are you associating with this person? He is a notorious scoundrel. Cui Yong'an crossed his arms, his eyes sharp like a predatory beast. What did you say? Wen Jiro cast a scornful glance at Cui Yong'an. Bah! You lecher! Cui Yong'an smirked, his tongue pressed against his cheek. Lecherous, am I? Wen Zhiheng, who had been silent until now, radiated an icy aura as he spoke. You're courting death. In a flash, he lunged forward, kicking off the wall to propel himself into a graceful spin, wielding the stick towards Cui Yong'an's face. Unfazed, Cui Yong'an sidestepped effortlessly, the stick narrowly missing him and sending a few strands of his ink-black hair flying. With the agility of a panther, he counterattacked with ferocity, exuding the raw power of a beast, while Wen Zhiheng, trained through rigorous discipline, executed his moves with refined elegance. Chen Shi stood by, mesmerized, watching the intense confrontation unfold. Surely, the wall wouldn't collapse under the strain. After a flurry of exchanges, Cui Yong'an stumbled back, his left leg bending, his right shoe sinking into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brother Cui, you're truly impressive to hold your own against the young master. Cui Yong'an brushed his fingers across his nose. I merely allowed him some leeway out of consideration for you. He stands no chance against me. Wen Zhiheng's frosty voice pierced her ears. Such arrogance. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously. It was clear that if Cui Yong'an lingered any longer, he would not show mercy. In the kitchen of the courtyard, Chen Shi was washing rice and preparing porridge, while Wen Jiro scolded her, and the usually gentle Wen Zhiheng remained silent. She, never associate with such people again. Did you not see the lewd character branded on his forehead? Chen Shi replied quietly. Miss, I cannot read. Wen Jiro was momentarily speechless. He committed a crime of lewdness and was exiled here. He is surely approaching you with ulterior motives. Keep your distance from him, he is a notorious rogue. Chen Shi maintained her gentle tone. I would have welcomed his advances, but he declined, likely thinking me too unappealing. Wenjiro pointed at Chen Shi, struggling to find her words. You must have some kind of mental deficiency. Chen Shi kindled a fire, watching the flames dance. He is a good person. Wenjiro, exasperated, retorted, which of your eyes saw that? With my heart, Chen Shi replied earnestly, locking her gaze with Wenjiro's. I felt it deeply. Chapter 22. The quarrel as the somber night deepened, when Ji Hung, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke. Shi, you are not to associate with him any longer. Chen Shi remained mute. He is a criminal of the Cui family from Qinghe, and the Cui family is a prominent aristocratic clan. Being involved with him could jeopardize your life. Chen Shi continued to hold her silence. Shi, speak. When Ji Hung grasped her wrist, compelling her to meet his gaze, Chen Shi looked at the hand that had seized her wrist, then raised her eyes to Wen Ji Hung. He instinctively loosened his grip under her steady stare. Chen Shi added a few sticks to the fire. Young master, you should wash your hands. Ruier rushed in, breathless. Sister, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Chen Shi smiled warmly. It will be ready shortly. Ruier looked at her with a puzzled expression, his tender hand brushing against her cheek. Sister, why do you have fingerprints on your face? Did someone hit you? Both Wen Ji Hung and Wenjiro were taken aback when Ji Hung scrutinized Chen Shi's face and noticed that it was swollen, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Shi, who struck you? Was it that man with the surname Cui? Chen Shi shook her head. No, I don't know that person. He slapped me, and I kicked him back, that settles it. How can that be considered even? Chen Shi replied calmly. Will young master seek justice for me? Naturally, you are under my protection. I am merely a servant, young master need not concern himself. Besides, I have long grown accustomed to such pain, and I have learned to defend myself. I will retaliate on the spot, no need for others to intervene later. When Ji Hung softened his tone, perplexed. Shi, what is troubling you today? Let us eat. The second young mistress said weakly as she sipped from her bowl of congee. Drinking plain congee these past days has sapped my strength. I spent all day yesterday cutting fabric, and now I feel a bit dizzy. Upon hearing this, Lady Wen promptly inquired of Chen Shi. Shi, haven't you been gathering herbs to sell these days? Remember to bring back some meat. If the adults do not eat, Ruier cannot endure it either. The second young mistress continued, be sure to gather another bunch of flowers today, they were exceptionally beautiful. This morning, I wished to see your bouquet, yet you hastily took it back to I in the past, at that, you would have been beaten to death for such an act. When Ji Yuan immediately reprimanded, what nonsense are you spouting? She works hard for her earnings, simply having food is already a blessing. Lady Wen spoke sternly. Ji Yuan, Chunner is not wrong, why are you scolding her? When Jiro interjected impatiently. Let us eat, why engage in such talk? When there was nothing before, why did none of you nitpick? When Ji Hung remained silent, observing Chen Shi beside him, calmly eating as if their discussion bore no relevance to her. What was amiss with her? She was fine just yesterday. Is there anything else? I will gather everything tomorrow. Chen Shi's soft words halted their quarrel. She turned to Wenjiro. Miss, do you have any scraps of cloth? Yes. I need a few pieces. She hobbled to gather firewood from the shed, tidying it beneath the eaves, after which she moved a door plank inside the shed. This would be her resting place from now on. She had some chicken nest grass left over, which she crushed and applied to her swollen ankle, biting her lip as she tightly bound it with cloth. After a night's rest, she hoped to feel much better by morning. Outside, a tall figure obscured the faint silver light of the moon when Ji Hung crouched down, intending to help Chen Shi with her wounds. Chen Shi quickly raised her hand to stop him. I have already treated it, young master need not trouble himself. Though his expression was obscured, his words seemed tinged with frustration. You were struck, and your foot is injured. Why did you not tell me? Chen Shi let out a light laugh. I thought my actions were obvious enough for you to see. It is merely a minor issue, rest for a couple of days, and it will be fine. Why draw attention to it and seem like I am seeking sympathy? Are you blaming me? Chen Shi pondered, did her words carry any reproach? Young master, your hand has rubbed my head raw from washing it repeatedly, and the night you carried me back, you felt nauseated and soaked your skin in the creek until it wrinkled. With every word you speak to me, I cannot fathom how much pride and humiliation you must suppress to speak gently and calmly. You truly need not put yourself through such hardship. I do not harbor resentment for your indifference, nor shall I feel gratitude for your occasional words of concern. Therefore, you need only to be yourself, just as you were at the beginning, when you regarded me with disdain. I am your maid, my contract resides in and I will fulfill my duties. Young master, I wish to rest now. Chen Shi turned to her side, listening to the croaking frogs and chirping insects in the fields, along with Wen Ji Hung's slightly uneven breathing. She did not know when he left. It was of no consequence. She did not require the affections of others. She had never had them since childhood, nor did she desire them. After a day's rest, her foot felt much improved, and she resumed her routine. At dawn, she swept the courtyard, prepared breakfast, then ascended the mountain to gather firewood, continuing to collect chicken nest grass, and at noon, she exchanged her goods for money, occasionally purchasing some meat or a few eggs, but mostly rice and grains. Her life was frugal. After finishing dinner, she took a torch to tend to the nearby vegetable garden, renting a hoe from Brother Zhang in the neighboring village for 3 copper coins a day. Ever since that night, they had not exchanged words for several days. To be frank, there was truly nothing to discuss between them. Their vastly different statuses and experiences destined them for a lack of common ground. What could they possibly converse about? The weather, dinner plans, whose clothes were tattered. Ru'er sometimes accompanied her in the fields, his youthful curiosity untainted by the burdens of labor. Even when bitten by mosquitoes, he had no desire to return home. Once, they found a nest of quails in the field, yielding several tiny eggs, and his face lit up with joy, boasting to his father that evening occasionally, he would sit beside her, doodling with a twig. "What are you drawing?" Ru'er pouted. "Father is teaching me to recognize characters. He quizzes me every day." Chen Shi fell silent for a moment before asking, "Ru'er, there are many job postings in town that require literacy. I wish to learn as well, could you teach me?" Ru'er, elated that Chen Shi was willing to study with him, approached his lessons with newfound vigor, often adopting a serious demeanor as he taught her, mimicking a little scholar. "Today, you must learn 5 characters. You shall not eat until you have mastered them." Sometimes, he himself struggled to recognize them all but feared admitting it to Chen Shi, concerned it would shatter his little scholar's image. However, he diligently pursued his studies thereafter, much to Wen Ji Yuan's delight. The time for gathering chicken nest grass came to an end early in May. The apothecary had ceased accepting herbs. Chen Shi felt anxious. "Brother Shui, do you know of any other work available?" Shui Lianqing shook his head. "There are too many people seeking work in town. Everyone wants to earn money. It is truly difficult." Shui Lianqing could no longer assist her, having already extended his help for quite some time out of goodwill for Nanji. She wandered aimlessly around town and, passing by the tailor shop where she once sold fabric, suddenly had an idea. "Shopkeeper, do you accept embroidery work in addition to making garments?" Chapter 23. The life of a grassroot. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Shi quietly inquired of Wenjiro while she was preparing a meal. "Miss, do you know how to embroider?" Wenjiro, upon hearing this, spoke with great pride. "Embroidery, of course, is within my skill set. My embroidery is renowned in the capital, second to none, and I am proficient in the exceedingly difficult art of double-sided embroidery." Wow, that's impressive, Chen Shi thought to herself, but with such prowess, how could she possibly struggle to earn silver? The innkeeper had mentioned that a piece of exquisite embroidery could fetch over 100 taels of silver. 100 taels, just how many copper coins would that amount to? She envisioned living in a grand mansion, enveloped in thick bedding, foregoing coarse cotton for fine silk, enjoying plump, white steamed buns 3 times a day, devouring 2 at each meal. "Miss, the shops in town are accepting quality embroidered pieces, and each could sell for a handsome sum. This way, we need not fret over finances." "What did you say?" When Jiro's expression darkened, her anger palpable, Chen Shi wondered if she had misspoken. "Is it forbidden to embroider?" When Jiro retorted sharply. "Of course it is forbidden. How could my creations be subjected to the whims of the marketplace, to be trifled with by the unscrupulous? I once embroidered a grand landscape, which was personally mounted by His Majesty upon a screen and presented to the current Empress Dowager. It now graces her chambers. What an honor it is, yet you, with your petty calculations, now seek to tarnish my glory. I assure you, such thoughts are utterly unfathomable." Chen Shi, naturally, could not comprehend such sentiments. She was a person of humble means, utterly unaware of what honor entailed. Witnessing the young lady's intense indignation, it became clear that this was something of paramount importance to her, perhaps even more than her own life. "I am sorry, I did not know, keep your distance from me." When Jiro shouted. Chen Shi lamented the situation. Having hoped for a better life, she mused about venturing into the mountains to set traps for game, which could be quite valuable. However, this required a deep understanding of animal behavior, and where would she find someone willing to impart such skills? Desperate measures would not quench her immediate thirst. Perhaps she could offer her culinary skills at an inn, yet, should she leave, there would be no one to tend to the needs of these masters. Moreover, they would likely refuse her proposition. She was adept at making a delightful type of stuffed flatbread, but this required an oven, and her current funds were scant. It was truly a daunting predicament. Might it be better for everyone to simply starve together? The following day, she set off towards town with a few fish in hand. Before leaving, she informed Madame Wen that she might return late, suggesting they wash their own clothes and prepare their own dinner. Madame Wen nodded in agreement. "Go on, we can manage these trivial tasks ourselves." After several days of clear skies, the weather gradually darkened. Perhaps the Dragon Boat Festival was drawing near. She recalled from childhood that during this time, sunny days were rare and rain frequent. At the bustling market, she sold her fish for 12 copper coins, hoping to sell quickly and find some work in town. Any income would be a blessing. She meandered towards the flower street, suddenly recalling that she had not visited Nanji in quite some time. Nanji languidly leaned against the staircase railing, tossing her red handkerchief in her palm, appearing quite impatient. Her wandering gaze caught sight of Chen Shi, who was hiding in a corner of the brothel, silently smiling at her. With a graceful sway of her supple waist, Nanji approached Chen Shi, exuding charm. "Little girl, you are far more diligent than those men." Chen Shi chuckled softly. Nanji scrutinized Chen Shi intently. "Your eyes are captivating." She then dismissively flicked her embroidered red handkerchief. Her alabaster fingers, adorned with a reddish-orange hue, appeared delicate and radiant, akin to jade. In this world, it is no easy task for a woman. Any hint of color in her life often leads to a lifetime of hardship, but you seem to manage well. Suddenly, a group of customers ascended the staircase of the brothel, led by a man clad in dark robes with an imposing hairstyle. Their accents hinted at origins from the capital. Each member of the group bore a solemn and intimidating demeanor, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Upon noticing the newcomers, Nanji hurriedly approached to entice them. With a charming smile, she covered her lips with her red handkerchief. "Gentlemen, is this your first visit to the Wan Hualu for entertainment?" Before she could finish her sentence, two piercing glints of light flashed like lightning, and from a distance, Chen Shi felt the warm, rusty crimson of blood drench her form. She stood frozen, hearing one of the group coldly utter, "What are you laughing at? Do you not see our master is displeased?" In that instant, as her eyes widened, a head rolled down the staircase, its face one she had just seen smiling at her. The severed arm fell to the ground, still clutching the vibrant red handkerchief adorned with roses. In a heartbeat, screams erupted around her, and people scattered in terror. The street was left with the peculiar group, the trembling madam of the brothel, and Chen Shi. Fresh blood trickled from her forehead to her lips, tasting both sweet and metallic. Her eyes, now drenched in crimson, glimmered with horror as she fought to imprint the visage of the master into her memory. One day, here are 20 copper coins. Who will take the body away to spare our master from the sight?" Chen Shi scrambled forward, kneeling to accept the coins. I will." With the clinking of copper coins echoing, she gathered Nanji's headless body, cradling the severed head and limbs tightly against her chest, trudging toward the outskirts of town. Blood continued to flow before her, soaking her garments as she numbly advanced. Passing by a tailor's shop, she quietly said to the shopkeeper, "Please, give me a needle and thread, and a piece of white cloth. I will settle the payment later." The shopkeeper, having dealt with her multiple times, hastily handed her what she needed. "Quickly, be off, do not bring me misfortune." Along the path, countless eyes watched her. The news of the incident would spread like wildfire to every household. As she passed each door, cold water seemed to splash from behind her. Gradually, the mingling of blood and water formed a chilling stream. Thus, she continued, dazed, holding Nanji's dismembered body until she reached a pauper's graveyard. Finding a relatively shaded spot, she gently laid Nanji down. Her face still held the semblance of a smile from her life. Thank goodness, she had departed with a smile. Chen Shi took up the needle, attempting to thread it, but her trembling hands thwarted her efforts multiple times. She paused to calm her racing heart, and after a moment, her voice caught in her throat. She finally succeeded in threading the needle, aligning the head and body. She meticulously began to stitch them together. "Nanji, my skills are lacking, and I am not very adept at sewing, but I will try my utmost to make you beautiful, alright? Nanji, I am so afraid." Chapter 24. The stitching of corpses in the chaotic graveyard, crows circled above, croaking hoarsely. A blood-soaked woman spoke to herself, trembling as she stitched the lifeless body before her. Chen Shi realized she was short on thread, so she let down her hair and pulled out several strands to continue her work. Once finished, she wiped Nanji's cheek with a white cloth, arranged her hair, and gently placed a rose-patterned handkerchief into her palm. She then searched for a wider branch nearby and began to dig into the earth, painstakingly unearthing a large pit. Her palms were already red and swollen, yet she gritted her teeth and endured the searing pain, thinking how much more spacious it would be for Nanji to lie within. As the pit grew larger, the sun began to set in the west. "Nanji, shall we wait for him for half an hour to see him one last time?" she chuckled to herself. "Nanji, you probably don't even know my name yet. I am Chen Shi. Our acquaintance is so brief, yet our bond feels so profound. I hardly know what to say. I hope, that in your next life, you will be reborn into a good family, to enjoy the riches of the world, and never have to endure such suffering again." Half an hour had passed, and after searching for a long while, Chen Shi still saw no sign of anyone. "Nanji, would it be alright if I bid you farewell alone?" She covered Nanji with the white cloth, cradled her body, and gently laid her into the pit, covering her with handfuls of earth. She bowed 3 times at Nanji's grave before turning to leave. She returned home in a daze. The house was eerily quiet. At this hour, dinner should have been prepared. "Shi, what has happened? You are covered in blood." When Jiro gazed at her with trepidation, Madame Wan and the second young mistress emerged from the room, startled by Chen Shi's ghastly appearance. Chen Shi's eyes were unfocused as she quietly inquired, "Is dinner ready?" Madame Wan quickly explained, "We couldn't cook without the water bucket. It went missing." The second young mistress added, "I was going to fetch water to do the laundry, but the bucket was too heavy and got swept away by the stream." Chen Shi muttered in disbelief, "The clothes weren't washed either?" The others fell silent. Even Ruyer, who usually clung to Chen Shi, dared not speak. A sudden wave of intense weakness washed over Chen Shi. The despairing sorrow and fear gripped her tightly. She felt utterly exhausted. Squatting down, she buried her head in her arms, the overwhelming fatigue leaving her at a loss. She did not know how to express the pain and grief that weighed upon her heart. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard. When Ji Hung, noticing the fear in those present and seeing Chen Shi crouched on the ground in pain, felt a pang of sorrow. "What happened? What is going on?" Madame Wen cast a glance at Wen Ji Hung, her tone gentle. "This morning, she told us to cook for ourselves, but we lost the water bucket, and nothing was prepared." Wen Ji Hung breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I will take care of it. I will do it right away." Wen Ji Wen immediately exited the courtyard. "I will go fetch water." Wen Ji Hung placed a ceramic pot over the stove, while Chen Shi entered the kitchen, preparing to chop vegetables and cook. The fire ignited in the stove, and Wen Ji Hung squatted beside it, adding kindling one by one. This was one of the few skills he had honed during his exile in Fangling. He lingered in the kitchen, hoping to find an opportunity to speak with Shi, yet she seemed unwilling to acknowledge him. She was always busy. In the morning, he could no longer see her figure, only the warmth of breakfast left behind. After returning in the evening, she had already eaten in the kitchen, shouldered her hoe, and gone to tend to the vegetable garden nearby. Whenever he tried to help, she would toss the hoe back to him and retreat to sleep. At this moment, she was clad in blood-stained garments, her earthy complexion pale and sickly, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with fear and trepidation, yet she forcibly suppressed it all. He wanted to ask her what had happened, even if she was reluctant to confide in him. Fresh shepherd's purse lay neatly arranged on the bamboo cutting board, usually cut with precision by her hands, and now, she hacked at it with one hand, the board resounding with each blow, as if anyone daring to speak to her would find the sharp knife directed at their head in the next moment. When Ji-hung flinched at the sound of the cutting board, his eyelids twitching several times, his head bowed low over the stove, too afraid to speak. During dinner, silence reigned at the table. Whether it was due to upbringing or Chen Shi's expression, no one dared to disturb her during this time. When everyone finished eating, Chen Shi quietly gathered the dishes from the table. This dining table was the one when Ji-won had cobbled together from scraps after returning from the mine, a makeshift table at best. "I'll help," when Ji-hung quickly stood to assist, but upon seeing this, Chen Shi tossed the bowl from her hands, picked up a basket of clothes from beside the woodshed, and stepped out of the courtyard to wash them. When Ji-hung sighed, "Ah, not again," Chen Shi squatted by the stream, beating the clothes, and when Ji-hung approached, squatting beside her. "Shi, let's talk." Chen Shi did not lift her head as she replied, "I don't want to. But if I've failed in my duties as a maid, just tell me, but if it's something else, we have nothing to discuss. I would ask the young master not to cast shadows upon me." Seeing her resolute expression, his heart ached at her softly spoken words. He understood that today was not a good time for conversation. He fell silent, merely taking the basket from her and mimicking her actions to wash the clothes. Upon returning to the courtyard, they hung the garments on the bamboo pole, when the door of the side room opened, and when Jiro called out to her. With her palms cradling a gray, new garment, she handed it to Chen Shi. "Quickly change out of those blood-stained clothes." "Thank you," Chen Shi said as she accepted the garment, placing it atop the bed in the woodshed. Indeed, remnants of Nanji's blood still lingered on her attire. The moonlight hid behind the clouds, flickering intermittently, while the stream's waters felt icy cold. She stepped into the water, the shocking chill awakening her pain from the day. Standing in the stream, the water flowed over half her body, her hair cascading down as it loosened from its updew, strands floating about her, appearing like a frail spirit under the hazy moonlight. The pain that spread through her limbs and the weariness that had awakened within her transformed into soft whimpers as her shoulders trembled. When Ji-hung stood quietly not far from her in the shadows, listening to her quiet sobs, while the willow tree by the stream swayed, stirring a sense of unease. 1 month, 1 cloud, 1 stream, 1 willow, and there she was, and he was there too. The water and moon did not meet, and the clouds and willows did not rely upon each other. Chapter 25 of the bitterness of the lower class. When Ji-hung awoke, it was just past the hour of the rabbit, and he heard the faint sound of dragging outside the courtyard. He had fallen asleep fully clothed, so he rose to check, finding Chen Shi outside busily working with bamboo. "Young master, could you help me hollow out these bamboo joints?" When Ji-hung was initially taken aback, but then a flicker of joy surged within him. She was finally willing to speak with him. Today, she wore her hair in a casual braid that fell over her chest, and it seemed she had not donned the new clothes from yesterday. He hurried over. Of course. He inserted a slender bamboo stick into the joint that needed hollowing. This task was not strenuous, it simply required some arm strength, which was effortless for him. Noticing that Chen Shi had wrapped her hand in cloth, he asked in confusion, "What are you hollowing the bamboo for?" "To fetch water." Chen Shi replied succinctly, still focused on trimming the excess branches from the bamboo with her knife. When Ji-hung thought to himself that she was rather ungrateful, ignoring him once her needs were met. For several days, he had not seen Chen Shi at all. If it were not for the clean and tidy courtyard, the ample firewood under the eaves, and the freshly washed clothes and warm meals, he would have genuinely believed she had left. No one seemed to know what she was up to. She had become estranged from the entire Wen household. When Ji-hung felt that Chen Shi's temper was a bit excessive, yet he could not comprehend that the Chen Shi in the Fengming mine and the Chen Shi in Xiangyang village were no different. Both toiled tirelessly to sustain others, and no one remembered her. She had previously treated the L family in much the same way. When Ji-hung felt like her former father, yearning for warmth and expecting a touch of kindness, only to be met with disappointment. That red ribbon would never adorn her hair. When the mountain spring water was diverted into the courtyard, everyone finally understood what she had accomplished. Chen Shi had dug a trench in the courtyard, channeling the mountain spring water into it, flowing directly to the stream outside. It was not only useful for fetching water but also served to cool the courtyard, a true twofold benefit. When Ji-won gazed at the flowing water in disbelief. "Shi, you are remarkable, you managed to accomplish such a significant task quietly over the past few days." Chen Shi calmly wrapped up her work. "The bucket was lost, and fetching water was indeed inconvenient, so I devised a lasting solution." When Ji-won curiously circled the water outlet, asking question after question. "How did you handle the bamboo on the mountain?" "I buried it in the ground." "What if the water flow is too strong during the flood season?" "The impact could be considerable. What if it gets washed away?" "I created 3 buffer zones and used bamboo and wood to support the steeper areas, reducing the water's impact." When Ji-won praised her profusely. "Shi, if you were a man, you would surely have a place in the Ministry of Works." Chen Shi remained unfazed. "This is merely practical experience. The second young master need not flatter me so." When Ji-hung stood by, quietly observing her, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes shimmering with admiration. When Jiro approached When Ji-hung. "Brother, have you had a falling out with Shi?" "No. She is your maid." You usually indulge her temper, yet lately, she seems displeased with everyone. She has been through something recently, and her mood is poor. You and mother should be more understanding. We have not been harsh with her. She is yours, and we dare not speak ill of her. How are we to be understanding? You seem to have quite a bit of criticism for her. Previously, you and Rueer were quite attached to her. When Jiro averted her gaze uncomfortably. I certainly have not forgotten her life-saving grace. It's just that she has a peculiar temperament and rarely speaks to us, preferring to be alone. When something happens, she doesn't confide in us, making it difficult to get along. When she speaks to us, what can she say? Conversations across different social strata are inherently unfair and can easily hurt feelings. Perhaps it's easier for her this way. She doesn't speak to you either. Yes, I hurt her feelings previously. What happened? When Shihong pressed his temples. It would be better if you did not know. After finishing all this, Chen Shi finally had time to visit the town. She barely had any copper coins left in her hand. The gardenias were gradually wilting, so she picked a few that still looked decent, bundled them together, and headed to town. At the chaotic graveyard, she placed the pure white gardenias before Nanji's grave. All the fear and sorrow that Chen Shi had tried to forget in her busy days resurfaced in that moment. Nanji, you will not be alone. I will come to see you often. Pingan Town remained as bustling as ever. Suddenly, she remembered that the Dragon Boat Festival had passed, and she had forgotten to celebrate. Indeed, festivals were too costly. They could not afford to celebrate for now. Shi. Someone suddenly called her name from behind. Turning around, she saw Xue Lianqing standing on the street behind her, appearing even more emaciated than before. Brother Xue. Xue Lianqing nodded, motioning for Chen Shi to walk with him. Thank you for giving Nanji a proper burial. Chen Shi expressed her regret. I waited for you for a long time on the day I buried her. Xue Lianqing forced a smile. She would not have wanted me to see her at her most helpless. What is your relationship with Nanji? She is my biological sister. Chen Shi looked at him in disbelief. She is your sister? You live in the same town, yet you did not come to see her? I did not see her, it was her request. What do you mean? We were also children of a wealthy family, but when we were 14, we were implicated by our master and exiled. Our mother fell ill and died during the exile, and our father, unable to bear her loss, also passed away. I was gravely ill at the time. To ensure my survival, Nanji sold herself and entered a brothel. I was vehemently against it. I locked her in the house, not allowing her to go out, but ultimately, I could not stop her. At that time, she left behind the money from selling herself and a severance letter. Later, I searched for her many times, but she harshly drove me away. I knew she did not want me to see her like this and hoped that I could live well. Eventually, I married and had children, and she became even less willing to acknowledge me as her brother, fearing that her reputation would bring trouble to me. I believe that living well is her wish, so I will live well and not disappoint her. Chen Shi's eyes brimmed with tears. Nanji, she was truly wonderful. Chapter 26. Undertaking the labors of men. Xue Lianqing remained silent for a lengthy moment. Shi, do you remember the man who killed Nanji that day? Chen Shi nodded solemnly. I remember it vividly. They referred to their master, who bore a black mole between his brows. They arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. By the time I went to investigate, they had already left. Brother Xue, they are from the capital. How do you know? Their accent unmistakably reveals their origins, and I, too, was exiled from the capital. Chen Shi observed Xue Lianqing's tightly clenched fist, which starkly contrasted with the indifference etched upon his face. Brother Xue, vengeance must be strategized over time. Those individuals are evidently of considerable influence. Xue Lianqing nodded slightly, exhaling deeply. Shi, I have come across a job, would you be willing to take it on? Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's face lit up with joy. What sort of job? The pay is quite generous, 35 coins a day, and it lasts for half a month. That sounds good. However, Xue Lianqing hesitated, unsure of how to express his concern. But what? The government requires a team to remove the silt accumulated in the Jiaqing River, necessitating men to carry the mud and sand. I fear it may prove too arduous for you. Chen Shi sighed in relief. I thought it was something serious. I come from a family of laborers and have worked hard since childhood. I have endured tasks far more challenging than this. Moreover, she leaned in closer, whispering, our pantry is nearly empty, and a whole family is relying on me for sustenance. Xue Lianqing frowned. A whole family, and they send a young girl like you to fend for herself? How unreasonable. Chen Shi replied with resignation, I am merely a servant in this household, and the two men have been imprisoned at Fengming Mine. The women in the family have always lived in comfort and have never worked. Xue Lianqing nodded in understanding. Very well, come early tomorrow morning, and I shall accompany you. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the weather gradually grew warmer. Chen Shi sat by the stream, wielding a kitchen knife as she meticulously sharpened a piece of bamboo. The end of the bamboo was fashioned into a particularly sharp point, and she wrapped her hand in a scrap of cloth. This would serve as her weapon for self-defense while she was away from home. When Jiheng picked up her self-made dagger and examined it closely, he took the knife from Chen Shi's hand and polished the areas that needed improvement. Later, I shall craft you two more superior ones. Chen Shi accepted the dagger he offered. No need. I am not going to kill anyone, merely to protect myself. Where are you headed? To earn money. At the mention of this, a profound sense of helplessness and guilt washed over Wen Zhiheng. When will you go? Tomorrow. Will you return by evening? I won't be late for dinner. I only worry for your safety. My intentions are not otherwise. Understood. When Zhiheng found himself at a loss for how to communicate with Chen Shi, this sense of powerlessness fell deeper than discussing the burdens of providing for a family. He sighed, realizing that further words would be futile. The Jiaojing River, where the mouth was expansive, churned with frothy waters. Along the riverbank, men with bare arms trudged, carrying heavy loads of mud and sand. Upon seeing Chen Shi approach, they all wore expressions of mockery. The foreman, seemingly an acquaintance of Xue Lianqing, placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered aside, "Brother Xue, this is inappropriate. How could a woman undertake such labor? Are you attempting to embarrass me?" Xue Lianqing replied urgently, "Brother Zhang, this girl has done me a great favor. Her family is on the brink of starvation. Please, show some leniency. If she cannot complete the task, I shall take over." Old Zhang inhaled deeply. "For your sake, I will allow her to stay for a day. Should her performance falter, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Chen Shi noticed Xue Lianqing nodding at her and hurried to join him by the river to carry the mud and sand. She removed her shoes, tying them around her waist, and stepped barefoot onto the damp sand, rolling up her sleeves to form a pair. Together with Xue Lianqing, they filled baskets with mud, alternating the load on a shoulder pole. Xue Lianqing had not anticipated that Chen Shi, despite her petite stature, worked with remarkable agility and strength. What he initially thought would be a grueling day turned out to be surprisingly manageable. Even old Zhang ceased his remarks. She left early and returned late, bringing back rice for her family. At tea times, she would carry back large bones, a piece of meat, or a few eggs, and occasionally treat Royer to a candied hawthorn, delighting him to the point of squinting his eyes in joy. Recently, he had been incessantly chattering about Chen Shi, neglecting to learn new characters, despite having already mastered many. "Once I finish this busy period, I will catch up on everything I missed learning," Royer said, grinning as he licked the candied hawthorn. "This candied hawthorn is like my school fees." "Then you're quite the bargain." While conversing with him, Chen Shi eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Such strenuous labor became increasingly difficult to bear over time. As the heat intensified, her clothes became drenched with sweat daily, her bare feet often soaked in water, turning pale, and on more than one occasion, she accidentally stepped on something sharp, cutting her foot and causing it to bleed profusely, along with the invasion of sand that stung her painfully. Yet this was not the worst. The most significant injuries were on her shoulders. Day after day of carrying heavy loads had left her shoulders bruised and swollen. On the 12th day, Xue Lianqing, filled with regret, advised Chen Shi, "Starting tomorrow, do not come anymore." Chen Shi, alarmed, asked, "Why? Am I holding you back?" Xue Lianqing handed her a small vial of medicine. "Your shoulder is seeping blood, you cannot continue. Go home." Chen Shi accepted the vial, pursing her lips. "And you haven't teamed up with anyone?" Xue Lianqing chuckled lightly. "I am also done. My shoulder is in unbearable pain." Chen Shi quickly inquired, "Have I caused you trouble?" "Not at all, you have been a splendid partner." Chen Shi smiled shyly. "Come to town the day after tomorrow to collect your remaining wages." Returning home early today, Chen Shi removed the flour cloth covering her face. Fortunately, she had begged Wen Jiro to sew it for her, or her face would have been burnt to a deep tan. She sat in her woodshed, attempting to apply medicine to her wounds but always just out of reach. Wen Jiro was sewing garments in the shade beneath the eaves when Chen Shi slowly approached her. "Mississippi. What is it?" Wen Jiro replied curtly. "Could you help me with my injuries?" Wen Jiro paused her work and looked Chen Shi over. "Fine." Chen Shi followed Wen Jiro to her room. Gently removing her clothing, the skin on both shoulders was severely swollen, with several cuts on her right shoulder oozing blood. The greenish swelling adorned with fine strands of crimson blood trickled down her porcelain skin, causing Wen Jiro's eyes to well with tears. She trembled as she opened a porcelain bottle, the medicine within exuding a cooling sensation. With delicate fingers, she gently applied the ointment to Chen Shi's wounds. Chen Shi flinched at the pain. Wen Jiro, her voice thick with emotion, asked, "What were you doing?" "Carrying sand from the river." "How did you end up in such a state?" "It's nothing, I'll be fine in a few days." Wen Jiro scolded, "Who told you to earn such grueling money, hurting yourself and making us feel guilty? You never share anything with us. If you did, we could face it together. Even if we had to eat less or revert to our previous precarious existence, would we not all survive? Your stubbornness is infuriating, insisting on making decisions alone. Once you get angry, no amount of persuasion will change your mind." Chen Shi replied softly, "Please, do not cry. I have endured this since childhood, working hard every day. I am accustomed to it." Wen Jiro carefully helped Chen Shi put her clothes back on. "Why didn't you wear the new clothes I gave you?" "I was working and got them dirty. It felt like a waste." "Promise me, share your troubles with us from now on, alright? We can face the difficulties together. You have always been the one holding this family together." "We have been ungrateful." Chapter 27 Opportunity. In the dead of night, when Zhiheng was roused from his slumber by a rustling sound, startled, he quickly awakened to investigate the source of the noise emanating from the firewood shed, where Chen Shi resided. He lit a torch and placed it at the entrance of the shed. By its flickering light, he discerned that Chen Shi's complexion was flushed, her disheveled hair drenched in perspiration, her hands hanging limply at her sides, and she was incoherently moaning in pain. When Ji Hung gently grasped her hand, revealing a corner of her shoulder that was horrifically swollen and bruised, he pulled her clothing over her shoulder, noting the frailness of her neck, devoid of any healthy flesh. How could she have come to be so grievously injured? She, awakened. Chen Shi did not open her eyes, continuing to mutter deliriously. Mother, it hurts, I am in so much pain. Her grip tightened around Wen Jihang's garment. He took hold of her hand, offering solace. Your forehead is burning fiercely, I shall fetch you some cool water. The mountain spring water she had previously brought was exceedingly cold, an excellent remedy for reducing fever. He diligently wiped her forehead and hands, laboring for an extended period until her fever began to subside. Eventually, she ceased her cries of pain and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Perhaps the commotion had awakened others when Jiro emerged from her chamber, discovering Wen Jihang standing at the threshold of Chen Shi's room, a frown marring his brow. Elder brother, what is amiss? Is she unwell? Wen Jihang's voice was cold and clipped. Are you aware that she is injured? I learned of it today. She could bear the pain no longer and asked me to tend to her wounds. She is so grievously injured, why did she not inform me upon my return? I could have taken her to Ping'an town to see a doctor. She instructed me today not to disclose it to you. What? She did not wish to burden you with worry, and besides, what could you do if you knew? Would you be able to afford a doctor? I would find a way. You would find a way. How could you allow she to suffer to this extent? We have only recently arrived in Fangling, and given our daily toil, I scarcely have time. She is also experiencing Fangling for the first time. At the very least, you should share some of her responsibilities. Do not leave everything for her to manage. When Jiro scoffed. She is our maidservant, we naturally consider it her duty to perform these tasks. Her current status is entirely due to you, elder brother. We are the condemned, and she serves the condemned. You have reduced her status to the lowest possible level. Originally, during our exile, she was considered our property and could have been sold into a good household, perhaps living a life of comfort in the capital. Yet you, for the sake of our mother, for me, and for this family, have forced a 14-year-old girl into the depths of despair. Elder brother, the one who has wronged she the most is you. When Jihang stood frozen, confronted by Wenjiro's accusations. He reflected on their journey thus far. It had been over 2 months. Without Chen Shi, how would his family have arrived intact in Fangling? Without her, they would have perished from starvation or illness in this desolate place. And yet, he had scorned the very hands that had safeguarded his family, resenting the sweat she shed while laboring to provide for them. He, who prided himself on being upright and virtuous, had so cruelly demeaned a young girl who cared for his family. What a bitter irony. No wonder she wished to have nothing to do with him. Their altercation had awakened all the family members. Madam Wen swiftly admonished Wenjiro in a hushed tone. Is this how you speak to your elder brother? Am I not entitled to speak my mind? He has relied on Chen Shi, and look at him now. He can only utter a few apologies without taking any meaningful action. He is serving his sentence. How can he be expected to manage such trivial matters? I recall that second brother once mentioned that someone at the mine was supporting his wife and children by hunting in the deep mountains at night, and had some success. Madam Wen approached and struck Wenjiro across the face. Venturing into the deep mountains at night is a matter of life and death. Do you wish for your elder brother to perish? Enough. When Jihang's voice rang out sharply, silencing everyone, Chen Shi, roused from her sleep, emerged slowly. She squinted at the sky, rubbed her drowsy eyes, and wondered why everyone was up at such an early hour. Is it so early? Have I overslept? I shall prepare breakfast now. What breakfast? When Jihang retorted angrily, then softened his tone as he addressed Chen Shi. It is still early, return to sleep. Chen Shi acquiesced and returned to her shed. If I am not to cook, why the fuss? When Jihang inhaled deeply. Everyone disperse. On the way to the mine, when Ziyuan continued to explain himself to Wen Jihang. Elder brother, I swear I did not say anything, and I do not know where Jiro heard it. When Jihang strode ahead, turning back to regard his half-brother with a complex expression. Jiruan has formed good relationships with many at the mine. He is privy to much information. I am curious to know who it was that hunted in the deep mountains at night. I wish to inquire about their experience. When Ziyuan appeared flustered, bowing reverently to Wen Jihang. There is no such person, elder brother. You are most astute. Your sister-in-law is exceedingly timid and gentle, yet recently she has taken to finding fault with she. Has she undergone some significant change? When Ziyuan lowered his head even further. I shall ensure she is properly disciplined upon our return. When Jihang cast a penetrating glance at Wen Ziyuan. Indeed, it is time for her to be firmly corrected. Within the echoing confines of the mine, the supervisory troops moved about incessantly. When Jihang and Wen Ziyuan descended into the depths via a hoisting basket, with a hammer in hand, they relentlessly struck the rock face, gradually filling the basket with the fragmented ore, which was then hoisted to the surface by a cable. This monotonous cycle, devoid of daylight, constituted his daily toil, arduous and soul-crushing. The mine's stagnant air felt suffocating and oppressive. The men, stripped to the waist, labored under the weight of their exertion, their muscles taut and glistening with sweat, as sparks erupted from the collision of iron against stone. Even amidst the sweltering heat, Wen Zhiheng never shed his garments. That fleeting coolness was a precious respite, but only by striving to escape this dark abyss could he truly experience a refreshing relief. His gaze remained resolute, his mind sharp. He bided his time, seeking to exchange the light of hope for the splendor of his former glory. When he observed the throng surrounding an elegantly dressed man descending to inspect the area, he understood that his opportunity had arrived. As the man drew near, Wen Zhiheng deftly flicked a small stone from his fingertip, striking the rock wall, causing a cascade of loose debris to rain down upon the gathered crowd. Chaos ensued, and as Wen Zhiheng looked up, he saw a sizable rock hurtling toward the nobleman. Instinctively, he stepped forward, pushing the man aside, only to have the stone crash down upon his own shoulder. In an instant, blood stained his neck, mingling with his sweat and dripping onto the ground. Wen Zhiheng gritted his teeth, stifling a grunt, then calmly inquired of the man before him, "Are you unharmed?" The nobleman's expression was one of alarm and confusion, furrowing his brow as he assessed the unexpected turn of events, his prominent birthmark standing out starkly. He scrutinized Wen Zhiheng from head to toe, gradually regaining his composure. "Thank you for saving me." Wen Zhiheng's countenance remained impassive, undeterred by the injury on his shoulder. Satisfied that the man was unscathed, he turned his gaze away and retreated, quietly resuming his work. The nobleman's eyes shimmered with appreciation. "You are injured, you should rest for a few days." Chapter 28 The long-awaited dream. When Wen Zhiheng returned to the courtyard, bloodied and battered, the sight sent a wave of shock through the gathered crowd, particularly affecting Madame Wen, who was left gasping in distress. "Hanger, what has happened? How did you sustain such injuries?" Wen Zhiheng patiently reassured his mother. "Mother, it's nothing serious, I inflicted these wounds upon myself. Do not worry." Wen Jiro, her eyes slightly reddened, pointed towards Chen Shi, who stood nearby. "Quickly, assist my brother with his wounds." Chen Shi shook her head. "No, I cannot." She thought to herself that helping him would lead to uncomfortable physical contact, and who would want to be involved with such misfortune? She still had her pride. "You are his woman, if you do not help him, who will?" "What do you mean, his woman? I am merely a maid, there are bound to be things I cannot do. Besides, does he not have you all?" When Zhiheng's hopeful gaze ultimately went unreciprocated by Chen Shi with his head bowed, he endured the clumsy ministrations of Madame Wen, which caused him pain, yet he remained silent, his expression tinged with melancholy. After a night's rest, he weighed a borrowed bow in his hands, drew it back, and with a swift motion, sent an arrow soaring into a distant tree stump, its fletching humming in flight. He slung the bow across his back and grasped a dagger, preparing for action. Madame Wen continued to admonish him. "Hanger, the deep mountains are fraught with danger, you must exercise utmost caution and return safely." "I understand, mother. Your wounds have yet to heal. Perhaps you should wait until you are fully recovered?" "Do not fret, this opportunity was hard won, and I may not have another chance." He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Chen Shi was absent. Clenching his fists, he entered the kitchen. She was still nowhere to be found, but on the stove lay several freshly baked flatbreads and a bamboo tube filled with clear spring water. It seemed she was aware of his needs. A smile of understanding crept onto his lips as he took the food and stepped outside. Chen Shi was in the adjacent vegetable garden, weeding. The seedlings had been planted, and in about a month, they would have their own produce: green beans, pumpkins, and vibrant greens. The sun was setting in the west, and when Jiro, her face wrapped in floral cloth and hands gloved, joined Chen Shi in weeding. Chen Shi cast a puzzled look up and down at her, receiving a dramatic eye roll in return. "What are you staring at?" Irritated, she continued to pull weeds, glaring at Chen Shi. Suddenly, her fierce demeanor seemed to wane as she pondered something. "You mentioned that embroidery could earn a fair amount of silver. How much was that again?" Chen Shi fell silent for a considerable time. "I am not certain. You would need to inquire with the shopkeeper in town. Please ask for me when you have the chance." A twinge of bitterness stirred within Chen Shi. The eldest young master has gone hunting. With his skills, he is bound to catch something substantial, worth a considerable sum. He is he, and I am I. You only need to help me ask. "Very well." She reached for a handful of weeds but was quickly halted by Chen Shi. "What are you doing?" "That is a pumpkin vine, not a weed. It cost 2 copper coins. Curiously, she examined it, her eyes darting around in confusion. How strange, they all look alike. A bee buzzed around her, and when Jiro, squatting in the garden, dared not move. "Chen Shi, hurry, chase it away." Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi stood up and waved her hand. The moment the bee flew off, when Jiro dashed out of the vegetable patch and back to the courtyard, trampling 3 bean seedlings and uprooting a pumpkin vine in her haste. Perhaps it would be best if she did not return next time. When Zhiheng returned on the evening of the 3rd day, his demeanor weary, his grey garments wrinkled and torn in several places, some stained darkly with what appeared to be blood. A crimson patch blossomed on his shoulder, and his eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, bore a faint smile as he looked at Chen Shi. He handed a pouch of coins to Madame Wen. "It was my first venture, and I lacked experience. There are only 22 taels inside. Mother, please see if anything else is needed." Madame Wen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You should go wash up and rest." Nodding, when Zhiheng turned to ask, "Shi, is there anything to eat?" Chen Shi nodded in response. "It will be ready shortly." After washing up and changing his clothes, when Zhiheng found the dining table laden with food, a generous bowl of richly oiled farmhouse stir-fried pork, a dish of sautéed green beans, vibrant water spinach, and a fragrant soup of Crucian carp and tofu. Chen Shi had contributed to the meal, having brought the pork from town. Although the dishes were simple, the cook had prepared them with great care, making them visually appealing and appetizing. Having not had a decent meal in the mountains, Wen Zhiheng relished this feast, and as he savored each bite, he marveled at the tranquility of this peaceful life, which brought an unexpected sense of calm to his heart and mind. Outside the vegetable garden, Chen Shi had leveled a patch of ground to teach Royer how to read and write. From knowing not a single character, she had progressed to recognizing 50. Writing in the dirt with a twig, she had become quite adept. This is the character for Yen. Just as Chen Shi and Royer were engaged in a spirited debate, a clear voice chimed from behind. In books, there exists beauty akin to jade, and there are houses of gold. This is a poem composed by the emperor to encourage students to diligently pursue their studies. The character for Yen captivates the hearts of scholars, many of whom take it as their surname with pride. Wen Zhiheng's lips curved into a gentle smile as he softly spoke. Shi, how about I teach you to recognize characters? Chen Shi chuckled sheepishly. I was merely playfully sparring with Royer, mostly to encourage him in his studies. Wen Zhiheng approached her slowly, causing Chen Shi to instinctively step back. He extended his hand, revealing a small piece of silver. This is for you alone, take it and buy something you like. Chen Shi, puzzled, asked, is this my monthly allowance? Wen Zhiheng paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. Chen Shi's eyes brightened at the revelation that wealthy families indeed provided monthly allowances. She pinched the silver between her thumb and forefinger, beaming as she looked up at Wen Zhiheng. I will serve you all well from now on. When someone commits a mistake, how can they attain forgiveness? Chen Shi's expression turned pensive as she gazed into the distance, her voice hoarse. A mistake is a mistake. No matter what is done, the harm remains. If another is willing to forgive, it reflects their kindness. Seeking forgiveness ultimately serves only to bring peace to oneself. Wen Zhiheng contemplated her words in silence for a long while. Indeed, you speak with great wisdom. He crouched down and lifted Royer in his arms. The child kissed his cheek and rested his head on his shoulder. As the moonlight cast a soft glow upon the earth, Wen Zhiheng walked ahead with Royer, while Chen Shi followed closely behind. A cool night breeze swept through, refreshing and invigorating. Chen Shi felt that life here was far superior to her previous existence in Xiangyang village. Gone were the days of struggling for survival, and the haunting fears and sorrows from the recent past had faded. She could now enjoy a full meal, wear new clothes, and don fresh shoes. Moreover, she had acquired a thick quilt, warm as the spring sun nestled beneath the cozy cotton blankets. Her once pallid cheeks were now adorned with smiles. This was indeed the life she had longed for. Chapter 29. A gentle stream. The courtyard has finally taken shape. Each room has been modestly renovated, the windows are covered with translucent paper, and there are beds, tables, and clothing racks. The second young master and his wife share a room, while Madame Wen and Wenjiro occupy another. Wen Zhiheng has a room to himself, and Chen Shi still resides in the small firewood shed. All the miscellaneous items are huddled in the west wing, where a small space has been partitioned with wooden boards for storage. With idle time on her hands, Chen Shi collected numerous pebbles by the stream and laid several paths in the courtyard. In one corner, she transplanted a young apricot tree, beneath which she fashioned a bamboo swing for Royer, crafted by the second young master. Near the clear spring water, she placed a broken pot left by the previous owner, filling it with water. Spotting a few wild water lilies in the nearby pond, she brought them over flowers, trees, flowing water, and the homestead. When Jiro sat in the corridor, stitching garments, her right hand deftly holding a needle as she observed Chen Shi bustling about. She felt that this rustic life, tranquil and unhurried, was far more comforting than the endless cycle of attending banquets, competing for favor, and the intricate machinations that ensued. Little did she expect that exile could be lived in such a manner. Chen Shi found great delight in the nearby bamboo grove, where the gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo created a soothing melody. With ample free time now, she no longer needed to fetch firewood from the mountains, as Wen Zhiheng and Wen Zhiyuan would bring it back and neatly stack it beneath the eaves. Her daily tasks consisted of preparing meals, cleaning, washing clothes, and watering the vegetable garden, leaving her with plenty of personal time. When it rained, the mountain paths became treacherous and muddy. Thus, she cut some bamboo to create a dedicated path to the grove and persuaded the second young master to build a small pavilion. Sitting amidst the bamboo on the mountain, she enjoyed the breeze that alleviated the summer heat. The injury on her shoulder had long healed, though it occasionally itched. However, such days grew somewhat monotonous. She was not one to remain idle and often pondered culinary delights at home. On one occasion, she gifted a bundle of bamboo shoots to Brother Zhang's family and enjoyed a bowl of translucent, chilled fruit jelly there. They explained that it was called white jelly, made from a green fruit that grows on vines, resembling a flattened lantern. When cut open, it revealed many pale yellow seeds, which were dried and then washed with spring water. After 2 hours, it would solidify into a clear jelly. Chen Shi replicated this, extravagantly adding red sugar syrup and dried osmanthus flowers, creating a delightful summer delicacy. To her surprise, the eldest young master enjoyed it even more than Royer, often consuming 2 large bowls, resembling a child in his enthusiasm. After 2 months of such blissful days, Chen Shi felt her face had become somewhat rounder, unsure if it was due to the nourishing effects of the local environment. Her once sun-kissed, waxen complexion gradually brightened, yet, this idyllic period was not to last. A fierce storm swept through, obliterating everything in its path. Lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, split the darkened sky, and the thin clouds, resembling a spider's web, illuminated the night. As ominous clouds gathered and the atmospheric pressure plummeted, a violent whirlwind ensued. The roofs of the recently repaired houses within the courtyard were torn away, whisked off to an unknown fate. The apricot tree was uprooted, and Ruir's swing was shattered, causing him to wail in heartbreak upon witnessing the destruction. Torrential rain fell, accompanied by hail the size of eggs, crashing down and littering the ground. Fortunately, the kitchen, which had yet to collapse, became their sole refuge when Ji Hong, Ji Yuan, and Chen Shi scrambled to salvage their belongings, bedding, clothing, anything they could carry to the kitchen. As when Ji Hong gathered bedding in the room, he was soon drenched by the relentless rain. Be careful! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind knocked him off balance, and he fell to the ground, with Chen Shi landing on top of him. A side of the room collapsed nearby, and from behind the fallen wall surged a torrent of muddy water, obliterating the bamboo pipes they had painstakingly repaired. All their efforts were in vain. Are you all right? Unfortunately, Chen Shi had pushed him aside. Otherwise, his injuries would have been far worse, potentially endangering his life. Hail continued to pelt down from the sky, and Chen Shi shielded herself with her hands, feeling the stinging pain of the impacts. She quickly scrambled off when Ji Hong died in the chaos, when Ji Hong suddenly cried out in pain. Chen Shi, where are you pressing? It hurts terribly. After a considerable effort, they managed to gather the essential items in the kitchen. Noticing when Ji Hong's pale complexion, Chen Shi asked, did the hail hit you? When Ji Hong gazed at her with a shadowed expression, his eyes closing helplessly, what could he say? The atmosphere in the kitchen was tense. Several of the women were discreetly wiping away tears, especially one Jiro, who sobbed quietly, her head buried in her lap, shoulders trembling. We have lost everything, we are left with nothing. When Ji Hong, having regained his composure, comforted everyone, we can acquire new things, but thankfully, we are still alive. A fire crackled in the center of the kitchen, and they gathered around it, slowly drying their clothes. Chen Shi, having exerted herself, felt fatigued and leaned against a table leg, drifting into a peaceful slumber. As she fell asleep, she tipped to one side, startling awake momentarily before succumbing to sleep once more. When Ji Hong found this amusing and sat beside her, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder, wrapping his arm around her frail frame, quietly watching her sleep soundly. Outside, the storm subsided, and the occupants within the house gradually succumbed to slumber when Jiro, unable to sleep by the fire, looked up to see the flickering light casting shadows in the dimness, revealing her elder brother holding the slender Chen Shi, gently kissing her forehead. She turned to see her mother's eyes slightly open, her expression complex. The following day, the courtyard lay in disarray, the houses ravaged by the storm showing no signs of habitation. Yellow mud flowed freely, and the collapsed rooms had become mere heaps of debris, the courtyard walls breached by the mudslides from the mountains, towering mounds of earth accumulating behind them. When Ji Hong and Ji Yuan went to work, leaving behind a single instruction, wait for me to return before we clean up. Chen Shi surveyed the nearly flattened courtyard, contemplating how to begin the cleanup, yet feeling uncertain. When Jiro softly inquired behind her, what can I do to help? Miss, could you find a place to air out the bedding? I can manage the rest. After the tempestuous winds of yesterday, today the sun shone warmly, a fickle change in the weather. The yellow mud that cascaded down from the mountain emitted an indescribable scent of decay under the sun's rays. Chen Shi resolved to start with that heap of yellow mud. Grabbing a wooden shovel and 2 baskets, she prepared to transport the mud to the bamboo grove. Before she could begin, however, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed at the courtyard entrance. Madame Wan, the second young mistress, and Ruir hurriedly dove into the kitchen, while Jiro quickly pulled Chen Shi inside. Outside, a familiar boisterous voice rang out. Ah! Chen Shi looked up to find Cui Yong'an entering the courtyard, followed by 7 or 8 others. Her face broke into a radiant smile. Brother Cui, it's been a while. What brings you here? Cui Yong'an surveyed the courtyard with a nonchalant glance and replied, just checking to see if you're still alive. Chapter 30 of the game. The boisterous man spoke, little girl, we meet again. Chen Shi smiled at him, only to hear him call out, brothers, let's get to work. Cui Yong'an frowned. This house is severely dilapidated. We must first erect the walls for the roof. Let's use thatch for now. Tiles are both expensive and troublesome at this time. You can hire someone to finish it later. Chen Shi was overwhelmed with excitement. Brother Cui, I brought spring water down from the mountain, but it all collapsed. Please help me reconnect it with bamboo. Cui Yong'an rolled his eyes dramatically. You are indeed quite forward. With a multitude of hands working, tasks progressed swiftly. Today, everything was to be done by Chen Shi, requiring no effort from her. Her sole task now was to fetch water for the brothers. As Cui Yong'an was repairing Royer's swing, he noticed Jiro cautiously peeking through a crack in the kitchen door. A mischievous smile crept onto Cui Yong'an's lips as he sauntered over to her. Upon seeing this, Jiro hurriedly attempted to close the kitchen door, only to be thwarted by Cui Yong'an's strong hand. She glared at him fiercely. You lecherous scoundrel! Cui Yong'an leaned against the doorframe, elbow resting on it, his right leg casually crossed over his left, slightly bouncing in a carefree manner. Ah, you still remember me. It seems Miss Wan cannot forget about Cui. You shameless lecher, how dare you be disrespectful to me? Cui Yong'an raised an eyebrow and chuckled. And what if I am disrespectful to you? You lecherous scoundrel, if you dare to, my brother will not let you off. Cui Yong'an's gaze was teasing. Can you perhaps choose another word? My ears are growing calluses from hearing you repeat lecherous scoundrel incessantly. Surely, deep down, you wish to capture my attention, do you not? Or perhaps, you hope that the lecherous one is you? Jiro exclaimed in exasperation. You, be quiet. The men outside burst into laughter, some even whistling. Madame Wan quickly shielded Jiro behind her, about to speak, but Cui Yong'an found it uninteresting and stepped away. Shi, once you finish, prepare a meal for these brothers. Chen Shi eagerly nodded in response. Absolutely, leave it to me. With so many hands, tasks were completed in no time. By midday, the courtyard was nearly tidied up, and even the bamboo water conduit she requested was nearing completion. When Wen Jihong and Wen Jiyuan returned, they could hardly believe their eyes at the sight before them. Madam Wen hastily explained, it's a friend of Shi's who brought people to help. A friend? What friend? Wen Jiro interjected angrily. The notorious criminal with the tattoo. Cui Yong'an? Yes, that's him. Wen Jihong pondered for a moment before asking, where is Shi? The man with the surname Cui came to help and asked Shi to cook for them. Wen Jihong turned and exited the courtyard. I will go fetch her back. When Wen Jihong appeared at the entrance of Cui Yong'an's courtyard, the lively sounds within abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to look at him, tall and imposing, exuding a cold authority, his posture straight, handsome features, and deep, dark eyes that softened slightly upon seeing Qin Shi. Young master, what brings you here? Wen Jihong spoke softly. Are you finished? I came to take you home. Nearly done, just 2 more dishes. Wen Jihong nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I'll go help you with the fire. Cui Yong'an, arms crossed, had considerably tempered the sharpness he had previously displayed. Young Master Wen, would you honor me with a drink? Wen Jihong paused. If young Master Cui invites, I cannot refuse. At the large table, Cui Yong'an's brothers were drinking and playing games, while at a smaller table, Wen Jihong and Cui Yong'an shared drinks. Several dishes had been divided amongst them, and Cui Yong'an brought out his prized pear blossom wine. Chen Shi sat quietly beside them, picking at her food while listening to their banter. Wen Jihong raised his glass and said, for the events of today, I extend my gratitude to young Master Cui for his assistance. Allow me to toast with this cup. Cui Yong'an teased, using my flowers to present to my Buddha. Young Master Wen's intentions are as clear as the sound of a bell echoing 800 miles. Wen Jihong finished his drink with an unruffled demeanor, showing no signs of embarrassment at the jests directed at him. In the entirety of Fengming Mine, it is known that I, Wen Jihong, am the poorest. When I first arrived, I didn't even have a copper coin to my name. Cui Yong'an scoffed. Your connections in the capital do not seem very strong. Young Master Cui, you are mistaken. Although I have no one to provide me clothing or silver, I have Shi, who remains steadfast by my side. My connections cannot be lacking. Chen Shi thought to herself, why must they talk about me? Couldn't they discuss something else? Cui Yong'an shot a sly glance at Chen Shi. Shi, was what you said about wanting to marry me true? Wen Jihong's hand froze in midair as he was about to pick up some food. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's eyes sparkled. Have you come to a realization? Well, since I have to marry, you might as well do. Chen Shi, fearing Cui Yong'an might retract his words, insisted, you must keep your word. However, you should first consult your elder brother. Chen Shi's excited gaze turned towards Wen Jihong, and she blinked. Elder brother, is that all right? Cui Yong'an took a sip of his drink, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Wen Jihong's expression was quite the sight, fluctuating from pale to flushed, hesitating to speak yet feeling powerless, but after a brief moment, he regained his composure. As expected of a noble son of the marquis, his emotional control was remarkably steady. You are still young. Discussing marriage at this time is premature. Chen Shi asked in confusion, in Shangyang village, there are those younger than me who are already married. That may be true for them, but you are different. Why am I different? I will explain it to you in detail when we return. Cui Yong'an's smirk had yet to fade. Young Master Wen, do you have any plans for the future? You are a dragon among men, Fangling is certainly not a place for you to linger. Wen Jihong shook his head. I have no plans for now, besides, even if I wished to scheme, what future would I have if I lost the Emperor's favor? I have heard that a special envoy has arrived in the capital. On the first day in the mine, he encountered falling rocks. Surprisingly, it was young Master Wen who shielded the largest stone, and he became the only one seriously injured. Wen Jihong took a sip of his drink, seemingly indifferent. Young Master Cui is quite perceptive, well aware of the happenings in the mine. I truly admire that. Cui Yong'an replied earnestly, if you wish to devise a plan to return, it would be best to seek evidence to clear your name through proper channels. The special envoy from the capital is the son of the prince, unable to hold an official position, yet possesses significant power, and he has some undisclosed peculiarities. Wen Jihong's gaze sharpened. I understand far more about him than you might imagine. I have not met him in the capital but have heard of his notorious reputation. Since my injury, someone has already approached me, I cannot extricate myself. Cui Yong'an spoke cryptically. Take care of yourself. Wen Jihong chuckled softly. Young Master Cui is truly kind, not only generously aiding my maid but also showing great concern for me. I wonder what his motives could be. Chen Shi interjected, listening to your conversation is exhausting, what else would he want but a decent meal? Besides, we have nothing of value to entice him. Both Cui Yong'an and Wen Jihong couldn't help but stare at Chen Shi. Chen Shi paused, her hand brushing her face. Is there something on my face? Chapter 31 The Scholar. By the time they returned, the sky had darkened considerably when Ji Hung held a torch in one hand while extending the other to assist Chen Shi, lest she slip and fall along the way. However, Chen Shi deftly evaded his offer of support, choosing to navigate the path behind him on her OW and I. In her mind, she mused that accepting his help would only lead to the discomfort of having to wash her hands afterward. She would much prefer to stumble and then cleanse herself at home. The dirt upon her hands was trivial compared to the grime that lingered in her heart. The former could be washed away with water over time, but the latter had no avenue for cleansing and would accompany her throughout her life. She, you are mine. Do not entertain thoughts of marriage in the future, when Ji Hung declared as he stood in the shadows, his eyes deep and enigmatic, the flickering light of the torch casting an otherworldly aura about him. Chen Shi felt a flicker of discontent. Is it not permissible for a maid to marry? She retorted. You are my concubine, how can you wed another? He asserted. But life is about having enough to eat, dressing warmly, marrying, and bearing children, she countered. In that moment, when Ji Hung comprehended her navet, she simply sought a partner, and having received kindness from Cui Yong'an previously, she believed him to be a suitable match, even if she was aware of the tattoo on his forehead, capable of accepting that he might be a rogue. He inhaled deeply. She, you are my woman, when you mature, we shall have children together. Chen Shi's countenance changed dramatically. What, I have not donned the village's red jacket, nor adorned my head with peony hairpins, and the village chief's donkey cart is devoid of red silk flowers. How can I possibly be your woman? Such a clandestine liaison would be deemed scandalous, and should we be discovered, I would face dire consequences. When Ji Hung, observing her alarm, was perplexed. Why did she react so vehemently? Did she believe that being with him would result in her suffering? What we share is not a mere scandal, do not be afraid, the current tribulations are but fleeting. Once I devise a proper plan, I shall ensure you live a life of luxury. Chen Shi shook her head. No, young master, you have always looked down upon me, why would you suddenly wish for me to be your woman? I refuse, and moreover, I do not harbor any affection for you. Her words struck when Ji Hung like a thunderclap. He stood for an extended period, holding the torch, watching helplessly as Chen Shi vanished into the darkness. What, when had he ever held disdain for her? Had he not previously explained that it was merely a matter of habit? It appeared she had been brooding over it all along. Was that why she claimed to dislike him? Despite being among the most esteemed young talents in the capital, why could he not capture her admiration? Chen Shi felt a tumult of emotions within her. Would she be condemned to serve others for the rest of her life? Would she have no say in her own marriage? When Jiro came to find her, she was lost in thought, staring at the thatched roof. Mississippi. Chen Shi sat up as soon as she saw Jiro approach. Jiro settled beside her on the bed, sighing in resignation. In the past, you likely had not yet experienced the governance of the nurturing matron, and many things remain unknown to you. I have come to enlighten you. Chen Shi listened intently. Your contract is with the marquis estate, and it is a binding one. Your entire life belongs to the marquis household, whether in sickness or health, marriage or childbirth, all decisions rest with them. My brother has raised you as his concubine, allowing you to rely on him for a life of wealth and honor. Should you serve him well, you might even become his secondary wife, gaining the right to bear his children. Once you have children, you could be elevated to a more esteemed position. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of marriage. Chen Shi felt a wave of despondency wash over her. So, I am even inferior to a concubine. Jiro, observing her melancholy, felt a pang of discomfort. Currently, you are the only woman in my brother's life. You shall share both hardships and joys with him. When he returns to the capital to marry, he will not neglect you. Oh, Jiro continued, do not forget that you initially entered the marquis' household solely to secure a meal. Suddenly, Chen Shi awakened to the truth. Indeed, her sole motivation had been to stave off hunger. As a maid bound by a contract, how could she afford to be choosy? The young master was already remarkably amiable, not bearing the airs of a typical master. It was she who had failed to recognize her own position. Henceforth, she would conduct herself with utmost caution and restraint, suppressing her whims, completing her tasks diligently, and spending her time either in her quarters or the vegetable garden. Following the recent tumultuous weather and subsequent repairs, when Ji Hung's previous earnings had nearly been depleted, occasionally, Chen Shi would gather vegetables from the garden to sell in town, earning a meager income. Even so, their circumstances gradually became more austere. Shui Lianqing, witnessing Chen Shi's laborious efforts to earn a few coins, offered, allow me to lend you some money for a small business venture. What kind of business would be best? She inquired. Your culinary skills are commendable. Perhaps you could prepare simple dishes. There are many travelers passing through Ping'an town, and numerous patrons willing to spend on food, Shui Lianqing suggested. Chen Shi nodded, finding the idea appealing. Not only would it generate some income, but it would also allow her to avoid prolonged encounters with the young master, especially after her previous misstep that had provoked him. Resolute in her decision, she set to work with vigor. She excelled at making fragrant pocket pancakes, sprinkling sesame seeds atop the dough before baking it to a crisp perfection. Once removed from the oven and cut open, the pancake formed a small pouch capable of holding vegetables or meat, selling for a mere 3 coins, satisfying and economical. Most importantly, she would drizzle a rich sauce made from simmered bones over it, leaving a lingering, delightful taste with each bite. At least, that is what Shui Lianqing claimed. When she shared her plans with Madame Wen, the latter responded warmly, you have labored hard for this family. Chen Shi awkwardly replied, I am but a maid of the marquis' household. It is my duty. Madam Wen recalled Wen Jihang's behavior from that night and quickly added, "You are a good child. He cares for you. Be sure to look after him, ensuring he is warm in winter and cool in summer. Should you bear children in the future, the marquis' household will not forsake you." Chen Shi blinked, offering a non-committal response to deflect the conversation. Shui Lianqing procured an oven from the county town and set up a stall for Chen Shi on Changning Street in town, thus commencing her business venture. With her sweet demeanor, enthusiasm, and culinary prowess, she garnered nearly 200 copper coins on her first day of operation. Such excitement was unparalleled. Chen Shi found camaraderie with the neighboring vendors, yet one scholar named Pei, seated to her right, wore an expression of discontent. "Could you please move your stall further away? The smoke from your oven is unbearable." Turning her head, Chen Shi observed a frail youth clad in a patched blue garment, sitting upright on a stool, his writing desk adorned with paper and ink. Beneath his irate gaze lay a face marred by scars, an alarming sight indeed. Aunt Zhao, the shoemaker nearby, quietly informed her, despite his youth, he is already a scholar with considerable knowledge. He has a frail mother at home, and his monthly expenses for her medicine amount to several taels of silver. Unfortunately, misfortune struck again when their house caught fire. In a desperate attempt to save his mother, he rushed into the flames, leaving his face disfigured. Now, unable to take the imperial examination or teach, he is left to scrape by in this manner, truly a pitiful soul. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi could only strive to adjust her position slightly away from him. Chapter 32 Humiliated by thugs. When Jihang only learned 10 days later that Chen Shi had gone to the town to make a living. No wonder he hadn't seen her for so long. Besides being genuinely busy, she might have been deliberately avoiding him. When Jihang inquired of Wen Jiro, "What did you say to her at that time?" Wen Jiro rolled her eyes dramatically. "What could I possibly say? I merely informed her of the truth, that she is your woman. She usually has a bit of a temper, it's no big deal if she throws a tantrum, but now, even when we meet occasionally, she seems to be terribly afraid of me." Wen Jiro was quite impatient. "The matters between you two should be resolved by yourselves. What do you expect me to do, act as a messenger between you?" A profound sense of helplessness washed over Wen Jihang. In the court, he could untangle the most complex of affairs, yet when it came to Chen Shi, he was utterly clueless about what she desired or how to placate her. Having tasted the sweetness of earning money, Chen Shi had long since cast aside the entanglements with Wen Jihang. Now, her eyes were solely fixated on the gleaming copper coins. Shui Lianqing had been in the town for quite some time, becoming acquainted with many individuals, particularly the laborers like the riverbank porters and haulers, who frequently patronized Chen Shi's business. Logically, with everything proceeding so smoothly, she should have felt immense joy, yet there were always those seeking to provoke her. "Could you please move your stove a bit further away? The smell is overpowering." It was that scholar again. Every day, he had to voice his complaints. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi brandished her gleaming kitchen knife, striding directly up to Pei Xiu, and brought the blade down onto his table. Pei Xiu, who had just been fuming with anger, hastily stood up, his face drained of color from shock. Chen Shi, hands on her hips, asked in a low voice, "Then tell me, where exactly should I move my position to satisfy you? You've been nagging me every day for these past 10 days, I've tolerated you long enough. You claim my smoke bothers you, yet I spent a fortune on the smoke pipe, and the smoke drifts upward. Are you expecting me to control the winds of heaven, and now, you complain about the smell? Look around, this is Changning Street, not your home. Such petulance, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? You simply believe that I, as a woman, am easy to bully, don't you?" Pei Xiu held a brush in his right hand, the tip dripping with ink, his pale fingers trembling, his complexion exceptionally pale. You, Aunt Zhao, sensing the situation was amiss, quickly intervened. "Miss Chen, let it go. We are all just trying to make a living out here. Harmony brings prosperity. Scholars can be a bit high-minded, just let him be." Chen Shi, gradually calming her anger, forcefully withdrew her knife. "If I hear another word of your incessant whining, you'd better pay attention." Pei Xiu blinked, afraid to utter another sound. Such a cowardly bully. Finally, Chen Shi enjoyed a spell of blissful days. With money to earn, no disturbances, and the freedom to prepare whatever dishes she fancied, life was exceedingly comfortable. The family from the whole residence was not picky, and there was no one to find fault. Each day, she could sell all the prepared ingredients ahead of time, leaving the stove and tables at Shui Lianqing's home before returning to Fengming Courtyard. After meals, she would teach Royer to recognize characters and then pour out the day's earnings of copper coins onto the bed, counting them together. Counting money was their most delightful moment. They tossed each copper coin into a jar, which would emit a crisp ringing sound, a sound utterly enchanting. "Royer, once we fill a jar, we'll exchange it for silver in town, then fill another jar, and repeat. Once we have a substantial amount of silver, I'll find you a beautiful bride. Will she be as pretty as my sister?" Chen Shi burst into hearty laughter. "Your words are truly sweet. It's worth it for me to bring you candied hawthorns every day. However, the wife you marry must undoubtedly be 100 times more beautiful than me, for my Royer is a dashing young gentleman." When Jihang leaned against the doorframe, watching Chen Shi's eyes sparkle like crescent moons as she sweet-talked Royer, unable to suppress a smile. She was indeed a little imp, yet, the downside of running a stall was that business could falter in the face of inclement weather. Experiencing her first rainy day, Chen Shi found herself in a bit of a predicament. She hurriedly sought shelter for her stove beneath Aunt Zhao's oil paper awning to avoid the rain, though some droplets had already splashed onto it, causing it to emit wisps of smoke. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she noticed Pei Xiu still struggling to gather his papers in the rain, the wind scattering them everywhere. Seeing him in such a flurry, she rushed into the rain to retrieve the scattered papers, handing them back to him. However, she heard him anxiously exclaim, "Why did you mix the inked and blank sheets together? The blank ones can no longer be written on." Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Take them or leave them. What a thankless wretch he was. Pei Xiu seemed to realize he had misspoken and attempted to explain, yet no words came forth. On a bright, sunny day, Chen Shi busily prepared cakes and dishes for customers, wrapping them in dried lotus leaves before handing them over. Suddenly, a rough hand reached out and touched her face. Startled, she stepped back and looked up to find him, the very same thug, Li Mao, who had once ambushed her on the road, slapped her, robbed her, and left her in despair. "You little hussy, who would have thought you'd be here peddling goods?" Li Mao's lewd gaze fixated on Chen Shi as he leaned closer. A forceful slap struck her face, leaving her dazed. As she attempted to fight back, Li Mao seemed all too familiar with her tactics, kicking her to the ground and mercilessly punching and kicking her. "You filthy whore, dare to hit me? I'll beat you to death." Chen Shi curled into a ball, hands shielding her head and abdomen, trying to protect herself from his blows. She had lost count of how many times he hit her, the pain crashing over her like a tidal wave. Her ears buzzed, and all she could feel was the pain coursing through her body. The chaos around her was lost on her. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Captain Yuan is here." Hearing this, Li Mao hastily ceased his assault, snatched her money pouch, and fled into the distance. Aunt Zhao helped the fallen Chen Shi to her feet. The scoundrel, how could he do this to a good girl? Chen Shi, with Aunt Zhao's support, wobbled to stand. She wiped the blood trickling from her mouth, her eyes filled with fury, her eyelashes trembling as she squinted at the spot where Li Mao had disappeared. The crowd surrounding them was merely there to gawk, not a single person extending a hand to help. Later, Aunt Zhao explained, "It's not that they don't want to help, it's that they dare not. That bully brings misfortune to anyone who crosses him. The local authorities have apprehended him several times, only to release him after a while. But he hasn't changed his ways, so, my dear, if you don't want to avoid trouble, you should refrain from peddling for a while." Chen Shi sat unsteadily on a stool for a moment, softly replying, "Thank you, Auntie. I understand my own limits." Aunt Zhao remained unconvinced. "You should see a doctor. If you've been injured, it's best to treat it promptly. Why do you endure so silently, not even making a sound despite the pain?" Chen Shi nodded. "All right, I'll take your advice." Pei Xiu, who had been observing from the sidelines, noticed Chen Shi's clothes were covered in dirt, her hands resting on her knees, clenching and unclenching nervously. He lowered his gaze, focusing on the books laid out on the table. Chapter 33. Murder. On her way back, she covered half of her face with a floral cloth to avoid inquiries from the masters of the Ho residence that might hinder her livelihood. That night, the bruises from the beating throbbed painfully, tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip, stifling any sounds of distress. The following day, she set up her stall as usual, conducting her business with a semblance of normalcy. Had it not been for the injuries marring her face, no one would have believed she had been so brutally assaulted the previous day. Aunt Zhao expressed her bewilderment. "You've been injured. You should rest at home and recuperate. Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Chen Shi forced a smile through her pain. "Aunt, please don't worry, I know my own body." After midday, the wretched Li Mao appeared once more. Before he could make a move, Chen Shi hastily handed him the money pouch. "Please don't hit me, here is your money." Li Mao grinned with arrogant delight. "It's better this way." He tossed the pouch in his right hand, gauging its weight with satisfaction, and brazenly took a bite of a cake from the stove. As he turned to leave, he glanced back, his greasy hand brushing against Chen Shi's face. "You've become even more exquisite in the months since we last met." Chen Shi turned her head, revealing the unmarred side of her face. Her fair complexion, elongated neck, and the way her garments draped down, what might that suggest? Li Mao felt a stirring desire. "What else do you want?" she queried. "I'm a man, what do you think I want?" Chen Shi met his lewd gaze with calm defiance. "You want to get what you're thinking. I'll have you in my bed sooner or later." Chen Shi regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion, as if she were staring at a corpse. Having taken advantage of her, Li Mao strode away with haste toward Chining Street. Aunt Zhao rushed to her side. "Good girl, heed my advice, refrain from going out during this time. You can earn money any day, but if you fall prey to such a beast, your life will be ruined." Chen Shi reassured Aunt Zhao, "I cannot hide forever." After speaking, she dismantled her stall and returned home. Aunt Zhao truly could not comprehend Chen Shi's actions. The instinct to seek profit and avoid harm is the most fundamental of human instincts. Did Chen Shi lack this? Why, after all that Li Mao had threatened, did she show no inclination to protect herself? After midday, Chen Shi smiled at Aunt Zhao, who wore a worried expression. "Aunt, don't fret, could you watch my stall for a moment? I need to purchase materials for tomorrow as set up. If it rains, please ensure my stall remains covered." With that, she departed. Earlier that morning, she had already procured all the necessary ingredients. Now, she was intent on committing murder. She was determined to kill that beast. She had learned that Li Mao would be heading to the gambling den after acquiring money. She positioned herself along his route, and before long, she spotted the swaying figure of Li Mao approaching, seemingly intoxicated. As the sky darkened, the hurried and panicked pedestrians rushed by, rain threatening to pour. She silently observed Li Mao. "Aren't you eager to sleep with me?" His murky eyes revealed a wicked desire. He smirked, slowly advancing toward Chen Shi. "Once you sleep with me, you won't be able to refuse my demands, will you? Once you have me, you'll treat me well and I won't have to fear your violence." Hidden in the shadows, Chen Shi cleared her throat. "You must keep your word." "Of course." "Then come with me." Chen Shi led him into a dimly lit alley. She raised her hand, preparing to unfasten her clothing, but paused. Please turn around. Li Mao cursed, damn it, I'm here to help you undress. Chen Shi retreated, feigning innocence. I'm just shy. I've never undressed in front of a man before. You'll bully me, and from now on, I will be yours, yet you won't even allow me this courtesy. Li Mao, growing impatient, swore, enough. Hurry up, if you make me wait too long, I'll beat you, you filthy whore. He turned his back, and suddenly, pain shot through his neck, crimson blood oozing forth. He turned in disbelief to see Chen Shi, her expression unyielding, her eyes dark and bright, her right hand raised high, brandishing a dagger, droplets of blood falling to the ground. I warned you, you wouldn't want to sleep with me, would you? See, this is your fate. With that, she kicked Li Mao to the ground, covering his mouth with her left hand and plunging the dagger into his neck with her right. Thunder rumbled overhead, the oppressive heat bursting into a downpour. Chen Shi stood slowly, her body drenched by the rain, her hair soaked, her clothes clinging to her skin. Above, dark clouds swirled, lightning crackled. Below, the earth turned foul, blood mingling with the rain. Turning, her lashes trembled, her dark eyes blinked against the curtain of rain, and at the alley's entrance stood a figure holding a sky-blue umbrella, clad in a deep indigo robe, with calm, unwavering eyes fixed upon her. It was Scholar Pei, clutching a stack of books, the hem of his robe stained with mud, his elegant form swayed in the gusts of wind, as if he might be swept away at any moment. Chen Shi was uncertain how long he had been watching. Perhaps he had been there since before she took Li Mao's life. She swallowed hard, the fear of being caught for murder gnawing at her heart. She felt that if she wished to survive, she must eliminate him too, yet, he had merely exchanged a few words with her. In her moment of shock, Scholar Pei's figure vanished from sight. She gathered the ingredients she had prepared earlier and hastened to her stall, where indeed, Scholar Pei was absent. Aunt Zhao could not bear to see Chen Shi in such a state. You silly girl, even in the rain, you refuse to use an umbrella. You are the most self-neglecting person I have ever seen. Chen Shi smiled faintly, turning aside to secretly discard the dagger into the stove, casually inquiring, where has Scholar Pei gone? He must have gone to buy medicine for his mother. Oh, Chen Shi murmured, a thought striking her. She quickly told Aunt Zhao, Aunt, I'll be heading back now. Ah, it's still raining, you should at least carry an umbrella. It wasn't that she didn't want to use one. It was simply that the rain served to awaken her mind. She feared that if she allowed herself to think too deeply, she might turn back and murder that perfectly innocent scholar. Upon reaching the courtyard, the rain began to lessen when Jiro, seeing Chen Shi drenched like a drowned rat, frowned deeply. What happened to you? You didn't even use an umbrella and got soaked like this. If you didn't have one, you should wait until the rain stops to return. Not if you're late, we'll simply cook for ourselves. Chen Shi shook her head absent-mindedly. I'm fine. When Jiro was about to say more when she recalled Chen Shi's stubborn nature and decided against it, suddenly asking loudly, who hit you? Upon hearing this, Madame Wen hurried out of the room. She caressed Chen Shi's cheek, her heart filled with concern. We'll cook dinner tonight. You should change into dry clothes, drink a bowl of ginger soup to ward off a chill, and once you've sweated it out, go rest. She turned to Wenjiro and instructed, Rower, go boil a couple of eggs to help reduce the swelling on her face. Wenjiro nodded and entered the kitchen. Chapter 34. The suspect. Upon his return, Wen Zhiheng hurried into Chen Shi's room after hearing the news of her assault, gently cupping her face in his hands to scrutinize her closely. Wenjiro, well acquainted with Wen Zhiheng's temperament, maintained an impassive demeanor while inwardly seething with rage. With a subtle glance, she wisely excused herself from the room. Was it that man from before? Chen Shi nodded in response. Wen Zhiheng lowered his gaze to conceal his fury. What is his name? I shall go and kill him. Chen Shi remained silent without hesitation. When Zhiheng turned to leave, Chen Shi, alarmed, leapt from her bed and grasped his garment. I have already killed him. When Zhiheng turned back, astonished. The person before him, petite yet resolute, had eyes as dark and bright as obsidian, and though her clenched fists trembled, she exuded a fierce determination. He gently enveloped Chen Shi in his embrace, resting his forehead against her damp hair. Do not be afraid. If the authorities find me, will it implicate you? Is there any blood on you? No. Was the dagger destroyed? Yes. Did anyone witness it? Yes. Do you know that person? Yes. Describe him to me. That man must not be allowed to live, otherwise, it will lead to endless troubles. Chen Shi shook her head. I thought long and hard on the road. I truly wished to survive, but that man merely happened to see. I hold no grudge against him. Why should I take the life of an innocent? If he were to report me, it would merely be my fate sealed. Killing requires paying with one's life. When Zhiheng held her tightly. You are remarkably composed. Resting against his warm chest, Chen Shi felt comforted by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which calmed her anxious thoughts in an instant. Shi, you should not have acted on your own. How could you forget that you have me? If anything arises, you must tell me. I will help you handle it. You always bear burdens alone, remain silent when attacked, and seek revenge by yourself. What do you expect me to do? I have been accustomed to this since childhood. No one will stand up for me. When Zhiheng pinched her cheek affectionately. From now on, I will stand up for you. All right. Do not go to town tomorrow. Rest at home for a few days. Chen Shi shook her head. I must go. If that man is discovered dead and I vanish, I will be the first suspect. When Zhiheng gazed down at her with deep-set eyes. Killing is not done in such a manner. I will teach you how to take lives without anyone knowing, rather than leaving evidence for others to exploit. Just like how you had that officer killed without laying a finger on him. Wen Zhiheng smiled gently, like the sun melting away snow. That is merely one method, enticing others with profit. This approach works on more than half of people, as desire exists in all. However, it has its drawbacks. It can only eliminate insignificant individuals, and if one has not attained a certain height or power, this method is largely ineffective. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled like stars but soon dimmed. What troubles you? I only hope to survive this ordeal. Do not be so pessimistic. Take it one step at a time, respond as circumstances arise. Many choose to stay uninvolved. No one wishes to entangle themselves in such matters. Yes. Be cautious. If anything happens, seek me immediately, I will ensure your safety. When Jiro paced anxiously outside the door. A brief embrace was one thing, but lingering for too long would surely lead to discomfort. Chen Shi's face had swollen, and after a few days, the warmth of the egg compress had lost its efficacy. Perhaps it was merely for her peace of mind, at least it served that purpose. The egg was indeed quite hot, and when Jiro patiently rolled it over her face occasionally, when the heat became too intense, Chen Shi would flinch away. When Zhiheng's voice rang out sharply. Be careful, can't you see she is in pain? When Jiro gritted her teeth and tossed the egg to Wen Zhiheng. Here, you take it. When Zhiheng accepted the egg. If I must, I shall. Chen Shi thought that the young lady had been gentle before. A little heat was tolerable, and she should not flinch. It was certainly better than the man beside her, who grasped her chin and roughly kneaded her face without any finesse. In the end, he confidently proclaimed, look, is this not quite good? She did not even flinch. It was not that she did not flinch, rather, how could she escape with him gripping her chin? When Jiro scoffed disdainfully. Do not boast, she has been enduring your ministrations all along, her nails turning white from the pressure. A slight smile crept onto Chen Shi's lips. The young master and young lady were merely trying to comfort her in their own ways, hoping that their banter could dispel the shadows clouding her heart. Li Mao deserves to die. She had no regrets should Pei Xiaocai, due to their previous animosity, choose to report her. She would have no defense. After all, killing requires paying with one's life. She had already prepared herself for that eventuality. She returned to her stall as usual, igniting the fire, awakening the dough, and preparing various ingredients, skillfully baking pancakes while wearing a bright smile and sweetly enticing customers. When she found a moment of respite, she could not help but glance over at Pei Xiaocai. She found him sitting calmly to the side, aloof and unengaged with others, engrossed in his book, occasionally writing a few characters, and speaking softly to those who came to write letters. It was as if he had completely forgotten the torrential downpour of the previous day and the pool of crimson that had stained the ground. In truth, Chen Shi possessed one source of confidence. When Li Mao had struck her, the voice that had shouted about the arrival of Captain Yuan had belonged to him. The young master was right, one should not entrust their life and death to others. Yet, her fate had never truly been in her hands. With trepidation gnawing at her heart, she trembled through the day. The following morning, as expected, the events came to light. Aunt Zhao was aflame with righteous indignation. The scoundrel who assaulted you a few days ago has been stabbed to death in a filthy alley, and it was a gruesome demise. I do not know what enemy he offended, but he deserved it. It brings great satisfaction. Chen Shi forced a few awkward laughs in response, casting a furtive glance at Pei Xiaocai beside her. He remained quietly seated, seemingly disinterested in the sensational murder case unfolding around him. In the midst of her busywork, a group suddenly approached. She looked up to see a man clad in the garb of an officer standing before her, his expression stern as he spoke. Li Mao is dead. Someone witnessed your dispute with him a few days ago, and they suspect you of revenge killing. Come with me to the magistrate for questioning. Chen Shi's head spun. So, even if she had not killed Li Mao, merely having had a conflict with him could lead to accusations of murder, resulting in her imprisonment for interrogation. The people nearby gasped in surprise. Is that true? This young girl is kind-hearted and sweet-tongued, how could she possibly commit murder? It is only suspicion, we do not know who the actual killer is. Chen Shi appeared dazed, her eyes wide as the officers behind the magistrate seized her by the arms, preparing to escort her away. Captain Yuan. A cool voice rang out. Chen Shi looked up to see Pei Xiaocai standing, his slender figure commanding attention. A jolt of fear coursed through her, she feared her fate was sealed. Pei Xiaocai. Captain Yuan bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Pei Xiaocai returned the gesture. May I inquire where Captain Yuan intends to take this young woman? A person has died, she is a suspect. Pei Xiaocai nodded in understanding. Who was the deceased, and when did they die? We were with this young woman, she may provide valuable clues. Chapter 35 Exoneration. This morning, a report was made to the town's yamen about the discovery of 4 individuals in the alley. The deceased, Li Mao, was found with 3 stab wounds to his throat, indicating he met his end the day before yesterday. However, this young lady, Scholar Pei, should be acquainted with him. Scholar Pei nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, I see. If it indeed occurred the day before yesterday, then this young lady cannot be the perpetrator of the murder. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implication. Captain Yuan's expression darkened. Why so? Scholar Pei replied with measured calmness. On the day before yesterday, everyone was present on Changning Street, and this young lady remained there throughout. She did leave afternoon to procure some ingredients, accompanying me to purchase medicinal herbs for my mother, hence she lacked the opportunity to commit murder. Furthermore, the deceased Li Mao had assaulted this young lady a few days prior, inflicting severe injuries. Out of necessity, he remained on Changning Street daily, and all can attest to this. Li Mao was slain by a sharp instrument, with 3 strikes to the throat, indicating the weapon was small, most likely a dagger. Such daggers are rare iron implements in this town. It is hardly conceivable that they belong to a woman preoccupied with her livelihood. Moreover, as a frail young woman, how could she possibly retaliate against a man of considerable strength, one who could easily overpower her? She would scarcely dare to slay even a chicken. As Scholar Pei concluded his statement, the onlookers voiced their agreement. Indeed, how could the Qin girl be capable of murder? Scholar Pei is a learned man. His words ring true. Wasn't Scholar Pei in a dispute with the Chen girl? Why then is he testifying on her behalf? It seems evident that Li Mao was not slain by her. Captain Yuan cast a fierce glance over the crowd, and silence enveloped the scene. Scholar Pei stood with a dignified composure and turned to the seemingly dazed Chen Shi. My dear lady, may I inquire your name? If you have any grievances, feel free to express them. Captain Yuan will advocate for you. Captain Yuan chuckled at this. Scholar Pei, you truly are a pedantic scholar. You do not even know the names of others yet presume to argue their innocence or culpability. It appears that today's suspect can be absolved. He gestured, and the constables promptly released Chen Shi from their grip. As soon as her hands were freed, she stumbled, struggling to maintain her balance. As he departed, he patted Scholar Pei on the shoulder. Refrain from involving yourself in such matters henceforth. With that, he left without a backward glance. As the crowd dispersed, life on Changning Street resumed its usual bustle. Chen Shi softly uttered her gratitude. Thank you. Scholar Pei had already returned to his previous position. Upon hearing her thanks, he neither affirmed nor denied it. After midday, Scholar Pei intended to fetch medicine for his ailing mother. Chen Shi hastily set aside her tasks and informed Aunt Zhao, then followed closely behind Scholar Pei. As they walked, she spoke, Thank you, Scholar, how might I repay your kindness? I appreciate your covering for me without holding grudges. Scholar Pei seemed to disregard her words or perhaps wished to avoid conversing with her. Midway, he halted, turned, and expressed his impatience. Please keep your distance. After speaking, he resumed his pace. Chen Shi appeared oblivious to his disdain and continued to follow closely. When he came to a dilapidated courtyard, he coldly addressed her, What I said was not for your benefit. I have arrived home, you may leave. He opened the door and stepped inside, but Chen Shi squeezed in through the gap just as he began to close it, his face contorted with anger. How dare you enter someone else's home without permission? Chen Shi hastily waved her hands. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ask how I might repay you. I have already made it clear, my words were not intended for you. I require no repayment, so please leave promptly. Chen Shi replied, I understand. I do not presume to have the right to make you speak on my behalf. However, as the direct beneficiary, my heart cannot rest easy without expressing my gratitude. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from within the room. Luor, do we have a visitor? Upon hearing the voice, Scholar Pei disregarded Chen Shi and walked directly into the room. Mother Chen Shi followed him inside. The interior was modestly furnished. Aside from the walls of blue bricks, it bore a resemblance to the Fengming courtyard, featuring a simple lacquered wardrobe, a wash-basin stand, and a beautifully carved bed draped with faded yellowish-white curtains, from which the outline of a person could be discerned. As Scholar Pei entered, Chen Shi's head peeked out from behind him, and upon seeing the woman's face, she could not suppress her astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a true vision. All the tales she had heard regarding the frail mother of the scholar did not align with the radiant figure before her. Although dressed in humble attire, her presence radiated grace, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unspoken words, her lips curving into a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. Even in her weakened state, lying upon the bed amidst the dilapidated surroundings, she elevated the room's atmosphere to one of nobility and elegance. Is this young lady a friend of Luor? The melodious voice of Scholar Pei's mother brought Chen Shi back to reality, prompting her to kneel before the matriarch. Scholar Pei is my savior. I have come to express my gratitude. Scholar Pei's mother swiftly raised her hand, signaling Chen Shi to rise. My dear child, please stand, there is no need for such formalities. Chen Shi bowed her head in respect, then quickly stood. Scholar Pei's mother smiled gently. Luor has merely done what is right. Scholar Pei coldly interjected, having expressed your thanks, you may take your leave. With that, he ceased to acknowledge Chen Shi, turning instead to his mother. Mother, shall we change the bedding? I can call the neighbor's wife over. Scholar Pei's mother nodded in agreement. Chen Shi eagerly interjected, I can do it, I can change the bedding. I am capable of any task. She cast a hopeful glance at Scholar Pei's mother, wishing for her consent. Scholar Pei, seemingly unmoved, made to exit the room, pulling Chen Shi's arm to urge her along. Luor, do not be discourteous. Scholar Pei's mother turned to Chen Shi with a smile. Then I shall trouble you, young lady. Scholar Pei retrieved 2 buckets and went outside to fetch water, while Chen Shi, under the guidance of Scholar Pei's mother, located the bedding for replacement. Aunt, my surname is Chen, and my name is Shi. You may call me Shi from now on. Morning welcomes the rosy hues of dawn, rolled sleeves stained with dye, what a lovely name. Chen Shi blushed and smiled. Aunt, your poetic verses hold such beauty, but that is not my name. Upon my birth, my father, disappointed at having a daughter, did not bestow a name upon me. I was born on the 11th day of the new year, and thus, I have been called she ever since. Scholar Pei's mother expressed her apologies. I am sorry. Aunt, children from impoverished families often have such experiences. However, I do admire those lines of poetry. Would you be willing to share them with me? Scholar Pei's mother smiled warmly. Of course, I will have Luo write them for you. As Chen Shi pulled back the bedding covering Scholar Pei's mother, an indescribable scent enveloped her. She touched the mattress, which was completely soaked. Chapter 36. A barren home. Pei's mother exhibited a hint of embarrassment, but soon regained her composure, smiling gently. If you find my presence distasteful, I shall have Luo fetch the lady next door. Chen Shi shook her head. Aunt, allow me to prepare some hot water for you. I will assist in cleansing you, and then we can bask in the sunlight outside. You shall surely feel more at ease. Staying indoors all day will only prolong your ailment. Very well. Chen Shi heated the water and meticulously helped Pei's mother cleanse herself from head to toe. Under the eaves, she found a chair and carefully carried Pei's mother outside. She fashioned a bamboo rack to air out the bedding, opened the windows to let in fresh air, dusted every corner of the room, and retrieved a broom to tidy up the courtyard. She then fetched a basin, preparing to wash all the soiled garments by the riverbank. Pei Shoutsai, witnessing this, flushed crimson. Those were his clothes, and his trousers. Put the clothes down. I shall wash them myself. Do not trouble yourself, Chen Shi hurriedly replied. There is no need. I am swift at this. It will be done shortly. She made her way outside, stopping at a shop to purchase a bar of laundry soap, then proceeded to the market to buy a small piece of meat and a couple of handfuls of greens. Upon entering Pei's family kitchen, she discovered it to be almost barren, with only a few vegetable scraps on the countertop. It was a wonder how they managed to survive. Their existence was even more arduous than that of those who had been exiled. Pei's mother was afflicted with bedsores, yet she remained gentle and composed, as if the pain and discomfort did not reside within her. Perhaps she wished to spare her son the burden of worry. After airing out the garments, she took the opportunity to prepare a meal for them. Aunt, I have made you some meat porridge and stir-fried 2 dishes of greens. Please make do with this. It is getting late, and I must return. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Pei's mother, touched by Chen Shi's diligent care, replied, Good child, do return home quickly. Lure, see she off. Chen Shi waved her hand dismissively. There is no need. My home lies a good 10 miles away through the mountains. I walk briskly, and shall arrive in no time. Farewell. With a smile directed towards Pei Shoutsai, she opened the door and slipped out. Pei's mother sighed. That child, traversing 10 miles daily, it is indeed a considerable hardship. Pei Shoutsai offered no response but served a bowl of steaming porridge to his mother. Gazing at the warm, fragrant porridge, adorned with a sprinkle of green onions, it was visually appetizing. Pei's mother blew on the steam and carefully took a sip, her face lighting up with satisfaction. It has been ages since I enjoyed such delicious porridge. It is true what they say, good deeds are eventually rewarded. Pei Shoutsai could not help but chuckle softly. Mother, are you certain that I am performing good deeds? What do you mean? She has committed murder, and I have provided her cover. Neither of us can be deemed virtuous. Pei's mother paused for a moment, then remarked appreciatively, she is diligent and enthusiastic, quick with her hands, and an excellent cook. Could she really be capable of murder? Truly remarkable. Mother, murder is hardly a commendable trait, is it? How can that be praised? It entirely depends on the nature of the victim. To slay the wicked is to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. In tumultuous times, such an act could be deemed heroic. Upon hearing your praise, she could sell an extra few cakes. By the time they returned to the Fengming courtyard, dusk had set in. When Ji Hung and Wen Ziyuan had already emerged from the mines and returned home. Upon noticing Chen Shi's absence, Wen Zihong felt a pang of worry and immediately left the courtyard to search for her. Not far into his journey, he spotted Chen Shi running towards home at great speed. Young master, I have returned late. Wen Zihong, observing her drenched in sweat, felt a surge of concern. Take your time, do not rush, he said, taking the burden from her back. It is best if you are unscathed. Chen Shi, panting, replied, I shall have no further troubles from now on. Wen Zihong, puzzled, inquired, is everything resolved? Indeed, then that is good, young master. Why do you not ask me what transpired? Wen Zihong smiled knowingly. Each person has their own way of handling matters. As long as you can manage it well, it signifies your personal growth. In this place of exile, with all manner of demons and spirits, I find myself bound by punishment, unable to extricate myself. At times, I fear I am too far removed to intervene in growth. Yes, how many characters can you recognize now? Most of them, though some remain unlearned. Growth is not merely an accumulation of years. It is the serenity and equanimity attained through myriad experiences. In the future, as you pursue your studies, you will understand others' insights and discern your own path amidst their myriad words. You must tread forward with courage and persistence. Thus, since his exile, he had transitioned from a life of privilege, distanced from the kitchen, to one of hands-on labor and humble toil, embracing it all with a newfound composure. This was a mark of his growth. Have you experienced much in the past? He seemed to recall something, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. I have encountered some experiences. Chen Shi was about to ask something further when Wen Zihong interjected, let us hasten home. Jiro may have set the kitchen ablaze. Sure enough, as they approached, the kitchen was filled with thick smoke, and when Jiro emerged, spatula in hand, coughing uncontrollably, gasping for air, she glared at Wen Zihong and Chen Shi, her frustration palpable. How could they waste time on idle chatter when there were meals to prepare and fires to tend? The others exchanged glances at the charred dishes on the table, none daring to be the first to partake. After surveying the scene, when Jiro slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she directed her ire at Wen Zihong, eat, she grumbled, having learned the hard way that associating with she led to this disarray. When Zihong's eyes widened slightly, had she misconstrued the situation, sensing the tension, when Ziyuan quickly raised his chopsticks. Today, let us allow second brother to sample Rora's culinary skills. He gingerly picked up a piece of the charred food, reluctantly placing it in his mouth. His expression flickered between discomfort and surprise. Rower, not bad, it is thoroughly cooked, and the flavor is quite acceptable. I expected it to be inedible, when Jiro, hesitant to taste her own creation, glowed with pride at Wen Ziyuan's praise. As the others noticed Wen Ziyuan's lack of a negative reaction and continued to eat, they too felt reassured enough to join in. However, once everyone had taken a bite, Wen Ziyuan could no longer contain himself and rushed outside. Chen Shi mused that the second young master did not wish to bear the burden of being the sole unfortunate soul. When Ziyuan returned, grinning at the collective glares directed his way. Delicious fare, everyone should partake together. Chapter 37 The rescue. A pristine piece of paper bore 10 elegantly inscribed characters, penned in a flowing script that exuded strength and vigor. The calligraphy was truly exquisite, quite at odds with the frail demeanor of the scholar before me. Early in the day, Pei, the scholar, arrived at Changning Street and, after presenting the paper to Chen Shi, quietly settled beside him, engrossed in a tome. As noon approached, Chen Shi moved to Pei's side and offered him a pastry wrapped in a lotus leaf. The enticing aroma of sesame wafted from it, yet Pei merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Shi before turning away, his gaze devoid of emotion. A gentleman does not partake of food offered out of pity, he remarked. Chen Shi furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Pei remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation. Is this your way of demanding compensation for your calligraphy, or do you wish for me to owe you a favor? Pei inhaled deeply. I have no need for that. Then do eat. It will be cold soon. Pei felt he ought to refuse, yet as he held the fragrant pastry, he pondered how he had accepted it. Taking a tentative bite, he discovered the savory crispness, revealing a golden, enticing egg hidden within. Indeed, her business thrived for good reason. The murder of Li Mao had not subsided, whispers of it echoed throughout Changning Street. Chen Shi remained on edge regarding the incident. Each day that passed without resolution felt like a sword suspended over his heart. Eventually, he overheard someone speaking with conviction. I heard it was a debt dispute. Li Mao often gambled and accrued a significant debt. There was a man surnamed Gu, who specialized in debt collection. The last time he encountered Li Mao, he refused to repay, and in a fit of rage, he killed him. The dagger used in the murder is said to be in Gu's home. Rumor has it, Gu is no saint either. Witnessing their mutual destruction must be quite satisfying. Pei observed Chen Shi, who had been tirelessly working in his home, his expression complex and somewhat impatient. Did you hear that? Hear what? The rumors circulating are far from the truth, yet they have become the prevailing narrative. I intend to exploit Li Mao's death for my own gain, using the flaws in the case to ensnare Gu in legal troubles. You must understand, my previous words were not a defense for you. I merely utilized you. Oh, and what now? Are you suggesting I should cease visiting your home? Pei's brow furrowed at Chen Shi's lack of tact. Chen Shi smiled. You wish for Gu's henchmen to languish in prison. That is your affair, is it not? Pei's eyes brimmed with confusion. Those who enter the county jail as suspects often emerge battered. If they emerge at all. I am not concerned with the other matters. I only know that in my hour of greatest need, it was you who spoke on my behalf, regardless of your motives. At this, Pei found himself at a loss for words. He parted his lips but could not articulate a response, his scarred visage lost in perplexity. No one quite matched Chen Shi's stubbornness. My name is Pei, Luo Shu, with the courtesy name Jinyan. Chen Shi, in the midst of tending to the fire, paused momentarily. Oh. Pei Luo Shu, observing Chen Shi's nonchalance, lowered his gaze and continued, I am informing you of my name. Chen Shi hastily replied, I shall remember it, Scholar Pei. Pei's mother, who had been resting in the shade, beamed at the two similarly aged individuals. Shi, Luoshu means you may call him by his name, rather than referring to him as scholar all the time. Otherwise, it feels rather distant. Chen Shi nodded with a smile, turning away, pondering the intricacies of Pei's name, finding it somewhat cumbersome, and deciding it best to continue calling him scholar for simplicity's sake. Following this exchange, Pei Luoshu occasionally engaged with Chen Shi in brief conversation, limited to greetings and well wishes. Chen Shi found it peculiar that Pei Luoshu seemed devoid of business. He wondered how Pei survived. She had been in Changning Street for nearly 2 months now, and during that time, no more than 10 individuals had visited his writing stall. Inquiring with An Zhao nearby, she admitted her ignorance. Occasionally, when Chen Shi encountered familiar faces, he would mention that Scholar Pei's calligraphy was exceptional and reasonably priced. They would smile in agreement, and eventually, a few patrons did indeed frequent his stall. Each time Chen Shi made a suggestion, Pei Luoshu would pause, glance in her direction, and then return to his quietude until one day, when a certain Dr. Yang from the apothecary approached. A middle-aged man, though engaged in commerce, lacked the keen glint of a shrewd businessman. Rather, the weight of time rendered him with a sorrowful countenance. Such individuals often possess a compassionate heart. He stood before Pei Luoshu, hesitating for an extended moment before finally speaking. Scholar, it is not my intention to press you for repayment, but the debt for the medicine has lingered far too long. My apothecary is a modest enterprise. Without incoming funds, I find it increasingly difficult to manage. Pei Luoshu, slender and upright as a pine, faced Dr. Yang's insistence with a slight bow and a look of distress. Doctor Yang, could you grant me a little more time? I assure you, as soon as I acquire the funds, I will repay you. I implore you to allow me a brief extension. Doctor Yang sighed deeply, his frustration palpable. Scholar, if not for my family pressing me, would I dare to publicly demand your payment? Have a heart for this old man. As the crowd around them swelled, Pei Luoshu's complexion flushed with embarrassment, her lips pressed together in uncertainty. Doctor Yang, do not blame him, this is my fault. Chen Shi, having finished his task, interjected. Scholar Pei had already gathered the funds to repay you, but I, injured and without sufficient coins, borrowed the money that was meant for you. You see, time has passed, and Scholar has not pressed me for it. I have been working diligently to earn enough to repay him, but if you are upset, direct your ire at me, not at Scholar Pei. Doctor. Yang finally relaxed. How much does he owe you? 2 taels and 8 coins. Chen Shi emptied his pocket, counted today's earnings, and retrieved a few pieces of silver from his sleeve, offering them to Dr. Yang. Count this, does it suffice? Dr. Yang nodded with satisfaction, counting the coins before departing with a smile. The onlookers, seeing the lack of spectacle, gradually dispersed. Pei Luoshu remained in her previous stance, motionless, her palms clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Just moments ago, as Chen Shi eloquently defended her, she had watched him intently. She pondered his actions. He had aided her while shouldering all the blame, ensuring she remained untarnished, earning her the praise of a benefactor. He was clearly not a good person, having long exploited her. Why did she repeatedly extend her assistance, meticulously safeguarding his dignity? He was cold and difficult to deal with, finicky, ill-tempered, and possessed an unattractive demeanor with a sharp tongue. He was undeserving. Chapter 38. The female student Chen Shi tugged at his sleeve. What's the matter, have you lost your mind? Pei Luoshu, upon hearing her soft whispers, lowered her gaze and turned to Chen Shi once more. I will repay the money I owe you as soon as possible. Chen Shi chuckled lightly. There is something I wish to ask of you. Pei Luoshu regarded her with a puzzled expression. Ask me? What could you possibly need from me? Chen Shi hurriedly replied, I wish to learn to read. Could you teach me? Do you accept female students? What is your tuition fee? At this moment, Pei Luoshu understood everything. She had even devised reasons for not repaying the money. Pei Luoshu smiled gently. In all these days, Chen Shi had yet to witness her smile. The monthly fee is 1 tael of silver, plus 4 sheng of new rice, 3 jin of fine pork, and 2 jin of pear blossom wine. During festivals, gifts are also expected. Do you still wish to learn? Chen Shi calculated with her fingers, her brow furrowed in confusion. How many copper coins is the pear blossom wine per jin? Approximately 41. When calculated monthly, that amounts to 2 taels of silver. My household expenses are about 3 taels per month, so I must earn 5 taels of silver each month. After deducting costs, I need to sell at least 70 cakes daily. On the best days, I sell over 200 copper coins. Logically, that should suffice, but people eventually tire of the same fare, and with so few people in the town, I fear business will dwindle. Pei Luoshu watched her distressed expression and smiled softly. Chen Shi turned to her and said, Could I pay with the silver I have for a period of time? If I can manage to pay the tuition later, would you continue to teach me? Pei Luoshu nodded. Of course. Finally, Chen Shi smiled with relief. The sweltering summer heat was unbearable, and Longning Street was lined with numerous camphor trees. Under the shade of these trees, an invisible barrier provided respite for the vendors, which is why many townsfolk would leisurely stroll out with their young children to enjoy the day. You already recognize so many characters? Pei Luoshu was genuinely astonished. Was there someone else teaching her? I learned a few characters in secret while others were studying. What do you need me to teach you? Anything at all. Pei Luoshu chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Chen Shi did not understand what was amusing. I have a few books at home. Since you can recognize characters, I can let you read them and clarify any doubts you have. This way, your progress will be even faster. Chen Shi followed Pei Luoshu, learning more characters and reading many books during this sweltering heat. Gradually, she felt that her understanding had reached new heights, akin to Wu Xiaimeng awakening to wisdom. Occasionally, she had questions. Why is it said that one should not forget a friend in poverty or abandon a wife of humble origins? Why use the term humble origins? Pei Luoshu gently furrowed her brow. It is merely a metaphor. Even in future wealth and glory, one should not forsake a wife who is shared in one's hardships. Humble origins refers to coarse food, symbolizing difficult times. Chen Shi pondered this. I dislike those 2 words. Why? I have seen both coarse food and witnessed others eating it, but later the village head fed these to the pigs. Once, during the direst times, the village head's wife also shared in this fare. Subsequently, when the village head became wealthy, clutching silver in his hands, he allowed his once humble wife to perish in a thatched cottage, choosing to live with another woman instead. When a man attains wealth and status, how many are willing to recall their days of poverty? The saying a wife of humble origin should not be cast aside is a lofty ideal that few can genuinely uphold. Pei Luoshu parted her lips, realizing that even with a wealth of knowledge, she had no words to counter this perspective. Some will indeed live up to it. One cannot generalize about humanity. Chen Shi then inquired, I have noticed that most beautiful things are mentioned in books. Is it because such things are rare in the world that they are yearned for when written down? Or is it that reality is too harsh, with everyone preoccupied with their basic needs, lacking the conditions and courage to strive for such beauty? Pei Luoshu gazed quietly at Chen Shi, who seemed to think differently from others, her thoughts appearing clearer and more rational. Within every heart resides a mirage. Without these beautiful things, the spirit becomes as a parched spring. This life would feel akin to being a mere shell of a person. It is hope. With hope and dreams, even the darkest path ahead will reveal its own vibrant colors. Chen Shi felt assured that her choice was right. Studying with Pei Luoshu always brought her immense benefits. Previously, she had been preoccupied with finding ways to improve her situation slightly, and now, she realized that she was the one truly gaining from this arrangement. Later, she inquired with Shui Lianqing about the tuition for his child's schooling, which was significantly higher than what Pei Luoshu had quoted. Learning has always been an expensive endeavor throughout history. Why doesn't T the scholar Pei teach the children? Shui Lianqing expressed his helplessness. His knowledge is renowned, a fact even the county magistrate acknowledges, but only those who can read in a formal school qualify to participate in the county examination. Under this condition, everyone has shut their doors to Scholar Pei. Chen Shi could not help but feel pity for Pei Luoshu. Is his condition untreatable? It is certainly beyond remedy. Besides, it would require a miraculous doctor, and Scholar Pei also has a sick elderly mother to care for. How could he afford additional medical expenses? Does that not mean his life is ruined? All his knowledge is rendered useless. Without the opportunity to take the imperial examinations, and living in poverty, he cannot turn his fortunes around. Chen Shi pushed the stove over to Shui Lianqing's home and noticed the bundles inside. Brother Shui, are you preparing for a long journey? No, I am going to the county town tomorrow. Someone has referred some work to me for 3 to 5 days. Chen Shi quickly asked, could you take me with you? The county town is quite far, it would take half a day to walk there. That's alright. I want to be making cakes tomorrow. I wish to explore the county town, and my vegetables are growing well in the garden. I plan to pick some to sell. Chen Shi pulled out a bag of ginger candy from her pocket and handed it to the little boy Hauer, who was tugging at her leg. You haven't finished the last candy I gave you, and now I'm giving you more. You re-spoiling him. Shui Lianqing's wife, Sun Yang, emerged from the kitchen with a beaming smile, pouring a basin of water into the corner, which instantly released a cloud of misty white steam. Chen Shi thought it was quite peculiar that pouring a basin of water could produce such an effect. Pei Luoshu appeared somewhat distracted, gazing at the empty stall beside her, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Where had Chen Shi gone? It had already been 3 days. Could one really afford to abandon their studies? How could she learn well with such a sporadic commitment? She suppressed her growing anxiety and casually struck up a conversation with Aunt Zhao about Chen Shi's whereabouts. Aunt Zhao shook her head. I don't know either. Perhaps there is something at home. Pei Luoshu wondered silently what could possibly have happened in her family. Was there any way she could assist? Chapter 39. Heartfelt flutter. On that fateful afternoon, Chen Shi finally returned to Pei Luoshu. Upon seeing her, felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. Where have you been? You could at least have sent a word of greeting, lest you squander the tuition you've paid. Chen Shi seemed oblivious to Pei Luoshu's vexation. She squatted beside him, propping her chin on her hand, tilting her head upwards, her eyes sparkling with starlight. She radiated an infectious joy that even Pei Luoshu could not help but be affected by. What has happened to make you so exuberant? I've struck it rich, Chen Shi declared, producing a finely crafted wolf hairbrush from her bosom and presenting it to Pei Luoshu. He was momentarily taken aback. Why bestow upon him a brush? This is a gift for you. Your brush is nearly worn out, yet you continue to use it. I thought it proper to get you a new one. A sweet warmth blossomed in Pei Luoshu's heart, his eyes brimming with repressed delight. Why? He inquired. Chen Shi's face lit up with a beaming smile. Did I not mention, I've struck it rich? Pei Luoshu, intrigued, pressed further. What manner of fortune have you found? She leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, I sold vegetables and earned 35 taels of silver. Pei Luoshu found it hard to believe. Who sells vegetables for such a sum? It is true. Pray, enlighten me on how you managed such a feat to be able to earn this amount. Chen Shi felt as though the god of wealth had smiled upon her. Just the other day, she had taken a load of fresh greens to the county town. To preserve the freshness and vibrant green of the vegetables, she had dampened some cloth and carefully wrapped the produce. Upon arriving at the largest market, they looked as if they had just been harvested. Her vegetables were indeed of good quality, yet they did not stand out significantly, and the locals tended to favor familiar vendors, leaving her with limited sales. However, she later employed a certain technique. That evening, she had observed Sister Su spraying water on the wall, which then released strands of swirling white mist, evoking a somewhat ethereal sensation. She conjectured that there must be something special about the wall. Cautiously, she scraped a layer from the wall with a cloth, collected it in a basin, and when she poured water over it, the mist re-emerged. So, you employed this method to make your vegetables appear extraordinary? Chen Shi nodded. Initially, I aimed to sell them quickly, but unexpectedly, halfway through, a man resembling a steward bought the entire lot. You encountered a wealthy individual? I was rather fanciful, spinning nonsensical auspicious phrases. Pei Luoshu chuckled. Those auspicious phrases must have been more than mere pleasantries, I wager? The steward inquired where the vegetables originated and why they exuded an otherworldly aura. She replied, they are homegrown. This morning they appeared thus. I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Perhaps it is the work of a celestial being who, seeing the greens as emeralds, took some and left behind this ethereal essence. Your tongue, but he believed me. Just imagine, who would have vegetables like this? You might be seeing this for the first time yourself, right? Then something truly unexpected occurred. What was that? The steward purchased the vegetables and relayed the story to the elderly matriarch of the household. Miraculously, the frail old lady, who had been bedridden for ages, was able to rise and walk the very next day. Is that not astonishing? Such a thing happened? I too was skeptical, until the next day when I returned to sell more vegetables. The steward bought them all at once, insisting I sell to no one else, and handed me 35 taels outright, along with a reward. Pei Luoshu continued to smile, finding the tale somewhat ludicrous. Do not laugh. I truly believe that it is not so bizarre. In addition to selling vegetables, I also sold something else. What else did you sell? A wish. How so? I told you about the village head's family. The headman's mother had been ill for years, and many believed she would not survive another 2. Yet, when the headman's newlywed wife gave birth to a robust son, her health miraculously improved, and she is now quite vigorous. The headman had long been without heirs, and his mother believed she had been punished for her previous wife's misfortune, hence her illness. Now, with a grandson to cherish, her ailment has vanished. Pei Luoshu's eyes sparkled, his gaze filled with the reflection of Chen Shi. When a person has something precious to cherish, their spirit and vitality transform, and ailments tend to fade more swiftly. Chen Shi smiled. I shall go and gather vegetables to sell again in a few days. Pei Luoshu shook his head. That is unwise. Why? The silver you have acquired rests upon their fantasies, leading them to believe the heavens favor them, which is why they are willing to part with their money for blessings. However, if the entire county were to experience such phenomena, their illusions would shatter, and they would feel deceived, placing you in peril. Shi, remember, rarity lends value. When selling vegetables in the future, refrain from employing this method. Do you understand? Chen Shi nodded vigorously. Teacher, your foresight is commendable. Otherwise, I might have lost my life without comprehending the source of the trouble. Pei Luoshu bore a smile. Why did you arrive so late today? Chen Shi tapped her forehead. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. She unfastened the bundle she carried on her back, revealing 2 books and some paper. I ventured to the county town to inquire about suitable opportunities for you to earn money. After much searching, I discovered that the ink fragrance bookstore is hiring scribes. I showed the shopkeeper the 10 characters you wrote for me, and he immediately agreed to let me take the books back to copy. For 2 completed volumes, I shall earn 8 coins. What do you think? Pei Luoshu stood in astonishment as he accepted the books and paper, deeply moved. You went to the county town for my sake? Chen Shi smiled. It was not solely for you. I wanted to see the county town as well. Do not overthink it. Pei Luoshu nodded in understanding. Thank you. What is there to thank? You are now my teacher. It is only right that I do this for you. Also, do copy swiftly. When I return the books to the bookstore, I shall ask the shopkeeper if it's possible for you to work there long-term, ensuring a steady income and relieving you from owing anyone for medicine. Indeed. Chen Shi appeared to be in high spirits. Do you have any other matters today? If not, let us close up early. I shall treat you to a meal. Pei Luoshu hastily gathered the items on the table. Chen Shi helped him, teasingly saying, when it comes to food, your movements are remarkably swift. Food is a necessity. It is only natural, he replied. They made their way to a quaint tavern nestled in a secluded corner of the town, where the proprietress was a charming matron in her prime. Upon seeing the 2 youths, her eyes lit up with interest. My mother once brought me here to savor the braised chicken. The meat is tender, and the broth rich. I enjoyed it immensely. Indeed, I too wish to sample it. They settled into a corner of the establishment, noticing the proprietress casting surreptitious glances their way. Pei Luoshu looked at Chen Shi, who appeared utterly fascinated by her surroundings. Teacher, this is my first time dining out since birth. Pei Luoshu could feel her joy radiating. Shi, are you aware of the proprieties between men and women? Chen Shi sipped the complimentary tea. You mean the distinctions between the genders? More or less. With her hands cradling the teacup, Chen Shi replied without hesitation, when one is preoccupied with merely seeking enough to eat, matters of gender become an afterthought. I believe such rules belong to the wealthy. Those of high status, with power and influence, naturally regard their daughters as treasures to be sheltered and seldom displayed. They are like delicate flowers, whereas I am akin to the wild grass, content merely to survive. Pei Luoshu observed the fierce sunlight streaming through the frosted window, casting a warm glow upon her shoulder. The gray fabric of her attire was illuminated by the soft light, accentuating Chen Shi's radiant smile. Though she possessed an ordinary appearance, she stirred a fluttering sensation within him. Pei Luoshu hastily took another sip of his tea, attempting to mask the peculiar feeling stirring in his heart. Chapter 40-32. When the dish was served, an enchanting aroma enveloped the entire tavern. The Huangmen chicken was presented in a large porcelain basin, hearty in portion, with golden-hued chicken meat complemented by vibrant green peppercorns and fiery red chili peppers. As I scooped a piece into my bowl, it glistened with rich sauce. A gentle bite unleashed a burst of spicy flavor that tantalized my palate. Utterly delectable. Chen Shi indulged in several pieces before succumbing to the heat, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. After sipping some water, she fanned herself with her hand, while a jade-hued handkerchief, embroidered with a single green bamboo leaf, was offered from the side. Wipe your sweat. She hesitated, not reaching for it. I've used yours. What will you use? Pei Luoshu held the handkerchief aloft. I have another. Chen Shi finally accepted it. I didn't anticipate this would be so spicy. Don't you enjoy it? Not exactly. The flavor is truly delightful, but I feel as though I'm drenched in sweat. It was Pei Luoshu's first experience dining out with someone else. He and T inquired about Chen Shi's preferences, focusing solely on sharing what he deemed delicious, a lack of consideration on his part. As Chen Shi wiped her brow, a subtle scent of green bamboo wafted from the handkerchief, particularly pleasant. Wiping her sweat, she felt a twinge of guilt for soiling the cloth. I'll wash it and return it to you later. Pei Luoshu bit his lip, a hint of awkwardness flickering in his expression. No need. I have another, keep it for future use. Chen Shi nodded, her spirits lifted. Aside from the spiciness, the flavors are impeccable. Upon returning from the county, you were the first person I sought out. I haven't even gone home yet, I'll pack a portion for my family and another for my aunt. Chen Shi's words seemed to resonate with Pei Luoshu, who latched onto the notion that she had come to find him first. Alright, whatever you say. As they exited the tavern, Chen Shi wore a pained expression. Why is it so expensive? This meal cost me 2 taels of silver. Pei Luoshu looked taken aback. I'm sorry for the extravagance. Chen Shi hurriedly replied with a smile, I had no idea dining out would be so costly, but it's fine. I can earn money. I'll treat you next time, I'll head back now. Let me escort you. No need. With that, she dashed off with her takeout in hand. Upon returning home, Pei Luoshu transferred the food to a dish and filled a small bowl with the white rice provided by the restaurant, carrying it into his room. He placed the meal on the cabinet by his mother's bed and poured her a cup of tea. Watching him perform these tasks, Pei Mu wore a constant smile. This seemed a bit unusual. Luoshu, where did this meal come from? After completing his chores, Pei Luoshu pulled a chair to sit beside her. It's from Shi. She earned some money today and treated me to a meal, also bringing you a portion. Pei Mu accepted the carefully prepared food and took small bites. Still that familiar taste. She isn't quite used to it. She rarely eats spicy food. Those who dislike spice indeed find it hard to adjust. She found me a job copying books. Once I'm more financially stable, I'll take you out for a meal. She found that for you? Yes, she specifically went to the county for it. Upon hearing this, Pei Mu couldn't help but think about how frequently he mentioned she, pondering when this had begun. And why was he smiling so much? Truly, children grow up and no longer heed their mothers. Pei Mu chuckled. Luoshu, by the end of the year, you'll be 17, children from ordinary families are already marrying. How about I help you find a few suitable girls? Pei Luoshu immediately declined. Mother, let us discuss it later. Pei Mu chuckled softly. Actually, I think she is quite admirable. She is diligent, kind-hearted, and earns money. Most importantly, she treats you well. Pei Luoshu seemed to be caught off guard by her words, his ears turning red. He paused, as if recollecting something, then sighed. I don't know what she thinks. What if? The Pei Mu spoke earnestly. Luoshu, if you like she, take action to let her feel your affection, otherwise, if she ends up with someone else, you'll regret it. Pei Luoshu, feeling exposed, quickly retorted, who likes her? Don't say such things, mother. Pei Mu chewed her food, nodding repeatedly, her heart laughing silently. Alright, I'll refrain from saying anything. Chen Shi returned to the courtyard and prepared dinner. When Jihang arrived, he was taken aback by the lavish spread on the table. Everyone felt a wave of delight. Shi, is there a special occasion today? Chen Shi finished the last dish and brought it to the table, smiling as she explained, this chicken is from a restaurant in town. I heard it's their signature dish, unique in flavor, though it is a bit spicy. Ziyuan was the first to pick up his chopsticks. I must try it. He took a careful bite, giving a thumbs up. Delicious. Having witnessed the earlier reactions, the others hesitated, eyeing Ziyuan warily. He chuckled knowingly. If you're not going to eat, then it's all mine. When Jihang urged, dig in, she praised it, so it's bound to be good. Only then did everyone begin to eat. After the meal, when Jihang invited Chen Shi for a stroll in the bamboo grove. You seem quite busy these days, I hardly see you. Chen Shi smiled, I've been selling the freshly harvested vegetables in town and had an unexpected windfall, earning over 30 taels of silver. When Jihang was astonished. What kind of encounter could yield such a sum? Chen Shi recounted her conversation with Pei Luoshu, leaving him utterly amazed, showering her with compliments. You truly are quite clever. Suddenly, he paused mid-step. Chen Shi was about to inquire but noticed him continuing forward. Young master, do you have something on your mind? When Jihang's face flushed slightly. What is it? May I borrow some silver from you? Without hesitation, Chen Shi nodded. Of course, there are 30 taels in the jar. Take it and use it as you wish. Warmth enveloped Wen Jihang. In such sweltering weather, he felt a deep warmth in his heart. You didn't even ask what I need it for? Whatever you need to do is important. If you tell me, I wouldn't understand. When Jihang's gaze grew fervent as he pulled Chen Shi into his embrace. Thank you, Shi. Chen Shi found herself tightly wrapped in his embrace, feeling the heat rise, beads of sweat forming on her brow. His hoarse voice rang above her. Shi, when you grow a little older, we'll consummate our union and have a few children, we'll teach them to read and write, alright? Chen Shi did not respond. She pushed Wen Jihang away, diverting the topic. It's so hot, and there are quite a few mosquitoes, let us go back. When Ji Hung was momentarily at a loss, perhaps she was still too young to grasp many things. It was alright, he had the patience to wait for her to mature. Chapter 41 Candied fruits and fans. Pei Luoshu rose early, meticulously smoothing the wrinkles of his patched indigo robe, having arranged his hair several times. In the reflection of the water, his countenance, marred by scars, appeared exceedingly unsightly. He hesitated to touch his face and withdrew his hand, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Exiting the courtyard, he encountered a vendor selling candied fruits. In a moment of indecision, he hurried over only to retreat. I would like 3 worth. Upon reaching Changning Street, he finally spotted Chen Shi bustling nearby, which instantly brought him a sense of reassurance. She was preoccupied, not acknowledging him, so he set down his book and ink, quietly beginning to copy texts. Once Chen Shi finished her tasks, Pei Luoshu walked leisurely beside her. My mother has a craving for candied fruits. I bought some, but I am uncertain of their sweetness. Would you be so kind as to taste them for me? Chen Shi, puzzled, replied, aren't you going to try them? I do not have a penchant for sweets. Understanding dawned upon Chen Shi. My hands are covered in oil. Please wait while I wash them. Pei Luoshu hurriedly interjected, it's alright, I will give you one. He then retrieved a piece from the neatly wrapped paper bag and offered it to her. Chen Shi opened her mouth to receive the candied fruit, and as Pei Luoshu's fingertips brushed against her tongue, he felt a tremor of nervousness and feigned nonchalance as he lowered his hand, the warmth of her touch lingering in his palm, the back of his hand discreetly concealed beneath his robe. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, is it sweet? Chen Shi nodded. Yes, it is particularly sweet. A flicker of sweetness stirred within Pei Luoshu's heart, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interjected, Pei Shotsai, what is that you have in your hand? Share some with your aunt. Aunt Zhao approached them with familiarity, raising her hand to take some, but Pei Luoshu promptly withdrew the candied fruits, his expression impassive as he walked towards his desk, leaving Aunt Zhao and Chen Shi exchanging bewildered glances. This scholar is rather stingy. By noon, seizing the opportunity of Aunt Zhao's absence, Pei Luoshu quickly addressed Chen Shi, take the candied fruits home with you. Chen Shi, perplexed, asked, doesn't Aunt love sweets? These candied fruits are too sweet. She does not enjoy excessive sweetness. Oh, Chen Shi accepted the package of candied fruits, only to hear Pei Luoshu add, you must not offer any to Aunt Zhao, they are solely for your enjoyment. Chen Shi was left in considerable confusion. If he was indeed stingy, how could he have given her the candied fruits yet withheld even a single piece from Aunt Zhao? She could not fathom his reasoning. Upon returning to the Pei residence, she inquired about the candied fruits with Pei Mu. Understanding dawned upon Pei Mu immediately. This young man, using his mother as an excuse, was secretly gifting Shi. I truly do not have a liking for sweet candied fruits, Chen Shi still struggled to comprehend. How can there be candied fruits that are not sweet? Pei Mu offered a wry smile. Indeed, how can there be candied fruits that are not sweet? Pei Luoshu, fetching water, felt his ears turn crimson. Time passed swiftly, and Pei Luoshu always felt as though the days were insufficient. His writing was both swift and elegant. After a spell of copying texts, he had managed to save several taels of silver. After setting aside his mother's medicinal expenses, he still had a surplus of about 1 tael each month. One day, as he passed by a jewelry shop, he laid eyes upon a silver hairpin shaped like a lotus flower and instantly envisioned how lovely it would look on Shi. 2 taels and 6 chen. If he copied more texts next month, he would be able to afford it. He wondered how Shi would react upon receiving the hairpin, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The weather was uncomfortably hot. Even while sitting quietly, Pei Luoshu was drenched in sweat, while Chen Shi, encircled by the furnace, felt even more stifled. Although autumn had arrived, the heat seemed to intensify, contrary to expectations. The elders spoke of the 18 autumn tigers, suggesting that once they had passed, the weather would gradually cool. Pei Luoshu took a piece of white silk and stretched it tightly over a bamboo ring, crafting a fan, disregarding the multiple pricks on his fingers, and stayed up late to paint a water lily on the silk. Upon seeing it, Pei Mu shook her head, exclaiming, this child. When Chen Shi received the fan, her eyes were filled with disbelief, quickly followed by delight. Is this for me? Pei Luoshu smiled warmly, clearly pleased to see her genuine joy. Yes, I noticed how uncomfortable you were in the heat daily, so I thought a fan would provide some relief. Sir, you are truly kind. Pei Luoshu wished she would address him differently. She refused to call him by his name but was also reluctant to refer to him as Shotsai like others. Those familiar with me call me Aluo. Now that we are acquainted, you may call me that too, if it pleases you. Chen Shi tentatively tried, Aluo? The sweetness in Pei Luoshu's heart surged. What? I did not catch that, please say it again. Aluo. Pei Luoshu stifled a grin. The fan is for your personal use only, you must not share it with anyone else, do you understand? Pei Luoshu watched quietly as Chen Shi fanned herself with the fan he had crafted, her loose strands of hair fluttering in the breeze, relieving her from the oppressive heat. He observed how she carefully placed the fan in a concealed, clean spot, cherishing it as though it were a precious treasure. His heart felt as if it were drenched in honey, bubbling with sweetness, almost spilling forth in joyful exuberance. Once he had saved enough to purchase the lotus hairpin, he planned to confess his feelings, revealing his desire to take her as his bride. Chen Shi enjoyed spending time on Changning Street. She relished earning her keep, appreciated Pei Luoshu's guidance, and cherished the camaraderie with her neighbors. Everyone was striving for a better life, none more esteemed than the other. Aside from managing her household chores in the morning and returning in the evening to cook, she spent most of her time on Changning Street. However, the mistress of the house began to express her discontent. While earning money is important, you must also take care of Hanger. Have you not noticed how thin he has become recently? As his personal maid, it is your duty to prioritize his well-being. Chen Shi felt a tinge of impatience but refrained from arguing. After all, she had already given 30 taels. How could he still appear so gaunt? Wasn't that ample for food and drink? Time indeed flew by in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Pei Luoshu had finally amassed enough to purchase the lotus silver hairpin. He contemplated buying it on his way home in the afternoon, envisioning the surprised delight on Chen Shi's face the next day. Sitting at the table, he continuously watched the busy Chen Shi, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He adored her vivacity. She radiated warmth like the sun, yet today, a frown marred her features, and she appeared utterly fatigued, as if she had not rested well. What troubles you? Chen Shi pulled up a chair and sat down, her expression clouded with melancholy, her brows knitted in thought. Aluo, do you know what a personal maid is? Chapter 42. The youth's secrets. Pei Luoshu was perplexed by Chen Shi's inquiry, but being a good tutor, he naturally felt compelled to elucidate her doubts. A concubine maid is typically found only in affluent or noble households. As the name suggests, she is still a maid, albeit with a slightly elevated status compared to ordinary maids, yet still beneath that of a secondary wife. To the powerful, she is merely a tool. Why this sudden peculiar question? He noticed Chen Shi's complexion had turned paler, and an unsettling thought suddenly surged in his mind, instantly washing away the tender emotions he had nurtured. His fists clenched tightly, and after clearing his throat, he turned to her. You cannot possibly be someone's concubine maid, can you? Chen Shi nodded with resignation. The moment Pei Luoshu witnessed her acquiescence, he felt the sound of his heart shattering. His broken heart was akin to the chill of winter, swiftly enveloping his entire being. He was unaware of when his tightly clenched fists had loosened, trembling slightly, as he attempted to grasp his pen to distract himself, only to find it wholly unresponsive. How could you belong to someone else? If she was already someone else's, what was to become of his fervent affections? He had saved enough money. The lotus hairpin awaited his purchase. Chen Shi sensed something amiss with Pei Luoshu and inquired with confusion in her eyes. Aluo, what is wrong? Do not call me Aluo. Pei Luoshu suddenly regained his composure, shouting harshly at Chen Shi. In a flurry, he gathered his belongings and fled from Chongning Street without a backward glance. Chen Shi remained bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Nearby, Aunt Zhao, munching on sunflower seeds, queried, "Is this the first time we've seen Pei Shouzai return so early before noon?" "Perhaps there are matters at home," speculated Pei Mu, who was puzzled by her son's early return. "Why are you back so soon? You usually return at a precise hour." Pei Luoshu stood stiffly at the door, his voice hoarse as he replied, "It won't happen again." Pei Mu sensed something was off with her son today, but knowing he was growing up and burdened with his own worries, she refrained from pressing further. Not long after, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. "Aluo, are you home?" Pei Mu hurriedly called for her son. "It's she, go open the door." Pei Luoshu's face was as stern as water as he stepped outside. Pei Mu peered through the window, observing him standing there vacantly, allowing Chen Shi to continue knocking. He placed his hand on the latch, yet remained motionless. Seeing her son's frail and despondent figure, Pei Mu understood everything. The secrets of youth were always vividly inscribed upon their faces, desiring to see yet wishing to avoid, yearning yet fearing to hope. Chen Shi's voice outside was tinged with confusion. "The courtyard door isn't locked. Where could everyone have gone?" Moments later, the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance. Pei Luoshu could no longer contain himself. He unlatched the door and dashed outside, only to return shortly after. Upon closing the door, Pei Mu noticed the redness in his eyes. "Aluo, what happened between you and she?" "Nothing. Did you have a quarrel?" "No." "You mother," Pei Luoshu suddenly exclaimed, "Mother, she is someone else's concubine maid." He clung tightly to the bedpost beside him, turning his back to his mother, his form trembling slightly. "Before I even possessed her, I had already lost her." Pei Luoshu refrained from visiting Changning Street, confining himself to his room to copy texts. Occasionally, a cough would escape him, but silence would soon follow. At night, the room next door was filled with the soft creaking of a bed, restless tossing and turning. In the darkness, Pei Mu sighed, knowing the trials of love were a rite of passage for the young. While writing during the day, he suddenly dashed outside, heading straight for the jewelry shop. The lotus hairpin remained as beautiful as ever. He clutched the silver coins in his purse, yet remained silent. "Young master, do you wish to purchase this hairpin?" Pei Luoshu quickly replied, "I'm just looking." After saying this, he rushed back home to continue copying. Unable to endure the passage of 2 days, he ran out frantically to the jewelry shop once more. He grasped the silver coins tightly in his hand, but at the moment he offered them to the shopkeeper, he hesitated and withdrew his money, deciding against the purchase. The shopkeeper watched as Pei Luoshu's figure retreated, his lips twitching in irritation. "What kind of fool is this? Am I here for entertainment?" Pei Mu could no longer bear to see her son in such a state. "Aluo, you haven't been to Changning Street in days. She has come to call for you several times, yet you ignore her. You can't possibly stay home forever, can you?" Pei Luoshu was tidying the courtyard, his demeanor haggard, eyes bloodshot. "It's fine as it is." The following morning, Pei Luoshu, for reasons unknown, seemed to have reached a resolution. He left the house early, heading straight to the jewelry shop. He placed the silver coins on the shopkeeper's counter. "I wish to buy that lotus hairpin." The shopkeeper raised his droopy eyelids to glance at the youth. "That hairpin has already been sold." Pei Luoshu was immediately taken aback. What? The shopkeeper patted his frail shoulder. Young master, one must act swiftly when purchasing items. Delay, and they become someone else's. Pei Luoshu was oblivious to how he made his way home. The path that usually took a mere incense stick to traverse now consumed all his strength. Aluo, please don't be this way. Your mother is worried. Pei Luoshu lifted his gaze to meet his mother's concerned eyes, finally realizing how much he had troubled her during this time. Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry. It won't happen again. It will never happen again. He finally resumed his visits to Chining Street. Upon seeing him, Chen Shi felt a wave of relief. I thought something had happened at home. I knocked for so long without an answer. Pei Luoshu calmly regarded Chen Shi. There's nothing wrong. Chen Shi smiled. I have gathered the tuition for next month. I'll give it to you shortly. No need. Ha? I no longer wish to teach. Chen Shi felt a pang of disappointment and confusion. What was wrong with him? Very well. Chen Shi wanted to say more, but Pei Luoshu interjected loudly, you are already someone else's concubine maid. Do you not realize you should maintain a certain distance from other men? Chen Shi appeared taken aback, as though she had been rejected. It seemed she was aware of her status as a concubine maid and felt the disdain it carried, even from her tutor. Oh, I will keep my distance from you. Observing Chen Shi's cautious retreat, Pei Luoshu felt a pang of guilt, his throat tightening. Unsure of what to say, she treated him with utmost kindness. Why must he hurt her so? He contemplated confronting Chen Shi, believing that such a conversation might extinguish the feelings he ought not to harbor, yet, the more he resolved to do so, the more difficult it became. The entire morning passed with barely a few words written by his quill. His gaze, conscious or not, frequently drifted toward Chen Shi. As noon approached, he could no longer contain himself. Shi. Upon hearing her name, Chen Shi rushed to his side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Aluo, did you call for me? Her mere utterance dispelled the gloom that had enveloped him for days. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, expanding outward from the depths of his heart. Chapter 43, What use is it to not want it? His voice was hoarse, and his expression was uneasy. How did you become someone else's concubine maid? Was it to accompany your young mistress into the main family? Chen Shi shook his head. I was sold by my stepmother and became a servant in the marquis' residence. Who would have thought that the marquis' family would be implicated and exiled? By a twist of fate, I was forced to follow them into exile. The master of the household promised to promote me to a concubine maid to ease my mind, instructing me to take good care of the people in the marquis' residence. Pei Luoshu could not help but ask, so, you were exiled from the capital? Yes. So, you spend 3 taels of silver a month to support their entire family? They are all masters, and it is unlikely they would go out to work. You serve them, and you also have to accompany. Pei Luoshu could not continue. I do not wish to be a concubine maid, nor do I want to be a concubine, but what use is my desire? It is beyond my control. Earlier, Pei Luoshu had been filled with restless thoughts, but now only compassion and heartache remained. Her role as someone else's concubine maid was not by choice, but rather the result of coercion and exploitation. Her suffering was far more poignant than her own. As she stood in a daze, something was placed into his palm. He looked down and unwrapped the layers of red cloth, revealing a lotus hairpin. In an instant, surprise surged in his eyes. I went to find you, but you wouldn't open the door for me. Later, I followed you and discovered that you frequently visited the jewelry store, admiring this lotus hairpin. The shopkeeper told me you had come to see it countless times, so I thought you must really like it. I bought it for you, thinking it might be for your mother's upcoming birthday. Does your mother like lotuses? Pei Luoshu's heart softened immensely. Why are you so kind to me? Chen Shi sighed. I enjoy being with you, love talking to you, and relish hearing you share interesting stories. I do not wish to return to that household, there are too many rules there. Pei Luoshu picked up the hairpin, her fingertips gently tracing the intricate carvings. Chen Shi, consider this hairpin a token of my affection. You are not allowed to regret it in the future. Upon returning home, he shared Chen Shi's situation with his mother. Exile is a punishment, and one cannot possess private property. Contracts for servitude, housing, and land must all be surrendered. How did she manage to follow them into exile? Could it be that those from the marquis' household deceived her, and they do not actually hold her contract? Perhaps even she herself does not know. There is also the possibility that someone else obtained Shi's contract and then transferred it to the marquis' household. Pei Luoshu was momentarily stunned but then resolutely declared, Mother, I will redeem Shi. Lady Pei smiled. Very well, but there are several matters you must carefully consider. A hint of a smile flickered across Pei Luoshu's face. Mother, I will heed your counsel. To redeem Shi, you must first ensure that they are willing to release her, and you must locate where Shi's contract is. Additionally, you need to prepare a substantial sum of silver, think about how you will earn it, and finally, you must ask Shi if she agrees. Pei Luoshu's ears flushed with warmth as she spoke softly. She said she enjoys being with me. Lady Pei smiled gently. Alright, let me see how you convince Shi to come home and be your wife. Pei Luoshu spent another sleepless night. The next morning, she sought out Chen Shi again. Have you ever considered redeeming yourself? Chen Shi blinked. Are you saying I can still redeem myself? I don't have to be a concubine maid for the marquis' household? Do you know where your contract is? Chen Shi thought to herself, how could she possibly know? Her exile to Fengming Mine was entirely inexplicable. Pei Luoshu pondered for a moment. Perhaps your contract is still in the capital. What should we do then? Pei Luoshu reassured her, I will think of a way alongside you to redeem your contract and restore your freedom, but you must remember, if you wish to redeem yourself, do not let the masteress household know of your intentions. Otherwise, no matter how much silver you possess, they will not release you, and you will forever be bound to the identity of a maid. Do you understand? Chen Shi's heart filled with joy as she nodded solemnly. Pei Luoshu noticed Chen Shi gazing at her with sparkling eyes, her expression dazed. Why are you looking at me? I enjoy watching you speak with such eloquence. Pei Luoshu's lips curled into a slight smile. What is there to admire? Chen Shi had never imagined that she could redeem herself, that she would no longer have to serve that entire family, that she could marry an honest and reliable man, save her own earnings, and eventually rent a shop to live a simple, prosperous life. How wonderful that would be. Upon returning to the courtyard, she discovered that when Ji Hung, who had not been seen for a long time, had returned early. She stared at him for a long time, noticing that he seemed to have lost a little weight. What was that word her mistress used? What are you looking at? Chen Shi set down the burden on her back against the courtyard wall. Madam said you have lost weight and asked me to take good care of you, Wen Ji Hung said with a smile. She worries too much. You work hard for your earnings, so do not burden yourself further. Tonight, they would have sauerkraut fish, a dish beloved by both Royer and Wen Ji Hung. They both said the fish was incredibly tender, melting in the mouth, fresh and savory, making it quite appetizing for summer. As Wen Ji Hung caught the fragrant aroma, he could not help but praise, your culinary skills are unparalleled. I in the marquis' residence, I found the food rather bland, but now that I am here, I find the dishes delightful. It seems your skills have improved greatly. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with delight at the compliment. She suddenly thought of something and cautiously asked, young master, am I only allowed to be a concubine maid? When Ji Hung was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion glimmering in his eyes. Why do you suddenly ask this question? I just wanted to inquire. That won't be the case. When we return to the capital, I will not let you be a concubine maid anymore. But what if we cannot return to the capital? When Ji Hung sighed. We will certainly return, I have been busy with this matter lately. The silver you lent me is all being spent on this. Chen Shi continued chopping vegetables as she spoke. Young master, I do not wish to be a concubine maid. When Ji Hung, sitting by the stove, did not understand why she repeatedly broached this topic today. Fine, when we return to the capital, I will let you be my concubine, how does that sound? Chen Shi paused, her voice hoarse. I had a playmate when I was young, who was exceptionally beautiful. At 13, she was noticed by a wealthy landlord's family, and her family sent her to become a concubine in his household. The bride price they offered was something we poor families could never earn in several lifetimes. At that time, many in the village were envious, and I was envious too, but suddenly, one day, I heard that she had stolen something, clashed with the landlord, and was beaten to death and discarded in a mass grave. Her family, upon hearing the news, felt humiliated by their daughter's actions and did not send anyone to retrieve her. I thought she was my closest companion, and I wanted to recover her body. Moreover, she was timid by nature, so she certainly would not have committed theft. Later, I found her, she had been hastily buried. I dug her out with my bare hands and discovered that. Chen Shi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. There was not a single good piece of flesh on her, she was burned and scalded, her entire body bruised. When I unearthed her, she still had a breath left. She was alive when buried. Young master, tell me, how can there be such a malicious person in this world, to mistreat her and then place the blame of theft upon her even in death? Chen Shi continued, when she awoke, she recognized me, but she struck me in madness, asking why I didn't let her die in peace, why I forced her to live again and endure the suffering of this world. Eventually, she broke free from my grasp and jumped into the river, her bones never to be found. Chapter 44 Reluctance. The kitchen was enveloped in silence, disturbed only by the crackling of the firewood in the stove. After a considerable pause, when Ji Hung's voice broke the stillness. Shi, what is it that you wish to express? Chen Shi hastily knelt before Wen Ji Hung and spoke, young master, I do not wish to serve as a concubine or become your secondary wife. Upon our return to the capital, could you please return my deed of servitude and grant me my freedom? Wen Ji Hung did not respond directly. Do you desire to leave me? In the future, there will be many more obedient and more beautiful maidens to serve you. From the very beginning, I have been but a mere firewood maid, capable only of menial tasks, and I am not suited to attend to anyone's needs. His tone was icy. Is it that you truly wish to depart from my side? Noticing Chen Shi's silence, when Ji Hung continued, have you ever regarded us as your family? Or have you never truly cared for me? His heart ached with sorrow. Shi, I will not acquiesce to your request. Do not take my affection for granted and utter such nonsensical words. With that, he turned to leave. Chen Shi anxiously clutched his leg. Young master, I implore you, I beg you to release me, will you not? When Ji Hung crouched down and grasped Chen Shi's chin. Chen Shi, do not even dare to think of it in this lifetime. After saying this, he forcefully pried her hands away and departed without looking back. Kneeling on the ground, Chen Shi pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes. Their voices had been raised in a fierce exchange, drawing the attention of others in the whole residence, who stood outside the kitchen in silence. When Ji-hung stormed out, and no one dared to approach him to inquire about the matter, when Jiro entered the kitchen to help the kneeling Chen Shi to her feet. You must placate him. It is wise to agree with his words. If you oppose him, his temper is not something an ordinary person can withstand. With that, she assisted Chen Shi in finishing the remaining dishes. The atmosphere at the dining table was somber, and even Rutter understood the need for silence. No one dared to provoke when Ji-hung's ire at that moment. Halfway through the meal, when Ji-hung slammed down his utensils, startling those around him. He abruptly stood and yanked Chen Shi by the arm, dragging her outside. Caught off guard, Chen Shi stumbled as when Ji-hung pulled her out of the courtyard. Lady Wen quickly called out, "Hunger, speak kindly. Do not harm Shi." He brought her to a cool pavilion in the bamboo grove, pressing her against a post, his foreman circling her, gazing down at the tranquil Chen Shi. His furious demeanor softened unexpectedly. "Shi, I am not that tyrannical landlord. I will not allow you to suffer alongside me. I am still devising our return to the capital." Chen Shi replied softly, "As long as you return to the capital, I shall reclaim my deed and go wherever I please." When Ji-hung felt a wave of frustration. "Shi, do you not understand? I wish for you to remain by my side and share my life. Do you not desire this?" Chen Shi stammered in response, "I do not wish to." In that moment, when Ji-hung felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. "What must I do to persuade you to stay with me? Young master, there are so many who admire you. What difference does it make if I am one less? I am not someone of exceptional worth." When Ji-hung's voice grew hoarse. "I care not for others, I only desire your affection, Shi. I like you. For my sake, do not contemplate leaving, for it would sadden me greatly." Chen Shi remained silent, faced with her quietude. When Ji-hung's heart felt heavy with anxiety, yet he leaned down, intending to kiss her, only to have her turn away. With a gentle sigh, he embraced Chen Shi tightly. "Shi, what am I to do with you?" The tension in the courtyard was palpable, escalating with each passing moment. Chen Shi endeavored to avoid encounters with the young master. If he was unwilling, she did not wish to be kind to him either, perhaps due to his busy schedule. She had not seen him return with Wen Ziyuan lately. He is occupied. There are matters at the mine requiring his attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt relieved, as it spared her the discomfort of an encounter. One day, while bustling about on Shining Street, she looked up to see familiar faces. "Brother Cui, Brother Lan, what brings you here?" The newcomers were none other than the previously unseen Cui Yong'an and the gentleman in white, Lan Qinghe. Cui Yong'an scrutinized Chen Shi closely. "Your venture seems to be flourishing." Chen Shi smiled brightly at the two. "Would you like to sample my culinary skills?" Cui Yong'an jested, "If there's a charge, I shall not partake." Chen Shi shot him a glare before turning to Lan Qinghe. "Brother Cui says he won't eat, so I shall prepare some for you." Lan Qinghe nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall accept your kindness." Pei Luoshu, who had been sitting nearby, felt a pang of discomfort watching Chen Shi interact so warmly with other men. It dawned on her that Chen Shi treated everyone with such kindness, not solely reserved for herself. The three of them settled in the shade, sipping water and enjoying pastries. As they ate, Cui Yong'an remarked, "Shi, make a few more. I shall take them for my brothers." "Certainly," Chen Shi responded, her hands moving swiftly. Lan Qinghe inquired, "How many pancakes do you sell in a day?" "When business is good, around 70, typically, it averages between 50 to 60. That is still rather modest. With such little income, supporting a large family must be quite a challenge. There is little that can be done, the town's population is limited, and even if there were more, I might not manage the workload." Cui Yong'an smirked, "Exile is not meant for a life of ease. Had it not been for Wen Ji-hung, he might not have regained his footing for many years. His presence is felt everywhere these days." Lan Qinghe then asked, "Shi, I hope the money Wen Ji-hung spends on entertaining guests does not come from you?" Chen Shi nodded, "Indeed, all my savings have gone to him." Cui Yong'an clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Why do you indulge him so?" "My deed of servitude is in his possession." Lan Qinghe sighed, "You are a good girl, but alas, the world is cruel. However, being with Wen Ji-hung is not without merit. He possesses a strong sense of responsibility and will not treat you poorly." Chen Shi remained silent, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Cui Yong'an. Cui Yong'an was taken aback. "Why do you look at me like that? What was it you promised me before? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Cui Yong'an's expression turned awkward. "That was merely jesting about Wen Ji-hung. Do not misinterpret it." Lan Qinghe burst into laughter. All right, let us go, old Cui, we have matters to attend to." Chen Shi handed the packaged pastries to Cui Yong'an. "Only Brother Lan is kind enough to come to your rescue. If I catch you again, you shall have a hard time." Cui Yong'an quickly replied, "I hope to avoid encountering you again, it never ends well." Chen Shi raised her knife high. "If you eat my pastries, you shall spit them out." Cui Yong'an had already grabbed Lan Qinghe and fled in haste. Chapter 45 Dispute. Seated beside him, Pei Luoshu felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. He wished for Chen Shi to maintain a distance from the other men, yet he pondered what grounds he had to oppose her. A wave of bitterness washed over him as he inquired, "What is your relationship with these two?" Chen Shi moved a chair and sat down. "When I was recently exiled, they provided me with significant assistance. Li Mao harassed me on my journey home, and it was he who scared him away. During a fierce storm, when the roof of my house was completely blown off, he also helped me repair it. Pei Luoshu felt even more despondent. No wonder you treat him so well. Chen Shi smiled. What does that matter? He helped me selflessly. Then a thought struck her, and she asked Pei Luoshu, what do you think about marrying him? He is kind and capable, and you would certainly want for nothing in his company, nor would you fear any ill-intentioned individuals. Pei Luoshu's heart simmered with frustration. How could she pose such a question? He doesn't seem particularly young. Chen Shi's brow furrowed slightly. He is 21, the same age as my family's eldest son. They are too far apart in age. The age difference is only 7 years. That is not too much, is it? Consider this, when you are 20, they will be nearing 30, with half of their lives already behind them. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Pei Luoshu scoffed, feeling she had spoken too hastily. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shi nodded in agreement. You are right, my father passed away before he was even 40. It is indeed not a viable option. So what kind of person should I seek? Pei Luoshu felt an immense sense of joy. You should look for someone like me. Oh, someone around my age, just 2 or 3 years older, would be perfect. Alright, let us go with your suggestion, but I must wait until I obtain my freedom papers first. I just don't know if I can truly escape. You surely can. That evening, when Ji Hung did not return for dinner, and Chen Shi felt a sense of liberation. As she hummed a little tune while washing clothes by the stream, just as she was halfway through, a dark figure loomed beside her. Chen Shi looked up to see Wen Ji Hung crouching next to her, his deep-set eyes fixated on her, sending a shiver down her spine. She swallowed hard and quietly backed away. Did you see Cui Yomen today? Yes, I did. I had previously told you not to see him again. It was merely a chance encounter. I did not seek him out. From now on, even if you encounter him, treat him as a stranger, and do not speak to him. Chen Shi furiously struck the pestle several times. Look at you, forbidding this and forbidding that, yet you claim you will treat me well and allow me to live happily. If this is what you call a good life, it seems you intend to confine me to a room, not allowing me to approach anyone else. When Ji Hung replied impatiently, how can this be the same? He is a man, do you not understand the need to avoid suspicion? Chen Shi, unafraid of confrontation, retorted, avoid suspicion. If it weren't for others helping me, I would have been beaten to death by thugs on the road. Where were you then? On what grounds do you demand I avoid suspicion? What do you mean? He provided me with directions, shared his food with me, and helped me repair my house without holding a grudge. And you only refer to me as your servant, while what are you in front of him? When Ji Hung was seething. Chen Shi, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Never. Chen Shi calmed herself, realizing she had spoken indiscreetly. However, she had no intention of apologizing. She earned her keep and had every right to interact with others. Having been exiled, the rules of the capital were utterly impractical here. When Ji Hung, panting with rage, stepped into the stream, the cool water lapping at his waist. He splashed some water on his face, attempting to quell the anger boiling within him, then turned and pulled Chen Shi into the water as well, believing she too needed to cool down. Chen Shi, caught off guard, was submerged in the stream, sputtering as she gasped for air. In her panic, she struggled until a hand finally pulled her back up, soaked to the skin, her hair draped over her shoulders. She breathed heavily, mouth agape. When Ji Hung gazed at her, drenched and ethereal, her eyes shimmering with defiance and fragility, and his heart softened considerably. He enveloped her in his embrace. There, let us not quarrel anymore. Once Chen Shi had somewhat calmed down, he cupped her face, aiming to kiss her, but she dodged away, pushing him back with both hands. When Ji Hung stumbled backward, his anger reigniting, she truly despised him, repeatedly rejecting him. He was unwilling to yield. He advanced again, grasping her arm, but she forcefully pushed him away. Step aside, don't think I won't strike you just because you are the young master. When Ji Hung was determined to hold on to her. Let us see how you plan to hit me. Seeing his intent, Chen Shi hastily grabbed a stone and hurled it at his forehead. Unprepared, he was struck, blood immediately flowing down his face. Drenched and kneeling in the courtyard, Chen Shi sat upright, defiant. Madam Wen tended to Wen Ji Hung's wound, tears streaming down her face in distress. You, a mere servant, how dare you injure your master? Chen Shi held her head high, remaining silent. When Ji Hung sighed. She, get up, change your clothes to avoid catching a chill. Madam Wen commanded sternly, you will kneel here until you acknowledge your wrongdoing. Chen Shi replied resolutely, I did nothing wrong. You, Madam Wen was exasperated. Then you shall remain kneeling. Once when Ji Hung's wound was bandaged, he took Chen Shi into her room, closing the door behind them. He carefully set her down on a stool. I was wrong recently, I apologize. If you desire your freedom papers, I will grant them to you upon our return to the capital. From now on, you may go wherever you wish. I will give you your freedom. Chen Shi, finally regaining her senses, asked incredulously, really? Of course. He turned to open the door but paused to add, change your clothes to avoid catching a chill. When Jiro leaned against the doorframe, observing the bandage on his brother's forehead, unable to suppress her laughter. When Ji Hung asked flatly, is it amusing? When Jiro scolded, you deserve it. Can you not change your sharp tongue? When Jiro said seriously. Brother, she's temperament is easily swayed. If you treat her well, she will return your kindness 100-fold. If you force her, she will sever all ties with you. But if I indulge her, she wishes to leave me. Then ensure she cannot bear to part with you. There are countless better ways to achieve this. Why must it escalate to this extent? I have already promised to return her freedom papers once we reach the capital, granting her freedom. Wenjiro looked puzzled. That does not seem like your style. Indeed, you know me well. I plan to make her wholeheartedly follow me before we return to the capital. I cannot let her go. Chapter 46 Cowardice. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. The entire Ping'an town places great significance on this occasion. Many of its inhabitants hail from distant lands. During festive seasons, thoughts of loved ones grow ever more poignant. Over time, the Mid-Autumn Festival here has become even more splendid than the Spring Festival. It is said that there will be a lantern festival in the evening. Aluo, I will make bamboo lanterns. You help me inscribe words on paper. We can sell the lanterns and split the profits evenly, shall we? Pei Luoshu's lips curled into a smile. I shall gladly write for you, no need to share the profits with me, she replied. Of course we must share. Ink is precious, and your calligraphy is even more so. 5 points still favors me, Chen Shi remarked. Hearing such praise from him made Pei Luoshu's heart swell with delight. Lately, she had been quite busy. During the day, she sold pancakes on Changning Street, and in the evenings, she returned home to craft bamboo lanterns, with Wen Ziyuan assisting her. Are these the lanterns prepared for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yes, I plan to make around 30, hanging 5 rows with 6 lanterns each, adorned with different colored papers, and then have someone write on them. They will be exquisite and visually appealing. Families with silver should find them attractive. Wen Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Then won't you be returning quite late tonight? Chen Shi pondered. The Fengming mine will likely be closed that day, right? Wen Ziyuan shook his head, indicating uncertainty. If they take a day off, we could all go together to admire the lanterns. I hear the town will be bustling with activity, and everyone will come. Then let us go together. Behind them stood Wen Ziheng, who had been elusive of late. Despite his promise to return Chen Shi's contract that night, she remained apprehensive, feeling that this young master would not so easily grant her freedom. Thus, she had been cautious lately, avoiding provoking him, fearful that he might force her again. Ah! Chen Shi lost focus and accidentally cut her hand, a droplet of blood appearing. Stop that, Wen Ziheng said, taking her hand to examine it closely before rushing into his room to fetch ointment and a cloth. He bandaged her wound with utmost care, as if any negligence would exacerbate her suffering. Seeing this, Wen Ziyuan quietly slipped away. Wen Ziheng spoke softly. Your hands are so calloused, you must have endured much hardship. More calluses are better. They protect against injury and prevent chafing. Wen Ziheng recalled the various banquets, where noble ladies would compete over whose nails were more beautifully adorned, who had the most exquisite hand care. No one disliked having soft and smooth hands, yet here she was, claiming that calloused hands were superior. After finishing the bandaging, he raised his gaze to meet Chen Shi's, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Her eyes were truly beautiful, sparkling and bright. Which street are you on? Changning Street. Good, then wait for us there. The Mid-Autumn Festival in Ping'an Town was indeed extraordinarily lively, with throngs of people everywhere, lights illuminating the streets like daylight. The shops opened their doors to welcome customers, with acrobatics, operas, and various games in abundance. Chen Shi hung several ropes between 2 camphor trees, suspending the completed bamboo lanterns. Pei Luoshu assisted nearby. Observing the diverse array of lanterns, she marveled at the multitude of skills Chen Shi possessed. I loved crafting things as a child, but these lanterns were made alongside my family's second young master. He has a penchant for such crafts and is quite skilled at it, Chen Shi explained with a smile. Pei Luoshu pointed to a lantern and asked, which one do you like the most? Chen Shi indicated a round lantern. I like this one. It's plump and resembles a coin. Pei Luoshu couldn't help but laugh. You truly are fond of wealth. With that, he took down the round bamboo lantern. I shall be your first customer. I want to purchase this lantern, he declared, reaching for coins to hand to Chen Shi. She quickly stopped him. You can keep your money, there's no need to pay. Pei Luoshu remained insistent. This is a gift. You must accept payment. His calligraphy was exceptionally beautiful, and the lanterns glowed with a warm yellow light, complemented by vibrant colors of paper, along with the powerful strokes of the characters, elevating their perceived value. As the night market grew increasingly vibrant, after selling several lanterns, the people from the whole residence finally arrived. Sister Ruoer rushed toward Chen Shi. Behind her, Madame Wen was supported by Wenjiro, while the second young madam walked alongside Wen Ziyuan. Wen Ziheng strolled slightly apart, carefully observing the hanging lanterns. Chen Shi picked up Ruoer and presented her with a small rabbit-shaped lantern. Do you like it? Ruoer kissed Chen Shi's cheek. I really like the little rabbit. Wenjiro, captivated by the lively scene, eagerly urged everyone to join in the fun. They had been confined to the courtyard and were quite eager to experience the unique festivities outside. Please, go enjoy yourselves, Chen Shi encouraged them. Wen Ziheng lingered, watching Chen Shi warmly greet customers. He seated himself on a nearby chair, his gaze scanning the surroundings sharply, pausing when he noticed Pei Luoshu. He approached Chen Shi, his demeanor gentle. Shi, who wrote the characters on your lanterns? Chen Shi promptly replied, it was written by Scholar Pei. His handwriting is exceptional. Wen Ziheng pressed his lips together, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. My handwriting is also quite good, why didn't you ask me to write? Chen Shi, feeling impatient, retorted, "You're always busy and rarely around. When would you have time to write for me? Now go and have fun, don't interrupt my lantern sales." Wen Zihang felt a pang of displeasure at her dismissive words, when Jiro, for some reason, returned and tugged at Wen Zihang's sleeve. "Brother, let us go. It's crowded ahead, and I'm afraid we'll get separated." Wen Zihang stumbled a few steps back, turning to Chen Shi. "Wait for us to return together." Pei Luoshu observed silently from the side. When Wen Zihang appeared beside Chen Shi, his commanding presence was hard to overlook. Tall and handsome, he was one of the most distinguished young men in Day. He glanced at himself, poor, unattractive, and frail, completely incomparable to the young master Chen Shi spoke of. Just in terms of appearance, he had already lost. Moreover, the way Wen Zihang looked at Chen Shi, so tender and profound, brimming with determination, and the hostility he exuded while scanning the surroundings, were undeniably hard to ignore. With someone of such stature showing interest in Chen Shi, could there still be hope for him to redeem her? He sighed deeply, feeling a wave of cowardice rise within him. Chapter 47 Illness. The bamboo lanterns had nearly all been sold, and Pei Luoshu slowly approached Chen Shi. He lifted the bamboo lantern, which illuminated a painting, a delicate pink water lily, vibrant green round leaves, and a sweet little girl reclining on a bamboo chair, fanning herself, her eyes half closed, while nearby, willow branches gently brushed against her hair. Chen Shi gazed in awe, captivated by the beauty before her. Pei Luoshu handed the lantern to her. "This is a gift for you." Chen Shi looked at Pei Luoshu with a dazed expression. "Girls your age are joyfully wandering the lantern festival, yet you, during this festive occasion, are still preoccupied with making money. It must be quite exhausting. I present you this lantern as a token of my gratitude, wishing you endless joy and worry-free days ahead." Hearing his words warmed Chen Shi's heart, her eyes misting with emotion. The brightly lit lantern festival blurred around her, and all she could see was this slender, handsome youth, whose eyes sparkled with laughter as he bestowed upon her the most heartfelt blessing. She found herself unable to articulate the overwhelming feelings within her, a surge of warmth that threatened to overflow. "I do not utter words of thanks, this is merely a token of my sincere intention." Pei Luoshu gathered his belongings, preparing to head home. Pei Luoshu hesitated, reluctant to part ways. "I shall return now. You should wait for your employer and then go home to rest early." With that, his figure was swallowed by the myriad of lanterns. Holding the round bamboo lantern, Chen Shi quietly watched his retreating silhouette. Her face pressed against the lantern, she felt every stroke and hue of the painted scene. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Chen Shi's lantern had long been sold out, leaving only the one in her hands. When the family from the Ho residence returned, the night market was nearing its end. "Let us return." When Zihang observed the lantern in Chen Shi's hands, noting the exquisite painting that could not have been crafted by an ordinary hand. "Ah, it was originally meant to be sold at a high price, but I found it so delightful that I decided to keep it. Young Master Wen Ti want to snatch it from me, would he?" When Zihang chuckled softly. "It is rare for you to part with your silver for something you cherish." Lying in bed, with the bamboo lantern perched on the bedside stand, the gentle glow of the flame cast a soft light. Her heart felt ablaze with warmth. The croaking of frogs and chirping of insects in the fields were more melodious than ever. This mid-autumn festival was truly unforgettable. As autumn deepened, the air grew increasingly cool. The fallen leaves from the camphor tree accumulated a thick layer. By morning, Pei Luoshu would always collect these leaves, sweeping them into a pile, as they served to kindle the fire in Chen Shi's stove more quickly. He noticed that Chen Shi had recently been wearing a frown, seemingly troubled by something. "I do not have enough money," she replied. "Your business has been thriving, why then do you lack funds?" Chen Shi looked distressed. "Young master has been engaging in many expenses recently. He has nearly depleted my savings." Pei Luoshu felt a pang of sympathy. She worked so hard, coming and going, yet her family showed no understanding of her plight. "If you are in urgent need, I still have a little surplus here." Chen Shi smiled at Pei Luoshu. "How can I use your money?" "If it truly comes to that, then so be it. He can find his own way, for it is no different from living through the days of exile again." Scholar," a loud voice called urgently. Pei Luoshu jumped up. "Auntie, what has happened to my mother?" "Hurry, the bell in your courtyard is ringing loudly. It seems something is amiss." Pei Luoshu, without even gathering his belongings, dashed home. Chen Shi quickly followed behind. Upon returning home, Pei Luoshu found his mother sitting quietly on the bed, her eyes vacant, her complexion dark and gloomy. "Mother, are you all right?" Chen Shi was taken aback to see this unfamiliar expression on Pei's mother. "Go, fetch the rattan." Pei Luoshu's face turned pale. "Mother, quickly." Pei's mother took the rattan that Pei Luoshu handed her. "Kneel." Without hesitation, Pei Luoshu knelt down. Pei's mother struck him with the rattan. Chen Shi stood in shock. What was happening? "You unfilial child, look at what you have done. You sold the books meant for the imperial examination." Pei Luoshu straightened his back, enduring the blows from his mother. "Mother, those books were useless. I no longer wish to take the examination. It is better to use them to buy you some medicine." "Is this how I have taught you?" "Mother, I only wish to stay by your side." "Foolish child, you should aspire to great heights. What use is it to cling to a dying person like me?" Seeing the bloodstains on Pei Luoshu's thin garments, Chen Shi could no longer bear it. She hurriedly knelt before him, shielding him from a few more lashes. Pei Luoshu looked up in shock, and upon seeing this, Pei's mother could no longer strike him. Auntie, please calm down. Do not hit him any longer. Pei's mother seemed to have been struck by a shock, her body suddenly swaying backward, convulsing. Pei Luoshu quickly rose, adeptly gripping his mother's jaw to prevent her from biting her tongue, holding down her hands, and urgently called out to Chen Shi. Hold my mother still, do not let her move. Terrified, Chen Shi rushed forward to restrain her. After a while, Pei's mother's convulsions finally subsided to tears, as large as beans, streamed down Pei Luoshu's cheeks. Mother, are you alright? Pei's mother was drenched in sweat, her once beautiful face now pale with illness. Luoshu, oh mother, do not forget, the imperial examination is your path. You must understand my intentions are from now on, your journey must be walked alone. Pei Luoshu nodded vigorously. Alright, mother, you must take care of yourself, I will promise you anything. After ensuring Pei's mother was settled, Chen Shi followed Pei Luoshu out of the room. Auntie's illness must have persisted for quite some time. Why not seek a doctor? Pei Luoshu shook his head. It is futile, she has been poisoned by someone. Poisoned? Pei Luoshu noticed Chen Shi's shocked expression and spoke gently. Are you afraid? I am not afraid. I have dug up corpses from mass graves, and I have sown corpses for others, I fear nothing. Pei Luoshu chuckled at Chen Shi's boldness. You truly are unafraid of anything. Chen Shi laughed awkwardly. It is not that I am not afraid. Those corpses were my friends, such good people, how could I fear them? Suddenly, Pei Luoshu sensed a wave of sadness emanating from the young woman beside him. I see you have been beaten until you bleed. Shall I apply medicine for you? Upon hearing this, Pei Luoshu's gaze sharpened towards Chen Shi, then he seemed to recall something and smiled wryly. I will have my mother tend to it later. After all, there are differences between men and women, and it would not be proper for you. What about you, are you injured? No, Auntie stopped once she saw. Chen Shi, listening to their exchange, asked in confusion. If you are able to participate in the imperial examination, why do you not go? Pei Luoshu's expression darkened. My face is ruined. How can I possibly take the examination? Chapter 48 Traditional Medicine. Chen Shi gazed intently at Pei Luoshu's face. Will it be curable? It would be splendid if it could be cured. In a county, only a few scholars emerge each year, and those who succeed in the imperial examination bring glory to their families. What a grand spectacle that would be. Pei Luoshu let out a cold laugh. What glory for whom? I have no desire for such things. Aunt, I still hope you can participate in the imperial examination. I shall study diligently on my own. Chen Shi appeared to be pondering something, and upon seeing Pei Luoshu's despondent demeanor, made a resolute decision. Aluo, does it require a considerable amount of silver to heal your face? Do not fret, go ahead with the treatment, and I shall provide you with the funds. Pei Luoshu's eyes shimmered momentarily before dimming again. Where will you procure such silver? Just the other day, you were fretting over your family's young master's finances. Chen Shi bit her lip. He is he, and you are you. You are certainly not the same. Pei Luoshu felt a surge of tension and excitement. In what way are we different? I prefer being with you, I dislike being with him, but he always forces me, and Pei Luoshu's throat felt constricted, as if a cotton ball had lodged itself there, making it difficult to breathe. I truly am useless, I cannot assist you. Chen Shi raised her head and replied, then when you become a high-ranking official, you can use your power to help me escape from the marquis' residence, alright? Pei Luoshu nodded solemnly. Alright. Chen Shi smiled. I was merely jesting. You took it seriously. Pei Luoshu remained silent, simply watching Chen Shi. She may have joked, but he took it to heart. In the Yulai restaurant of Fangling County, 5 individuals were engaged in lively toasts within a private room on the second floor. The imperial envoy from the capital, Wang Xianzong, raised an eyebrow as he discreetly observed Wen Zhiheng, who sat upright nearby. His tongue grazed his cheek, and his eyes reflected a depth of emotion that was difficult to decipher. Zhiheng, you seem rather unenthused today. Wen Zhiheng quickly replied, I was a bit too indulgent in the cool air yesterday and caught a chill, leaving me somewhat fatigued. Wang Xianzong expressed concern, then do drink this cup of wine and return home to rest early. Wen Zhiheng clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Your Excellency. I am deeply grateful. Upon finishing, he downed the wine before rising to take his leave. After descending from the restaurant, Wen Zhiheng glanced at the wine that had spilled onto his sleeve, and also at what he had ingested. He mounted his horse, hastening towards his home at the Fengming mine, aware that their people would likely intercept him on the road. The wine had been laced with poison, yet he had no choice but to drink it. Recently, he had been treading on thin ice, hoping to complete his plans swiftly, otherwise, he would find himself without a place to be buried. Upon returning to the Fengming mine and returning the horse, he bit down on his lip, using the last vestiges of his clarity as he hazily made his way home. Seeing her son in such a state, Wen's mother was filled with dread, her eyes were bloodshot, and her mind appeared unfocused. As the matriarch of a noble family in the capital, she was all too familiar with such drugs. How despicable it was that, in this desolate place, someone would resort to administering such poison. Wen Zhiheng rummaged through the kitchen for a knife and made a cut on his arm, blood gushing forth. Wen's mother was heartbroken. Why must you harm yourself so? If it truly comes to that, she is here, she is your woman. Wen Zhiheng squatted by the flowing spring, the cold water cascading over his face, jolting him into a state of awareness. Mother, do not speak foolishly. She is still young, she cannot bear this, I will endure until it passes. But this is poison, how can you endure? What if it harms your health and jeopardizes the Wen family's lineage? The dosage is minimal. There is nothing to worry about. After he spoke, he removed his outer garment and wrapped the wound in a white cloth before entering his room. Before long, Chen Shi returned, carrying a basket on her back. Upon seeing her, Wen's mother anxiously murmured a prayer. She poured a cup of water and handed it to Chen Shi. Shi, please take a cup of water to Hanger, he needs to drink. Chen Shi set the basket in a corner of the courtyard, muttering to herself. How ridiculous, must one be waited upon just to drink water, can't he do it himself? Though she thought this, she dared not voice it. Taking the water, she pushed open Wen Jihung's door. The gentle light filtering through the small window illuminated Wen Jihung, who was leaning against the wall. His upper body was bare, his pale back slick with perspiration, faintly glowing, taut like a bowstring, poised to unleash its tension. With hands pressed against the wall, the veins in his arms were visibly swollen, blood staining the white cloth as it dripped onto the floor, a macabre and vivid sight. The air within the room was thick with the scent of masculinity. When Jihung turned his head slightly, his eyes bloodshot like a rabbit's, his lips a deep crimson, his voice hoarse and pleading. Shi, help me. Seeing Wen Jihung in such a state, Chen Shi's hand trembled as she held the water, her feet slowly inching toward the door, her other hand resting on the doorknob, ready to flee at any moment. How can I help? Perhaps you should immerse yourself in the stream for a while? Wen Jihung turned his head away again. You must leave quickly. Oh. Chen Shi immediately opened the door and dashed out. She patted her chest, terrified. Outside, Wen's mother saw Chen Shi emerge and felt a surge of anxiety. Why are you not inside attending to him? Chen Shi chose to ignore Wen's mother, feeling that she had perhaps lost her senses. Her son is precious, yet my life means nothing. Seeing Chen Shi's silence and the way she seemed to be slipping away, Wen's mother commanded, Ziyuan, stop her. Hesitating for a moment, Wen Ziyuan resolutely pursued Chen Shi, grabbing the struggling girl and tossing her back into Wen Jihung's room. I am sorry, Shi. He quickly locked the door from the outside, leaving Chen Shi to scream within. Open the door. I beg you, let me go. She pounded on the door, the sound echoing with desperation, her cries laced with sobs. Please, I have cared for you, let me go. I beg you, I implore you, the courtyard echoed with Chen Shi's anguished cries. Standing aside, Wen Jiro gritted her teeth and approached the door to Wen Jihung's room, ready to open it. However, Wen's mother swiftly swatted her hand away, striking Wen Jiro. What are you doing? Mother, she is so young. She hasn't even had her first menses. Yet.to humiliate a girl who has suffered for us will invite retribution. Your brother has been poisoned, the matters within this residence are insidious. If he does not receive relief, it could endanger his life. That is still my brother's affair. Why must the harm be inflicted upon an innocent girl? She is indeed your brother's woman, she is merely being hastened into their union. Which woman does not go through such an ordeal? But, silence. Ziyuan, lock Jiro in Shi's room, she is not to step outside. Chapter 49. He escaped behind the door. Chen Shi knelt on the ground, her entire body slumped to one side, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and swollen. A hand reached out toward her waist. Chen Shi flailed and struck with both hands and feet. Get away, don't touch me. Wen Jihung allowed her to hit him, his voice hoarse. Shi, don't be afraid, I won't harm you. He gently embraced her, burying his head in her shoulder, murmuring softly, don't be afraid. It was unclear how long Chen Shi had been striking, but gradually her strength waned. Only when she fell silent did Wen Jihung breathe a sigh of relief, a mouthful of sweet, metallic blood spilling from his throat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke to her with an appearance of gentleness. All right, there is nothing to fear, you're quite strong, like a little calf. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Chen Shi suddenly pushed away the confines of his hands and shrank into the corner, her gaze warily fixed upon him, her hands in a defensive posture. At that moment, Wen Jihung felt as if flames were consuming him. Seeing Chen Shi ignited a desire within him, but a fragment of his remaining rationality cautioned that if he were to touch her, he would lose her forever. He rummaged through the wooden rack at the head of the bed for a bamboo dagger and tossed it to her. If I don't regain my senses, use this to stab me. Chen Shi swiftly picked up the dagger from the ground, still watching Wen Jihung with vigilant eyes. Wen Jihung chuckled softly. Shi, you must remember, even in death, I would never harm you in the slightest. His bloodshot eyes, clouded with intoxication, gradually closed as he collapsed to the ground. Later, he was unaware of what transpired. When he opened his eyes again, daylight broke, his body ached, and his neck and shoulders were bruised. The last coherent thought he had was standing by the window, yet now he found himself lying in bed, the covers neatly draped over him. He hurriedly sat up, spotting Chen Shi in the corner, clutching the dagger, her eyes bright and glimmering, filled with strands of dried blood, her hair disheveled, lips cracked, and her complexion pale as a sheet. Shi. Chen Shi's voice was hoarse. Quick, let them open the door. Before Wen Jihung could respond, the locked door creaked open. Chen Shi darted out like an arrow. She ran desperately forward, ignoring the many voices calling her name from behind. Wen Jihung hastily dressed and rushed after her. Lady Wen seized the opportunity to grab him. Are you feeling any better? Wen Jihung, anxious to pursue Chen Shi, feared for her safety. Mother, look at the mess you've caused. You're still injured. This is truly unfortunate. When Jihang chased her all the way to the town, even reaching Changning Street, yet he did not catch sight of her. He anxiously inquired of Aunt Zhao nearby, "Excuse me, has Chen Shi passed this way?" Aunt Zhao shook her head in confusion. "She usually arrives long before this. I haven't seen her today, she is not one to be lazy." When Jihang felt a surge of frustration, in this unfamiliar place, where could she have gone? Beside him, the ever-anxious Pei Luoshu, upon seeing the eldest young master searching for Chen Shi, surmised that something must have gone awry. In an instant, he stood up, gathering his belongings to head back when Jihang cast a glance at the busy Pei Luoshu, recalling that Chen Shi had mentioned this scholar before. "Good sir, might I ask who Chen Shi typically associates with?" Pei Luoshu replied coolly, "You jest, sir. Why would your family inquire about me? Please do not take offense, Chen Shi has spoken of you to me, which is why I dare to ask." Aunt Zhao interjected warmly, "And what is your relation to Shi?" "I am her eldest young master." Oh, she is very well behaved. She usually remains on Changning Street and rarely mingles with others. If she does socialize, it's just with us few, and none of us have seen her today." When Jihang clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie. Should you encounter Chen Shi, please inform her to return home." With that, he turned and dashed away. Pei Luoshu returned home, where his mother, perplexed, wondered what had transpired just when they had finally settled down. What now? "She is missing. I must go find her." Pei's mother was taken aback. Has she encountered danger? It remains unclear for now. Her master has come out looking for her, likely due to a disagreement that caused her to flee. That child has always been kind-hearted. Indeed, she is kind-hearted. If others do not provoke her, she would not act out of line. I suspect she may have suffered a great injustice. Pei Luoshu grabbed a water pouch and a steamed bun, hastily making his way outside. "Mother, if she comes, remember to keep her here." He rushed to Shui Lianqing's home. "Has she come looking for you?" Shui Lianqing was bewildered. "No, she hasn't. What is wrong? She is missing. How could she just vanish?" Pei Luoshu stepped outside, searching the streets of the town, reminiscing about their moments together, wondering where she might be now. She must be feeling wronged. Why hasn't she come to find him? Perhaps it was because he wasn't strong enough to help. He hurried past Flower Street when suddenly he recalled something she had mentioned to him before. She should be in that place, navigating through the dense forest of Ping'an Town, overgrown with thorns and tangled branches. He could only hear the cawing of crows, the mountain breeze chilling, and an eerie silence enveloping the air. He pushed through layers of obstacles and finally arrived at a graveyard. He had previously heard Chen Shi speak of it, having buried a friend there with her own hands. He searched the chaotic burial ground for a long while until he spotted Chen Shi, frail as a kitten, curled up beneath a large tree. Pei Luoshu's eyes reddened at the sight. He gently called out, "Shi." Hearing the voice, Chen Shi leaped up like a startled bird, brandishing the dagger defensively at her beautiful eyes, now crimson and shattered, made her appear like a hunted creature, helpless and lost. Pei Luoshu spoke softly to soothe her. "Shi, it's me, Aluo." After a long moment, Chen Shi's hoarse voice replied, "Is it the Aluo who gave me the little bamboo lamp?" "Yes." Chen Shi lowered her defenses but still did not allow Pei Luoshu to come too close. He stood a distance away, extending his hand with the warm bun and water pouch. "You must be hungry, please eat a little. There is still some money left from the medicine. I'll take you to Yipentang for some Yangchen noodles." She trembled as she accepted the bun and water from him, retreating defensively as he took a step closer, casting a wary glance at him before hiding behind the tree, ravenously devouring the bun. The sight pained Pei Luoshu deeply. The one he could hardly bear to touch, who could be so cruel as to leave her in such a state. Time passed, and finally, Chen Shi murmured softly, "Aluo, I'm so tired. Can I trust you?" Pei Luoshu replied urgently, "Rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm you." In the next moment, she leaned against the large tree and fell asleep, still clutching the dagger tightly. Chen Shi's slumber was restless, plagued by dreams of various wild beasts tearing at her. She struggled to break free, yet could not escape. Her body ached terribly. Suddenly, she dreamed of the bamboo grove, the faint fragrance of green bamboo enveloping her, driving away her fears, leaving only tranquility and peace. Upon waking, she found herself draped in a deep blue robe. It was the very fragrance of bamboo from her dream. Not far away, Pei Luoshu, clad in a simple white garment, sat coldly, his gaze fixed quietly on the edge of the forest. Chapter 50. Not everyone deserves it. Chen Shi did not call him. She hid beneath his garments. Reluctant to speak, Pei Luoshu gazed warmly at Chen Shi with his gentle eyes. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, quite well." "If you wish," Pei Luoshu mustered his courage to say, "if you do not want to return home, you may stay at my place." Chen Shi chuckled softly. "There is no need for that. The eldest young master must be searching for me everywhere. If he discovers me in your home, with his temperament, he would surely harm you." She turned her gaze aside. "I do not wish to burden you." "How can this be a burden? I long for, what time is it now?" Chen Shi interrupted Pei Luoshu's intended words. "It's the early hours of the Shen time." Chen Shi returned the outer robe draped over her to Pei Luoshu and slowly rose to her feet. "I must go back." "Have they treated you poorly?" Chen Shi lowered her gaze. "It matters not whether they are good or bad. The fact remains that I am homeless." Pei Luoshu felt a deep sadness. I will take you away and provide you with a home. Will you accept?" Chen Shi felt a warmth blossom in her heart. Of course, she would, however, having occasionally overheard conversations between the eldest and second young masters, she understood that the eldest had allied himself with a powerful noble in the capital, tirelessly advocating for the injustices faced by the Ho family. With his current influence, eliminating her in Pei Luoshu would pose no challenge for him. She had fled to the potter's field to avoid dragging anyone into her plight, yet, she also needed to release the fears, helplessness, and despair that weighed heavily on her heart. No. Chen Shi watched as the fervent light in Pei Luoshu's eyes gradually dimmed. Shall I escort you? No need. Chen Shi walked slowly ahead, with Pei Luoshu following closely behind. You should return. Pei Luoshu spoke sullenly. You go your way, and I shall go mine. Chen Shi was taken aback. She noticed the boy's tattered clothing dusted with dirt, his inky hair fluttering in the breeze, his love fervent yet restrained, bold yet silent, the regret of wanting yet being unable to possess reflected in the boy's stubborn gaze. Chen Shi felt a pang in her heart, fully aware that an insurmountable mountain lay between them. Please, just go away, I beg you. Seeing Pei Luoshu still stubbornly standing firm, she suddenly knelt. The eldest young master is searching for you. Your life is at stake. Pei Luoshu felt a lump in his throat, reaching out toward Chen Shi, but his hand faltered midway and fell back down. Please, get up. I will leave at once. With that, he turned and dashed toward Ping'an town. Chen Shi remained kneeling for a long time until his figure vanished from sight, before slowly rising to head toward the Fengming courtyard. She did not wish to return, yet after much contemplation, she realized there was nowhere else for her to go in this world. When Zhiheng finally spotted Chen Shi on the road to the town, he rushed towards her with fervor, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you, unable to find you. I feared something had happened to you. Chen Shi remained stiff, her gaze fleeting to the distance before retracting, when Zhiheng's voice was hoarse with fatigue and barely contained sobs. Such occurrences shall not happen again. I have already spoken to them. They will no longer interfere with your wishes or compel you to do anything against your will, I assure you. Will you come home with me? The people in the courtyard sighed in relief upon seeing Wen Zhiheng return with Chen Shi. Madame Wen furrowed her brow. Henger, I told you, away from us, where can she possibly go? She will have to return obediently. You have indulged her, and see what temper it has fostered. Wen Zhiheng spoke with thinly veiled annoyance. Mother, we had agreed otherwise. Madame Wen snorted coldly and stormed into the house, slamming the door shut. Wen Zhiheng turned to comfort the perpetually silent Chen Shi. You should rest, do not concern yourself with other matters for now. Chen Shi raised her gaze to meet the bloodshot eyes of Wen Zhiheng and nodded. She lit the wick of the small bamboo lamp on her bedside, and the colors of the lamp brightened instantly. The little figures painted on it appeared endearingly whimsical, as if they were on the verge of bursting into laughter. Chen Shi rarely felt warmth and tranquility. Remaining here for the time being, she must bide her time, determined to obtain her contract of servitude. Last night, during the period when Wen Zhiheng lay unconscious, he had repeatedly murmured, I will not allow you to leave. This phrase echoed persistently on his lips. The eldest young master possessed an overwhelming possessiveness, one that could not tolerate her escape or betrayal. She contemplated that she could hardly remain in Changning Street. After all, prolonged exposure breeds affection, and it would ultimately be known by others. What if the eldest young master discovered Pei Luoshua's feelings for her? She did not wish to bring harm to him. With merely 2 days remaining in this month's rental period, she resolved to terminate the lease thereafter. However, to her surprise, upon waking the next day, Wen Zhiheng insisted on accompanying her to Changning Street to sell pancakes. Is everything fine over at the mine? All is well. I have taken sick leave from the overseer. Chen Shi instinctively wished to deter him from going but had no better reasoning to offer. Aunt Zhao, upon seeing the eldest young master again, was overflowing with joy. While Wen Zhiheng fetched water for her, Aunt Zhao nudged Chen Shi with her shoulder. Your eldest young master is truly handsome. Has he married yet? Chen Shi shook her head. No. Oh dear, I can't imagine how many young ladies would vie to present him with sachets. Oh, he has an engagement. What does that matter? Many are waiting in line to become concubines. A man of such distinction, just to glimpse him daily, one would surely live longer. Indeed, when Zhiheng's appearance was captivating, during her bustling months on Changning Street, never had she seen anyone lining up to buy pancakes, and most were women, with only a few men who assumed the pancakes were simply delicious. Whenever he stood there, Chen Shi's hands never ceased their work, attracting bees and butterflies. When Zhiheng smiled knowingly. Are you jealous? Chen Shi could not be bothered to respond, focusing instead on her business. He propped his head up, watching her intently. My little Shi is jealous of me. I could be happy the entire day. Chen Shi replied with a stoic expression. The eldest young master must have lost his mind. The end of Changning Street, turn left, there's a doctor with exceptional skills, perhaps he could treat it. When Zhiheng seemed unfazed by Chen Shi's remarks, rather, he felt a sense of relief upon witnessing her willingness to jest with him. Out of boredom, he glanced around and noticed Chen Shi had neatly tucked away a fan. The painting on the fan was done by the same artist as that on the bamboo lamp. A sudden flame of unexplainable anger surged within him. Shi, the lotus painted on this is quite lovely. Chen Shi responded during her leisure. Yes, I made this round fan and asked a scholar to paint it for me. When Zhiheng chuckled. In the future, if you desire any paintings, I shall create them for you, far surpassing the quality of those drawn by certain unsavory individuals. With that, he tossed the fan into the fire. Not just anything is worthy of my Shi. Chen Shi watched in disbelief as the fan she had cherished throughout summer was consumed by flames. She lowered her gaze in silence, continuing to make pancakes, her palms trembling slightly, but she skillfully concealed it when Ji Hung observed the deepening pallor on Chen Shi's face. What is it? Are you heartbroken? Why did you destroy my belongings without my consent? It was merely a fan. Should you desire more, I shall provide them in abundance. I have seen the fans of young ladies, with handles made of Huainan jade, warm in winter and cool in summer, quite comfortable to hold. The fan surface is crafted from shoe silk, adorned with gold thread, meticulously embroidered by the finest artisans in the capital. Such a fan would suit you perfectly. I am not from a noble family. I am quite fond of bamboo fans. Chapter 51 Lost Spirit. When Ji Hung silently observed Pei Luoshu, who was engrossed in transcribing, he was about to say something to her when he overheard Qin Shi speaking to Aunt Zhao. Aunt, starting tomorrow, I shall no longer work. I am grateful for your care during this period. Aunt Zhao looked perplexed. You were doing so well, why the sudden decision to stop? Your skills are exceptional, it would be a pity. A smile graced Chen Shi's lips. I have decided to quit, as my young master looks down upon my work and deems it beneath him to earn a living. I plan to return home and enjoy a life of comfort. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, who would seek a living outside when one can enjoy comfort at home? When Ji Hung, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy. Good, there is no need for you to continue with this. In 2 months, winter will arrive, and with the chill in the air, it pains me to see your hands submerged in water. Chen Shi did not respond to him, focusing instead on packing her belongings. Aunt Zhao hurriedly interjected, Miss Chen, if you were leaving, might I purchase your stove? I would like to learn your craft, it seems far more lucrative than selling shoes. Chen Shi nodded. Very well. After exchanging a few more words with Aunt Zhao, she abandoned all her belongings, hoisted her basket, and departed alongside when Ji Hung. Pei Luoshu was struck by the news as if struck by a bolt from the blue. She was leaving, so suddenly. Did her departure signify that she would never be seen again? What was he to do now? The Wen family erupted in chaos upon learning that Chen Shi had ceased her livelihood. What shall we do for our daily sustenance? Indeed, we were already living in modesty, and now, with no income, what shall we eat and wear? Madam Wen added, do you harbor resentment for what transpired that day? Yet, you must understand a mother's compassion for her son. He was drugged, and I was powerless to intervene. I could not bear to watch Hanger suffer so. When Ji Hung quickly interjected, Mother, what nonsense are you saying? It was I who forbade Shi from working. Winter is approaching, and the daily grind is both arduous and perilous. Madam Wen was baffled. Our expenses are considerable, and you know some matters require silver to navigate. Now that Shi is not earning, are we to revert to a life of hunger? When Ji Hung reassured her, do not worry, I will find a way regarding the finances. You think it easy to navigate this unfamiliar place? If you had a solution, you would not need Shi's earnings. Rest assured, your needs will not go unmet. Madam Wen, unable to convince Wen Ji Hung, hurriedly approached Shi. Shi, you must continue earning. He knows nothing of the hardships of daily sustenance. Chen Shi blinked. I have already sold the stove to another, I fear it cannot be reclaimed. How could it happen so swiftly? When Ji Hung felt a surge of anger. Mother, I have said before, do not interfere with Shi's decisions. She shall do as she pleases. Do you truly believe your son incapable of supporting you? At these words, silence enveloped the room. Chen Shi returned quietly to her chamber, gazing at the bamboo lamp on the bed frame, lost in thought. She should be heartbroken, shouldn't she? But time would dull the pain, and eventually, she would forget her. How wonderful that would be. As these thoughts swirled, her eyes grew misty. Indeed, how wonderful. The following dawn, while everyone still slumbered, only Madam Wen was rousing Chen Shi. Rise and shine, which made sleep so late, sweep the courtyard, prepare hot water for Hanger, and see to the morning meal. If you neglect these tasks when not working, now that you are not earning, household duties must be attended to, and remember to water the vegetable garden and gather some good produce to see if it can fetch a few coins. Chen Shi rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. All right, I understand. When Ji Hung awoke, he found that Chen Shi had been up for quite some time, accomplishing many tasks, even preparing breakfast ahead of schedule. Why are you up so early? Everyone else is taking it easy. We can manage breakfast simply, we do not require anything elaborate. It is nothing, I am merely enjoying the comforts of life. In that instant, when Ji Hung comprehended. You should rest. I will speak to my mother. With a cold smile, Chen Shi hoisted her hoe and headed to the vegetable garden. When Ji Hung believed it imperative to address the tension between his mother and Chen Shi. Otherwise, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue in his absence. His mother regarded Chen Shi as a servant, while he considered her his beloved. He could not bear to see his beloved mistreated. Yet, upon reflection, the one causing her distress was none other than himself. When he visited the mine, he spoke to his mother. Mother, she is the one I cherish. I hope you will not make things difficult for her. If she is unhappy, I shall be unhappy as well. She has already endured great hardship to support our family. You have acknowledged her merits before, so why this change? Has she defied you or threatened your authority, prompting you to torment her? Mother, I implore you to consider this carefully. Should I fail this time and be unable to return to the capital, she will be my wife. She must bear my children and share my life. If you disapprove of her, you may disregard her, but I still hope you will treat her kindly. Harmony within our family has always been my desire. At noon, Madame Wen instructed Chen Shi to bring food to Wen Jiheng. With a grave tone, she said, Hunger has asked me to treat you well. I admit I was furious about the incident with the drug. You caused Hanger considerable harm. I sincerely apologize for my actions that day. I thought of your future together with Hanger, but the household still requires management. Once you have children, without a few coins, how will you afford a decent midwife? You are both young. Without a competent midwife, the suffering during childbirth could be unimaginable. Chen Shi felt little impact from their words. They had never inquired whether she wished to share her life with Wen Jiheng. Her feelings had never mattered, had they, as Wen Jiheng dined, he observed Chen Shi, noting that the turmoil of recent events had rendered her devoid of spirit. Once, she had been full of life, her laughter infectious, sharing amusing tales from town. Now, she was merely Chen Shi, unable even to smile. Shi, have you eaten? Are you unhappy? No. Wen Jiheng sighed heavily, a burden settling in his heart. Shi, what is it that you desire? Chapter 52. Method. Chen Shi shook her head. Indeed, she desired nothing at present. Moreover, the marital bond she yearned for was something he could not provide at this moment. Madame expressed her wish for me to continue earning silver, as the family's expenses cannot cease. Wen Jiheng remained silent for a while. I shall provide it for you tomorrow, Chen Shi stated with a hint of indifference. Do you not understand? She merely wishes for you to be free from the troubles of financial worries, so her thoughts are no longer consumed by the affairs of the Ho residence. Her desire to return to the capital is far more fervent than we imagine. Wen Jiheng gazed at the sky, his voice hoarse. Shi, why do I feel as though we are drifting further apart? We have always been akin to heaven and earth, a master and servant. Distance is entirely natural. Is it because of that fan? What do you mean? That scholar. The one who helped me with my drawings, why do you mention him? You fancy him, which is why you have grown cold towards me, is it not? Chen Shi could only manage a helpless smile. Are you implying that I do not even regard you, yet have taken a liking to him? Suddenly, Wen Jiheng burst into laughter. How could I become such a person? Paranoid and lacking in self-confidence, fearing that any man would whisk you away. From love arises worry, and from love arises fear. He had indeed fallen under Chen Shi's spell. There were times when he pondered, even he could not discern when he had developed feelings for her. It simply reached a point where he felt that only Chen Shi would suffice. She was the most ordinary person, lacking in affluent conditions, noble birth, stunning beauty, and graceful demeanor, yet she dared to strike him, to defy him, her temperament stubborn and obstinate, as unyielding as a stone. He truly was blind, yet, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was undeniably fond of her. Shi, your heart is like a stone, I wish to warm it, yet I find no method to do so. Chen Shi fell silent. Thus, they lived in a state of confusion for several days. Chen Shi selected some vegetables and accompanied Shui Lianqing to the county town. At the market, she encountered the steward who had spent 35 taels on the very vegetables she had brought. Why do your vegetables lack that ethereal fragrance today? Chen Shi promptly replied with respect. Only the vegetables from those 2 days possessed such a fragrance. It has not appeared since. The shrewd steward, satisfied, stroked his beard with his fingers. Send these vegetables to the Qian residence. Chen Shi happily complied, though her back felt a chill. Thankfully, she had heeded Pei Luoshu's advice. Otherwise, should those wealthy households have discovered her, they would have surely driven her to despair. The Qian residence was indeed a prominent family in Fangling County. It was said that several taverns in the county were owned by the Qian family, which also operated tea and textiles, conducting a vast business. As she brought the vegetables into the residence, she happened to notice a large sack of duck feathers outside the kitchen and hurriedly inquired of the steward. Is this sack of duck feathers to be discarded? What else would it be for? Chen Shi thought to herself, this is truly wasteful. In Xiangyang village, any duck feathers were collected, as they made for excellent winter clothing materials, providing substantial warmth. Back in her former home, they had accumulated duck feathers for many years, yet only Lu Ernyang had been fortunate enough to receive a garment made from them. Could you grant me the duck feathers? The steward of the Qian residence looked puzzled. What do you intend to do with them? To make clothing. How does one make clothing from duck feathers? The steward's eyes widened in disbelief. The Qian family's tavern has plenty of duck feathers. I shall give you some once you have fashioned them into clothing. Bring them to me for a look. How does that sound? Chen Shi felt elated upon hearing this. Shui Lianqing could not comprehend why Chen Shi was collecting so many smelly duck feathers. Had she not had a purse and a cart, the driver would not have allowed her to board. Chen Shi, after much effort, transported the duck feathers home and felt utterly exhausted. However, Madame Wen forbade Chen Shi from bringing the duck feathers into the courtyard. It is far too foul, it makes one feel nauseated. Eventually, even Chen Shi began to keep her distance. She thought to herself, what a fortunate effect this had. She would gladly stay as far away as possible. Due to the recent duck feather predicament, she had been ordered not to cook, to avoid clothing, and preferably to refrain from entering the courtyard altogether. Chen Shi relished her newfound freedom when Jiheng, though also troubled by the odor, found joy in the fact that Chen Shi had resumed her peculiar endeavors. She meticulously sorted the collected duck feathers, using water boiled with plant ashes to massage away the grease, rinsing them clean and drying them, before placing them in a cloth bag to boil. During the boiling process, she added wild daisies gathered from the mountains, then dried and boiled them repeatedly until the peculiar smell dissipated, leaving behind fluffy duck down. She implored Wenjiro to fashion a fitted little jacket, stuffing the prepared duck down inside. The treatment of the duck down took half a month, and the garment required 2 days to complete, culminating in the creation of a duck down jacket. This jacket was tailored to fit Wenjiro's figure, and upon wearing it, she found it delightful, soft, and warm, imbued with a pleasant chrysanthemum fragrance. Wenjiro was exceedingly pleased. Chen Shi took her little jacket back to the county town. The steward Qian observed it gravely and brought Chen Shi to meet Qian Yuanwei. Qian Yuanwei appeared quite amiable. "You are the little girl who delivered vegetables the other day?" Chen Shi nodded. Qian Yuanwei smiled. "I have heard that in the north, this method is indeed practiced. I am curious how you have transformed it into clothing?" Chen Shi blinked innocently. Qian Yuanwei continued, "Of course, I shall not shortchange you." Chen Shi hastily expressed her gratitude. "In my hometown, this is common knowledge among every household. It is no secret that I shall gladly share the method and also thank Qian Yuanwei for the opportunity to purchase my vegetables, which allows me to provide for my family. I am deeply indebted." Qian Yuanwei nodded appreciatively. "This little girl speaks sweetly and knows gratitude. Rest assured, I, Qian, have never shortchanged anyone." Indeed, he did not. With a single statement, Chen Yuanwei presented her with 30 taels of shimmering silver. Chen Shi thought to herself, even a small gesture from the wealthy could yield her income for 2 or 3 years. Thus, earning the money of the affluent was indeed the way to prosperity. When Wenjiro heard that she had shared the method of making the duck-down jacket with the Chen residents, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Chen Shi, you are truly foolish. Others will profit immensely from your method, while you only receive 30 taels. I am on the verge of being driven to fury." Chen Shi laughed. "In truth, this method is not a secret. Anyone could learn it in the north. That is one reason. The more crucial aspect is where we would gather such an abundance of duck feathers. Collecting these feathers requires manpower, resources, and space, all of which cost silver. The most vital question is, who would we sell them to?" Wen Jiheng's eyes sparkled as he regarded Chen Shi. "Where did you learn all this?" Chen Shi replied, puzzled. "Isn't it self-evident? Does one need to be taught?" She herself was unaware of how clever she truly was. "What if Qian Yuanwei refuses to pay you the 30 taels? If he does not, then so be it. A favor is sufficient. I in the future, for his tea house and fabric shop, as long as I find potential buyers, I can request the steward Qian to offer me a friendly price, earning a little from the difference. Perhaps this could become a long-term source of income." Wen Jiheng was intrigued. "How will you find buyers?" Chen Shi contemplated for a moment. "I know a shopkeeper of a tailor in town. Most of her fabrics are sourced from the capital. The advantage of procuring from the capital is the vibrant colors, fashion, and aesthetic appeal. The drawback is that one must purchase in bulk. For every 5 bolts of cotton, one must also acquire a roll of silk, which increases the capital needed. Additionally, silk takes a long time to sell in town, and the most critical factor is the exorbitant transportation costs and safety concerns. If goods are left to accumulate for too long, the local weather is prone to mold and spoilage. Thus, I am contemplating that if I can resolve these issues and offer a price lower than that of the capital, they will undoubtedly become my buyers." As Wen Jiheng watched Chen Shi speak passionately, it seemed she had not expressed herself so freely and confidently in a long while. It dawned on him that her happiness stemmed from engaging in such endeavors. Keeping her confined to the courtyard had indeed clipped her wings, and it was no wonder she longed for joy. Chapter 53 Livelihood. The sole duck-down jacket was ultimately bestowed upon Madame Wen, as her figure bore a striking resemblance to that of Wenjiro. Meanwhile, the others prepared for winter with cotton-padded coats. Chen Shi instructed the tailor to craft 2 additional outfits, intending to procure winter garments for the Pei family mother and son as well. Pei Luoshu arrived early each day at Changning Street, undeterred by rain or wind, nor by the increasingly frigid temperatures. He feared that Chen Shi might not find him and was anxious not to miss the opportunity to meet her. The slightest commotion on Changning Street would prompt him to glance toward the end of the lane, wondering if she had arrived. Occasionally, he would observe Aunt Zhao busily and joyfully utilizing items previously owned by Chen Shi. One day, Shui Lianqing came to see him, bearing a bundle containing several books to be copied in 2 winter cotton outfits. "These books are urgently needed. You must copy them quickly." Pei Luoshu's palm brushed over the 2 cotton coats. "Who sent these?" Shui Lianqing blinked. "The proprietor of Maxiang bookstore provided these as a benefit. He speaks highly of your calligraphy and specifically instructed me to ensure they reached you." Pei Luoshu murmured softly. "Is that so?" Shui Lianqing scratched his head. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Pei Luoshu hastily grasped Shui Lianqing's arm. "Have you seen Shi recently?" Shui Lianqing's expression turned troubled. "I haven't seen her in quite some time and have no idea what she has been up to." Pei Luoshu then reluctantly released his grip. "Will Shuigu be the one delivering my copied books from now on?" "Indeed, I shall be the one to deliver them to you." "I appreciate your efforts, Shuigu." "What effort is it?" "It's merely a few steps," and realizing he had misspoken, Shui Lianqing quickly took off running towards the outskirts of Changning Street. Pei Luoshu pondered for a moment before hastily pursuing Shui Lianqing. Upon rounding a corner, he spotted a figure clad in white walking alongside Shui Lianqing. "Shuigu, have you delivered it?" Shui Lianqing's brow furrowed slightly in impatience. "You can deliver it yourself in the future. Why drag me into this?" Chen Shi beamed. "Oh, come now, Shuigu is the kindest at heart. How could you stand idly by while assisting a sister?" Shui Lianqing sighed. "What can I do with you?" Your sister-in-law is constantly threatening that if I do not comply with your wishes, she will break several of the iron spatulas at home. Chen Shi burst into laughter. Your sister-in-law is quite amusing. After a moment of silence, she inquired, how is Haor's illness? He takes his medicine daily, yet there is no sign of improvement. It is truly disheartening. Perhaps we should take Haor to the capital to find a good physician? With Haor's ailment, all the silver I have painstakingly saved over the years has been poured into his medicine. The capital may be beyond our means. Chen Shi retrieved 10 taels of silver from her sleeve pocket. This is all the cash I have for now, let us take Haor to the capital for treatment. If the funds fall short, we shall devise another plan. Shui Lianqing looked on in disbelief. Where did you acquire so much silver? Chen Shi smiled. It was earned, not stolen. Shui Lianqing felt quite helpless. Forget it. Keep the silver for yourself. Besides, your entire family depends on you for support, you have your challenges. I still have some silver, and I am prudent, I will manage the family affairs appropriately. Finally accepting the silver, Shui Lianqing turned serious. Shi, do you have feelings for Scholar Pei? Chen Shi remained silent for a long while, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. Yes, I have deep feelings for him, but what can be done? Given my circumstances, I am destined to remain in this position for life, unable to determine my own fate, it is better not to burden others. Shui Lianqing nodded. You are right, Scholar Pei is a fine young man, yet your fate lies in another's hands. Moreover, you are already a concubine to another, thus cannot seek companionship outside of your master. Chen Shi offered a wry smile. Let us not dwell on this, I came today with another matter to discuss. What is it? Let us embark on a venture together. Pei Luoshu, who had been hidden at the mouth of the alley, had overheard their entire conversation. Leaning against the dark brick wall, the midday sun cast a vibrant glow upon his blue robe, the soft halo illuminating his tranquil visage as his eyes gently lowered, the fabric of his robe fluttered lightly, and his hair danced in the breeze. She said she liked him dearly, but what should he do in response to her affection? Upon returning home, he unearthed an old box from beneath his bed, covered in a thick layer of dust. After wiping it clean, he opened it to reveal the examination books that his mother had long believed to be sold. He meticulously took each book out, treating them with great reverence, and arranged them neatly on the table, beside which lay the pen gifted by Chen Shi. Hearing the low murmur of Pei Luoshu reading, Pei Mother felt a deep sense of contentment. In this manner, it was well, when she eventually joined his father in the afterlife, she would have something to account for. Mother, these winter clothes were prepared for us by Shi. Please try them on and see if they fit. Pei Mother, upon seeing her son enter with the garments, accepted them like a treasure. Excellent, Shi has a kind heart. Pei Luoshu spoke softly. Mother, having passed this autumn's examination, I intend to participate in the provincial examination 3 years hence. Pei Mother's eyes glistened with emotion. Luoshu, I am glad you have come to this realization. Mother, as I copy and study, I will save enough silver to hire someone to care for you. Otherwise, I would be restless pursuing my studies. Pei Mother nodded in agreement. Very well, you need not worry about me, just focus on your pursuits. Unaware that her conversation with Shui Lianqing had been overheard by Pei Luoshu, Chen Shi was wholly absorbed in discussing their plans with Shui Lianqing. I have recently contacted several fabric shops, and they are quite interested in our proposed prices. They have agreed that as long as we transport the fabric, they will collectively share the quantity we acquire. Shui Lianqing pondered for a moment before expressing his concerns. Shi, setting aside other matters, our combined silver is insufficient to procure much fabric, and to transport it, we shall need to hire at least 2 drivers. Moreover, the roads are perilous, should we encounter robbers, our lives could be in jeopardy. Chen Shi nodded. Shuige, these are precisely the issues I have been striving to resolve. For our initial procurement, we must not be overly ambitious. This is merely a trial run. If we acquire 10 bolts of coarse cotton from the Qian family fabric shop, we can transport them back ourselves from the county town, incurring only the cost of hiring a cart. Thus, our cost per bolt would be 65 won, totaling 650 won for 10 bolts, plus 30 won per day for the cart rental. Our total expenditure would be 680 won, while selling them at 75 won per bolt would yield a profit of 70 won from the 10 bolts. This is significantly more favorable than our previous laborious endeavors. Shui Lianqing furrowed his brow. This is a venture with high costs, substantial risks, and minimal returns. Chapter 54 Elate Return. Chen Shi elaborated, Brother Shui, you must not focus solely on my calculations. I have only accounted for a portion. There are 2 fabric sellers in the town and 3 ready-made clothing shops, totaling 5 establishments that are our clients. With 10 bolts of fabric, they would each receive merely 2 bolts. At times, they sell far more than this in a single day. Just imagine if they could absorb 50 or even 100 bolts. Think of the profit. How many towns are there in Fangling County? This represents a significant business opportunity. Moreover, we do not solely engage in the fabric trade. Recall when you purchased medicine for Haor, you noticed that the prices in the county town were several coins cheaper than in Ping'an town. For the more expensive medicinal materials, the county town offered prices nearly half as low. If someone needs to buy medicine, we can assist them by bringing it back, earning a few copper coins in the process, providing a benefit to the buyer while doing a good deed ourselves. However, the cost of traveling to the county town is not insignificant. Walking there consumes half a day, and a round trip takes an entire day. If we rent a cart, it costs 30 coins a day, which would be a losing venture. Chen Shi found this quite amusing. Brother Shui, you are excessively cautious. What do you mean by that? In business, risk and reward coexist. If one only contemplates failure and refrains from attempting, how can one ever succeed? Since we have such an opportunity, let us proceed and address any issues as they arise. By exploring slowly, we will eventually find ourselves in a position to earn substantial profits. Shui Lianqing scratched his head, shyly smiling. This manly fellow cannot match the courage of a little girl like you. Then, very well, let us proceed. Steward Qian was exceedingly polite to Chen Shi, believing that this young girl was a little fortune-bringer for the Qian family. Recently, two joyful events had occurred, both attributed to her influence. Therefore, when Chen Shi expressed her desire to procure a large quantity of fabric from their shop, Chen Yuanwei agreed without hesitation. The Qian family operated a large textile workshop, collaborating with the most prominent fabric and embroidery shops in the surrounding county towns, neglecting the smaller establishments entirely. Those smaller shops would procure their supplies from the provincial city as fabric store. Essentially, what Chen Shi was doing was eliminating the intermediary fabric store and seizing the profits that should rightfully belong to them. The first transaction went even more smoothly than anticipated. They transported a total of 20 bolts of fabric, filling a cart perfectly. Upon arriving at Shui Lianqing's home in Pingyang Town, several shopkeepers, drawn by the scent, purchased everything and even placed orders for the following day. Brother Shui, look! We drove for merely half a day and earned 170 coins. Additionally, we assisted others in transporting a few items, which netted us about 10 copper coins. By the end of the month, we could net around 6 taels of silver. Over the course of a year, that amounts to more than 70 taels, and this is just from Pingyang Town. Shui Lianqing counted on his fingers, feeling that it was still insufficient. He curiously inquired, how do you calculate so quickly? Chen Shi smiled, it's simply a matter of arithmetic. Shui Lianqing shot her a glance, then his face broke into a joyous expression. If we continue in this manner, then we need not worry about our medical expenses in the prefectural city. After 3 days of such prosperous business, setbacks soon followed. The cart driver became unwilling to continue. Transporting 20 bolts of fabric daily was too taxing for the donkey. The driver insisted that if he were to continue, he would require an increase in pay to 40 coins per day, and the cart would be needed every 2 days. Chen Shi did not acquiesce and ceased her collaboration with the driver. Why? Shui Lianqing was perplexed. Chen Shi replied firmly, we had previously agreed on a fixed price for renting his cart daily. He accepted the arrangement believing it would be a long-term business. Furthermore, his donkey cart is used daily for heavier loads. There is no reason for it to suddenly become precious when it comes to us. He merely wishes to take advantage of the situation, hoping to earn more silver. The driver lacks a sense of contractual integrity. Agreeing now may lead him to abandon us mid-journey later on. Shui Lianqing nodded in agreement. What shall we do tomorrow? Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Let us first rent a cart from another source in the county town to cover these 2 days. The next day, they set off early for the county town, only to be turned away when attempting to rent a cart. Shui Lianqing became embroiled in an argument with them. Observing this, Chen Shi pulled him away. They are banding together. It must be that driveress doing in the carting business. Everyone typically keeps to their own affairs. This is the unwritten rule. Even if others wish to take on the job, they wouldn't dare do so. Whoever does would find it impossible to continue in this trade. Shui Lianqing, feeling dejected, asked, what now? Without a cart, this business cannot proceed. Chen Shi inquired, Brother Shui, how much does an empty cart cost? It depends on whether it's new or old. An old cart would cost around 400 coins, while a new one would be at least 50% more expensive. Chen Shi stated decisively, let us purchase an old cart and take it back ourselves. We will manage today's affairs as they come. Transporting 20 bolts of fabric, coupled with the uphill journey, left them quite exhausted on their return. As they approached Pingyang Town, a figure emerged from behind, assisting them in pushing the cart. Chen Shi wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to see Pei Luoshu. He smiled at her astonished expression, his mouth curving upward. What brings you here? She asked, surprised indeed. He had come simply to see her. He had learned that she and Brother Shui were engaged in business, and every noon they would return from the county town with their donkey cart. He had been waiting for the opportunity to catch a glimpse of her from a distance at the road leading into Pingyang Town. However, today, when she hadn't returned for a long while, he felt an overwhelming concern for her safety and could not resist coming to find her. Just happened to run into you, he replied. Chen Shi glanced at him, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with joy. With Pei Luoshu's assistance, both felt a great relief. Throughout the journey, they spoke little, but Chen Shi's heart brimmed with unexpressed happiness. Stealing glances at him, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. As they neared Pingyang Town, the sky had darkened considerably. Suddenly, Pei Luoshu spoke, I must take my leave. With that, he vanished into the night, quickly disappearing from sight. Chen Shi was left bewildered by his abrupt departure when a voice called out from ahead. It was the young master. Chen Shi's heart sank. Shui Lianqing halted his cart, while Wen Jihong took over the reins, effortlessly pulling the cart toward the town. Wen Jihong did not inquire why Chen Shi was returning so late. Instead, he smiled at her and asked, Are you tired? Chen Shi nodded. Exhausted to the bone. This one do, it's too arduous. I wonder if I could procure a horse from the mine. Chen Shi quickly interjected, no, using a horse would be too conspicuous and could attract the attention of bandits. However, you cannot continue dragging the cart like this. It will wear you out. Chen Shi agreed. Let us see about that tomorrow. I'm truly quite tired. Once we unload the goods, I simply wish to return home and rest. Shuai Lianqing was utterly fatigued as well. Very well. Dinner was served at Shuai Lianqing's home, where his sister-in-law had reheated the dishes several times. When Ji Hung, dining at someone else's home for the first time, was quite reticent, his sister-in-law was particularly tender-hearted toward Chen Shi. Tonight, do not return home, stay with me for the night. What kind of young lady endures such hardships as you do? When Ji Hung felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this, her words indirectly chastised him. Chen Shi shook her head. It would be too much of an imposition to stay. His sister-in-law patted her shoulder, feigning irritation. If you continue being so polite, you shall not be welcome in my house again. Chen Shi chuckled at her sister-in-law's teasing. Sister-in-law, I shall not dare again. Chapter 55. The path back to the courtyard. Chen Shi was intimately familiar with the path back to the courtyard, able to navigate it effortlessly even in the darkness. However, today she felt particularly fatigued, her steps somewhat unsteady. When Ji Hung offered to carry her, but she shook her head in refusal. No need, I can still walk. During this period, Chen Shi had grown quite adept at conversing with him, devoid of any sudden chill or silence. Yet, he found himself increasingly greedy, yearning for Chen Shi to grow closer to him, rather than maintaining a distant and polite demeanor, as was customary between strangers. He wished for her to soften, to refrain from always being strong-willed. He relished her dependency on him. When she declined his offer to carry her, when Ji Hung took her hand in his, Chen Shi instinctively wanted to pull away, but to her surprise, he held on tightly. It's dark, and the path is slippery. Chen Shi felt a twinge of discomfort but had no means to escape. She could only watch as he led her along. Young master, I can walk by myself, and your holding my hand makes it harder for me to walk. When Ji Hung grasped her warm yet rough palm, feeling a swell of emotion. As long as you follow me, I won't let you fall. Sensing her compliance and gentleness, when Ji Hung was filled with immense joy, a smile gracing his lips as he frequently glanced back, scrutinizing Chen Shi in the faint light of the torch. Chen Shi was undeniably weary. Young master, let us walk a bit faster. Understanding her fatigue, when Ji Hung handed her the torch and effortlessly lifted her into his arms, startled, Chen Shi let out a shriek. When Ji Hung held her firmly. Do not be afraid, if you are tired, sleep. I can extinguish the torch, and I can navigate just fine in the dark. With her left hand clutching his garment tightly, Chen Shi dared not move. Young master, please set me down. When Ji Hung appeared not to hear her, continuing onward. Before long, the tense form in his embrace relaxed, and he could hear her steady breathing, signaling she had fallen asleep. She felt so light, her frail body curled against him, her gentle breaths brushing against his chest like the caress of a feather, stirring his heart uneasily. Upon arriving home, he carefully laid Chen Shi on the bed, removed her shoes and socks, covered her with a blanket, and sat by her side, watching her for a long while before sighing and departing. Chen Shi felt exceedingly fortunate. On the road to Ping'an town, she encountered Lan Xinghe, who was mounted on a fine steed. The rider exuded an aura of distinction, appearing almost radiant. Lan Xinghe seemed surprised to see Chen Shi on the road. Are you selling pancakes at this hour? Chen Shi had set out for Ping'an town just before noon. No more pancakes, I am now engaged in business. Lan Xinghe dismounted and walked alongside Chen Shi. What kind of business? She recounted her circumstances briefly. Lan Xinghe's eyes reflected admiration. She, at your tender age, you possess a sharp eye and remarkable courage. This is the first time someone has praised me so, Chen Shi replied. Lan Xinghe inquired, is there anything I can assist you with? Chen Shi glanced sideways. Brother Lan, I find you quite capable yet exceedingly humble, far more so than Brother Cui, who was rather ostentatious. Lan Xinghe chuckled, his demeanor refined. I shall report to Cui Yeoman that you speak ill of him behind his back. Let him know. I fear him not. Lan Xinghe laughed, seemingly in high spirits. Chen Shi shared her current predicament with Lan Xinghe, hoping for a worthwhile suggestion. Lan Xinghe's brows furrowed. In your situation, it would be best to purchase a donkey and make a cart, allowing you to utilize your time effectively, thus significantly shortening your profit margins without fear of interference from others. However, acquiring a donkey will require some silver, but it is better to endure a short-term expense than a prolonged hardship. Chen Shi wholeheartedly agreed. A sturdy donkey would cost at least 10 taels of silver. I may need some time to gather that amount. Lan Xinghe smiled. I know someone who raises horses and donkeys, shall I take you to see? Chen Shi nodded. Then I shall benefit from your goodwill today. Lan Xinghe helped her onto his horse and nimbly mounted behind her. As she clutched his garment tightly, fear gripping her, Lan Xinghe noticed her anxiety and chuckled. You are quite like my son, Yuan Feng, appearing fearless yet frightened by a mere caterpillar. Chen Shi was astonished. You have a child? How old is he? He is 6 years old. Where is he, may I meet him? He is in the northern desert, it is unlikely we shall meet in this lifetime. Chen Shi was perplexed. If he is in the northern desert, why are you in Fangling? Oh, were you also exiled here? What crime did you commit? Lan Xinghe burst into laughter. She, arriving in Fangling does not necessarily imply exile. Chen Shi felt quite embarrassed. I assumed you frequently associated with Brother Chui and thought you were exiled together. Lan Qinghe sighed. In truth, my situation is not much different from exile. As Chen Shi grew accustomed to the horse's movements, her fear dissipated, and she focused on conversing with Lan Qinghe. Did you marry young? I thought you were the same age as Brother Chui. Indeed, I married at 17 and had Yuan Feng by 18. He is quite a mischievous little rascal. Whenever Lan Qinghe spoke of his child, a smile of warmth and longing would flicker at the corners of his mouth. Chen Shi listened intently as he recounted tales of his family in the northern desert, how he met and married his wife, and how he dealt with his playful son. It sounded as though he had a remarkably happy family. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the horse farm. Many people, upon spotting Lan Qinghe, instinctively bowed. A middle-aged man approached them. Lan Qinghe helped Chen Shi down from the horse and turned to the man. I recall you had a few donkeys here, please find me a fine one. The man was about to bow but was halted by Lan Qinghe. Just get it done. Chen Shi looked around the farm, her face lighting up with excitement. The horses here are all tamed. They could pull a cart and carry some goods, though they are unsuitable for battle. Before long, the man returned with a donkey of excellent quality. Its teeth were strong, its coat sleek and shiny, well cared for by its owner. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled as she inquired, this must cost quite a bit, right? The middle-aged man, catching Lan Qinghe's gaze, replied respectfully, for familiar faces, we naturally calculate at a friendly price. He held up 2 fingers. Chen Shi blinked. 20 taels? No, just 2 taels. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi understood that the man was merely asking for 2 taels out of courtesy to Lan Qinghe, and his respectful demeanor suggested that even 2 taels felt insufficient for her. However, this felt rather inappropriate. Chen Shi turned to Lan Qinghe. Does this mean you must front at least 10 taels for me? Lan Qinghe shook his head. I have no silver to give you. When I come here, I simply call out for the horses or donkeys I need. Discussing money feels rather mundane. Chen Shi thought this was unsatisfactory, fearing that Lan Qinghe might owe someone a favor on her behalf. Perhaps we should reconsider. If I use this donkey, I shall be anxious every day, feeling quite uneasy. Lan Qinghe pondered with a furrowed brow. How about this, you pay 2 taels as a deposit for now, use the donkey, and when you have spare funds, you can settle the full price later. Chen Shi found this agreeable. How much more silver would I need to make up? The middle-aged man replied, you would need 6 more taels. Chen Shi was puzzled. Such a fine donkey only costs 8 taels? Lan Qinghe chuckled. Take this amount and settle it accordingly. They do not sell horses or donkeys here, and he is merely the manager. If you pay him more, he cannot keep it. Chen Shi smiled brightly. Then I am indeed fortunate to have Brother Lan's assistance. Chapter 56. Menstruation. When Shui Lianqing beheld the donkey brought by Chen Shi, his eyes sparkled with delight. Well done, Shi, you accomplished such a significant task without a word? Chen Shi sat indoors, heartily sipping tea. Sister-in-law, is there anything to eat? Sun Yang entered with a bowl of clear noodle soup. We didn't prepare a meal for noon, only a few strands of noodles remain. You can make do with that. Chen Shi hastily consumed a few bites, only to be scalded and let out a gasp. Eat slowly. When it's food made by sister-in-law, I can't bear to eat it slowly. Sun Yang pressed her forehead gently. You do have a sweet tongue. Shui Lianqing was continually assessing the donkey, unable to restrain his praise for Chen Shi's discernment. Chen Shi sat in the courtyard, slurping noodles while listening to Shui Lianqing speak. I know a big brother, though I'm unsure of his profession. I hesitate to inquire, but he possesses remarkable influence. The horse stable staff bow and scrape before him. It's possible the entire stable belongs to him, yet he seems oblivious to the market price of donkeys. Shi, how long have you been exiled here to know so many people? Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Honestly, I believe they are willing to assist me due to the young masteress' influence. Otherwise, with my humble status, how would I merit their acquaintance? That is a valid point. However, connections indeed offer advantages. Consider this: relying solely on our own labor, we toil from dawn till dusk, barely earning 31 for a day's work, and even then we are scrutinized and selected. There's no guarantee of constant employment now. With the money from the generous gentleman providing inexpensive cloth, and my acquaintance finding a donkey for me, I've also met various shopkeepers who buy our fabric. Earning is now much easier and more abundant. Shui Lianqing wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, when venturing outside, one must cultivate good relations. You never know when an opportunity for profit may arise. Precisely. Shui Lianqing scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Shi, may I borrow the donkey cart for a while? I need to take Sun Yang and Howard to the city for medical attention, and I shall return to transport goods afterward, if that is acceptable? Chen Shi nodded. Of course, it's not an issue. Health matters cannot be delayed. I shall rest for 2 days and return the day after tomorrow. She suddenly remembered something and added, Brother Shui, please bring me a particular medicine. As the winter days grew increasingly frigid, Chen Shi awoke feeling unwell. Dizziness and fatigue beset her, and her stomach felt uneasy. She surmised it was fatigue from pushing the cart earlier. However, she brushed it aside as a minor inconvenience. Today marked their new cart's inaugural journey for transporting goods. When the driver caught sight of their new cart, his expression betrayed a hint of panic. How can you do this? You previously promised to let me handle the transport, yet now you've taken it upon yourselves. Shui Lianqing snorted coldly. You dare to turn the tables. It was you who raised the price first, now you complain that we shouldn't use a new cart, there is no one like you. What is wrong with adding a few coins? We're all here to make a living. You're making so much money, can you truly feel at ease? Chen Shi's complexion paled slightly, usually patient, today she felt a surge of indignation. So, your implication is that only you deserve to earn, and it is improper for us to earn while leaving you behind? Moreover, we must pay you extra and treat you with utmost respect, is that your point? The driver grew increasingly irate. You little brat, what do you know about this? I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. You wish to raise the price yet refuse to work, and now that you have no work, you accuse us of not allowing you to transport goods. You said everything under the sun, as if you alone bear the burden of grievance in this world. You, what of it? If you had the audacity to show your face, we might consider giving you a few coins, but with your appearance, even the heavens would be reluctant to give you more. Go home and take a look in the mirror, don't block the way here. The driver's face turned a shade of green with rage. Shui Lianqing could no longer contain his laughter and cracked the whip, making a beeline for Ping'an town. Chen Shi felt an increasing discomfort in her abdomen, curling up on the donkey cart, her pallor deepening. Finally arriving at Ping'an town, she trembled as she dismounted. Suddenly, a warm rush descended between her legs. Chen Shi clenched her teeth, feeling utterly embarrassed. Shui Lianqing observed her condition with concern. Shi, are you alright? Let me take you to see a doctor. Chen Shi, in a daze, shook her head. If she guessed correctly, her menstruation had commenced. With Sun Yang away in the city with Howard, she dared not walk much, fearing that her condition might become evident and subject her to unwanted attention. Brother Shui, could you kindly unload this batch of goods? I'm feeling unwell and need to see a doctor. She lingered in the Pei residence for a while, eventually seizing the moment when Pei Luoshu stepped out to fetch water, slipping into Pei Mu's room. Pei Mu was taken aback to see Chen Shi. Shi, it's been a long time. Chen Shi felt a rush of embarrassment, her gaze lowered as if steeling herself. Auntie, I've started my menstruation. Please teach me, for I do not know how to manage it. Pei Mu beckoned Chen Shi over. Come here, let me have a look. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the courtyard door. Chen Shi quickly removed her shoes, hiding them beneath the sole, and climbed onto Pei Mu's bed, burrowing under the covers, concealing her entire self. Moments later, she emerged again, lowered the bed curtains, and dove back under the covers. Pei Mu stared at Chen Shi's fluid movements, utterly astonished. Before long, Pei Luoshu walked in, puzzled to find the bed curtains drawn. Why is the curtain down, mother, are you resting? Pei Mu was about to respond when the person under the covers tugged at her garment. Yes, I am resting. Pei Luoshu acknowledged her. I wanted to ask if you wanted anything for dinner. You decide what to make. As Pei Luoshu prepared to leave, he turned back. Mother, why does your room smell of blood? The hidden figure tugged at her clothing again. Could you fetch a package from the top shelf of the wardrobe for me? I need it. Pei Luoshu understood immediately, retrieved it, and handed it to Pei Mu. He glanced around, feeling that something was amiss. Mother, your quilt, Pei Mu smiled helplessly. You should go out now. Remember to close the door. If I haven't called for you, you are not to enter. Pei Luoshu nodded and exited. Finally, Chen Shi emerged from the covers. Alright, the package contains menstrual supplies. I shall teach you how to use them. Chen Shi's trousers were soiled, and she could only wear Pei Mu's. Her face flushed as she whispered, I will wash them and return them to you. Pei Mu smiled gently. Just remember not to catch a chill. Keep warm, and when in pain, use a hot water bag against your abdomen, eat something nourishing, and drink plenty of warm water. Chen Shi felt warmth in her heart and suddenly remembered something. She fished out a small box from her sleeve. I once heard a Luo mention that you often need to take Xining pills, which are quite expensive in Ping'an town. I brought you 2 from the county town. When you run out, let me know, and I will bring more. Pei Mu felt touched by her thoughtfulness. You dear child, always thinking of us. Chen Shi nestled against Pei Mu's waist. Auntie, you are so warm. They lingered in silence for a while, the room enveloped in a profound stillness, and faintly, they could hear the gentle sounds of reading from the adjacent room, a tender murmuring that made both feel that this moment in time was truly serene. Chapter 57 of the New Year. After a considerable while, Chen Shi spoke softly, Auntie, I must take my leave. Pei's mother nodded in understanding. Do not shatter Luer's dreams, he still harbors thoughts of redeeming you. He has resolved to participate in the triennial provincial examination. Wait for him, the future holds promise. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Shi's face, for it was indeed a beautiful dream. Luer Pei Luoshu, hearing his mother's call, hurried into the room. Mother, what is it? Pei's mother whispered a gentle instruction in his ear. Quickly go buy it. Pei Luoshu instantly understood and promptly turned to leave. Watching him depart, Pei's mother said to Chen Shi, he is gone, you should return now. Chen Shi bundled her trousers and stealthily exited the courtyard, carefully closing the door behind her, glancing around before cautiously making her way home. Suddenly, at the entrance of an alley, she was pulled in with great force. Do not be afraid, it is me. Chen Shi cast a glance at Pei Luoshu, sighing in dejection. Do you so dislike seeing me? Pei Luoshu felt a pang of discomfort at her forlorn demeanor. How did you find me? Pei Luoshu chuckled lightly. You ought to practice your skills at hiding better. Chen Shi blinked. I must return. Pei Luoshu quickly grasped the sleeve of Chen Shi's garment. Do you have nothing to say to me? Oh, I heard you are preparing for the provincial examination 3 years hence. I wish you success in your endeavors. And? That is all. A silence enveloped them for a moment, before Pei Luoshu broke into a soft laugh. He extended a packet towards Chen Shi. This is brown sugar. It will be comforting when dissolved in water. You should hurry home, the weather is quite cold, remember to dress warmly. Chen Shi's nose turned red from the chill, and she cast a few furtive glances at Pei Luoshu before accepting the brown sugar and striding out of the alley. The raspy voice from behind halted her steps. You must take care, you two, since resolving the issue with the cart, everything had gradually smoothed out. The nearby townsfolk had come to know that Shui Lianqing and Chen Shi offered exceptionally affordable fabrics, delivering right to their doorsteps, thus sparing many incidental costs. With the approach of the new year, the demand for new clothing surged, and their business flourished, with deliveries made in a flurry. They toiled tirelessly until the 28th day of the lunar month, when they finally paused their labors. Brother Shui, have all the New Year gifts been delivered to the shopkeepers? Yes, do not worry about it. I shall escort you home now. Chen Shi replied with exasperation, Brother Shui, please do not burden me with more, my New Year supplies are already prepared. Shui Lianqing chuckled, what is yours, and what is mine. Can they be the same? If it were not for you guiding me in business, I would not have been able to afford to treat Hauer's illness. I cannot return the 10 taels of silver you gave me before, so I must take a little more. It weighs on my conscience. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Did you deliver the New Year supplies to the Pei family, especially the charcoal? It must arrive on time. Yes, I delivered it. I do not know how to advise, you have no future with him, so do not give others false hope. On such a cold day, he stood at the entrance of Ping'an Town, waiting merely to see you. You must make things clear with him, so he does not wait any longer. Chen Shi remained silent for a moment, her eyes filled with reluctance, her nose tinged with a painful ache. All right, I understand. After the new year, I shall speak with him. The courtyard was adorned with red paper lanterns, and the windows were festooned with paper cuttings. On the walls hung couplets penned by Wen Jiheng. This was the first New Year the whole family had spent in Fangling since their exile. Time flew, they had been here for nearly a year, the days passed swiftly. The New Year's Eve dinner was lavish, featuring chicken, fish, meat, and wine. Chen Shi had recently earned money, and life at home had improved significantly after the festive meal. As everyone kept vigil for the new year, Chen Shi sat at the table, writing down this year's revenue. When Jiheng sat beside her, observing her fingers deftly working the abacus, his expression a mix of amusement and concern. What troubles you so? I clearly calculated that after deducting expenses, I should have earned 86 taels of silver, yet why do I find I have less than 20 left? When Jiheng took the ledger from her. Let me calculate. Upon seeing Chen Shi's handwriting, he could not help but chuckle. Your characters are all over the place, much like you when you are angry. Practice more when you have the chance. Chen Shi pouted. I have only been learning for half a year, I could not even recognize a single character before. To write like this, I consider myself quite talented. When Jiheng laughed heartily. You truly have no shame. I have never seen someone so self-praising. After calculating for some time, when Jiheng discovered that Chen Shi's figures were indeed correct. That is accurate. Suddenly, Chen Shi fixed her gaze intently on Wen Jiheng, causing him to feel a chill. I have finally realized, you have not accounted for this portion. You have exhausted all my silver. When Jiheng was momentarily stunned, Chen Shi gritted her teeth. How much silver have you spent of mine this year? You must repay me immediately. When Jiheng rubbed his nose, his expression one of embarrassment. Dear Shi, it is New Year's Day. Please spare me. Once we return to Kyoto, what is mine will be yours. I shall provide you with as much silver as you desire. Chen Shi snorted coldly. You have yet to see any results. You are merely flattering me. When Jiheng smiled confidently. Who says there is no progress? I will not squander your hard-earned silver. Chen Shi inquired, perplexed, have there been developments regarding our return to Kyoto? Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to return within 2 years. The smile on Chen Shi's face gradually faded. When Jiheng quickly asked, what is the matter, is the time too long? I will expedite things. Chen Shi shook her head with a bitter smile. No, it is just that I find life here quite comfortable. I wonder what it will be like upon our return to Kyoto. When Jiheng reassured her, once we return to Kyoto, I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury, free from the worries of finances. You will bear me several children, and we will be very happy. Chen Shi felt quite uneasy at the young master's words. Let us discuss the future when it comes. She hastily gathered her writing materials, the ink on the ledger nearly dry. When Jiheng gazed deeply at Chen Shi. Why is it that whenever I mention the future, you retract like a snail into its shell? Do I hold no weight in your heart? Chen Shi replied coolly, young master, you are my master. Naturally, you hold significance. When Jiheng felt a pang of sorrow. You know I do not mean that. Chen Shi lapsed into silence. The room fell quiet, save for the crackling of the charcoal fire, sparks flying in all directions. When Shi Hung exhaled deeply. We have a long time ahead of us, I will wait for you. She lay upon her bed, relighting the small bamboo lamp at her bedside. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she recalled Shangyang village, the place where she had grown up. There, on that day, one could peacefully sleep through the night, unbothered by quarrels, for the village adhered to ancestral customs. One must not quarrel on New Year's Eve, nor be the subject of scolding, lest the coming year be fraught with misfortune. She longed for a tranquil night, hoping it would usher in a smooth year ahead. The past was gone, and the unchangeable had faded away, she thought, considering the young master's tenacity, that her bond was likely irretrievable. Thus, after the new year, she should relinquish any unwarranted hopes. The light of this bamboo lamp was due to extinguish. Chapter 58 Faint breath. On the 11th day of the new year, which also marked her birthday, she was still outside, trailing behind Shuelianqing as he drove the cart. The Lantern Festival was approaching, and soon, Ping'an Town would be adorned with vibrant decorations, likely even more lively than the New Year celebrations themselves. Shuelianqing ordered a bowl of Yangchun noodles from a noodle shop, adding a boiled egg, and presented it to Chen Shi. You still have to follow me around on your birthday, he remarked. Chen Shi accepted the noodles, inhaling deeply. Ah, it smells wonderful. My name constantly serves as a reminder of how much my parents despise me, which is why I have never celebrated my birthday, she replied, a hint of regret in Shuelianqing's eyes. I had prepared a birthday gift for you, but it seems it is no longer needed. Chen Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Then quickly show it to me. I may not celebrate my birthday, but I must receive the gift. He pulled out a silver collar from his cloth bag, adorned with 3 large bells that jingled melodically when shaken. Chen Shi was taken aback. Wasn't this something meant for a little girl? She was already 15, such a gift seemed inappropriate. I saw many girls your age in the neighboring tea town wearing collars, adorned with silver hairpins and adorned with silver bangles on their arms. They looked exquisite. I cannot afford such luxuries yet, so I got you this collar. I will buy you something more fitting once I earn some money, he explained. Chen Shi felt a surge of happiness. This was the feeling of being cherished by family. It was wonderful to know someone cared. As they returned, they spotted Pei Luoshu at the entrance of Ping'an Town. He seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, with his ears flushed red and his lips slightly chapped. Shuelianqing inquired, should I head back first? Chen Shi shook her head. No need, I won't get down. She noticed Pei Luoshu approaching the donkey cart, his head bowed slightly, his eyes sparkling. May I have a word with you? Seated in the cart, Chen Shi slowly turned her head. You can speak here. Pei Luoshu held up a small wooden box tightly in his hands. As he opened it, a beautifully crafted silver bracelet appeared before her eyes. Happy birthday. Chen Shi stared at the bracelet in silence for a moment. You spent too much, I don't celebrate my birthday. Pei Luoshu's face turned pale at her refusal. Do you not like it? If you dislike it, I can get you something else. It's lovely, but I don't celebrate my birthday and therefore cannot accept gifts. This is quite expensive, you should save it to buy medicine for your mother. Pei Luoshu stubbornly continued to gaze at her, his hand still raised as if he would not leave until she accepted. Chen Shi felt a pang of sympathy and called out in front of her, Shuige, let us go. Shuelianqing cracked the whip and urged the cart onward. Pei Luoshu's eyes reddened in disbelief as he stood there, calling out to the retreating figures, Chen Shi did not look back. Shuelianqing sighed, Pei Xiaocai looks quite pitiful. Chen Shi murmured, but everyone believes what I did was right. Shuige, in truth, I am the one who was more pitiful. I truly liked that silver bracelet the moment I saw it, yet I had to pretend not to, thus hurting someone. The donkey in front snorted impatiently. Chen Shi continued, Shuige, let us take a different route in the future. Life spent frequently transporting goods passed all too quickly. Each day was busy. In addition to their cotton business, they gradually began to engage in various other ventures, slowly approaching parity with their fabric trade. Shuelianqing would sometimes jest, perhaps I should simply open a general store in Ping'an Town to avoid the hardships of sun and rain. Actually, this arrangement suits us well, there is no overhead, just a matter of early mornings and late nights. What is so difficult about enduring the elements? Earning a living is never easy. Today, they opted to stay indoors. The wind was strong, and heavy rain was pouring, making it exceedingly cold. Chen Shi attended to every detail daily, visiting Shuelianqing's home. If she lingered in the courtyard, Madame One would grow anxious, fearing she might not earn money again. Chen Shi felt in her pocket the 5 calming pills, contemplating sending them to Pei's mother through Shuelianqing. While they were engaged in conversation, a person suddenly burst in. Old Shui, hurry, that Pei Xiaocai is at the doctoress with his mother, and it seems she is not doing well. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's heart raced with panic. Without taking the time to grab an umbrella, she dashed towards the medical hall behind her. Shuelianqing called out urgently, and when he couldn't stop her, he quickly harnessed the donkey cart, grabbed an umbrella, and raced after her. When Chen Shi reached the medical hall, she found Pei Luoshu kneeling on the ground, desperately begging the doctor. My mother is still breathing, please, doctor, save her. The doctor appeared both irritated and anxious. You, Xiaocai, how can you not understand? My skills are limited, you must go to the county town for treatment, perhaps she can still be saved. Chen Shi hurriedly embraced Pei's mother, raising her head to speak to the distraught Pei Luoshu. Quickly, we have a donkey cart. Let us go to the county town. With that, she lifted Pei's mother and headed outside, with Pei Luoshu snapping to attention and quickly following. Shuelianqing urged the donkey cart forward at great speed. The cart was fitted with a canopy, and Chen Shi held the faintly breathing Pei mother tightly, pulling a very thin blanket from the cart's compartment to wrap around her. How did it suddenly become so serious? Pei Luoshu asked quietly, his gaze cast downward. She has merely been holding on for too long, Chen Shi remarked, observing Pei mother's pale complexion, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. She will be fine. There are many skilled doctors in the county town, she will surely be treated. Pei Luoshu looked up at her, dazed. Chen Shi felt a bit awkward but maintained her determination. You must take care of yourself. Upon arriving in the county town, Pei Luoshu carried his mother while Chen Shi held an umbrella over them as they rushed into the medical hall. The queue was particularly long. According to Shui Lianqing, this clinic housed the most skilled physicians in the entire county. Chen Shi called out urgently, "Doctor, please, help." The physician inside, currently attending to another patient, lifted his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "Please wait in line." Pei Luoshu immediately knelt down. "Doctor, I beg you, please take a look at my mother first. Her breathing is faint, and she is unconscious. Even so, you must wait in line. Everyone is anxious, there is someone with a broken leg still waiting." The three of them felt a sliver of despair rising within them. Shouldn't the most urgent cases be seen first? The doctor retorted sharply. Who comes here without a dire need? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi pulled out a pouch from her chest and slapped it onto the doctor's desk. Please, help me save her first. On the desk lay a genuine gold coin. The doctor looked at Chen Shi with a complex expression and called out to the back of the room, "Dr. Shi, come over here, I have a critical case." Then, he squatted down to check Pei mother's eyelids and pulse, pondering for a moment, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. The poison has invaded the bone marrow. She cannot be saved, prepare for her last rites. Chen Shi could hardly believe her ears. Doctor, please, reconsider, how can you say she cannot be saved? She is still breathing. The doctor shook his head, pulled out a silver needle, and inserted it into Pei mother's body. I will awaken her so you may see her one last time. Chapter 59. Farewell. In the dim corner of the medical hall, Pei Luoshu tightly embraced her mother, her eyes reddened with grief. Pei Mu, having been pricked by a needle, gradually awoke. She lifted her heavy eyelids and, upon seeing Pei Luoshu and Chen Shi by her side, smiled contentedly. Lure, my dear, do not cry. I am going to find your father. He has waited for me on the road to the underworld for many years. I cannot favor you alone and neglect your father, can I? Pei Luoshu closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, mother, you are right. I must not be selfish. Pei Mu gently caressed Pei Luoshu's face. Let the past remain in the past, my dear. Do not quarrel or compete. A simple and tranquil life is what your father and I have always wished for you. Mother, I understand. All these years, you have endured so much for me, suffering greatly, fearing that I would feel lonely in this world, that I might lack the courage to continue living. Do not worry about me, my dear. Go meet your father, and tell him that Lure is well behaved and will not disappoint his expectations, that I will live well. Pei Mu's pale face broke into a reassuring smile. Then I shall rest easy, Lure. Let us return home. As the skies darkened and the winds howled, the donkey cart swayed unsteadily on their way back. Pei Mu had fallen silent in Pei Luoshu's embrace, and her expression was one of profound sorrow, her red eyes fixed on the world outside, tears flowing silently down her cheeks. There were no cries, no howls of anguish. She simply accepted her mother's departure in quietude. The loss of a loved one does not manifest as sudden despair, rather, it is the gradual acceptance of the void left behind, like rain nourishing the bones, saturating the heart with a damp and sorrowful melancholy. Chen Shi was at a loss for how to comfort her. Perhaps there was no solace to be found in such matters. She sat quietly beside her, offering support when needed. The arrangements for Pei Mu's funeral were primarily handled by Shui Lianqing and Chen Shi. The coffin, the mourning hall, the burial site, the tombstone. Pei Luoshu knelt before her mother's coffin, donned in white linen, burning paper money. After the tasks were completed, Chen Shi, mimicking Pei Luoshu, donned her own white linen attire and knelt beside her. Pei Luoshu remained lost in her sorrow, and upon noticing Chen Shi dressed similarly, she stared blankly for a long while, saying nothing, only tightening the hemp rope around Chen Shi's waist. Finally, seeing him move from his frozen state, Chen Shi hastily spoke. The pot has been keeping kanji warm. You must have at least a bite. You have not eaten for 2 days, and your mother would be distressed to see you neglecting your health. Pei Luoshu gazed at her quietly, her voice hoarse from disuse. All right. I will keep watch over the morning hall. Drink the kanji and then rest. Pei Luoshu remained silent, nearly loosening the rope around Chen Shi's waist and readying it. After several repetitions of this, he finally ceased, trembling, and stood to walk outside. Chen Shi accompanied him, standing vigil by the morning hall for 7 days. During those 7 days, her life was a flurry of comings and goings, with Shui Lianqing managing their business affairs. Pei Mu's south final resting place was chosen with great care, a site selected by Chen Shi after consulting a geomancer, a location that cost a small fortune. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, it exuded tranquility and serenity. Pei Mu had always favored silence. Pei Luoshu, with a white cloth bound around his head, appeared even more weary and sorrowful. A young man without a father to lean on, without a mother to pity him, he knelt down, forehead touching the ground, bidding farewell to the one who had given him life, and to the 17 years he had spent sheltered from the storms of life. As time passed slowly, it was neither good nor bad, resembling the lives of many. Each day, Chen Shi would visit the Pei family courtyard, stealing glances at Pei Luoshu from a distance. Seeing him well was enough for her to hastily depart, regardless of the weather, rain or shine, or how late she was occupied. She always made time to check on him. She, too, feared that he might succumb to despair. The spring arrived once more, with peach blossoms in full bloom and pear flowers dazzlingly white. She recalled the previous year when she had dragged her feet shackled in chains, her hands bound, following the marquis's household step by step to this very place. Standing outside the Pei family courtyard, she beheld the clusters of pear blossoms, their branches extending beyond the courtyard, petals swirling in the spring breeze like snowflakes drifting down in winter, crystalline and pure. Raising her hand, she caught a petal, inhaling its delicate fragrance. She behind her came Pei Luoshu's voice, one she had not heard in a long while. She did not know when he had appeared behind her. Chen Shi gazed at him quietly, her lips curling into a gentle smile. I am leaving. Upon hearing his words of departure, an indescribable sadness welled up within Chen Shi. All right. The Tianxiang Academy in the capital has invited me to study there in preparation for next year's provincial examination. That is wonderful news. I depart in 3 days. Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Then take care of yourself. A silence fell between them. I must return now. Pei Luoshu called out as Chen Shi turned to leave. Shi, do you have anything else you wish to say to me? Chen Shi turned back, smiling softly. Luor, I hope you will smile more in the future. Do not always remain so cold and aloof. Even when alone, you should live happily and smoothly. With that, she shouldered her burden and walked away without looking back. On the morning of the third day, with the spring breeze carrying a slight chill, Pei Luoshu stood at the entrance of Ping'an town, his pack slung over his shoulder, waiting patiently. He believed she would surely come to see him off, but he waited from morning until noon, from the initial coolness to the sweltering heat under the sun, yet she did not arrive. Pei Luoshu bit his lip, his eyes filled with despondency that he could no longer wait, otherwise, he would miss his journey to the county town. He walked away, glancing back 3 times at Ping'an town, his eyes heavy with reluctance. He had walked for an unknown time when suddenly, he heard an anxious voice behind him. Luor Pei Luoshu's disappointed expression brightened instantly, a smile breaking across his face as he turned and ran back. Chen Shi, breathless, stood before him, wiping the sweat from her brow. I finally caught up. She handed him a package. Inside are a few changes of clothes, a pen, an inkstick, and an inkstone. It will take at least 2 days to reach the capital, and Xuedage is currently in another county and cannot return to see you off, but he should have accompanied you. There is also some food in the package for the journey. Pei Luoshu watched her with gratitude as she meticulously detailed everything, a sense of fulfillment swelling within him. Chen Shi suddenly recalled something and swiftly reached into her clothing. Upon seeing this, Pei Luoshu panicked and quickly lowered his head, realizing his reaction. Chen Shi chuckled softly. This garment has no pockets. I've hidden my money within my undergarments, so do not think otherwise. With that, she produced a gold coin and placed it in Pei Luoshu's palm. I did not use this during my last trip to the county town. Remember, a poor family might have a rich journey. Do not hesitate to use it out there. Pei Luoshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lashes trembling slightly. This is too valuable. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi replied, Indeed, I also find it precious, but I would rather not hoard it. When I was on the brink of starvation, I never thought to use it, so if you find yourself with money in the future, could you return 2 coins to me? In an instant, Chen Shi's words lifted Pei Luoshu's spirits. Will 2 coins suffice? Chen Shi laughed. That will be more than enough. Then I will have profited. Shi, thank you for everything you have done for me. Chen Shi blinked. Luor, if you become a high-ranking official in the future, can you be my support? When I go out, I can boast to others that I have a friend who is a great official, and they will not dare to look down on me. Pei Luoshu's heart sank at her words, the gold coin now gripped tightly in his palm, pressing painfully against his skin. Chen Shi smiled. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I will come to visit you in the capital. Pei Luoshu's voice was low. Alright, Chapter 62. Visiting recently, when Zhiheng has scarcely seen Chen Shi. It has been 2 or 3 months since they last shared a proper conversation. He remains oblivious to her current preoccupations, which seem to have intensified beyond her previous hustle selling pancakes on Changning Street. Yet, last year, she didn't appear so fatigued that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Finally, he encountered Chen Shi, who had returned early that day. Of late, you seem remarkably busy, when Zhiheng remarked as she stepped into her room, nodding and smiling in acknowledgement. Indeed, but it seems young master is also exceptionally occupied. I did not anticipate you would take the time to inquire about my affairs, she replied with a hint of playful sarcasm. When Zhiheng sighed in resignation, must our exchanges be confined to this manner? Chen Shi lowered her gaze, massaging her temple. Are you suggesting a different topic? Then let me inquire. You've been spending money rather liberally of late, to the point where you've left me without the capital for my livelihood. Are you hoping we all starve together? When Zhiheng blinked, covering his mouth as he coughed softly. I happened upon a situation recently. I entrusted 20 taels of silver to someone to deliver to my father in the north. Chen Shi pondered. How fares the marquis in the north? He struggles. It is not like our situation, where you offer your care with family to remember him and you to advocate on his behalf. He shall gradually improve, she reassured him. When Zhiheng, tenderly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, remarked, I sense you have changed significantly. Chen Shi appeared bewildered. Changed? In the past, you resembled a hedgehog, all bristles, repelling anyone who dared approach. Now you seem much more composed. It must be due to your experiences in the world. With a shy smile, Chen Shi replied, It is merely a matter of growing up. With maturity comes the natural inclination to temper one's temper and become more understanding. Wen Jihang fell into a contemplative silence before continuing, I have re-established contact with my father as former subordinates. I believe our return to the capital will be sooner than we think. Chen Shi nodded in understanding. I shall work diligently to earn money, facilitating your return to the capital. She mused that an early return might grant her a chance to secure her bond, making everything perfect. Not just me, but us, we shall return together. Wen Jihang affirmed. Indeed, she responded. Elation swiftly enveloped Wen Jihang's heart. You consented, you are willing to accompany me. Chen Shi was puzzled by his exuberance. Returning to the capital was simply a return for everyone, was it not? Her bond still rested in his hands. Where else could she go? As the heat intensified, July arrived, with the sun threatening to scorch all in its path. Chen Shi wrapped her head in a floral cloth to shield her face, preserving her hard-earned fair complexion from the sun's relentless rays. Despite her precautions, her skin gradually acquired a glossy dark tone from her time spent outdoors. She was diligently weeding at the grave of Pei Mu when she lamented aloud, "Aunt, you were so beautiful, if only you could share a fraction of that beauty with me. I am not only thin but also dreadfully dark. I wonder if your son would still harbor feelings for me." Upon seeing this, she sighed to herself. If it were to vanish, I would be utterly heartbroken. Alas, my sorrow is unavoidable. It is not my fault I am unattractive. There are many beautiful flowers in Master Qian's courtyard. I picked a few golden ones. They told me they are hibiscus. I adore these flowers. They turn with the sun, fiery and passionate. I believe you would love them too, Aunt. Considering my diligence in visiting you, please remember to bless me with wealth. Oh dear, a sudden voice startled Chen Shi. She turned to find Pei Luoshu. With a hand on her chest, she gradually spoke. Do you not make a sound while walking? This is a cemetery. You could frighten someone to death. Pei Luoshu, with an expression of urgency, asked, Are you well? Could I converse with you if I were not? Suddenly, she recalled something and picked up the floral cloth, covering her face thoroughly. Pei Luoshu looked on in confusion. What is wrong with your face? Chen Shi nodded. I cannot be seen. With a sigh, Pei Luoshu set down his bundle, bowed at Pei Mu's grave, and burned paper money. Gazing at the neat and tidy grave, gratitude filled his heart. They found refuge under the cool shade of the tree, seated on the soft green grass. Observing Chen Shi's persistent face covering, Pei Luoshu could not resist pulling the cloth down. What have I not seen of you? Could I possibly look worse than I do now? Pei Luoshu nodded. In what way? Remember that time we went to eat braised chicken together? You were so spicy that your lips swelled, and you were a sight with snot and tears everywhere. Chen Shi shot him a resentful glare. Hurry up and confess. Did you do that on purpose? Of course not. Her voice trailed off. Time passes so swiftly. It has been over a year since we met. Pei Luoshu gazed at her quietly. Chen Shi felt a flutter of anxiety under his scrutiny. How are you faring at Tianxiang Academy? Have you lost weight again? Pei Luoshu replied. Not well. Someone promised to visit me in the capital, but I waited for several months without seeing them. Thus, I returned to see what they were doing. Perhaps they have forgotten me. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi shrank back, gradually turning her body away. Shi, would you come to see me? You cannot refuse me every time, especially since you had previously promised. Chen Shi reluctantly nodded. The journey to the capital takes too long. It requires 5 days for a round trip. A young master does not permit me to stay overnight, nor does he allow me to visit more remote counties, but I shall do my best. Despite her seemingly evasive tone, Pei Luoshu felt a surge of happiness. He had thought of her often. Her face was as gaunt as a monkey's, yet her eyes remained the most beautiful, sparkling and forever as pure as crystal. What did appearance matter? Did she not accept her scars and confess her feelings to Brother Shui? The harmony of their souls was a beautiful thing. How many in this world encounter such a connection? Chen Shi had been troubled by this matter for quite some time. Shui Lianqing had said that a day's round trip to the capital was simply unfeasible, when Jihang's recent maneuvers had become increasingly conspicuous. At times, unfamiliar men would appear in the courtyard. These men bore sharp gazes and exuded an aura of menace, yet before Wen Jihang, they behaved like lambs. Before long, they vanished as if they had never been there, and tranquility returned to the courtyard. Are they your subordinates? More accurately, they are my father's subordinates. Where have they gone? To assist me in gathering evidence. When Jihang's expression turned apologetic, I understand. No need to elaborate. The money jar is with you. Use it as you see fit, and just return it to me doubled in the future. Chapter 61. Putting effort into adornment. Recently, Chen Shi has taken to imitating Wenjiro, applying facial masks and cosmetics, and even dyeing her nails with balsam flowers. Her palms are calloused, some even cracked in several places. Her fingers, often exerted with excessive force, are both thick and short, darkened, and when combined with the bright crimson of her nails, they resemble an elderly woman's poorly applied lipstick, a rather grotesque sight. Chen Shi vowed that the next time she dyed her nails, she would write her surname backwards. Wenjiro found her antics quite amusing. You frequently venture outdoors, it is only natural for your complexion to darken. Did you not appear quite lovely during the New Year festivities? You merely need to gain a bit more weight. With more flesh, your complexion will become radiant and lustrous. You possess excellent bone structure. Once you mature, you will undoubtedly become beautiful. Really? And what is it with the diminutive size down there? What of it being small? Small is certainly not ideal. At the very least, it should be the size of a peach. Then let me see how large yours is. Wenjiro swatted away Chen Shi's playful hand and leaned in close to whisper, My sister-in-law's is quite ample. Do you not find her figure enchanting? Chen Shi pondered this for a moment and expressed her strong agreement. Indeed, when the second young mistress dons new garments, she exudes an indescribable charm. And, goodness, her waist is so slender, yet she is quite large elsewhere. Sometimes I think, with such a size, it must be exhausting to run about, not to mention it can be quite cumbersome when working. Wenjiro, exasperated, pressed Chen Shi's head down. You are always preoccupied with labor. Once you return to the capital, there will be no work for you, others will serve you, your only duty will be to attend to my brother, and that service must be substantial. Your waist should be delicate, do you understand, you blockhead? Chen Shi pouted. Do all young ladies from noble families grow to be like this? Wenjiro shook her head. We are instructed in the arts of managing a household, overseeing the inner chambers, and cultivating relationships with other ladies of the house, all to support our husbands in the court. Indeed, the relationship between husband and wife should be one of mutual assistance and companionship, rather than merely conforming to a man's preferred physique, correct? Wenjiro nodded in agreement. You are right, yet not entirely. It depends on one's position. We are trained to become adept mistresses, naturally we must learn these skills. However, you are different, you are my brother's concubine, and you need not concern yourself with such matters. If you wish to receive his favor for a long time, you must learn how to serve him, therefore, your body should be fair and smooth, your waist delicate and willow-like, exuding an aura of vulnerability that compels men to cherish you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt a chill in her heart. She had no desire to become such a person, constantly scheming to win a man's affection through the bedroom. How dismal such a life would be. Must I forever be merely your brother's concubine? Wenjiro laughed. What else could it be? With your current status, you are already quite fortunate. Few maidservants ever rise to become favored concubines, let alone a concubine. Even women from lower-ranking officials' households consider it a great honor to be my brother's concubine. If my brother allows you this position, you should count yourself lucky. Chen Shi felt a bit disheartened later. Upon seeing Wen Zhihong return, she noticed his face was a mixture of confusion and displeasure. He wondered where he had offended her recently. When Jiro informed him that Chen Shi had taken to adorning herself. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihong realized that the blockhead had finally come to her senses, choosing to invest time in her own appearance. It was indeed time for some proper grooming, as she had been frequently outdoors, leaving her face tanned and her figure emaciated, looking both pitiable and laughable. Do you not know how to brew nourishing soups? Have her drink some for a while to restore her health, otherwise, no amount of adornment will suffice. Having never consumed nourishing soup before, after 2 months of drinking it, Chen Shi noticed a significant change in her physique. She had grown taller, her bosom had indeed enlarged somewhat, and her face had finally gained some flesh, no longer appearing so ghastly. She borrowed her sister-in-law's mirror to examine her visage, using her sister-in-law's eyebrow pencil to shape her brows, her hands trembling violently, resulting in a rather worm-like outcome. Shui Lianqing burst into laughter upon witnessing her efforts. Stop drawing, you look splendid as you are. Sun Yang interjected, scolding Shui Lianqing. Do not rush, take your time to learn to draw, you will master it soon enough. Chen Shi was quite patient, determined to beautify herself. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. She hoped that when she next met him, she would be at her most beautiful. Furthermore, she had already learned of the quickest route to the capital. In the early hours, she would take a donkey cart to the county town, from which she would catch the earliest boat to the capital, a journey that would take 2 hours. Arriving in the capital just around noon, she could then take the last boat back to the county town before returning to Ping'an town. On that day, she would merely need to inform the eldest young master that she would return quite late. Then, she could visit him at Tianxiang Academy, allowing for some time together on the journey as well. She would only have an hour to spend with him, truly precious. Moreover, there could be no unforeseen circumstances along the way, or she would miss him entirely. Chen Shi pleaded with Shui Lianqing to accompany her, only to be met with a stern reprimand. Have you forgotten my earlier advice? I told you not to seek him out, why can't you comprehend that? He insisted I meet him last time. Otherwise, he would frequently travel back and forth from the capital, and I fear it would distract him from his studies. Besides, it has been a long time since I last saw him, and I yearn to see him once more. Shui Lianqing sighed, understanding Chen Shi's temperament. If he refused, she would likely sneak off alone, and given the long distance, he could not help but worry. This is the only time, it will not happen again. Chen Shi nodded earnestly. On that day, the weather was splendid. Shui Lianqing drove the cart swiftly, arriving at the dock, where he left the donkey cart at the storage area before boarding the large ship. The ship set sail, gliding downstream at a pace far exceeding that of the land route. Chen Shi had deliberately worn a lovely light blue garment, its fabric imbued with the scent of chrysanthemums. She braided her hair into a plait that cascaded over her right shoulder, securing the end with a blue silk flower. Without any makeup, she recalled having once applied too much and frightened herself, deciding it best not to terrify him again. The pavilions and towers, arranged in orderly succession, adorned the landscape, while beneath the layers of artificial hills, the gentle flow of water murmured above. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the dark green leaves of the banyan trees, casting fragmented shadows that danced on the water's surface, creating rippling reflections. Nearby, a handsome young man clad in a blue academy robe, holding a scroll, quietly turned the pages of his book. Jingyan, Pei Luoshu heard someone call his name, lifting his gaze only briefly before returning to his reading. What is it? The messenger, breathless and panting, exclaimed, there is someone at the outer gate looking for you. It is a young lady named Chen Shi. Upon hearing Chen Shi's name, Pei Luoshu sprang to his feet, shoving his book into the hands of his classmate, and dashed toward the outer gate. The refreshing breeze tousled his clothing as he ran, the blue robe billowing behind him, and the ribbon on his scholar's cap fluttered, accentuating the joy in his handsome smile. His She had come to see him. Chapter 62 Reunion. In the distance, he spotted a figure quietly standing at the entrance of the academy, a package in hand, her head peering curiously inside. He slowed his steps and gently approached her. His heart raced wildly. The person before him wore a blue garment, with azure silk flowers adorning her hair, which was tousled and billowing across her forehead. Her lovely eyes sparkled with a mix of confusion and cunning, resembling a whimsical yet shrewd little sprite. She glanced at him, then tilted her head to peer into the academy, muttering softly to herself, "Why hasn't she come out yet?" Unable to contain his amusement, he gazed at her with admiration. 11. Hearing the familiar, melodious voice, Chen Shi turned abruptly, her eyes widening in astonishment as she scrutinized Pei Luoshu. The once scarred face now appeared smooth as porcelain. Had it not been for those recognizable eyes, she might have struggled to recognize him. After a moment of stunned silence, she pointed at her own face. "Ah Luo, your face, has it healed?" Pei Luoshu smiled with closed lips. "No need for healing. My face has always been fine." Chen Shi's eyes brimmed with curiosity. "Do you remember when I told you about my deep enmity with a thug from the Gu family's gambling den?" "Yes. That scoundrel always harbored ill intentions towards me. When I was 14, he set fire to my house, leaving me with nothing overnight. My mother, in an effort to protect me, concealed my appearance to ensure my safety." Chen Shi felt a pang of bitterness. "And now, is everything all right?" Pei Luoshu shook her head with a smile. "It's fine. I've grown up and can protect myself." Chen Shi nodded in understanding, smiling brightly. "You look truly beautiful." Pei Luoshu pursed her lips, continuing to gaze at her with a smile. Chen Shi inquired, "Have you grown taller?" "You seem sturdier." Pei Luoshu nodded. "At the academy, we study not only books but also the 6 arts. They even invited a martial arts instructor." Chen Shi awkwardly nodded, suddenly at a loss for words. 11. Pei Luoshu hurriedly handed her a bundle. "The weather is getting cooler. I brought you some winter clothes." Suddenly remembering something, she retracted her hand. "I didn't realize you had grown. It may not fit." Pei Luoshu quickly took back the bundle. "It's all right. I can adjust it to fit perfectly." Chen Shi responded with a soft "oh," her expression somewhat uncomfortable. Avoiding his gaze, Pei Luoshu tugged at Chen Shi's sleeve. "Since it's your first time in the capital, let me show you around." The capital was far more bustling than the county town, with a continuous flow of people. Pei Luoshu grasped Chen Shi's sleeve as they navigated through the crowd. They stopped at a lively food stall. Chen Shi curiously surveyed everything around her. "What do they serve here?" Pei Luoshu replied with a smile, "You'll know once it arrives." They settled at a low wooden table with 2 cushions, sitting closely together. Before long, 2 bowls of porcelain white milk and a plate of translucent, peach-colored crystal cubes arrived, enveloped in a misty white layer, with pink, crimson, and deep red layers stacked within, soft and glutinous, wafting an enticing sweetness. Chen Shi picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. The balance of sweet and sour, icy, and soft, delighted her palate instantaneously. This is delicious." Pei Luoshu sipped her milk, watching her relish the treat with a tender smile. "If you like it, I can ask the vendor for another serving." Chen Shi quickly interjected, "No need. It is made of ice, it must be quite expensive, just tasting it is enough." Pei Luoshu understood her intention to save him money. "I have silver, just enjoy your meal without worry." Chen Shi blushed with embarrassment. Eating too much ice can lead to stomach aches. Only then did Pei Luoshu refrain from requesting a second serving. "Do you come here often?" "No, a classmate treated me to it once before. After trying it, I thought you would surely love it, and I wanted to bring you here someday." Chen Shi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. "How thoughtful of you to remember me. I have always kept you in my thoughts. How could I forget you?" Chen Shi smiled faintly, enjoying the ice cream in her bowl. Lost in silence, after they finished eating, Pei Luoshu took her to explore the marketplace. Spotting an attractive hairband for sale, Pei Luoshu selected a very pale water pink one and paid for it. 11. Shall I braid your hair with this?" Chen Shi, seeing it already purchased, nodded in agreement. She sat beneath a slightly secluded tree, letting her hair down for Pei Luoshu to adorn with the hairband. Pei Luoshu's smile never faded, though it was his first time braiding hair and he was a bit clumsy. He was meticulous and earnest, weaving the band into her dark, soft locks, adding a vibrant touch to her appearance. He carefully admired her features, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Is it beautiful?" Pei Luoshu nodded. "You are undoubtedly the most beautiful." Chen Shi turned her head away. "You're just flattering me. I truly am the worst at flattery." Seeing Chen Shi in particularly high spirits, Pei Luoshu pulled her along to visit clothing and jewelry shops. Chen Shi quickly halted him. "No more, Luo, I prefer to find a quiet place to sit and talk with you." Pei Luoshu, noticing the weariness in her eyes, looked at her with concern. "Let me find you a fine room at an inn. You can rest for a while, and later I'll take you to enjoy the many delights of the capital." Pei Luoshu thought that without her master nearby to oversee her, she could let loose and have some fun. Chen Shi shook her head. "No, it's getting late, I must catch the last boat back to the county." Pei Luoshu was utterly astonished. "You traveled all day just to see me for an hour?" Chen Shi sighed, nodding. "I pondered this plan for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you." Boats traversed the river, and on the riverbank was a gentle slope, lush with greenery, seldom frequented by passers-by, quiet and undisturbed. They sat on the grass, conversing. Are you accustomed to studying at Tianxiang Academy? It's quite pleasant, my classmates are very friendly, and the instructors are renowned scholars with profound knowledge. Studying is quite costly. Can you manage your tuition? I do not need to pay tuition, the instructor, seeing my poverty, exempted me. Additionally, I help organize the library and do some chores to support myself. Do you still have the silver I gave you? I have a little left, no need. 11, you've worked too hard, Chen Shi interrupted him. Ah Luo, tell me something interesting about the academy. Pei Luoshu began recounting tales of mischievous classmates, who loved to sneak out to the capital for revelry, and an older classmate who studied at Tianxiang Academy alongside his grandson. As he spoke, he turned to Chen Shi, only to find her leaning against his arm, fast asleep, that she was utterly exhausted. This was the first time Pei Luoshu was so close to Chen Shi. He froze, not daring to move, fearful of waking her, yet he secretly wished for the chance to be even closer to her. Eventually, he slowly shifted his body, allowing Chen Shi to rest on his shoulder, nestled in his embrace. Her hand gently curled in her lap. These hands had rescued him from his plight step by step, asking for nothing in return. He extended his right hand, resting it atop her warm palm, gradually unfurling her slightly clenched fist, intertwining his fingers with hers. He lowered his gaze, quietly observing her softly closed eyes, her skin now pale, tiny beads of sweat forming on the tip of her delicate nose, and her rosy lips gently breathing. He was so close that the tip of his nose almost brushed against hers, and with just a slight inclination, he could kiss her, but he refrained, savoring the way her breath stirred his heart, suppressing the urge to act on the feelings he knew he could indulge. He reveled in the sweet torment of longing for her, finding pleasure in the pain it brought. Suddenly, Chen Shi's dark eyes fluttered open. They silently locked gazes, neither moving. After a long while, Chen Shi's voice was hoarse. How long did I sleep? Not long. Chen Shi lifted her head from his shoulder and loosened her grip on his hand, only to be drawn back into his embrace, held tightly. Chen Shi pushed against his shoulder, but Pei Luoshu held her even closer. 11. Just let me hold you for a moment. Just a moment. Chapter 63. Her despondency. Pei Luoshu felt a wave of joy surge through him as he sensed Chen Shi's compliance, a delight that spread from his heart to the very tips of his fingers and toes. Their time together had been far too brief. In this moment, the one he adored lay nestled in his embrace, soft and warm, and he cherished this precious opportunity deeply. After a while, Chen Shi gently pushed him away. She gazed at him with a wistful expression, her eyes downcast as she sighed. Ah Luo, I must take my leave, otherwise, I shall miss the boat. Pei Luoshu's heart sank at her words, and he placed his hands on her shoulders, preventing her from rising. Ah Luo, with a heavy heart, Pei Luoshu stood and assisted Chen Shi to her feet. I shall accompany you. No need, she replied hurriedly. I still have to catch a donkey cart. Your back and forth will only complicate matters. How could it be a bother? I merely wish to spend a little more time with you. Chen Shi lowered her gaze, her emotions inscrutable. Ah Luo, are you aware of my recent circumstances? Realization struck Pei Luoshu like a thunderbolt. He had made a grave error until now. He had been so enraptured by the joy of their encounter that he had neglected to inquire about her well-being. I'm sorry, why do you always apologize? In truth, it is nothing. I came to tell you that within the next year or two, I may have to return to the capital. This meeting might very well be our last, and perhaps, if fate does not intervene, we shall never meet again in this lifetime. Pei Luoshu, who had been filled with joy moments before, felt his heart plummet to the abyss. What do you mean? I mean, we should not see each other again. Thus, I bid you farewell now. There is no need for you to see me off. Pei Luoshu stood frozen in shock as Chen Shi prepared to depart. In a panic, he grasped her sleeve. Why? We were just fine moments ago. Why this sudden change? The truth of separation has always existed, has it not? But you clearly harbor feelings for me. Gratitude can also be a form of affection. Gratitude is one thing, and affection is another. I can distinguish between the two. You cannot deceive me. Chen Shi, exasperated, replied, there is no future for us. Ah Luo, the young master will not allow me to leave. I am re-entering the provincial examination for you. Just wait for me, I need only 3 years. Chen Shi cast her eyes downward. 3 years, and perhaps I will have a child who can walk. Pei Luoshu's face turned ashen. Chen Shi gritted her teeth and spoke resolutely. Ah Luo, I must go now. Yet Pei Luoshu stubbornly held on to Chen Shi, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. I will see you off. The two sat in silence on the carriage, the weight of their unspoken words hanging heavily between them. Upon reaching the dock, Shui Lianqing paced anxiously, relief washing over his face upon seeing Chen Shi arrive. Hurry, the boat is about to depart. Chen Shi nodded and hurried to board the vessel with Shui Lianqing. Pei Luoshu suddenly cried out, his eyes glistening with tears. Chen Shi turned to face him. You previously said you wanted me to be your support. I am willing to be your lifelong support. You must remember me. Do not forget me. The boatman secured a massive chain across the stern, and the passengers boarded one by one as the boat began to glide away. Chen Shi stood at the rear, silently watching Pei Luoshu on the shore. The vessel moved steadily forward, and he followed its path along the water's edge. As the boat picked up speed, he began to run alongside it, his eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance. Chen Shi clutched the chain at the stern, her hands trembling as she watched him, his garments billowing in the wind, his hairband dancing with the breeze, a blue silhouette standing tall yet growing smaller, until it was but a distant, until he vanished from her sight. Shui Lianqing, witnessing the scene, sighed. Pei Xiao's scar has completely transformed him, he looks like an entirely different person, strikingly handsome. He observed Chen Shi, who remained fixated on Pei Xiao's direction, and urged her gently. Stop looking. He is out of sight now. Do not dwell on him any longer. His intellect is formidable, and he possesses an ethereal beauty. He is surely destined for greatness, perhaps even a top scholar. Such individuals are typically reserved for princesses, members of the royal family. They are beyond the reach of those of our humble status. Seeing Chen Shi remain silent, he added, you are worlds apart, and besides, you are someone else's concubine. I know, Chen Shi suddenly shouted at Shui Lianqing. I am fully aware of his boundless future, his esteemed status. I know I am unworthy of him, I know I am someone else's concubine, and that we are of different worlds. I know everything. Please, do not remind me. Time and again, in a fit of despair, Chen Shi broke down in tears. Shui Lianqing had never witnessed the ever-smiling Chen Shi weep with such anguish. Overwhelmed, he too felt his eyes welling with tears. I only wish to spare you the pain of entanglement in emotions. Love is the most injurious of all. In the deep of night, when Jihang lingered in the courtyard, unable to rest, Chen Shi had yet to return, and concern gnawed at him. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he rose, lit a torch, and made his way toward Ping'an Town. He knocked on Shui Lianqing's door. Upon opening it, Shui Lianqing welcomed Wen Jihang into the courtyard. It is late. I cannot rest easy knowing she is out. I allowed her to sleep in the guest room. She has worked hard to manage this household. I must take her back home. Shui Lianqing sighed. Young master, please cherish she. She is quite pitiable. Rest assured, I will cherish her. When Jihang lit a candle and opened the door to the guest room. We are going home. He turned Chen Shi onto her side, only to find her face streaked with tears, her complexion flushed. A gentle touch revealed her skin to be burning hot. Was she ill? Surely she must be suffering greatly, otherwise, why would she cry so? It was a rare sight to see her in tears. When Jihang's heart ached with compassion. Shuige, she has a fever, please fetch me a basin of water. Upon hearing Chen Shi was unwell, Shui Lianqing was taken aback, and even Sun Yang was roused from her slumber. She promptly shooed both men away. I will take care of her, you gentlemen are too clumsy. Chen Shi's illness struck with great ferocity, causing her fever to rage throughout the night, only subsiding by dawn. Upon returning to the courtyard, she appeared weak and listless. Occasionally, she would pick up a hoe to tend to the vegetable garden or sit in the bamboo groves pavilion, resting her chin on her hand in a daze. She found herself reflecting on that eager, meticulously planned meeting. All the joy dissipated the moment she beheld Pei Luoshua's unblemished visage. She had once thought that he, too, was a fellow sufferer, burdened by a tragic fate and numerous tribulations. She had no chance of rising above her station, while he was destined to soar to great heights. Forever out of reach of the chasm between them would only widen and deepen. Therefore, it would be better to sever ties quickly. Pei Luoshu must have perceived her as heartless, declaring such harsh words and resolute in his departure. In truth, what she cast aside was the last vestige of hope within herself. She chose to plunge into darkness, resigning herself to a life devoid of light. Chapter 64 of the Ups and Downs of Trade. When Jihang discerned that Chen Shi had recently fallen into a deep melancholy, scarcely uttering a few words throughout the day. On the rare occasions when he managed to coax her into conversation, her responses were merely perfunctory. Allow me to take you somewhere, he proposed. Chen Shi felt a sense of bewilderment. She had been resting peacefully when, in the early hours, when Jihang roused her to embark on a mountain climb. Was it not enough that she often felt exhausted? Could he not allow her a few more moments of slumber? The mountain path was rugged, overrun with thorns, yet when Jihang forged ahead, clearing all obstacles in her way, and thus her ascent proceeded with relative ease. As they climbed higher, the air grew increasingly frigid. Upon reaching the summit, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, a grey haze enveloping them. In the distance, the undulating mountains loomed like slumbering giants, poised to awaken at any moment. Young master, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Chen Shi inquired, hugging her arms tightly against the chill of late autumn, where the mountaintop felt exceptionally cold. Suddenly, a cloak enveloped her. The young master pulled her into his embrace, the ample fabric wrapping them together. Chen Shi inhaled the warmth of his masculine presence, and within his arms, the biting wind lost its sting, providing a welcome warmth. I brought you here to witness the sunrise. What is there to see in a sunrise? When Jihang's soft laughter echoed above her. The sunrise you envision is merely the herald of a new day, a reminder to toil for survival, and thus appears mundane. However, a sunrise observed with intent reveals an extraordinary beauty. What makes it different? Life is a cycle of repetition. We rise with the sun and rest with its descent, engaged in the endless hustle and bustle. Ultimately, we strive for a day when life will surpass its former splendor and abundance. Observing the sunrise operates under the same principle. Amidst the daily dawns and dusks, there will come a moment at a specific place where it manifests its most exquisite form. The magnificent sunrise we seek is akin to the happiness that arrives after our daily labors. Humans require aspirations and outlets for release. One may feel despondent, yet one cannot remain in despair indefinitely. Nothing is more important than oneself. Your life resembles a canvas, allowing for any hue to be applied, yet one must never lose the brush with which to paint. Do you understand? Chen Shi gazed intently at Wen Jihang, her eyes shimmering with understanding. He chuckled softly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, pulling her ever closer. My Shi, take care of yourself. The undulating mountains and the rising mist gradually took on a golden hue, while the clouds at the horizon were lined with gold. A few rays of light swept across the darkened landscape, and in an instant, a magnificent arc burst forth from the clouds, flooding the world with brilliance, the vibrant red, the radiant brightness, the dazzling splendor. It was indeed a sight unlike any other she had ever beheld. The flickering light of the candles in her everyday life paled in comparison to the grandeur of the sun and moon. The mountain breeze was brisk, yet at that moment, Chen Shi experienced an indescribable tranquility in her heart. She began to learn the art of forgetting. She believed that forgetting required time, as memories often fade with the passage of days. To fill that time, she immersed herself in busyness and study. She and Shui Lianqing traversed the county and Ping'an town, while he ventured to other, more remote towns. Eventually, Shui Lianqing enlisted a friend to accompany him on his journeys to other towns. Business flourished, and income increased. However, Chen Shi found her own funds dwindling. There was no choice. She was supporting an entire family, as well as Wen Jiheng, who consumed resources without immediate returns. His financial demands were substantial. He required a considerable workforce to assist him in returning to the capital, but one day, an unfortunate turn of events occurred. The merchant Qian announced he would cease supplying Chen Shi with fabric. Confused, she pondered the reasons behind this decision. For the past year and a half, their partnership had been thriving, and Qian had even seen an increase in profits, which he welcomed. Is it due to the price being too low? I am willing to pay more. Chen Shi offered to the steward, sipping his tea, faced her bewilderment. It is not your fault, Miss Chen. We offer the same price to other fabric merchants, and our master has hinted at a potential tea business for you. And why is that? The commotion on your end has attracted attention. Several fabric merchants and embroidery workshops in the capital have lost many buyers recently. Upon investigation, it was discovered that your activities have obstructed their trade. These merchants possess considerable wealth and influence, and have united to apply pressure on Master Qian to sever your supply line. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt a chill settle in her heart. I am merely a small player, surely I cannot threaten their foundation? They possess skilled embroiderers, their own silk weaving workshops, and even mulberry tree plantations. They only source cotton fabric from you. Why would they single me out? Your operations have become too prominent. While individually they may not mind, since your arrival, many have grown envious, particularly in the capital. Numerous individuals wish to enter your line of business. Consider this: if many pursue it, the fabric market in the capital will be disrupted. How could those merchants and workshops agree to allow anyone else to share in their profits? What does Master Qian say about this? Initially, he supported you, believing your intentions were merely to earn a living and that you posed no threat to their interests. Others could be denied supplies, but they never anticipated that several merchants would jointly petition the trade association, escalating the issue. Chen Shi's heart raced. Oh, will this bring trouble to Master Qian? The steward smiled. Rest assured, Master Qian will not face any trouble himself, but the pressure from the trade association is something he cannot withstand, hence you must cease operations. Chen Shi nodded in understanding, her heart heavy with disappointment. Very well, it is unfortunate but unavoidable. Upon learning of the situation, Shui Lianqing was deeply saddened. The trade had been flourishing, and suddenly it was snatched away, leaving a sense of loss. Is there truly no other source for cotton fabric apart from Master Qian? Chen Shi contemplated for a moment. Let us not rush into this matter. We shall take our time. In such turbulent times, no one will provide us with supplies. Yet, the abrupt loss of business leaves an emptiness within me. Chen Shi smiled reassuringly at Shui Lianqing. Do not fret. We still have sporadic sales occurring, and our finances will not dwindle. If this venture fails, we shall seek other means of income. Moreover, nothing in life can be perpetually smooth. Shui Lianqing sighed. As for me, I am not overly concerned. I have recently purchased a residence, and Howard has begun his studies. Though life may be tighter, I can manage for a good while. I merely worry for you. Your expenditures are quite heavy, and being away from the capital, where could you indulge so freely? Chen Shi remained silent. What he is undertaking is a matter of familial prosperity and revival. In his current position, he can only reward the valiant, ensuring loyalty. The little money I earn may hardly suffice. Shui Lianqing inquired with curiosity, is there a chance of returning to the capital? It is rare for those exiled to Fangling to return. Often, when amnesty is declared, they choose to remain here instead of returning. Chen Shi shook her head. I do not know. I seldom inquire about the young master's affairs. When he occasionally requests money from me, I simply comply, for I do not understand the intricacies of his situation. Chapter 65 Revenge. Chen Shi and Shui Lianqing sat in a teahouse in the county town, engaged in discussion for a considerable length of time but yielding no substantial conclusions. Ultimately, they sighed and decided to return to Ping'an town for further deliberation. Today, aside from delivering a few trifling items for others, there was nothing else at hand. As Chen Shi dejectedly exited the establishment, she was confronted by a middle-aged man with a towering topknot, a conspicuous mole between his brows. Instantly, a chill enveloped her, and a surge of fury coursed through her veins. It was him, the man who had slain Nanji, a figure from the capital. Even if reduced to ashes, Chen Shi would recognize him. At this moment, her mind was a blank slate, operating solely on instinct as she drew the dagger from her sleeve and followed the man. Suddenly, a powerful hand clamped over her mouth, dragging her into an alleyway flanked by a blue-tiled wall. She desperately swung her dagger at the figure behind her, but he held her hand tightly. "It's me," came a gentle voice that resonated in her ear. When Jiheng, she froze, panting lightly, and questioned in confusion, "Young master? What are you doing here?" When Jiheng cautiously scanned their surroundings and whispered, "Don't speak, let South leave this place first," they made their way to a private room in the tea house across the street, where Shui Lianqing followed them in. You nearly gave me a heart attack, rushing out with a dagger. Thankfully, young master intervened in time, Chen Shi remarked, her gaze fixed on Shui Lianqing. It was the tall man with the mole between his brows, the one who killed Nanji. What? Shui Lianqing abruptly stood, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. When Ji Hung, overhearing their conversation, sipped his tea and inquired softly, who was Nanji? She was a great help to me when I first arrived in town. She was my friend, Chen Shi replied. When Ji Hung fell silent for a moment, you wish to kill him? Chen Shi nodded resolutely, yes. When Ji Hung suddenly chuckled, you're quite bold. Do you know who he is? I do not, but he is a man who takes lives without a second thought. He is no good. He is an imperial envoy, conferred by the emperor himself, Wang Xianzong. He is a direct descendant of the current grand princess and her consort, holding an illustrious position and immense power. Not only will you fail to kill him today, but have you considered the consequences if you do? Chen Shi shook her head in a daze. The royal family is notorious for retribution. Should you kill him, you would surely lose your life, and so would Shui Deji, Sister Su, and Howard. The whole family would undoubtedly face ruin. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned, muttering, I hadn't thought that far ahead. Shui Lianqing's anger dissipated in an instant when Ji Hung continued, I told you before, killing is not as simple as you think. Placing yourself in peril is the foolishest approach. What then should I do? When Ji Hung found her bewildered expression amusing, I initially intended to use him to return to the capital. Chen Shi's eyes widened in surprise. What? When Ji Hung took a sip of tea, however, since you wish to kill him, I shall alter my strategy and assist you in doing so. He pinched her chin playfully. Shi, watch as I help you exact your revenge. 3 days passed after this conversation, and Chen Shi had not seen Wen Ji Hung even once. He and T returned home for rest, which left her feeling anxious. Ever since discovering the identity of Wang Xianzong, the murderer of Nanji, she had lost her motivation for business, and Shui Lianqing felt similarly. They both awaited news from Wen Ji Hung with bated breath. On the 6th night, when Ji Hung finally appeared in the courtyard, upon hearing his return, Chen Shi instantly lost her drowsiness, sprang from her bed, hastily put on her shoes, and rushed to greet him at the courtyard entrance. In the darkness, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, she saw him disheveled, his clothes wrinkled and hair slightly tousled, yet his gaze was bright and spirited. Young master, you're back? When Ji Hung looked at the exceedingly cordial Chen Shi and couldn't help but smile. You've never shown such a friendly demeanor before, now you're being quite sycophantic. Chen Shi blushed and chuckled. Are you hungry? I can cook you a bowl of noodles. When Ji Hung nodded, alright, I'll start the fire. As he consumed the steaming noodles at the table, Chen Shi propped her chin in her hands, intently watching him. After a few bites, when Ji Hung found himself unable to eat under her scrutinizing gaze, he set down his chopsticks and adjusted his position slightly. What do you wish to ask? What have you been up to these past few days? When Ji Hung smiled warmly, guess. Chen Shi shook her head. I can't guess. I went to steal something. Chen Shi blinked in disbelief. Had she heard him correctly? What did you steal that required you to go personally? When Ji Hung was amused by her reaction, it's a matter of great importance that only I can handle. I cannot divulge it to you just yet. Understanding dawned upon Chen Shi as she nodded. Rest assured, when Wang Xianzong dies, I will ensure you witness it. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with determination. When Ji Hung, seeing that she had finally relaxed, continued to eat the remaining noodles in his bowl before pondering aloud, she, having grown up in a mountain village, why do you speak of killing so fearlessly? Chen Shi lowered her gaze, concealing her expression. I have been without protection since childhood, shouldering everything alone. I have encountered both good and bad people. When I was 9, a famine struck my family. Starvation was rampant. To survive, I ventured into the forest with villagers in search of food, but I got lost and was subsequently targeted by a starving wolf. I was terrified, fearing for my life. The outcome was predictable. I survived, and the wolf perished. When Ji Hung felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her tale. 9 years old, I can hardly recall what I was doing at that age, aside from practicing martial arts, studying, and causing mischief with my friends, scaling walls, getting into trouble, and chasing chickens and dogs. It was the most vexatious time of my life. Chen Shi laughed. That's the life of a child under familial protection. It was how it ought to be. I am merely an exception. When Ji Hung sighed, I will protect you from now on, ensuring you no longer endure the hardships of this world. Chen Shi smiled subtly. Young master, you make too many promises, I can hardly keep track. Perhaps I should write them down and have you sign it. When Ji Hung chuckled in agreement, then turned serious. Do not go out during this time. I will inform Shui Lianqing. The town has been rather unsettled lately. After a tranquil fortnight, when Ji Hung suddenly presented her with a black outfit one early morning, put this on and come with me. Chen Shi stared in astonishment at the black clothing in her hands. This I consulted someone who divined that today is a favorable day for killing. Is it happening so soon? When Ji Hung, bearing a bow upon his back and riding a swift steed procured from who knows where, lifted Chen Shi onto the horse and galloped away. This was Chen Shi's second experience riding. The first had been with Lan Xinghe. The two were entirely different. Lan Xinghe was gentle and amiable, riding at a leisurely pace, likely to accommodate Chen Shi's apprehensions as a novice. In contrast, when Ji Hung held her firmly in one arm, the trees on either side blurring into mere shadows as they sped along. In the tranquil mountains, deep within a dense thicket, lay a concealed winding path. On a nearby slope, when Ji Hung and Chen Shi lay low, their hearts racing with tension, when Ji Hung glanced at Chen Shi beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Do not be anxious. It is still early, they have yet to arrive. Chapter 66, A Fatal Strike. Who are they? They are Wang Xianzong and his guard. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt an even greater sense of trepidation. His guards are exceptionally formidable. Last time, when Nanji was killed, I barely caught a glimpse. I only saw 2 flashes of light, and Nanji was severed into several pieces. When Ji Hung softly reassured her, my task is solely to eliminate Wang Xianzong. The others will be dealt with by different hands. Chen Shi remained calm and patient, waiting attentively. As dawn approached, the grass glistened with dew, sparkling like jewels in the golden light, disturbed by the thunderous sound of approaching hooves. They are coming. When Jihang raised his hand to tie the black cloth around Chen Shi's face, concealing his own as well, pressing her head down to better hide within the dense grass. Faintly, the sound of hooves multiplied, urgent and relentless, waves of riders drawing near. Through a gap, Chen Shi discerned three groups of figures, soldiers clad in black armor, another in silver, and a smaller contingent dressed in dark garments, presumably Wang Xianzong's guards. Unbeknownst to her, a conflict erupted among them, leading to a chaotic melee. She watched closely. At that moment, when Jihang stood, drawing his bow with a swift release, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, aimed directly at Wang Xianzong's forehead, striking him dead on the spot. Upon witnessing his demise, Chen Shi felt an indescribable exhilaration when Jihang swiftly retracted his bow, grasped Chen Shi's hand, and they fled down the mountain. Despite their careful concealment, the moment the arrow was loosed, their presence was betrayed. When Jihang adeptly maneuvered to evade the rain of arrows that descended upon them, however, amidst his skillful defense, one arrow, swift as lightning, flew straight toward Chen Shi. When Jihang's calm gaze turned to one of alarm as he pulled Chen Shi close, using his arm to shield her. The arrow pierced his shoulder, a trickle of blood staining the air. Chen Shi's face blanched at the sight, ignoring his own injury, when Jihang continued to pull her forward, their pace unyielding. Ahead loomed a steep cliff, and without hesitation, he leapt into the void with Chen Shi and TOW. As they fell, Chen Shi couldn't stifle a scream, only to find herself suddenly grounded, her feet finding purchase. They landed in a hollow within the cliff, where five figures clad in black stood, one lying motionless on the ground, when Jihang set Chen Shi aside as the others respectfully bowed. Bring him up. With that command, they lifted the fallen man and carried him away. Wait. When Jihang turned, his brow unflinching as he yanked the arrow from his own arm and drove it into the fallen man's shoulder. Ah, the cave echoed with the man's anguished cries. Subsequently, when Jihang tore a strip of cloth from his garments, hastily binding his own wound, before taking Chen Shi's hand and leading her away from the hollow, when Chen Shi returned to the courtyard, she was still in a daze, struggling to comprehend the whirlwind of events, the chaos, the assassination, the pursuit, the cliff, the decoy, the escape. What kind of meticulous strategy was required to emerge unscathed, when Jihang, observing Chen Shi's bewilderment, couldn't help but smile. Do you still wish to tend to my wound, or shall I manage it myself? Chen Shi snapped back to reality. I apologize. It all feels somewhat surreal. Wang Xianzong is dead just like that? What else did you expect? Weren't you just saying how formidable he was, how difficult to kill? I said he was difficult to kill, not impossible. Rather, it was about how to face the consequences of his demise. Chen Shi's anxiety resurfaced. Will they track us down? Though my plans are meticulous, one can never underestimate the cunning of others. For now, let us observe the situation. I shall rest for a while. Should anyone arrive, remember to call for me. As fate would have it, shortly after noon, two unexpected guests arrived at the courtyard. Cui Yong'an and Lan Xinghe. Chen Shi, having not seen them in quite some time, hurriedly greeted them. What brings you here? She quickly served tea and moved chairs for them to sit. However, their expressions were anything but pleasant. Cui Yong'an, as usual, was stoic, but the usually affable Lan Xinghe wore a notably dark countenance. Cui Yong'an looked up at Chen Shi and said, Where is your young master? Have him come out. He is resting. After he has stirred such a hornet's nest in Fangling, can he still find rest? No sooner had he spoken than when Jihang's door creaked open. He emerged, yawning lazily as he approached the two. What brings you two here? Cui Yong'an, hearing the languid tone in when Jihang's voice, let out a cold laugh. He then lifted his leg and kicked the stool when Jihang was about to sit on. Startled, when Jihang swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Cui Yong'an's kick, seizing the opportunity, he swung his right arm toward Cui Yong'an's face, causing him to stumble back and raise his left hand in defense. Thus began a scuffle between the two. Chen Shi looked on anxiously, aware that her young master was still nursing an injury. Had it not been for his protective instincts, she might have lost her own life. Seated, she turned to the ever-calm Lan Xinghe, who was quietly sipping tea. Brother Lan, could you persuade them to cease this brawl? If they break something, we'll have to spend more silver to replace it. Lan Xinghe's expression remained dark, but he maintained his gentleness toward Chen Shi. He has committed a grievous offense, endangering both me and Cui Yong'an. A beating is the least of his punishments. A grievous offense. They had arrived so swiftly, Chen Shi dared not reveal the intricacies of their situation and could only sit quietly, watching as Lan Xinghe and Cui Yong'an continued their exhausting tussle. Once they had exhausted themselves, Lan Xinghe finished his cup of tea just as when Jihang touched his bruised lip and winced. Shi, take a look, am I still presentable? Chen Shi examined him, her brow furrowing slightly. Your lip is a bit swollen, but your face is fine. Cui Yong'an seemed unscathed, though he bore a comical black eye. Chen Shi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, but Lan Xinghe's cold snort reminded her to lower her head and refill their cups. When Jihang, explain yourself, why did you take it upon yourself to kill Wang Xianzong? Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xinghe's piercing gaze bore down on Wen Jihang, his previously restrained aura of menace surging forth, as if he would not let Wen Jihang off the hook without a satisfactory explanation. Wen Jihang straightened, taking a sip of tea. You have spent 3 years in this place of exile, do you not wish to return to the northern deserts? What does my return to the northern deserts have to do with you? Wen Jihang chuckled knowingly. I heard from my Shi that you previously rendered her great assistance. I merely returned the favor by eliminating a troublesome figure. Besides, did you not once entertain the thought of removing him? Lan Qinghe fixed his gaze on Wen Zhiheng. I am asking you why you killed Wang Xianzong. Oh, Wen Zhiheng replied lazily. My she found him displeasing, and I, seeing her in distress, thought it would be a worthy endeavor to elicit a smile from her. It was merely a matter of taking a life. Chapter 67 Imachinations. The three at the table stared at him in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. You expect me to believe you? Do not use she as a shield. Lan Qinghe's tone was harsh. He looked down upon Wen Zhiheng's apathetic demeanor. Chen Shi, wishing to prevent further conflict, tugged at Wen Zhiheng's garment. He immediately straightened, adopting a more serious posture. The iron yield from the Fengming mine is astonishing. Every time iron implements are transported, the soldiers of Azhou invariably take their share. You, as the inspection general, have long suffered under Azhou's governor. Consequently, the emperor dispatched the imperial envoy Wang Xianzong to investigate this matter. However, Wang Xianzong is a man of greed. During his time in Fangling, he made your life quite difficult. Now, many things have become indefensible for you, haven't they? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lan Qinghe's eyes. You are remarkably well informed. Did you think I lingered by Wang Xianzong's side solely to indulge in feasting and revelry? I could mimic his handwriting with remarkable accuracy and even stole his seal to craft an identical replica. Chen Shi interjected, so you did go to steal things, you were indeed serious about it? Wen Zhiheng chuckled. Have I ever deceived you? Cui Yongnan chimed in, now that you've stirred this troubled water, surely there will be consequences? I have completed my part. As for what follows, General Lan surely does not expect me to intervene further? Lan Qinghe appraised Wen Zhiheng. You are indeed a master of intrigue. In this brief time, you have entangled us all in your plans, all to pave your way back to the capital. With that, he smiled, standing to bow to Wen Zhiheng. I shall remember your favor. May your wishes come to fruition. As he finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Cui Yongnan and Chen Shi before departing the courtyard. Wen Zhiheng, having sustained some injuries, feeling weary from rising early and engaging in a brawl with Cui Yongnan, retreated to his room to rest. Chen Shi remained alone in the courtyard, contemplating their conversation. Who exactly was Lan Qinghe? After killing Wang Xianzong, how would the Hou family rise again? Chen Shi was left in a fog of uncertainty. Yet, she found solace in Wang Xianzong's death, feeling it offered some comfort to Nanji's spirit in the afterlife. That night, Chen Shi was busy writing at her desk. Diverting disaster, muddling the waters, borrowing a knife to kill. Wen Zhiheng observed her scribbled notes, unable to suppress a smile. Why these particular phrases? Wen Zhiheng relaxed on the edge of the bed, picking up the paper to read it over several times. Your actions today reminded me of these terms. Wen Zhiheng nodded in agreement and added another phrase to the paper. Framing and misdirection. Chen Shi looked puzzled at the new addition. I don't quite understand. In truth, killing Wang Xianzong was not merely for avenging your friend. An equally significant reason was to place the blame for the Hou family's injustices squarely on his shoulders. Was that his doing? Wen Zhiheng replied earnestly, not his doing, but it must be attributed to him. Are you suggesting we must assert that he is responsible, so when the imperial envoy arrives to investigate Wang Xianzong's affairs, it will inevitably encompass the injustices faced by the Hou family? Wen Zhiheng nodded approvingly. My she is very astute. You grasp it swiftly. But have you uncovered the truth behind the Hou family's grievances? How will you deliver the evidence to the investigating envoy? Evidence is unnecessary. I merely need to imitate Wang Xianzong's handwriting and craft an ambiguous letter that casually mentions the Hou family's matters. From there, others will take it upon themselves to investigate. Why is that? Wang Xianzong has oppressed others with his royal connections for years, and countless grievances lie at his feet. Many in the court harbor deep resentment against him. However, the older grievances are difficult to revisit, while I have a fresh case at hand, so others, eager to assign him blame, will fervently assist in clearing the Hou family's name. We simply need to wait for news over tea. Chen Shi gazed at Wen Zhiheng with admiration. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Wen Zhiheng playfully pinched her nose. Not nearly as remarkable as you. Had it not been for your financial support, I would never have had the means to bribe those overseeing the mine, affording me the time to investigate the Hou family's grievances. Otherwise, even a mere overseer would have kept a close watch on me, preventing my escape. Chen Shi laughed joyfully, only to furrow her brow in concern. But I fear there won't be as much money in the future. The merchant Qian has cut off the supply of cotton cloth, leaving me with only a few scattered earnings. Chapter 68 Familiar strangers. Wen Zhiheng turned Chen Shi's body and said earnestly, it suffices for our household use. We need not concern ourselves with anything beyond that. News has also reached us from my father. His former subordinates are clandestinely plotting on his behalf. We merely need to await further information. Chen Shi pursed her lips and nodded. Eldest young master, who exactly is Brother Lan? He was once a great general on the northern frontier, embarking on campaigns alongside his father at the tender age of 13, sweeping through the northern territories. However, due to his significant accomplishments, he drew the ire of the sovereign, who, citing the importance of the Fengming mine, transferred him here to oversee the patrol and defense. A cold smile flickered at the corners of Wen Zhiheng's lips. Such a remarkable figure, subjected to such humiliation. It is a profound disheartening for the soldiers of the north. What transpired in between? Wen Shihong shook his head. I am not entirely certain, perhaps even my father is unaware. You dwell in high positions, yet your lives are fraught with difficulty. Indeed, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. Yet, on the whole, such situations are rare. Every time I encounter him, he remains unfazed by both honor and disgrace, exuding a tranquil demeanor as if unperturbed. That is merely the facade he wishes you to perceive. Everyone harbors a side unknown to others. Wen Shihong fell into a long silence before softly speaking. Why have you never inquired as to why I was afflicted by that drug? The mention of that day weighed heavily on Chen Shi's heart. Why? It was Wang Xianzong who administered it to me. To have given you the drug is akin to offering you a woman on a silver platter. Upon finishing her sentence, Chen Shi raised her gaze to Wen Shihong, noticing the disquietude etched on his face, pale yet marked by a hint of embarrassment. I once confided in you that I have endured certain experiences. Chen Shi's expression grew serious as she regarded him. Wen Shihong spoke softly. When I was 15, I was reckless and fearless, roaming without care, oblivious to the world's perils. One day, I was inadvertently captured. Chen Shi listened quietly. Was it Wang Xianzong's doing? Wen Shihong's eyes closed slightly as he nodded. He administered the drug to you. It was. Chen Shi found herself unable to continue. That scoundrel deserves to perish. It would be too lenient for him. He ought to suffer 1,000 deaths, to be flayed alive. Wen Shihong gazed deeply into Chen Shi's eyes. Do you find me repugnant? At last, she understood why he always seemed to detect the scent on himself, why, upon encountering outsiders, he would take such lengthy baths to cleanse the dust that clung to him. You are the victim, without a doubt. The fault lies with those brutes. Do not seek to assign blame upon yourself, the filth resides in the hearts of those vile individuals. Wen Shihong smiled faintly as he caressed Chen Shi's face, his gaze fixed upon her. Do you know? I am particularly fond of your eyes. Forever clear and pure, they express joy when you are joyful, sorrow when you are sorrowful, and compassion when you feel compassion, without afterward revealing any enigmatic expressions. She is showing him tenderness. It is all right, my guard rescued me in time, preventing them from succeeding. I wish to convey to you that I fully comprehend the feelings you experienced that day, helplessness, uncertainty, a sense of impending doom. Therefore, even if it cost me my life, I would never dare to touch you in such circumstances, do you understand? The flickering candlelight on the table cast dancing shadows, the wick short and the wax dripping, filling the room with an orange glow, accompanied by Wen Shihong's increasingly close presence, leaving Chen Shi feeling both estranged and disoriented. She turned her head, placing her hands against Wen Shihong to ward off his advance. Wen Shihong's gaze turned tender as he observed Chen Shi's resistance, his brow slightly furrowing. He switched from cupping her face to gently wrapping his arm around her waist. Look at me. Chen Shi lowered her head, revealing a delicate neck. Wen Shihong's eyes burned with intensity as he rested his head on her shoulder. Please do not continuously reject me, will you? You are mine. An inexplicable agitation rose within Chen Shi. She was unaware of the source of this vexation, which left her feeling restless. At times, she pondered how she preferred Pei Luoshu's embrace, profound and restrained, cautious and gentle, entirely unlike the domineering and fervent presence of the eldest young master, which was impossible to ignore. Suddenly, she pushed Wen Shihong away, observing the astonishment and hurt in his expression, unable to refrain from speaking. I am still young, can we discuss this later? It is quite late now. You ought to return and rest, especially since you are still injured. Wen Shihong pressed his forehead with a hand, his expression one of defeat as he looked at Chen Shi and said softly, You are aware that I am injured? Chen Shi recalled how he had shielded her from arrows today, and a twinge of guilt surged within her. Does it still hurt? Shall I help you change your dressings? Wen Shihong fixed his gaze on Chen Shi, his eyes filled with a shattered expression. He took a few deep breaths, lowering his gaze, then stood up and departed without looking back. As winter faded into spring, the courtyard transformed from the desolation of winter into the vibrant warmth of March. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had spent 3 years in the courtyard. Chen Shi was now 17. Since that night when Wen Shihong left her room, he had vanished for an extended period, the reasons for which remained unknown. On one occasion, he returned unexpectedly, and when Chen Shi greeted him, he merely cast a fleeting glance, devoid of all warmth, and indifferently remarked, Upon my return to the capital, I will return your freedom and the contract binding you. Subsequently, he ceased all communication with her, becoming like a familiar stranger. Chen Shi found this state of affairs rather agreeable. She struggled to cope with his fervent intensity. She continued her meager livelihood, accompanying Shui Lianqing to the county town, though her earnings were not as plentiful as before. Still, it was better than nothing. Moreover, frequently venturing outside alleviated her sense of confinement. However, a source of great joy emerged. The marquis' household welcomed a new addition. The second young master, Wen Ziyuan, had become a father for the second time. Ru'er now had a younger sister. Chen Shi cautiously cradled the tiny child, no larger than a kitten, soft and plump, blowing bubbles with drool, filling her heart with warmth. When the little one smiled at Chen Shi, her eyes sparkled with delight. Second young mistress, look, she smiled when Jiro joyfully played with the little one beside her. Wen Ziyuan had chosen a lovely name, Shouji. This was a moment of celebration for the marquis' household, and Madame Wen instructed Chen Shi to prepare a feast of fine food and wine. Except for the second young mistress, who was in confinement, everyone gathered at the table. This is a momentous occasion for the marquis' household. Traditionally, prominent families in the capital would send invitations for such events, with constant exchanges of gifts and congratulations. Yet now, given our circumstances, we must make do with whatever merriment we can muster. Everyone had a few drinks, even Chen Shi, who typically abstained, grimaced as she downed a glass, the spiciness making her stick out her tongue. Madam Wen observed Wen Jiheng, who remained silent and detached while drinking. How long has it been since you returned home? Are you so busy that you cannot even spare time to sleep? Wen Jiheng explained, a new mine site has been discovered, rather distant from home. I thought it impractical to commute daily, so I found a place to stay. Madam Wen sighed. You have grown so thin recently, here's what we'll do, I'll send Shi to care for you for a while. This cannot continue, or your health will suffer. Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, surely that was unnecessary, when Jiheng cast a glance at Chen Shi and softly replied, sister-in-law has just given birth. The household requires assistance at this moment. I am fine, there is no need for concern. Only then did Chen Shi feel somewhat relieved. Chapter 69. The collapse. She brought the simmered chicken soup into the second young mistress's chamber and cradled little Ji in her arms. She adored holding children, their soft, tender forms exuded a delightful scent of milk that was particularly endearing. As she carried little Ji into the courtyard, a sudden gust of wind, or perhaps it was something else, caused the infant to spit up. In a flurry, she turned to fetch a cloth, only to find a piece thrust into her embrace. Without lifting his head, Chen Shi hurriedly wiped little Ji clean. Once little Ji was returned to the second young mistress, when Ziyuan took the child from her and spoke to Chen Shi with a single phrase. Shi, prepare a complete change of clothes for the elder brother and take them to his room. He will likely be away for quite some time. Chen Shi nodded in understanding. Understood, I shall prepare it forthwith. She gathered the clothing that was hanging on the drying rack, neatly folded it, and knocked on Wen Jiheng's door. Upon opening it, Wen Jiheng, with an inscrutable expression in his eyes, softly inquired, what brings you here? The second young master has asked me to prepare a change of clothes for you. They have dried perfectly today, so I have brought them. Wen Jiheng slowly extended his hand to receive the garments, his gaze lifting just in time to catch a glimpse of Chen Shi's departing figure. Truly, she would not linger for a moment. He stood at the door for a long while, gently closing it behind him, leaving only a heavy sigh in the air. The following morning, wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, and on the stove, a large iron pot bore 2 layers of steaming baskets. As the lid was lifted, the fragrant steam mingling with the scent of lotus leaves and chicken wafted forth, revealing a layer of fluffy, white buns beneath. Chen Shi portioned the food into 2 servings, wrapping one in lotus leaves for Wen Jiheng and the other for Wen Ziyuan. When Jiheng gazed at the sizable parcel in his hands, his eyes coolly fixed on Chen Shi. Aside from providing food and clothing, can you offer anything else? Chen Shi was at a loss for what else could be provided. I am but a maidservant, skilled only in these tasks. If there is something else you desire, please let me know, and I shall see if I can procure it. When Jiheng, however, remained silent, ultimately, he cast a lingering, forlorn glance at Chen Shi before departing with Wen Ziyuan. Later, it became common to hear Lady Wen speak of their impending return to the capital. Rumors suggested that the emperor had ordered a thorough investigation into the corruption case surrounding the marquis' estate. Should the truth emerge and prove the marquis innocent, they could return to the capital with their heads held high. Chen Shi, cradling little Ji, listened quietly, her heart ached with reluctance to leave this place, which held the Su family, the buried memories of Nanji, the ever-helpful money steward, and the one she had long feared to mention, Pei Luoshu. All the beauty she had encountered since her 17th year was rooted here. She truly could not bear to part with it. One day, while she was changing little Ji's diaper, a stranger burst into the courtyard, breathless and alarmed. The new mine has collapsed, and Wen Jiheng is trapped inside. At this proclamation, Lady Wen fell to the ground, her eyes rolling back in shock. When Jiro wept as she held her mother, while Ruier, beside the second young mistress, cried in fright. Chen Shi's voice trembled with disbelief. How could he be trapped in the mine? Has anyone found him? The man shook his head. He could have escaped, but for some reason, he chose to return for something, and now he is buried beneath the rubble. Wen Ziyuan is leading a team to dig him out, but they have yet to find him. The foreman sent me to inform you to prepare for the worst. Chen Shi felt her head spin. Take me there at once. The new mine was roughly 8 li away from the courtyard. Upon arriving at the site strewn with debris, she saw Wen Ziyuan still commanding the search. Second young master, what exactly transpired? Wen Ziyuan, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied gravely, the incident occurred too swiftly. At the time of the collapse, everyone was able to evacuate safely, but for reasons unknown, my elder brother insisted on returning for something, and he became trapped. Without hesitation, Chen Shi rolled up her sleeves and joined the excavation efforts. After several hours of digging, fatigue began to set in among the 10 workers. One voice broke through the exhaustion. Perhaps we should give up. We haven't heard any cries for help. He might already be gone. Even if we dig him out, it could just be a lifeless body. The others murmured their agreement. Chen Shi gasped in shock. He must still be alive, please do not abandon hope. The group exchanged glances, yet no one spoke. Desperate, Chen Shi knelt before them. My elder master is certainly alive. I implore you, do not forsake him. I can offer money. Upon hearing this, the workers sighed in resignation and resumed digging. Another hour passed, but still, they could not locate any sign of Wen Jiheng beneath the debris. One by one, they began to leave, and soon, only Chen Shi and Wen Ziyuan remained. Wen Ziyuan ceased his efforts and gently urged her, perhaps, just perhaps, elder brother is truly gone. Shaking her head, Chen Shi insisted, no, he is alive, I must find him, he once saved my life, and I cannot leave him in peril. With that, she resumed her labor, moving the rubble aside. When Ziyuan, resigned, joined her in the effort, with all tools taken by the workers, they were left to rely solely on their bare hands. In the midst of her toil, she thought she heard Wen Zhiheng's voice. Guided by instinct, she methodically cleared the stones. Hours passed, from dawn until dusk, her hands bloodied and raw, yet she persisted. Finally, as darkness loomed, she unearthed the stone to reveal a hand raised high. Grasping that hand tightly, tears streamed down her face. "Elder Master, it is she, hold on, I will rescue you." When Ziyuan stood, transfixed, watching as she, with her battered hands, removed the stones pinning Wen Zhiheng beneath. Chen Shi summoned every ounce of strength and finally freed him from the mine. At that moment, when Zhiheng's pallid face was marred by blood from the rocks, unconscious yet alive, his breath faint. In his palm, he clutched something tightly. Thank heavens, Chen Shi quickly called for Wen Ziyuan to carry Wen Zhiheng to the medical hall. If he did not receive prompt treatment, his life could be in jeopardy. However, Wen Ziyuan remained at a distance, silent and unmoving. "It is enough to put on a show, why do you exert yourself so fiercely to save him?" Chapter 70. The debate. In the somber embrace of the night, the hazy moonlight elongated Wen Ziyuan's silhouette, rendering it ghostly. His figure loomed tall, a tool clutched in his hand. The moment he spoke, Chen Shi felt a chill run down her spine, more terrifying than the news of Wen Zhiheng buried beneath the mine. Today, it seemed, both Wen Zhiheng and Chen Shi herself were in peril. "Second young master, he is your elder brother," Wen Ziyuan murmured softly. "If he were to perish, I would become the sole male heir of the Ho residence. Upon my return to the capital, I would ascend as the next lord of the Ho." Chen Shi trembled, her voice caught in her throat. "Second young master, the outcome is not yet certain. The matter of returning to the capital is still under debate. Those who supported us outside might abandon us upon learning of the eldest young master's plight, leaving us with no hope of returning." When Ziyuan paused, contemplating. "The family of the madam wields considerable influence. They will not permit the Ho residents to bear the blame that tarnishes their reputation, thus, they will not abandon us." Chen Shi pressed on. "Second young master, even if you were to inherit the title of lord, do you truly believe you can uphold the glory of the entire Ho residence? Your heart is pure and kind, devoid of the cunning that often accompanies power. Is it not exquisite craftsmanship that captivates your heart? How will you navigate the treacherous waters of court intrigue?" When Ziyuan remained impassive. I recognize you as a virtuous young woman, and I empathize with your circumstances. Were it not for the burdens of the Ho residence, you could thrive on your own, but I cannot. As a mere illegitimate son within the Ho, I possess no authority, no future. Yet, I have Ru'er to consider. I must fight for him. Once my brother is gone, everything in the Ho residence will belong to me, and thus, to Ru'er. He will be the legitimate son of the Ho, revered in status. At the mention of Ru'er, a ray of hope pierced Chen Shi's heart. "Second young master, please heed my words. Do not entangle yourself in the web of your own making, setting aside the fact that the Lord is still in his prime. He may yet desire another child, and he may not choose you as his successor. Furthermore, should Ru'er grow up to learn that the eldest young master's death was at your hands, how will he reconcile that? He idolizes his elder uncle. Second young master, consider them," Chen Shi implored. "You are Ru'er's father. Your every word and action bear immense weight upon him. Do not jeopardize his future over such uncertain matters." A chill wind swept through, rustling the trees in the mountains, a howling breeze failing to dissipate the confusion etched upon Wen Ziyuan's face. He stood motionless in the darkness, his figure appearing desolate. "But if I do not act, how will Ru'er find his way? I do not wish for him to lead a life as aimless as mine, to vie for power, constantly fearing for your own head. Will such a life be any better? Is it not paramount to live a life of peace and safety? Second young master, for tonight, let us pretend I have not heard your words, let us forget all of this. I must take the eldest young master to seek medical aid. Please, return and rest." When Ziyuan hesitated. "Second young master, Ru'er awaits your return, and little Ji, so soft and small, still cradled in your arms, will soon learn to walk and call you father. Think of them." Second young master, Chen Shi called out sharply to Wen Ziyuan. Wen Ziyuan's stooped figure sagged further, his voice hoarse, his expression inscrutable. "Chen Shi, you must leave now. Second young master, if you do not depart, I shall reconsider my resolve." Chen Shi hoisted the unconscious Wen Zhiheng onto her back and swiftly vanished into the night. Wen Ziyuan remained rooted in the darkness, unmoving for an eternity, until at last, he unleashed a fierce roar. Why could he not be more ruthless? Chen Shi navigated the shadowy forest with Wen Zhiheng slung over her back. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, yet she pressed on, not solely for Wen Zhiheng's life but to ensure Wen Ziyuan did not pursue her. She could scarcely believe that the ever-gentle second young master harbored such thoughts. They were brothers. Her bloodied hands clung tightly to Wen Zhiheng's waist, her body bending from the strain, nearly collapsing to the ground on several occasions, yet she fought to forge ahead. Finally, she arrived at Xue Lianqing's residence in Ping'an Town, knocking fervently on his door. When Xue Lianqing opened the door, he was taken aback when Zhiheng, drenched in blood, lay across the dust-laden Chen Shi, her hands unrecognizable in their mangled state. "Brother Xue, please take me to the county town," and quickly, Xue Lianqing hitched up his donkey cart, with Chen Shi holding onto Wen Zhiheng at the back, while Sun Yang accompanied them with Howard in tow. What a calamity! In such a state, I wonder if he can survive. Chen Shi's eyes widened, resolute yet aware of her own exhaustion. Sister-in-law, the eldest young master will surely pull through. He has navigated through perilous plots before, this minor injury shall not be his end, she murmured softly. Isn't that right, eldest young master? Once again, they arrived at the familiar medical clinic in the county town, where the same doctor opened the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, grumbling, "What is it at this hour, calling for souls?" Chen Shi hurriedly replied, "Doctor, I know you have the kindest heart, please, I implore you to save him." The doctor, recognizing the girl who had once thrown gold pills, stepped aside to allow them to carry Wen Jihang to the inner chamber. He lazily lifted Wen Jihang's eyelids, took his pulse, and yawned, "Do you have any more gold pills? If you do, they can save him." Hearing the glimmer of hope, Chen Shi, with bloodied hands, retrieved the last gold pill from her sleeve, her gaze fixed intently on the doctor. The doctor glanced at the pill resting in her bloodied palm, discomfort flickering across his face. "Rest assured, leave it to me, and I shall ensure his safety." Upon hearing the doctor's promise, Chen Shi's eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed to the ground. She had reached her limit when she next awoke. 2 days had passed. As she opened her eyes, she found Sun Yang seated beside her, quietly watching over her. "Sister-in-law," Chen Shi's voice was hoarse, her throat parched. Upon hearing her call, Sun Yang's eyes filled with tears of joy. "You are awake, thank goodness." She lifted Chen Shi's upper body and offered her a sip of water. After drinking, Chen Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "How is the eldest young master?" "He has awakened, even earlier than you." Sun Yang sighed softly. "You foolish girl, waking to check on others without inquiring about your own well-being?" Chen Shi was puzzled. "What is wrong with me? You are utterly exhausted. Are you willing to forsake your own life?" Chen Shi reclined back onto the bed. "At the time, I did not consider much, I merely thought that saving a life was paramount." Sun Yang shook her head. "Your brother Shui is worried sick. He may well scold you soundly upon his return." Chen Shi managed a pale smile. "I have been scolded by him countless times, in the end, I always prevailed. Oh, sister-in-law, do you have anything to eat? I am famished, I could devour an entire ox right now." Sun Yang pressed her forehead gently. "I have been keeping porridge warm for you on the stove, wait a moment, and I will bring it to you." Chapter 71. Resolute entering with a bowl of congee was Wenjiro. She placed the tray on the bedside, served the warm porridge, and after blowing on it to cool, fed it to Chen Shi. Chen Shi felt somewhat perplexed. She quickly straightened her posture. "I can do it myself." "How can you do it yourself?" Chen Shi raised her hands, only then realizing they were tightly bound in white cloth, rendering her unable to move. "The doctor said your hands are severely injured, with some areas exposed to the bone. You must avoid water and refrain from exertion for the time being. Only through proper care can you hope to recover fully." Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Does that mean I will have to rely on others to feed me from now on? That would be quite inconvenient." When Jiro's eyes, a vivid crimson, lifted to meet hers. "You are the patient, what is inconvenient about that? I will feed you, so you needn't feel embarrassed." Chen Shi smiled. "Then I shall trouble you in the future." "Trouble? If it weren't for you, our family would have been shattered long ago." In the midst of this, Shui Lianqing visited her, and as expected, Chen Shi was scolded mercilessly this time. She truly dared not retort. Shui Lianqing was so furious that a few strands of his hair turned white. After resting for a while, Chen Shi felt her strength returning, and she leapt from the bed to inquire about Wen Jihang's condition from the doctor. "He suffered 2 head injuries, a fractured right leg, yet other than that, he is fine. With proper rest, his leg will gradually heal." Chen Shi hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Doctor, are the golden pills sufficient?" The doctor replied brusquely, "Naturally, more is better. If you wish to give me more, I won't object." Chen Shi chuckled lightly. "If you desire more, there are none left. That was the last one." At that moment, a head peeked in through the curtain, calling out, "Dr. Qin, time for the consultation." Dr. Qin frowned. I know, always hurrying me." Inside the ward, members of the Wen family were gathered, including Wen Jiyuan, all engaged in lively conversation. Chen Shi, observing their cheerful camaraderie, decided not to intrude. As she turned to leave, she heard Wen Jihang's urgent voice calling out, "Shi." Everyone turned back, their faces lighting up with joy. Chen Shi walked slowly back inside, her gaze scrutinizing Wen Jihang. His head bore 2 wounds, wrapped in white cloth, his complexion pale, lips devoid of color, his dark hair cascading behind him, rendering him utterly haggard. Yet his eyes, when they met Chen Shi's, sparkled with delight and caution. "Young master, are you well?" Wen Jihang nodded vigorously, suddenly his eyes reddening for reasons unknown. Chen Shi murmured to herself, "Well then, I have repaid you the arrow I owed. From now on, we are even." Lady Wen, noticing her son's pallor seeming to intensify, interjected, "What do you mean by owing? We are family, there should be no talk of debts." Turning to the others, she continued, "Dinner will soon be served. Let's step out and see what good dishes we can procure for our 2 patients." Once everyone had departed, Wen Jihang hoarsely said, "Shi, let me see your hand." Chen Shi blinked, approaching his side and raising her hand for him to see. "It is all bandaged now. You can't see it. When I change the dressing later, you can look then. That way, you will understand how arduous it was when I saved you, and truly, I owe you nothing." Wen Jihang fell silent upon hearing this. "Shi, are you so eager to sever ties with me?" Chen Shi was taken aback for a moment before replying, "Wasn't it you who wished to distance yourself from me?" You have hardly spoken to me for over half a year." "Isn't that a clear intent to draw a line? Now I am making that boundary even clearer, more defined. Should you not be pleased?" Wen Jihang shook his head, hurriedly explaining, "It is not like that. Chen Shi sighed. I do not understand your thoughts. If you wish to be kind, be kind. If you wish to ignore me, then do so, but it is your prerogative. Now that I am complying with your wishes, isn't it better? Wen Zhihong let out a pained laugh. Shi, is this truly how you perceive me? Is it not how you perceive me? Shi, I have narrowly escaped death and am still ill. Must our conversations proceed in such a manner? Qin Shi muttered, I merely speak the truth, besides, I am unwell too. When Zhiheng's eyes fluttered shut, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. Observing his pallid complexion, Chen Shi suddenly wondered if she had misspoken. If you do not wish to hear my words, I shall take my leave. When Zhiheng hurriedly grasped Chen Shi's sleeve, cautiously imploring, I want to listen. I wish to hear everything you say, please do not leave, stay here with me, if you would. His current demeanor, marked by a desperate vulnerability, starkly contrasted with his usual composed and calculating nature. After contemplating, Chen Shi seated herself on a nearby stool. Upon seeing her settle down, when Zhiheng's anxious expression began to ease suddenly, Chen Shi noticed something tightly clutched in his right hand. Her curiosity piqued. May I inquire what important object could compel you to return to danger to retrieve it? When Zhiheng's expression was a blend of embarrassment and resolve as he revealed what he held tightly. It was a finely crafted wooden carving, vividly depicting Chen Shi's smiling face. She was genuinely taken aback that he had risked his safety for such a thing. Anger simmered within her. Closing her eyes to temper her rising ire, she spoke calmly. It seems your mind was damaged the last time I struck you. A wooden carving that can be sculpted at any moment pales in comparison to your life. Should you lose it, you can carve another, yet life is singular. This is different. In what way? There is only one Chen Shi. If you desire, you could have countless replicas. But for the past half a year, it has been her presence that has accompanied me. How could I possibly forsake her? Chen Shi inhaled deeply. I believe you have lost your senses. Yes, I have indeed lost my senses. My beloved Chen Shi offers me nothing but cold indifference, never sparing me a glance. During those days, I pondered how she could remain oblivious to my anger. If only she would look at me, if only she would smile at me, but she did nothing. I was at a loss. I could only carve a likeness of Chen Shi so that at least her smile could grace me daily. Chen Shi remained silent for a long while. Young master, why must you torment yourself so? Chen Shi, do you lack a heart? Can you not feel? What is it that you find appealing about me? I shall strive to amend it. Chen Shi gazed deeply into the shattered essence of Wen Zhiheng's eyes and added, you previously mentioned returning my contract of servitude. You must honor your word. Chapter 72. Inexpressible. Wen Zhiheng's complexion was exceedingly pale as he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Why go to such lengths to save me? It would be better to let me rest eternally in the depths of the mine. Chen Shiyi's voice was hoarse. You are 7 years my senior, yet you behave like a child? I simply do not have feelings for you. It is not as if I wish for your demise. She turned back to him, saying, Wen Zhiheng, am I not allowed even the desire to dislike someone? Just because you have feelings for me, must I reciprocate? Your affections are your own concern, and my lack of feelings is mine. I hope you will not force me. Chen Shi felt it was best for everyone to remain calm. After all, they were all wounded, and that was sufficient. Rising, she made her way outside, but suddenly, there was a thud behind her. Wen Zhiheng had fallen from the bed to the floor, crawling to her side, clutching her ankle, his eyes bloodshot. Shuri, do not leave. I do not wish to compel you. If you do not like me, then so be it. Please, do not go. Chen Shi was utterly taken aback. When had she ever seen such a side of Wen Zhiheng? Was her mere disinterest truly so difficult for him to accept? Please do not go, I beg you, just stay here, as long as I can see you, that is enough. Chen Shi felt a pang of compassion. Do not be like this. I will not leave, I will call for someone to help you up. Blood seeped from his head, staining the white cloth red, and his broken right leg needed to be rebandaged. When Zhiheng clutched her sleeve tightly, fearing her departure, it was not until evening, when it was time for bed, that he reluctantly released his grip. Shui Lianxing came to speak with Chen Shi. Outside the county town, they walked along the riverbank. When will you return to the capital? I am not sure yet, it may take some time. I heard about your situation at the medical clinic. Your family's eldest son is quite infatuated. If you go to the capital with him, life will surely improve. Perhaps. Noticing Chen Shiyi's pallid complexion, Shui Lianxing attempted to console her. You ought to temper your disposition. After all, he is the master of the house. Being too stubborn may only lead to your own harm. Chen Shi appeared disinclined to discuss the matter. Brother, after all these years, I have regarded you as my own elder brother. I do not know if I will have the opportunity to see you again after returning to the capital. Shui Lianxing was puzzled by her sudden melancholy. Shuri, we will certainly meet again in the future. If it is inconvenient for you to come out in the capital, I will bring Sun Yang and Heir to visit you. In the stillness of the night, the willow branches by the riverbank shed their leaves in the cold wind, and Chen Shiyi's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. In this desolate bleakness, there were always those who warmed her heart. Shui Lianxing felt a pang of sympathy seeing Chen Shi like this. Shuri, Pei Xiukai has sent me many letters for you. When you return to Ping'an town, you should take a look. Chen Shi, softening her demeanor, smiled and inquired, are you not the one who dislikes my correspondence with Pei Luo the most? Shui Lianxing sighed. Correspondence between you and him is not beneficial for either of you, yet it is only when you are with him that you seem to find joy. I merely wish for you to suffer less. Chen Shiyi's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips curling upwards. Do not show me, just keep them safe. If he comes again, remember to return the letters to him. After spending half a month in the medical clinic, the doctor gave them some instructions and allowed them to return home. It seemed that when Ji Yuan was already aware of the situation, Chen Shiyi observed them discussing for an entire afternoon, and when they finished, when Ji Yuan opened the door and smiled knowingly upon seeing her. Chen Shiyi was uncertain how they ultimately resolved their matters, but a resolution accompanied by smiles could hardly be unfavorable upon returning to the Fengming mine courtyard. The Wen family was in a flurry of activity. Typically, Chen Shiyi managed all the household affairs, yet now, with her hand severely injured, she would require a long period of recuperation. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiheng's broken leg necessitated extended bed rest for healing. Fortunately, Chen Shiyi had previously set aside some silver, sparing them from the need to toil under the sun for income. However, the household chores alone had become a source of great distress for several individuals. Chen Shiyi, unable to work, would daily implore heir to read to her or frequently stroll to the cool pavilion in the bamboo grove for every meal. It was Wen Zhiheng who fed her, and she also took care of washing her clothes, bathing, and even washing her hair. On one occasion, while washing her hair, Wen Zhiheng softly remarked, "If you are feeling well, perhaps you could speak with my brother." He lies alone in his room, utterly despondent. Chen Shiyi reclined on heir's swing, swaying gently, her thick, dark hair flowing gracefully in the breeze. If he is ill, he should rest properly. My words may not be soothing, I fear they might upset him. Wen Zhiheng prepared warm water nearby to wash clothes, and after a moment's silence, she responded to Chen Shiyi's comment. His emotional turmoil is far more serious. It would be good for you to provoke him a little. Chen Shiyi seemed not to have heard her, her eyes slightly closed, lashes fluttering. The faint light filtering through the apricot tree cast a delicate glow upon her, her blue garment faded and worn, yet appearing as though veiled in a soft luminescence. Understanding Chen Shiyi's nature, Wen Zhiheng refrained from further urging her, instead tending to her with increased attentiveness each day. Days passed, and when Madame sought her out. You should go see heir. He has lost an alarming amount of weight and does not converse with anyone. He has not even smiled. Chen Shiyi tilted her head slightly. Has he not taken his medicine? He takes his medicine and eats on time, yet he seems devoid of vitality, as if he is no longer living. Chen Shiyi understood. The eldest son is ill, thus it is natural for him to behave this way. Who remains cheerful while unwell, after some time, as he recovers, he will surely regain his spirits. He once told me that one can be despondent, but must not remain so indefinitely. I believe he will manage, so please do not worry, Madame Shiyi. You know full well for whom heir suffers. Why are you so heartless? Chen Shiyi met her gaze calmly. I am merely practicing detachment. The eldest son should not develop feelings for a servant girl. How will he withstand the torrent of gossip when he returns to the capital? Surely, Madame would not approve of this, would she? Madame should counsel the eldest son. At his age, he ought to adopt a more open-minded perspective. When Madame gazed at Chen Shiyi in astonishment, unable to fathom how the young woman before her could possess such clarity and composure. Even when heir pined for her, she remained unmoved to that night. The candle in Wen Zhiheng's room burned throughout the night. The next day, when Madame knelt before Chen Shiyi, Chen Shiyi was taken aback. Madame, please, let us discuss matters properly. How can I bear this? Shiyi, I implore you, go see heir. Since last night, he has not awakened despite my calling. I truly fear for his well-being. Chen Shiyi's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Perhaps I should fetch a doctor? She recalled something and added, could it be that his head injury has caused him to lapse into unconsciousness? Wen Zhiheng quickly supported Wen Madame, realizing that Chen Shiyi's stubbornness was of no use. Shiyi, the doctor has said that his injury is not severe. He refuses to awaken because of you. Do you understand? Honestly, I believe you should never have rescued him from the mine. It would have been better to let him perish rather than remain in this state of infatuation. Ultimately, Chen Shiyi entered Wen Zhiheng's chamber. She sat by his bedside, quietly observing him. His features were pale and gaunt, lips devoid of color, lying there in silence, stripped of his previous arrogance and intensity, as if he were a mere shell, breathing but lifeless. She remained there for 3 days. The Wen family came and went, and the doctor visited as well, but he still did not awaken. Chen Shiyi pondered that Wen Zhiheng was using his very life to compel her, to urge her to accept him and harbor feelings for him. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. It turned out that disliking someone could be just as arduous. She lifted her hands, bandaged in white cloth, as gentle light poured through the small window, illuminating the fabric. Tears fell drop by drop, saturating the delicate cloth. She succumbed to her own kindness. Eldest son, if you awaken, I shall endeavor to like you. Chapter 73. Returning to the capital during the days of recuperation, Chen Shiyi still found solace in reading. The books penned by heir captivated her, allowing her to immerse herself repeatedly within their pages, despite her familiarity with their contents. Previously, she had implored heir to turn the pages for her, but now it was Wen Zhiheng who took up that task. Her hand, once swathed in white cloth, now lay bare, revealing a tapestry of scars, white, pink, and purple etched across her skin. At times, the wounds would throb with pain or itch mercilessly. A careless scratch would leave her flesh marred. Wen Zhiheng, ever so gentle, attended to her needs, his eyes often glistening with unshed tears. Upon our return to the capital, I shall procure the finest ointment for you, ensuring that no scars mar your delicate hands, he promised. Chen Shiyi gazed at his slender, elegantly tapered fingers and smiled up at him. If only my hands could resemble yours, how exquisite they would appear. Your hands are warm, holding them brings a sense of tranquility to my heart. With meticulous care, Wen Zhiheng applied the medicinal balm to her fingers, and after cleansing his hands, he fed her sweet mung bean cake. Chen Shi obediently accepted the treat before returning her attention to her book. Observing her docility filled Wen Zhiheng with a sweet sense of contentment. Ever since she had expressed her desire to learn to love herself, her demeanor had transformed. No longer bristling with defiance, she had become a stark contrast to her former self. She, cease your reading and converse with me for a while. She lifted her gaze, her eyes earnest as they met his. What would you like to discuss? Wen Zhiheng drew her close to the edge of the bed, enveloping her in his embrace from behind. His chin rested on her shoulder, his cheek brushing against hers in a tender moment of intimacy. Whether it be at the year's end or the dawn of a new one, we shall return to the capital, and there I shall take you as my wife. Would you be amenable to this? Chen Shi turned her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. You wish to marry me? Indeed, a grand procession, with proper rites and ceremonies. A smile broke upon Chen Shi's lips. Do not jest. My mother would never consent. Wen Zhiheng spoke earnestly. I have already spoken with my mother, and she has given her approval. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Shi nodded in agreement. If my mother consents, then I have no objections. At that moment, Wen Zhiheng felt that Chen Shi was remarkably agreeable, a reality that seemed almost surreal and elusive, as if he could not grasp it fully. I speak with sincerity. So do I, she affirmed, yet Wen Zhiheng felt a lingering uncertainty. I often envision our future children calling me father, and naturally, they would call you mother. That is my hope. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. But did you not have a betrothed before? Upon hearing her mention this, Wen Zhiheng felt a rush of relief. It seemed she had begun to care about his past. It has been many years, she must have married by now. A legitimate daughter of a noble house, a desirable match, would not wait for a fallen family like mine. Chen Shi concurred. In truth, I believe you need not feel burdened by my status. How could I possibly assume the role of your legitimate wife? However, should you insist upon it, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Wen Zhiheng felt a renewed sense of trepidation. Cautiously, he inquired, do you not long for this? Chen Shi considered her response. I do harbor expectations. After all, I am destined to be your woman. If it were to be as your legitimate wife, that would be ideal, yet, do not feel compelled. If arrangements can be made, so be it. If not, so be it as well. The capital is rife with conventions, and I would hate to give my word only to disappoint. Listening to Chen Shi's pragmatic thoughts, Wen Zhiheng sensed a lack of enthusiasm for the prospect of becoming his wife. It felt as though she would accept if offered, yet would not mind if it were withheld. A sense of gloom settled within him, for he had given her what he believed to be the best, and she seemed indifferent. Wen Zhiheng tightened his embrace, as if the harder he held her, the more tangible her presence would become. That day I was trapped in the mine, I kept believing that you would come to find me. I clung to that hope, thinking that no matter what, I must see you one last time. Even if it meant death, I would welcome it. Though I could not open my eyes, I heard every encouraging word you spoke, felt every act of kindness you bestowed upon me. It is your presence that sustains my will to live, do you understand? Chen Shi was puzzled as to why he would bring up that day once more, sensing a sorrowful undercurrent in his voice, which tugged at her heartstrings. She wrapped her arms around him, gently patting his back. Let us not dwell on the past, you needn't speak of such grave matters. A grown man lamenting like this might invite ridicule. Wen Zhiheng felt a sense of satisfaction at her words, smiling as he replied, I only express such sentiments in your presence. Wen Zhiheng's recovery progressed at a remarkable pace. Soon, he was able to rise from his bed and attempt to walk. Chen Shi stood by his side, supporting him as he took his tentative steps. His tall stature made it somewhat taxing for her, and with each stride, both of them emerged drenched in sweat. Fortunately, his recovery was swift. By the time the new year arrived, he no longer required her assistance, though he still wobbled slightly. After a fortnight, the scars on his legs had faded from view, and Chen Shi's hands had healed completely as well. To celebrate their restored health, a sumptuous feast was prepared in the courtyard. However, even greater news soon followed. Envoys from the capital had come to escort them home. Two opulent carriages, flanked by a formidable retinue of guards, heralded the arrival of Su Guanjia, the steward who had once facilitated Chen Shi's entrance into their household. After years apart, his hair had turned gray. He bowed respectfully to Wen Zhiheng. Young master, the marquis has returned to the capital and has urgently sent me to retrieve you both. You have endured much infangling. The Wen family rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Wen Zhiheng turned to Chen Shi, his heart brimming with happiness. At long last we can return home. Yet, within Chen Shi's heart, a tumult of reluctance and confusion stirred. She felt an ache for the 4 arduous years spent here, for the family she would leave behind, and uncertainty loomed over her. How would she navigate the path ahead? Noticing her turmoil, Wen Zhiheng's heart sank with unease. He grasped both of her hands tightly, speaking earnestly, you must stay by my side. I promise to shower you with riches and splendor. We shall return and wed. Chen Shi quickly reassured him, I will accompany you back. Do not fret. Wen Zhiheng felt a measure of relief wash over him at her promise. Very well. Before we depart, I wish to bid farewell to Brother Shui and the others. Of course. The Wen family hurried away, seemingly eager to leave without delay. They donned their finest garments, packed a few changes of clothes, and without a backward glance, ascended into the lavish carriages, leaving behind the courtyard they had called home for nearly 4 years. Chen Shi took nothing with her, not even the small bamboo lamp that had adorned her bedside. The eldest son had assured her that the capital was brimming with everything they could desire, and that the emperor's favors would be plentiful. Thus, there was no need to linger here, yet, all her cherished memories were anchored in this place. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the retreating courtyard, her eyes brimming with tears. Where would this journey ultimately lead her in life? Chapter 74. Days of wealth and prosperity. In order to care for the entire family, the carriage journeyed for 8 days before finally arriving in the capital. Chen Shi sat on the silk-wrapped soft seat, lifting the heavy curtain to gaze outside. At that moment, the timing was just right, the flowers were fragrant, the grass was green, the sky was blue, and the breeze was gentle. Along the way, the willows swayed gracefully, and the oriole sang sweetly. It was also during this time that they set off on this very road, the weather gloomy and the rain incessant. What was once a joyous occasion had turned into a day of sunshine when Jihang gazed intently at Chen Shi as she leaned out the window, his right hand tightly clasping her left, feeling her presence. As their journey back to the capital drew nearer, when Jihang's heart began to race, every action and word from Chen Shi had already filled him with joy upon their return to the capital. She had reluctantly accompanied him back, and the affection she now displayed was something he had compelled her to show. Chen Shi heard when Jihang called her name, lowered the curtain, straightened her posture, and turned to look at him. "What is it? Are you unhappy?" "No, why would you think that?" Seeing the seriousness in her expression, when Jihang felt an emptiness in his heart. The Chen Shi he knew was not like this. She was so full of spirit. No matter how difficult things became, she lived like a radiant sun. Her eyes were always lively, yet now they resembled a stagnant pool of water. He cautiously embraced her, his voice slightly choked. "I can now fulfill all the promises I made to you before. You can be happy and at ease, otherwise, I will be very distressed." Chen Shi pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I am just a bit unaccustomed to the carriage ride. I will feel better once we reach the capital." "That's good to hear." The capital was indeed bustling and prosperous, with crisscrossing streets teeming with people, various shops lining both sides of the road, and the sounds of calls and chatter, mingling with the melodies from the opera houses. Chen Shi relished this liveliness. When Jihang, noticing the smile finally gracing her face, gradually relaxed. The carriage finally came to a stop on a wide street. Stepping down, they were greeted by the imposing sight of grand palatial gates. Outside, a diverse crowd had gathered, and on the ancient steps stood a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. Madam Wen was assisted out of the carriage by Wenjiro and walked ahead. When Jihang alighted first and extended his hand to help Chen Shi down. Lord Marquis father, after years of separation, the members of the Marquis' household were all in tears. Chen Shi stood behind them, unsure of what to do, vaguely hearing someone call her name. The Lord Marquis smiled warmly from the steps. "You must be she?" The way he called her name felt as though he had known her for many years, exuding a sense of familiarity. Brought before the Lord Marquis by Wen Jihang, Chen Shi felt a bit flustered and stole a nervous glance at Wenjiro. Wenjiro smiled gently, then turned to demonstrate a gesture of courtesy for Chen Shi to emulate. Following her lead, Chen Shi curtsied to the Lord Marquis. "I am she." Everyone burst into cheerful laughter. "What a good child, thanks to your meticulous care, my family remains safe and sound. You are truly a benefactor of the Wensu Marquisate." Chen Shi felt a bit embarrassed as she replied, "I dare not claim such credit." Steward Su, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Lord Marquis, the masters have endured a tiring journey. It would be best to return to the residence first before discussing further." Chen Shi quietly followed the others into the Marquis' residence. After being sealed off, the Marquisate had been returned and extensively renovated, with pavilions and towers looking as good as new. The courtyard where Wen Jihang resided was called Lingyun Pavilion, while Chen Shi had a separate courtyard named Yueyingxian. Observing the many empty rooms within Yueyingxian, Chen Shi was quite puzzled. "Aren't you going to stay with me?" Wen Jihang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of sweetness in his heart. "Once we are married, we will reside in the same courtyard. There is no need to rush." "Oh, I see so many vacant rooms, it seems such a waste for them to remain unoccupied." "You will stay in the main courtyard, which includes a study, dining room, dressing room, and bathing room. The other rooms are for the maids and servants who will attend to you. This courtyard may be a bit small for you, but bear with it for now. Once the Zhengrong courtyard is renovated, you can move there. It will be more spacious and the views will be even better." Chen Shi felt a bit overwhelmed. "This place is quite nice, I really like it, and I don't wish to trouble you further." Wen Jihang smiled. "You certainly deserve the best." Madame Wen had arranged for a 14-year-old maid named Shirlu, a cheerful girl whose dimples appeared when she smiled. Chen Shi took a liking to her. Reflecting on her own 14-year-old self, who bore a rather solemn demeanor, she found Shirlio's brightness refreshing. "Miss, do you prefer camellias or roses?" "I like both." "Would a yellow dress paired with a rosy pink outer garment be suitable?" "Yes." "How about embroidered shoes in the style of weeping begonia?" "Do as you see fit." Shirlio's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Shi. "Miss, you are the most easygoing mistress I have ever served." Chen Shi surveyed the study's decor and smiled. "I am content now, hence I have no temper." On the sandalwood desk, high-quality paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones were neatly arranged. Outside the hexagonal window panes, the new green of the phoenix tail bamboo swayed, while clusters of pink roses bloomed, forming a picturesque scene. Shirlu, are there any books in the Marquis's residence? The Lord Marquis and young Master's study should have some. Chen Shi thought to herself that it would be pleasant to read books and practice calligraphy in the courtyard during moments of boredom, much like she used to do in the Fengming courtyard. Shirlu gently spoke beside her. Miss, the hot soup is ready. After your tiring journey, you should bathe and then get some rest. The young master said he would come to fetch you for dinner once you wake. Chen Shi looked at the steaming white water in the bathing tub, surprised. Why is it white? This is rice-washing water, infused with fragrant herbs and medicinal ingredients to relieve your fatigue and enhance your skin's smoothness and radiance over time. Chen Shi was truly astonished. She never expected bathing could be so elaborate. After bathing and feeling refreshed, she was about to put on her clothes when Shirlu brought a box of fragrant ointment to apply on her. I can do it myself. Shirlu smiled. Do not be shy, Mississippi. You won't be able to reach your back. Once you get used to it, it will be fine. Chen Shi reclined on a small couch beside the cleansing room as Shirlu applied the ointment to her back, her hair cascading down. An incense burner steamed above her, enveloping her in a fragrant cloud. After some time, she nestled into bed, feeling the incredibly soft embroidered lotus quilt. The silk was smooth and delicate to the touch, warm against her skin, while the azure cloud drapery hung at the bed's edge, swaying gently in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, she genuinely felt as if she were living a life of utmost luxury. As she closed her eyes, it felt as if she were floating on a cloud, a bit unreal. When she awoke, it was already afternoon. Shirlu styled her hair into a beautiful elegant bun, adorned with jade tassels, while her straight hair was tied with a red ribbon at the ends. Her face was evenly coated with fragrant ointment, her brows delicately drawn, a floral mark placed at her brow center, and her lips painted with red balm. Chen Shi glanced into the mirror and thought, yes, this is what one calls being adorned. The appearance that could silence children's cries back in Ping'an Town was now worlds apart from her current self. It turned out she had such beauty within her. Shirlu, you have such skilled hands. Miss, you are inherently beautiful. Chen Shi smiled, yet in her heart, she felt as clear as a mirror. It was only with a little embellishment that she could become presentable. Seeing the disbelief on Chen Shi's face, Shirlu chuckled knowingly. Miss, beauty is comprised of 50% appearance and 50% temperament. You exude an innate melancholy, sitting quietly like a painting, and combined with your lovely eyes, you are indeed a remarkably beautiful person. Chen Shi was taken aback. No wonder people enjoy hearing compliments. They truly uplift the spirit. Chapter 75 Companionship. When Jihang arrived at the Moon Shadow Pavilion, he beheld the exquisitely adorned Chen Shi, standing gracefully beneath the weeping begonia tree, her charming demeanor captivating him. In that fleeting moment when her eyes met his, he felt as though his very soul had been ensnared. He stood there, entranced, gazing at her in silence. Upon noticing Wen Jihang, Chen Shi approached him with a smile. Have you lost your wits? Why do you linger at the door without uttering a word? Wen Jihang chuckled softly, enfolding her in a warm embrace. You must be famished, let me take you to dine. Very well, she replied. Wen Jihang led Chen Shi into the Jingjiao courtyard, where the Marquis, Madame Wen, Wen Jiro, Wen Ziyuan, and the second young mistress with Ru'er and Xiaoji were already gathered. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Madame Wen hastily instructed the servants to bring forth the dishes. This was the first time Chen Shi sat down to dine in such a beautifully restored dining hall, and she felt somewhat out of her element. Beneath the table, Wen Jihang gently clasped her hand, casting her a reassuring glance, silently encouraging her to relax. The Wen family engaged in cheerful conversation, discussing their hardships and hopes for the future. Wen Jihang served Chen Shi an abundance of her favorite dishes, poured her soup, and delicately wiped the corners of her lips with a napkin. After the meal, he offered her tea and helped her cleanse her hands. His thoughtful attentiveness made it seem as if she were the sole occupant of the table. At the dining table, everyone's expressions varied. When Jiro broke the silence. Shi, are you settling in well? Quite nicely, she responded. Madame Wen added, if you need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. Okay, Chen Shi replied. The Marquis then spoke. Hunger, come to my study later, we need to discuss tomorrow's visit to the palace. When Jihang respectfully replied, yes, father. After the meal, he took Chen Shi's hand, strolling back to the Moon Shadow Pavilion at a leisurely pace. Shi, I've just returned to the capital and may be busy with numerous matters. I fear I won't have time to accompany you. If you feel bored, I can arrange for a troupe to perform for you. Chen Shi shook her head. You go on with your business. I am perfectly fine. I've asked my mother to assist me with the wedding arrangements. It won't be long before we can wed, he said. All right. When Jihang noticed the absence of joy on Chen Shi's face, which troubled him deeply. Shi, you promised to like me. Chen Shi paused, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. I remember. I have always remembered. Rest assured, I will not forget. When Jihang gazed at her in silence, his heart aching with unspoken emotions. Shi, why do I sense no trace of delight from you? Chen Shi replied quietly, perhaps it is because I just arrived in the capital and have yet to acclimate. When Jihang sighed softly, his voice low and hoarse. Then take a good rest for a couple of days. Chen Shi seemed to recall something and asked, do you have books there? Yes, there are books in the study. May I go to your study to read? Of course, what is mine is yours. The next day, with nothing to do, Chen Shi took Shirlu with her to Wen Jihang's Lingyun Pavilion. The servant at the gate, upon seeing her, immediately bowed. Miss, the young master has instructed me to wait here for your commands. Chen Shi regarded the respectful servant before her. What is your name? I am called Yunshan. I have served the young master since childhood. I wish to visit the study, can you guide me? Yunshan responded promptly, the young master has instructed me that whatever the young lady desires must be fulfilled. Chen Shi smiled, her lips curving in delight. When Jihang's study was a stark contrast to her own, her study consisted simply of a room with a desk, adorned with writing implements and a few paintings, accompanied by several vases. In contrast, his study boasted rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, resembling soldiers standing in formation, filled with texts on various philosophies, historical accounts, and ancient tomes, that when Jihang's insights into the world and strategies for power surely stemmed from this mountain of books. Chen Shi thought to herself that she would have much to occupy her time henceforth. When Jihang returned, he found Yunshan waiting at the gate. Why are you here, has she not come? Yunshan hurriedly replied, the young lady arrived early and has not left the study since. Shirlu occasionally comes out for water and food. Jihang shook his head in resignation. She must have spent the entire day buried in her books, not caring for her eyes. Upon entering the study, he pushed open the window, allowing the warm sunlight to stream in, illuminating Chen Shi, who was draped in a pale yellow cloud-sleeve gown, her silhouette softened by the light. She lay casually in a rocking chair, brows slightly furrowed, yet exuding an air of tranquility as she clutched a scroll. The steam from the nearby tea and a delicate pastry shifted slightly. He approached her slowly, taking the book from her hands and settling onto a low stool beside her. What book has captured your attention so? Startled, Chen Shi smiled. You're back? Indeed, Jihang said, placing the book aside and drawing her onto his lap. Did you miss me? Chen Shi blinked. I was too engrossed in my reading today to think of anything else. Jihang playfully grasped her wrist and gave it a gentle bite. You little heartless one, can you not utter a few sweet words to cheer me up? Chen Shi instinctively pulled her hand back and absent-mindedly rubbed it against herself. Did you have something significant to attend to at the palace today? Jihang, shedding his playful demeanor, replied solemnly, it was for a good cause. The emperor has expressed a desire to compensate me, appointing me as a physician in the Ministry of Revenue, and I shall soon be taking up my duties there. You can hold an official position without taking the imperial examination? Chen Shi inquired. Jihang chuckled. Who said I didn't take the exam? Chen Shi blinked in surprise. In the 16th year of Yuanzhong, I ranked 6th in the palace examination, and the crown prince recommended me, leading to my direct appointment as a Hanlin scholar, serving at the emperor's side. Chen Shi looked at him with genuine admiration. You truly are impressive. However, Jihang's smile dimmed. No matter how impressive, there are still those who do not favor me. Chen Shi murmured softly, but you are not a copper coin. Only copper coins are liked by everyone. Jihang chuckled at his own expense. Tomorrow, I shall transform into a copper coin, held tightly in your palm, and I bet you would be reluctant to let go. Chen Shi looked at Jihang's pitiful expression and burst into laughter. Look at you, grown yet still sulking like a child. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? You are the only one bold enough to mock me, others would not dare. Jihang suddenly seemed to recall something and asked in alarm, you are not lamenting my age, are you? Chen Shi scrutinized his eyes and replied, I am. Jihang felt as though the world had collapsed around him. I am only in my 20s, full of vigor and charm. How can you say such a thing? Chen Shi realized she had spoken too much. If she continued, Jihang might indeed lose his appetite for the day. He held her tightly. I do not care. You must console me. If you fail to do so, what will happen if I fail? Jihang, feeling deflated, replied, if you fail, what can I do? I can only sulk by myself. Chen Shi cupped his face and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. All right. Jihang's previously gloomy expression transformed like glaciers meeting the sun, gradually warming and spreading a comforting heat throughout his being. He felt somewhat disoriented, only thinking about how Chen Shi had finally taken the initiative. He had finally received a glimmer of her affection. As he leaned down to kiss Chen Shi, a voice from outside interrupted. Young master, the front courtyard sends word that you are needed for dinner. Chapter 76. On the day of birth, after spending several days in the marquis' residence, Chen Shi traversed daily between Jihang's study and the Moon Shadow Pavilion. Each day was filled with enriching reading, and gradually, she shed her initial discomfort and trepidation about entering the marquis' estate. Her rapport with Jihang grew increasingly harmonious. While Jihang wrote, Chen Shi stood by the table, grinding ink for him. Occasionally, when Yushan brought in delectable pastries, Jihang delighted in feeding them to Chen Shi. On the 6th of next month, it is my birthday. What do you plan to gift me? Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What do you fancy? I cherish anything you bestow upon me. Chen Shi turned the pages of her book thoughtfully. Let me ponder this carefully. Upon hearing her earnestness, Jihang felt as if his heart were immersed in honey. She was treating herself with increasing kindness. The marquis' estate boasted a vast pond, where colorful goldfish swam, particularly a plump one resembling a pig, its tail fluttering like silken ribbons in the breeze, resplendent in hues. Chen Shi visited it daily, worried that the fish might become too heavy to swim and sink to the bottom, where it would be unseen. She felt compelled to encourage its weight loss. Pomegranate, overhearing, laughed heartily. My lady, that is simply its breed, imported from afar. It was no easy feat to bring it here. Chen Shi blushed slightly. I have seen little and have never encountered such a goldfish. I too saw it for the first time. I heard others in the estate speak of it. Having finished scattering the fish food, Chen Shi clapped her hands. Let us go. As they passed through a corridor, they overheard voices at the corner. The one residing in the Moon Shadow Pavilion, I heard she followed during the incident in the estate. Wasn't she only 14 at that time? Who would have imagined her to be so scheming? Indeed. She was the only woman in exile, it wasn't just a chance to entice the young master and secure her position. Thus, she displayed audacity and won. Yet, one cannot say she truly won. Without a name or status, with her background, she cannot become a lady, nor even a concubine, otherwise, why are they still calling her young lady? Those from the pleasure district can at least earn some money and recognition, while this one, lower your voice. Do not let her hear you, what is there to fear? Have you not seen her frequenting the young master's Lingyun pavilion daily, often returning in the dead of night? TSK, frankly, it is quite shameless. Hearing this, Pomegranate was about to retort when Chen Shi restrained her. My lady, they are speaking ill of you. Chen Shi walked slowly towards the Moon Shadow Pavilion, stopping beneath the moon gate adorned with wisteria, raising her gaze to admire the view. Pomegranate, gossip ceases only when the dust settles. Otherwise, it only intensifies. Even if we argue and we are in the right, what does it matter? It merely provides them with more fodder for conversation. She turned back, speaking with conviction. Pomegranate, remember not to squander your grace and good spirits over trivial matters, for it is not worth it. Upon returning to the Moon Shadow Pavilion, Chen Shi resumed refining the wood carving in her hands. She was uncertain of Wen Zhiheng's preferences, yet she recalled how he clung to her wooden sculpture with unwavering attachment. If she crafted one for him, he would surely be delighted. After all, what he most earnestly desired, above all, was her genuine heart. When Zhiheng's birthday was celebrated with great fanfare, it was said that prominent families had sent invitations, and the marquis' estate was as lively as it had been in years past, perhaps even more so. When Zhiheng, typically busy, had even selected attire and jewelry for Chen Shi to wear that day and sent them to the Moon Shadow Pavilion. He specifically reminded Madame Wen, Mother, please take good care of Shi and ensure no one bullies her. Madame Wen, sipping her tea, sighed. You have repeated this countless times. My ears are nearly calloused from it. She is timid, encountering so many people at once will surely make her anxious. Very well, you must attend to matters in the court and ensure everything is in order for Shi. Rest assured, I will not allow her to suffer any grievances. Madame Wen waved him off with a resigned smile. That child, standing nearby, was Nanny Liao, Madame Wen's handmaiden, who had grown up alongside her and was greatly trusted by her. Madam, do we truly intend to present Shi to the public? Madame Wen nodded. Of course. Nanny Liao expressed concern. Such a sudden introduction before the crowd may not be wise. What is unwise about it? Since Madame and the young master have decided to make Shi the young master's wife, her well-being should be prioritized. With her current status, how will you explain her presence to everyone? Moreover, we have already contacted her maternal family to grant her a noble identity. Should there be any conflict and they uncover the truth, the ensuing gossip would be detrimental to both the young master and the young lady. Upon hearing this, Madame Wen found some validity in Nanny Liao's words. You speak wisely. It is indeed for their benefit, however. Heir is adamant, and I cannot go against his wishes. Then let me speak with Miss Shi to clarify the pros and cons tomorrow. The young master will be occupied and likely won't pay attention to her. If she does not agree, he will not hold it against her. That seems inappropriate. This is for the good of the young master and the young lady. Madam, you must eliminate any obstacles for their future marriage. Madame Wen pondered for a moment. You are correct. With their wedding imminent, it is best to avoid complications. If Heir comes to me later, I shall explain it to him. Very well, proceed, and speak with her carefully. Yes, I will be discreet. At the Moon Shadow Pavilion, on this day of Wen Zhiheng's birthday, Chen Shi arose unusually early. She donned the light blue gown he had meticulously selected for her, styled her hair into an elegant bun, and adorned herself with the golden hairpin he gifted her. Pomegranate assisted her in applying a beautiful makeup, and with the finely polished wood carving in hand, she smiled and prepared to step outside. The young master will surely be thrilled to learn of the thoughtful birthday gift you have prepared. Chen Shi smiled coyly. You certainly know how to flatter. As Pomegranate moved to open the courtyard door, she discovered, to her surprise, that it would not budge. What's wrong? The door won't open. Check if something is stuck. Pomegranate inspected meticulously. There is nothing. The hinges seem fine. Let me see. Chen Shi pulled at the door, applying some force, but suddenly, the sound of a chain clinking echoed from outside. Her mind buzzed. Lowering her head, she peered through the gap in the door and saw a chain blocking the entrance. She was locked in. The rusted chain, with its mottled remnants, stung Chen Shi's eyes. If they did not wish for her to appear in public, why go to such lengths to prepare clothing and jewelry, creating such a spectacle, only to confine her within the courtyard? It turned out that the attire she wore on this day was merely to silence her. All her late-night efforts, secretly to surprise him with the wood carving, felt like a cruel joke in her grasp. She stood there, motionless before the door, this most ordinary of doors, yet it separated her insignificance from the dignity of the marquis' estate. Chapter 77 of the gift. Today, the marquis' residence is abuzz with liveliness. The sounds of cordial greetings, animated conversations, and melodious laughter fill the air. Performers sing, glasses clink, toasts are exchanged, and the atmosphere is one of joyous hospitality. Qin, listening to the distant merriment, feels the light in her eyes dim. When Ji-hung is preoccupied with conversing with the guests, yet his gaze frequently drifts towards the area where the female guests are gathered. He is genuinely concerned that she might feel out of place and, seizing a moment of respite, intends to seek her out. Upon noticing this, Madame Wen hastily intervenes. This area is strictly for the ladies, you cannot simply wander over, she admonishes. I wish to catch a glimpse of she, otherwise, I cannot find peace, he insists. Madame Wen chides him gently, she is perfectly well over there, besides, she has been accompanied by your sister, so there should be no cause for worry. You should return, if others see you, who knows what rumors might arise? Reluctantly, Wen Ji-hung nods and departs, casting glances back as he leaves. At the entrance, Qin stands from dawn until dusk. Finally, the door swings open, and a woman enters. Pomegranate quickly bows in greeting. Madame Liao responds softly, then raises her chin with an air of arrogance. Miss, the reason you were not permitted to join the festivities today is for your own good. Your social standing is lowly, such gatherings are not meant for someone of your background. I hope you understand your place and do not overreach in your aspirations. Qin lets out a cold laugh. Is this the will of Madame Wen or Wen Ji-hong? Madame Liao scoffs. Regardless of whose will it is, I hope you recognize your own identity. Qin's gaze turns icy. I am well aware of my identity. There is no need for you to remind me repeatedly. Madame Liao scrutinizes Qin before snorting disdainfully and departing with two other servants. Pomegranate, observing Qin's tranquil demeanor, inquires, Miss, shall we go out? Qin nods. Yes, let us go out and deliver the gift. I promised him. As the guests gradually disperse, the marquis' residence becomes quieter. Qin crosses the pond and glances at the goldfish, which swims about leisurely, undeterred by the day's commotion. It truly is resilient. Approaching Lingyun Pavilion, she finds it abuzz with activity. Even at this late hour, recalling the events of the day, she lingers at the entrance, waiting for Wen Ji-hung to bid farewell to his guests before seeking him out. Within Lingyun Pavilion, the sound of a guqin resonates melodiously, and soon after, the voices of guests composing poetry intertwine, with Wen Ji-hung's voice occasionally mingling among them, followed by the exuberant praises of men and women alike. Ji-hung, the legitimate daughter of the Mo family, is present today. When will you take her as your bride? Qin lowers her gaze, hearing the raucous banter within. Let us not discuss such matters today, Wen Ji-hung replies nonchalantly, neither affirming nor denying. Qin sighs, feeling as though the grievances of a lifetime have been exhaled in these past few years. She looks at the wooden carving in her hands, feeling a surge of frustration. Enough is enough, waiting is futile, and she has yet to eat all day. Taking Pomegranate with her, she returns to Yueying Pavilion, finds a small hoe, and loosens the soil beside the weeping crabapple tree, digging a small hole to bury the wooden carving. When Ji-hung feels particularly fatigued today, the endless socializing and the intricacies of human relationships have left him dizzy. Before long, the sky darkens. He heads to Yueying Pavilion with Yunshan, only to find the courtyard shrouded in darkness. Is she already resting? So early? Yunshan quickly explains, the young lady must be weary from today's events and has gone to be my lord. You two have exerted yourself greatly, perhaps it would be best to visit her tomorrow? When Ji-hung can only nod in agreement. Let her rest well. I shall return to see her tomorrow. Upon returning to Lingyun Pavilion, Wen Ji-hung suddenly feels a surge of eagerness. Help me search for the gift she prepared, I am eager to discover what she has given me. Yunshan promptly begins rummaging through the mountain of gifts. He searches repeatedly but finds no trace of the item from Qin. My lord, it seems it is not here. Some have already been sent to the storeroom. Would you like to send someone there? When Ji-hung feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. The storeroom is filled with items meant for socializing. How could hers possibly end up there? Search again. Her gift is certain to be peculiar and unique. Yunshan searches meticulously once more, yet still finds nothing. When Ji-hung's mood plummets, he begins to sift through the pile of lavish gifts himself, hoping to discover one bearing Qin's name. However, there is nothing. Yunshan, with downcast eyes and utmost respect, cautiously suggests, perhaps the young lady wished to present her gift to you privately but could not find the opportunity. Would it not be wise to inquire about it tomorrow? When Ji-hung gazes at the heap of birthday gifts, feeling an indescribable vexation, he presses his fingers to his temples, calming himself. Yunshan, she must have intended to give it to me herself, correct? Without a doubt. The following morning, when Ji-hung rises early and rushes to Yueying Pavilion with Yunshan in tow. Upon entering, he spots Qin reclining under the weeping crabapple tree, leisurely perusing a book. As he approaches, she does not even lift her gaze. Are you reading this early? When Ji-hung squats beside her, speaking softly. Qin responds with a single acknowledgement, then falls silent. When Ji-hung takes the book from her hands, gently turning her shoulder to face him. What of the birthday gift you promised me? Qin meets his gaze with an expression of indifference. Oh, I forgot to prepare it. Hearing this, when Ji-hung feels a pang of distress. His throat tightens, and he forces a smile. Surely you jest, do you not? Qin gazes at him calmly, saying nothing. When Ji-hung rises to his feet. You must have prepared it, perhaps it is in your room? I shall search for it myself. With that, he strides into Chen Shi's chamber, rifling through her belongings inch by inch, only to find it filled with her clothing and personal items, devoid of anything else. Dejected, he exits and crouches before Chen Shi, pulling the jade hairpin from her hair, causing her dark tresses to cascade down. I have found it. It seems you cherish it so much that you cannot bear to part with it. He gazes at her, his eyes filled with shattered light. I adore this birthday gift, but I yearn even more for next year's, if you would be so kind. Shi Yunshan, witnessing this scene, feels a pang of sympathy. He has never seen the young lord appear so humble and cautious. Let us speak of next year when it arrives, who knows what the future holds. When Shi Hong is perplexed, Chen Shi has shown him increasing kindness, yet in an instant, they seem to have returned to square one. Are you feeling weary of staying here? Not at all. I find it quite pleasant. Has someone wronged you at the banquet? Chen Shi remains silent for a moment. Young master, you should tend to your duties. When Ji Hong appears not to have heard, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Shi. Realizing he is unaware of the locked door incident and seeing his forlorn search for the birthday gift, her heart softens slightly. I have heard that the fireworks in the capital are quite splendid. Might you accompany me to see them tonight? When Shi Hong's heart brightens instantly. Certainly, I shall come to fetch you once my duties are done. Chen Shi nods and hugs him from behind. You must go now. Do not let time slip away. Chapter 78. Waiting. Seeing that Chen Shi's expression had improved slightly, Shirlu hurriedly inquired, Miss, I believe that the young master is unaware of yesterday's events, why do you not inform him? Chen Shi reclined once more into her lounge chair. The morning was too hurried. I shall ask him about it tonight when we go to see the fireworks. Shirlu nodded with delight. Any misunderstanding must be clarified, the young master is exceedingly infatuated with you, and his anxious search for a birthday gift is truly heart-wrenching to witness. Chen Shi felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Then, please help me prepare an outfit for this evening. Shirlu joyfully went to make the arrangements. Upon returning from the pond, Chen Shi began to change into her evening attire, a pale blue, front-opening robe. Her long, ebony hair was styled in a bun secured with a green-hued cloud pin, with indigo tassels cascading from the back. Miss, the blue suits you splendidly. It accentuates your ethereal grace beautifully. Chen Shi smiled softly, and with nothing pressing at hand, she practiced her calligraphy in the study, gradually waiting for the sun to set. After finishing dinner, Chen Shi stood at the entrance of the courtyard, pacing back and forth incessantly, her heart longing for the sight of Wen Zhihang. Shirlu began to feel anxious. Miss, may I go to Lingyun Pavilion to inquire if the young master has been detained by some matter? Chen Shi nodded. Be swift in your return. Upon Shirliu's return, she informed Chen Shi, I have heard that the young master has yet to return due to business matters. Chen Shi understood. Very well, let us wait a while longer for him. Leaning against the door, she gazed out at the courtyard lanterns glowing brightly, until their light eventually dimmed. The incessant chirping of insects filled the air as the night deepened. The light in Chen Shi's eyes began to fade as well. Shirlu, what hour is it now? Shirlu replied awkwardly, it is nearly the hour of Z. Chen Shi's throat tightened. These days are nothing but waiting, devoid of any joy. Mississippi. Perhaps he is truly busy. Let us wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, when Shi Hong arrived at the Moon Shadow Pavilion, where Chen Shi had yet to rise at, he felt quite apologetic. Last night, an unexpected affair arose in the Ministry of Revenue, preventing my timely return. I am truly sorry. Chen Shi, nestled lazily in her quilt, replied dully, if you have matters to attend to, do so. I have nothing pressing. Then let us go again this evening. Let us speak of it tonight. That evening, when Shi Hong returned early to the Moon Shadow Pavilion, where he found Chen Shi trimming a patch of phoenix-tail bamboo with scissors. The second floor of Jin Yufeng offered the most splendid view of the fireworks. When Shi Hong had spent a considerable sum to reserve a private room there. On the exquisitely carved table lay an array of enticing delicacies, and porcelain wine cups brimmed with crimson fruit wine. Outside the screen, a musician played, filling the air with the ethereal sounds of flowing water and high mountains. Through the window, vibrant fireworks burst forth in a dazzling display, the most beautiful Chen Shi had ever witnessed. Previously, she had seen fireworks during the Mid-Autumn Festival in Pingyantown. When Shi Hong wrapped his arms around Chen Shi and softly inquired near her ear, is it beautiful? Indeed, it is. When Shi Hong lifted his cup of wine. This is fruit wine, sweet and delightful. I believe you will enjoy it. Chen Shi took a sip. Is it to your liking? It is. Seeing Chen Shi so agreeable made Wen Zhihang feel that it was not quite right. Perhaps she was still upset about last night. I was in the wrong last night, I failed to keep my word, and it shall never happen again. Chen Shi pressed her lips together. It is nothing. You have brought me here, after all. But you seem not the least bit happy. After sipping some wine, Chen Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. Young master, are you familiar with the phrase gathering blossoms in the morning and picking them in the evening? Wen Zhihang gazed deeply into her eyes. When I was a child, I longed for a red hair ribbon, imagining how beautiful I would look wearing it. Now, I can buy countless red hair ribbons, yet I can no longer find the same joy and fervor that accompanied my childhood desire. Indeed, it seems that affection can expire. Wen Zhihang frowned and held Chen Shi tightly. Shi, do not entertain such thoughts. The fault lies with me. Chen Shi shook her head. It is not a matter of right or wrong, you have done no wrong and need not apologize. It is merely that waiting drains one's spirit, and I must learn to adapt to it gradually. When Shi Hang felt he could no longer afford to wait. He believed he must hasten their marriage, otherwise, complications would surely arise. Mother, how goes the arrangement for my marriage to Shi? Madam Wen sat in the main hall, observing the exuberant Wen Ji Hong with a furrowed brow. Look at you now. Where is your composure? After a moment of calm, Wen Shi Hong replied, Mother, if you have not made progress, I shall take it upon myself. Madam Wen's expression changed dramatically, and she slammed her hand on the table. What nonsense are you speaking? With such behavior, you show no filial piety as a son. You wish to handle it. Throughout history, has there ever been such a thing? Do you intend to tarnish the reputation of the marquis' residence and disgrace me? Wen Shi Hong quickly spoke in a soft voice. Mother, I misspoke just now. Madam Wen took a moment to compose herself, sipping her tea. My cousin from my maternal side married a sixth-rank official, a man of integrity. I thought to arrange for Shi to marry into their family, thus gaining a respectable lineage. This way, other noble families would regard her more favorably, as she would be considered a lady of an official household. What do you think? Wen Shi Hong pondered for a moment before responding. I care not for titles, I desire expedience. Madam Wen smiled knowingly. Now that you have tasted the sweetness, you are quite eager. Let us first ensure Shi is included in their family tree, and then we shall choose an auspicious date. The rest will be arranged on my end. How long must we wait? That depends on the date. At the earliest, it will be a month from now. Wen Ji Hong nodded. Very well, let it be set for a month hence. Any longer, and complications may arise. Madam Wen agreed. You tend to your affairs in the court. Leave the rest to me. While Chen Shi was reading in the study at Lingyun Pavilion, Wen Ji Hong broached the topic of the nominal arrangement. Chen Shi remained silent for quite some time after hearing this. Are you suggesting that if I marry you, I must first be placed under another's name, change my name, and henceforth no longer be called Chen Shi? I would be recorded under the marquis' family tree as another's name, yet it would be my life with you? Upon Chen Shi's articulation, the matter seemed somewhat amiss. No, it is merely a temporary measure, aimed at expediting our marriage. Is marrying me fraught with difficulties? Wen Ji Hong shook his head in explanation. No, do not overthink it. Chen Shi lowered her hand, which had been holding the book. Truly, why must you put yourself in such a predicament? I have said before, if arrangements can be made, let them be, if not, it matters not to me. Wen Shi Hang felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this. Shi, why do you not look forward to our marriage? It is merely a nominal arrangement, which will benefit you in the long run. You will be a lady of an official family, and no one will dare to look down upon you. Chen Shi met Wen Ji Hang's gaze and quietly replied, Very well, let it be as you wish. I shall acquiesce to your plans. If it must be a nominal arrangement, then so be it, I do not wish to burden you. Chapter 79 Rules. Madam Wen furrowed her brows, gazing anxiously at the list of wedding preparations. Beside her, Mama Liao inquired, Madam, what troubles you? Alas, I must prepare the betrothal gifts, and I also need to arrange a dowry. Madam Wen sighed. Mama Liao chuckled in agreement. This truly is an unprecedented affair throughout history. Madam Wen murmured her grievances softly. Were it not for 11 saving Hanger's life, Hanger would have no choice but to marry 11. Otherwise, how could someone of 11th standing ever wed the heir and become the heir's wife? Mama Liao responded, The young lady, as a maid of the marquis' household, has done her duty by saving her master. Everything she does is for her master. Who else would have the audacity to repay a life debt in such a manner? Madam Wen waved her hand dismissively. This matter cannot be resolved with mere words. Mama Liao suggested, Madam, I have a friend who is a seasoned governess. Since the young lady is soon to marry into the marquis' household, she must learn the rules, otherwise, she will be ridiculed for her ignorance in social gatherings. Madam Wen nodded. Naturally, she must learn. Please make the arrangements. Mama Liao's eyes gleamed as she replied, I will ensure everything is handled properly. She then brought in an elderly woman, Mama Lu. Sister, I shall rely on your assistance this time. What assistance? Your affairs are my affairs, are they not? Mama Liao said, helping Mama Lu over a threshold while sighing and shaking her head. You know the tribulations my family has endured over the years. It has not been easy yet. My lady is now beset with worries over the heir's marriage. The heir's marriage? Alas, several years ago, a maidservant accompanied the family into exile, and during those years, she attended to them. It is said that by a twist of fate, she saved the heir's life. While it was initially a good deed, who would have thought that the maid, relying on her life-saving grace, would demand to become the heir's wife? According to the customs of the capital, a person of her status is unworthy even to assist us, yet now she wishes to stand alongside someone of such nobility. Where does that leave the marquis' dignity? Is there truly such a malicious woman? The heir has also been bewitched by her, insisting he must marry her. To bring such a woman into the family would indeed be a calamity. Indeed, after years of serving the marquis' household, it has become my home. How could I bear to watch them marry such a troublesome person? Then, what will you do? The heir is obstinate. I can only seek a way through that woman, to make her realize her own worth and dissuade her from coveting the heir. That should be easy. After all, she is merely a maidservant, and I have plenty of means at my disposal. With that, the two began to conspire together. Meanwhile, Chen Shi lounged in the reclining chair of the moonlit pavilion, leisurely reading, when a large group of people suddenly crowded through the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing this, Shirlu hastily bowed to Mama Liao. Chen Shi glanced up at Mama Liao, then returned to her book. Mama Liao approached with an air of superiority. Young lady, I have come on the madam's orders to instruct you on the rules. Chen Shi casually turned a page. Rules? What rules? You reside in the moonlit pavilion every day. It is customary to greet the madam daily, serve tea, recite scriptures, and pray for the marquis' safety and prosperity, especially with your upcoming marriage. These rules are of the utmost importance, otherwise, if others were to learn of your ignorance, it would bring embarrassment to the marquis' household. Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. Must one learn rules to get married? How dare she openly disgrace the marquis' household? Was this marriage something she could simply accept or reject at will? Mama Lu stepped forward. Young lady, I am here today to teach you the rules. Whether you wish to learn or not is irrelevant. I must complete my task, so please do not make it difficult for us. Chen Shi then stood, her gaze icy. Are you the ones making it difficult for me? Mama Lu cast a glance over her shoulder. The most important first lesson I shall teach you is how to kneel. A group of matrons surrounded Chen Shi. Realizing the situation was dire, she hurriedly sought an escape. However, with a dozen individuals blocking her path, she found herself trapped. Strong maidservants restrained her, and without warning, someone forcefully kicked her knee, causing her to collapse onto the hard stone floor, her legs trembling in pain. Young lady, this is not how one kneels. Straighten your upper body, do not let your bottom rest on your legs, and keep your knees together. Chen Shi shot a fierce look at Mama Lu. Mama Lu sneered, gripping her neck and forcing her head down. When kneeling, your head must bow. You cannot look directly at your master, or this is the rule. Her arms were held tightly behind her back, her legs pinned down, rendering her completely immobile, her head held down as she knelt there in humiliation, subject to the scorn of these servants, utterly powerless to retaliate. Shirlu knelt beside her, tears streaming down her face. I beg you, please spare our young lady. With her head held down, Chen Shi gritted her teeth, suppressing her cries of pain. Thus, for an entire hour, she was forced to kneel by the group of servants. When Mama Lu deemed it sufficient, she signaled for the others to release her and departed with them. Shirlu, tear-streaked, crawled over to Chen Shi. Young lady, are you all right? Chen Shi leaned on Shirlu's arm, slowly rising. Her knees were scraped, leaving 2 crimson stains on her trousers. With a pale face, disheveled hair, and eyes filled with rage, Chen Shi cleared her throat. Where are the others? Where are the others in the courtyard? You shouldn't hold out hope for them. Those people would not dare involve themselves in such matters. Chen Shi clenched her jaw. Let us go find Wen Jiheng. Young lady, perhaps you should tend to your wounds first. Very well. Shirlu lifted Chen Shi's garment, revealing bruises on her hidden skin, causing her to sob uncontrollably. Young lady, they have gone too far, humiliating you like this. Chen Shi endured the pain of the ointment being applied. Is it done? If so, let us go. With her injuries, Chen Shi slowly made her way to Lingyun Pavilion, where she found Yunshan guarding the entrance. Where is Wen Jiheng? Oh, the heir has been away from the residence for several days. Not here? Suppressing her discomfort, Chen Shi continued to inquire, if something were to happen at the moonlit pavilion, how would you know? Yunshan promptly replied, a servant would report it. And if no servant reports anything, does that mean the moonlit pavilion is free from trouble? Yunshan was puzzled by Chen Shi's line of questioning. If something were amiss at the moonlit pavilion, a servant would surely come to report it. Hearing this, Chen Shi felt a deep disappointment towards Wen Jiheng. She turned and, accompanied by Shirlu, left for Wen Jiro's Lingxi pavilion. However, they were informed that Wen Jiro had gone to her maternal home and would not be returning for some time. Shirlu, seeing Chen Shi's utter despair, suggested, young lady, shall we seek the madam to advocate for us? Her? Chen Shi scoffed. She is one of them, how could I expect her to advocate for me? It is truly laughable. She surveyed the marquis' residence, her eyes dimmed with resignation. Let us go back. Chapter 80 Rebellion. The following day, the group of servants returned once more. Lu Mama cast a cold glance at Chen Shi. Yesterday, you wandered around the marquis' residence for hours without anyone to support you. You are merely a lowly maid, yet you dared to seduce the heir with your charms, inciting him to insist on marrying you. I advise you to abandon this foolish ambition while you still can. With a pallid complexion and icy eyes, Chen Shi inquired, what do you truly desire? I merely wish for you to learn your place. Once you have done so, you should inform the heir that you will no longer marry him and vacate the estate wisely, Lu Mama replied. I require no lessons in etiquette to converse with him, Chen Shi asserted. Do not be foolish, young lady. It is imperative to learn the rules and speak properly. Today, I shall instruct you on how to articulate your words appropriately. Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Shi hurriedly pulled Pomegranate into the room, bolting the door behind them and preparing to move furniture to barricade it. However, the group of assailants was far too strong, and they easily forced the door open, capturing Pomegranate in an instant. Chen Shi crouched behind the table, scissors in hand, ready to defend herself. Lu Mama commanded her henchman to beat Pomegranate, who cried out in agony. With your kind heart, you surely wouldn't allow your maid to suffer like this, would you? Chen Shi's eyes turned crimson, and her hand trembled as she held the scissors, slowly lowering them in response to Pomegranate's cries of distress. Release her at once, and I will comply with your demands. Lu Mama let out a cold laugh. You see, young lady, you possess a remarkable talent for speaking when you choose to. Pomegranate, unable to escape the grip of a servant woman, could only watch helplessly as the villains closed in on her mistress. They claimed they would teach her how to walk, yet with the very first step, they struck her thigh with thin, supple rods, causing her to stumble and falter. When they deemed her etiquette inadequate, the rods continued. The young lady was remarkably resilient, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. Thus, they tormented her for 2 full hours before finally relenting. As they departed, they warned, you, beguiling little vixen, best leave the marquis' residence and steer clear of the heir, or you may find your future far less pleasant than today. Pomegranate wept inconsolably. It was not that the young lady wished to depart, rather, it was the heir who could not bear to part with her. As she removed the young lady's clothing, she noted the crisscrossing whip marks, each a shade of purple and blue, the assailants having skillfully inflicted pain only in the more concealed areas of her abdomen, hips, and thighs, leaving no trace elsewhere. After Pomegranate had applied ointment to her wounds, Chen Shi's complexion remained ashen, sweat beading on her brow. Pomegranate, cease your tears and take a moment to rest. Come with me, we must seek assistance. This time, Chen Shi ventured only to the entrance where she met Yunshan. Has Wen Jihong returned yet? Yunshan shook his head. Not yet. Is there any way to contact him? I have only heard that the Ministry of Revenue is entangled in a particularly troublesome case. It is likely that we cannot ascertain the heir's whereabouts at this time. Chen Shi fell silent for a moment. Yunshan, do you possess a dagger? I do. Please hand me one. Yunshan, puzzled, asked, what does the young lady need a dagger for? Chen Shi's voice was barely a whisper. Did Wen Jihong not say that whatever I desire, you must provide? Upon hearing this, Yunshan promptly replied, of course, my lady. Please wait a moment. Chen Shi took the dagger, tucking it into her sleeve, and returned to Yueying Pavilion with Pomegranate. Pomegranate, confused, remarked, my lady, the heir is not in the residence, but the second young master remains. Shall we seek him out? Chen Shi shook her head. The second young master is in a precarious position as well, he cannot speak freely within the estate. Then what purpose does the dagger serve? Chen Shi spoke earnestly to Pomegranate. When one is isolated and helpless, one must learn to save oneself. Today, I have come to understand that relying on others for one's life is the most foolish of actions. Therefore, tomorrow, be clever, and stay behind me. The next day, Chen Shi concealed herself and Pomegranate behind the courtyard gate. At last, they heard the approaching voices grow ever nearer. I have come to see if that little hussy has departed. Surely she has not, the allure of wealth and glory is too enticing for her to abandon so easily. Shall we try a different approach today? Agreed. That vixen has a tongue too obstinate, she does not even cry out, which is rather unsatisfying. I have heard that with a sharp prick, even a clay figurine must speak. Chen Shi listened intently, her gaze darkening, while Pomegranate trembled with fear behind her. Chen Shi offered a reassuring look to Pomegranate before a heavy foot kicked the door open with a loud creak, akin to an old ox pulling a cart. Seizing the moment while the assailants were caught off guard, Chen Shi darted behind Lu Mama, grasping one of her hands, throwing her to the ground, and plunging the dagger into her shoulder blade. Instantly, crimson blood stained Chen Shi's hands. Her movements were swift, the event transpiring in the blink of an eye. The intruders were struck with terror. Lu Mama's screams echoed throughout the pavilion, yet Chen Shi's dark eyes remained unervingly calm for one so young. She forced Lu Mama to her feet, pinning her hands behind her back, and stabbed her again in the thigh. Lu Mama's wails resonated throughout Yueying Pavilion. Chen Shi spoke slowly, each word dripping with a raspy eeriness. Does it hurt? Please, my lady, spare my life. Chen Shi appeared not to hear her. So, you too can feel pain. Indeed, prior to this, when the rods did not strike you, you remained blissfully unaware of what it meant to suffer. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. One entitled evil begets evil. With that, she plunged the dagger into Lu Mama's shoulder blade once more. Ah, please, my lady, have mercy on this old servant. Ah, Lu Mama, is it? Should you manage to leave Yueying Pavilion today, remember the retribution you have received. In the future, when you venture forth to torment others, think carefully about the blades that may one day pierce your own flesh. The group of women, previously so brazen at the door, now stood horrified as they beheld Lu Mama's plight, utterly bereft of their earlier bravado. Chen Shi had Lu Mama securely restrained, her left hand gripping Lu Mama's hair while her right wielded the dagger, gesturing threateningly at the group of women before pressing the blade gently against Lu Mama's neck, causing crimson droplets to emerge, slowly merging into streams that stained Lu Mama's chest. Her screams were relentless. Ah, what a delightful sound, no wonder you all enjoy it. I am not some pampered young lady, I have slain wolves at the age of 9 and taken lives at 14. Therefore, should any of you dare to return to Yueying Pavilion, know that Lu Mama's current state will be your fate. Do not harbor any illusions, I remember your faces all too well. Should I ever find myself in a foul mood or hear whispers of discontent, your nightmares shall begin. A voice, shrill with terror, suddenly cried out, a madwoman, she is a madwoman. At that moment, the women scattered like mice fleeing a cat, desperate to escape lest they meet a fate akin to Lu Mama's, bloodied and lifeless. Chen Shi discarded Lu Mama to the ground, her gaze akin to that of one observing a dead dog. Now, begone. With whatever life remained, Lu Mama paid no heed to her injuries and fled with all her might. Pomegranate, witnessing Chen Shi drenched in blood, trembled uncontrollably. Chen Shi surveyed her surroundings. Pomegranate, fetch warm water, the scent is overwhelming, and my clothing is sullied. She raised her eyes to find Pomegranate frozen in place, evidently terrified by the scene she had just witnessed. Do you believe my methods are excessively cruel? Pomegranate swallowed hard. This is what Lu Mama deserves. She has tormented you so. Chen Shi smiled faintly. Pomegranate, remember this, when confronting wicked individuals, you must ensure that they remember the fear you instill in them for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they will cling to you like an insatiable leech, repugnant and draining your vitality. The fear of one's enemies is the highest form of praise for me. Pomegranate's pallor began to subside as she promptly summoned others to cleanse the courtyard of the bloodstains, while she herself set about preparing warm water for Chen Shi. Chapter 81 of The Impossible Liao Momo, upon seeing the injuries on Lu Momo, was so frightened that her face turned pale. What manner of woman is this? She is nothing short of a devil. Liao Momo had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent this time. She instructed a nearby maid, remember, suppress the news, no one must be informed. The maid nodded eagerly and swiftly exited. Liao Momo hastened into Jingjiao courtyard and cleared her throat. Madam. Lady Wen was engrossed in the accounts, her brows furrowed. The girl from Yueying Pavilion refuses to learn the rules, and she has even injured the governess I brought in. Lady Wen was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. You mean to say that she has hurt someone? Indeed. Lady Wen, visibly irritated, exclaimed, what is she doing, day in and day out, causing such disturbances? She refuses to learn even the simplest of rules. How will she interact with other noble ladies outside? Will she even be willing to marry Hanger? Madam, with such a temperament, how can the girl ever become the matriarch of a household? I fear she will only create chaos in the disrupting peace and tranquility. Lady Wen pondered for a moment. Very well, let her be. If she does not wish to learn, then so be it. I shall instruct her myself later. Liao Momo was incredulous. How could the madam still show leniency at such a juncture? Shouldn't that woman be expelled from the defend for herself? In Yueying Pavilion, Chen Shi lay in bed recuperating. She lay on her side, engrossed in a book. When Zhiheng returned on the 5th day, the moment he entered he rushed to Yueying Pavilion, and upon seeing Chen Shi, he was filled with joy. He sat beside her bed and opened a black box, revealing a collection of lustrous, snow-white pearls. Chen Shi cast a fleeting glance at them before returning her focus to her book. When Zhiheng leaned closer, observing her intently. What is the matter? Are you unhappy? In the past few days, a significant matter has arisen in the Ministry of Revenue, and everyone has been busy, taking their meals and lodging at the ministry. Please do not be upset, I came to see you as soon as I returned. Noticing that Chen Shi remained silent, his heart sank momentarily. Shi, you speak to me less and less. Chen Shi tilted her face up, silently gazing at Wen Zhiheng. Upon seeing her pale complexion, he took her hand with concern. Are you unwell? Where do you feel discomfort? I am fine. Wen Zhiheng remained uneasy. I shall have Yunshan summon a doctor to examine you. Chen Shi tugged at his sleeve. It's nothing, I am merely a bit fatigued. Wen Zhiheng cradled her face, resting his forehead against hers. Shi, I have achieved success in my endeavors this time. When it comes to rewards, I did not desire anything else. I simply sought these rare pearls, thinking they would bring you joy, yet, I am indeed pleased, but perhaps I am just a bit tired these past few days. Please do not overthink it. She gently pushed Wen Zhiheng away, speaking softly. You have just returned. Go have Yunshan prepare a basin of hot water for you to rest. I, too, wish to rest. Upon observing her weary expression, Wen Zhiheng nodded. Very well. After Wen Zhiheng left, Shirlu entered, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the gleaming pearls on the bedside. Miss, I have never seen such large pearls. They must be incredibly valuable. Yes, please put them away in the golden box on the right. Shirlu's expression shifted to one of concern. Miss, have you not told the young master about the events of these past few days? No. Why not? Chen Shi lay on her side, contemplating for a moment before lazily replying, Shirlu, I am accumulating something. What are you accumulating? Disappointment. What? Chen Shi suddenly straightened up, her gaze drifting to the swaying phoenix tail bamboo outside the window as she murmured softly. Once I have gathered enough disappointment, I can exchange it for a promise one I once made to him. Only then can I walk my own path without distraction. Shirlu was puzzled. The young lady appeared profoundly sorrowful, rarely smiling. She recalled the young master mentioning that the young lady used to be cheerful and whimsical, often engaging in peculiar antics. But is this truly the same person before her now? If he were to stand up for me, I would then owe him a favor, creating an endless cycle of debts. But are you not to be wed? Shouldn't it be expected for the young master to defend you? Chen Shi smiled faintly, a hollow expression crossing her face. Shirlu, the marriage cannot come to fruition. Shirlu was taken aback. How can it not? Even if Wen Zhiheng agrees, I agree, the madam agrees, the marquis agrees, and even the entire agrees, society will not. Why? Do you not understand why Liao Momo harbors such hatred for me? Why Lumomo dares to bully me, it is simply because I once held a lower status than they, yet now I am poised to ascend, soon to become their superior. How could they ever bear to see that? They will employ every means to obstruct me. But how can they have the final say? The is naturally governed by its masters. With such a significant incident unfolding, how could they remain unaware? Just wait and see what the outcome will be, Chen Shi continued in a low voice. This is an inherent flaw of human nature that can never be eradicated. In the days that followed, when Jihang remained at Jueying Pavilion, dining and conversing with Chen Shi daily. When the seamstress came to measure Chen Shi for her wedding gown, when Jihang happened to be present, he watched with a warm smile as Chen Shi obediently complied with the seamstress's instructions, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He found himself unable to contain his anticipation. He longed to lift her bridal veil, to share a candlelit moment with her, to consummate their union, and to have a child together, one who would resemble her, whimsical and endearing. Chen Shi busied herself with various preparations, from taking measurements to selecting colors and patterns. At first, she managed to endure the process a few times, but as it wore on, her patience waned. Each time, she hastily concluded the tasks. Seeing her impatience, when Jihang felt a pang of discomfort and pulled her to sit beside him, meticulously inquiring about her preferences, repeating his questions until he was satisfied. Shi, this is our wedding. Could you please put in a little effort? Chen Shi forced herself to endure the discomfort. Very well, let us leave it at that for today, I am feeling a bit fatigued. When Jihang lowered his head, biting his lip to suppress the ache in his heart. Shi, you promised to try to like me, remember? Chen Shi squinted her eyes and remained silent. When Jihang's voice trembled as he reassured himself, it's all right, we will be married soon. In the ensuing days, when Jihang clung to Chen Shi, gently applying scar ointment to her hands, or sitting at the desk holding her hand as he taught her to write, or simply embracing her in silence. Chapter 82 A father-son dialogue. One day, Pomegranate suddenly expressed her desire to return home, as her mother was ill and she wished to visit. Chen Shi became intrigued. When do you plan to go back? Tomorrow. Then I shall accompany you. Since my arrival in the capital, I have scarcely ventured out. That may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Wait here, I will speak with Wen Jihang. She led Pomegranate to Lingyun Pavilion, where the lights shone brightly, particularly in the study. She surmised that Wen Jihang was likely preoccupied with matters at hand. Suddenly, she overheard his voice from within the study, filled with anger. That's impossible. She concealed herself in a corner outside the study, listening intently. The Emperor himself has taken an interest in this matter. It must be resolved. While we were in Fangling, Mo Xuanyan had already met several potential suitors. Though it was done privately, it was the Prime Minister's residence that first broke the engagement. How dare they bring this up again, even risking their reputation by involving the Emperor? The Prime Minister's wife believes that the matter cannot be delayed any longer. Mo Xuanyan is of a marriageable age, which is why she was compelled to meet these suitors. However, she has refrained from agreeing to the marriage, holding on to her childhood bond with you. Wen Shihong scoffed coldly. Such grandiloquent words. She is indeed older, but also exceedingly picky, relying on the Prime Minister's influence to be choosy until now. Now that she sees my return, she dares to resurrect the engagement to try and coerce me. That is utterly inconceivable. The Marquis spoke earnestly. Hunger, this marriage has already reached the Emperor's ears. There is no room for negotiation. Furthermore, should you marry her, the Prime Minister's residence will become your ally, propelling you to great heights and boundless prospects. Wen Jihong resolutely rejected the notion. Tomorrow, I will kneel before the Emperor, for my wedding date is already set. I will only take Shi as my wife. It took much effort for me to gain her consent. The Marquis sighed deeply. She is a splendid girl, allowing her to be your concubine would suffice. As your wife, she cannot bear that burden. A wife is not only the person you cherish, but also the face of the Marquisate, a representative in dealings with other noble families. Tell me, in this capital, who would willingly stand beside a lowly maid? Have you considered her future? She learns swiftly and will manage the Marquisate well. Besides, I have already secured her status. She is, after all, a lady of an official family, and none would dare look down upon her. The Marquis's steady voice returned. Have you pondered how the Prime Minister's residence would permit you to marry Shi? Who I marry is none of their concern. This matter has already reached the Emperor openly. The Prime Minister's residence will certainly not allow you to forsake their daughter in favor of a lowly Shi. If you succeed in marrying her, the Prime Minister's reputation will be tarnished, and our entire Marquisate will become adversaries with theirs. Hunger, we have only just emerged from an abyss of darkness. Do you wish to return? After a long silence, Wen Jihang's broken voice trembled as it spoke. It is all my fault. I should have known that delayed breeds change from the moment I returned home. I should have cancelled Shi's contract and married her outright without regard for status. How foolish I am. Hunger, you must not blame yourself. Many covet the position of your wife, and it is nearly impossible to guard against them. Wen Jihang choked on his words. Father, do you know how much I yearn for Shi to be my wife? Tell me, what should I do now? The Marquis felt equally helpless. In truth, allowing Shi to be your concubine would solve everything. Are you suggesting I force Shi to become my concubine? Father, she only agreed to be my wife after much persuasion. She holds no regard for such a position. Do you understand? Alas, father, it has never been about Shi. It is my predicament. The Prime Minister's residence is forcing me to abandon my greatest love. How can I acquiesce to their demands? Hunger, do not lose your mind. The entire rise and fall of the Marquis rests upon your shoulders. You must consider the greater picture. The greater picture, who considers me? During my years in Fangling, I learned that wealth and fame are but fleeting illusions, mere external possessions. What I desire in this life is, I will find a way. I absolutely will not allow anyone to destroy my happiness. In the dim corner, Chen Shi had listened for quite some time. She quietly stepped out, then recalled her purpose for coming and turned back, knocking on the study door. When Ji Hung opened the door and, upon seeing Chen Shi standing before him, his despondent expression transformed into a smile. Why have you come at this hour? The Marquis glanced at Chen Shi, understandingly smiling as he exited the study. Chen Shi greeted him respectfully before turning her gaze to Wen Ji Hung. I must go out tomorrow and wanted to inform you. Where are you headed? Pomegranate wishes to return to visit her ailing mother, and I will accompany her for a stroll. Very well, I shall make arrangements for Yunshan to accompany you, and I will assign a guard as well. If you require anything, forget it, I no longer wish to go. When Ji Hung was perplexed. Why the sudden change of heart? It's too troublesome, I've lost the desire to go. Chen Shi turned to leave the study. When Ji Hung immediately called after her. Let someone cover my duty tomorrow, I will accompany you. Chen Shi fell silent for a moment. There is no need, you are just starting your duties at the Ministry of Revenue, and it would not be appropriate for you to be absent frequently. We can go out once you have officially completed your break. When Ji Hung looked at Chen Shi, who continually rejected him, feeling a profound sense of heartache. Shi, why can you not draw a little closer to me? Even a little would be welcome. Why do I feel as though I am the only one making an effort? Chen Shi remained silent for a while before speaking. In truth, you need not exert yourself. Chen Shi, when Ji Hung called her name loudly, as if fearful of startling her, then softly implored, I do not wish to fight this battle alone. Even the slightest response from you would make it worthwhile for me to face any peril. Chen Shi spoke softly. Eldest young master, I believe the Marquis is correct, your stubbornness will only lead the Marquis to repeat past mistakes. If you were to marry the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter as they desire, all would be easily resolved, and it would benefit your future, why not embrace it? Upon hearing this, when Ji Hung felt himself on the verge of madness. Everyone could voice their opinions, but Chen Shi, too, wanted to abandon him. He closed his eyes briefly to calm himself, seized Chen Shi's hand, and pulled her into the study. Once the door was shut, he leaned against her, pressing her against the doorframe, gripping her chin, and kissed her. When Ji Hung's movements were swift and sudden, by the time Chen Shi realized what was happening, she was engulfed in his scent. She attempted to struggle, but his fingers intertwined with hers, rendering her powerless to resist the fervent warmth of his breath. After a long while, Chen Shi's expression had grown indifferent, while tears fell from Wen Ji Hung's glistening lips, his eyes red and helpless. Chen Shi's gaze flickered slightly, and she raised her hand to wipe away his tears. Eldest young master, do not cry. Chapter 83 A Conversations in the tea house. Chen Shi trailed behind Shirlu as they exited the. She merely wished to take a stroll, not anticipating the multitude of attendants dispatched by Wen Ji Hung to follow her. Shirlu was a contracted servant, destined to leave the household upon reaching 18. Her family resided in a remote village in the southern outskirts of the capital, where her parents were alive, and she had an elder brother and a younger sister. While not affluent, her family was characterized by the honest and kind-hearted nature of her parents. Her brother, having foregone formal education, worked as an apprentice at a carpentry shop in the capital, embodying a wholesome and harmonious family dynamic. Observing their profound respect for her, Chen Shi found the situation quite theatrical. They envied her, yet in truth, it was she who envied them. Each individual gazes at the scenery of others from their own vantage point, often failing to recognize that what they perceive as lacking may very well be a paradise longed for by someone else. Chen Shi sampled their homemade rice wine. It was a golden hue, and upon the first sip, it revealed a hint of sweetness that smoothly coursed down her throat, followed by a subtle bitterness lingering in the aftertaste. She typically abstained from alcohol but indulged more than usual today. In the morning, as she and Shirlu passed through Jingbei Street, they spotted Wen Ji Hung, who should have been on duty at the Ministry of Revenue, seated on the second floor of a tea house, sharing tea with a noblewoman. It was Shirlu who first noticed him, her exclamation transitioning from shock to a hushed tone, her gaze cautiously darting towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi merely glanced over, feigning indifference. It seemed Wen Ji Hung sensed her presence and turned his gaze in her direction. At that moment, the carriage curtains were drawn down. Your Highness, what are you gazing at? Upon hearing the voice, Wen Ji Hung turned his head, his eyes imbued with a frigid detachment. The woman across from him, adorned with an intricate cloud hairpin, was stunningly beautiful, her skin as radiant as a lotus flower emerging from clear waters, her eyes sparkling with affection, as ethereal as spring snow. Dressed in exquisite silk satin, she elegantly lifted her teacup, her every gesture exuding an air of nobility. I have taken the liberty to invite you out today regarding our previous marriage contract. Emo Xuanyan, the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, delicately set down her teacup, her movements imbued with an indescribable grace. As for matters of marriage, how could a humble girl such as myself have the final say? It is naturally a matter dictated by my parents and the matchmaker. Wen Ji Hung scoffed derisively. Is that truly the case? Your Highness seems to imply something deeper? One could hardly call it profound. I merely believe that the characters on our marriage contract have become obscured, rendering their original meaning indecipherable. It seems to me that this is fate's design, one cannot defy destiny, thus it is better to let it go. I am but a minor figure, and cannot dictate my own marriage. Wen Shihong spoke plainly. After the mourning period, you were to be matched with the son of the Duke of Chang, but he later rejected you, citing incompatible interests. In truth, it was a scholar supported by the Xiang family who had an ambiguous relationship with you. Mo Xuanyan's complexion paled. From where does your highness acquire such idle gossip? You know it could ruin a woman's reputation. It is the Xiang family that has trampled upon the dignity of the. When faced with the vulnerability of the, they care little for anyone's life. Your highness speaks too harshly, these are mere fabrications, this marriage was my desire, clinging to our childhood engagement, unwilling to look at others. I have always believed in your exceptional capabilities and that you would surely return to the capital, and thus, I have waited for you. Wen Shihong let out a scornful laugh. Indeed? Whether you are sincere or merely sentimental, I fear only you know for certain. My heartfelt intentions are as evident as the heavens. Wen Shihong remained unmoved, his brow furrowing slightly. Your father dotes excessively on you, allowing you to indulge in reckless behavior under the guise of the Xiang family's reputation, and for your own selfish desires, he dares to confront the. Therefore, today, I wish to convey to you, the one who can make decisions, that I hope the Xiang family will present a clear case before His Majesty, and our marriage contract shall be annulled henceforth. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuanyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Your highness truly overwhelms me. However, I shall discuss this matter with my father and provide you with a satisfactory response. When Shihong then departed the tea-house without a backward glance. Mo Xuanyan lifted her teacup, concealing her mouth with her sleeve as she took a sip, then spoke softly. This tea is quite palatable. A maid dressed in green cautiously inquired, Miss, the master suggests that rekindling ties with thee is the best course of action. Do you truly wish to have your father petition the emperor to annul this engagement for the sake of the son of the Marquis of One? Mo Xuanyan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the spot where Wen Shihong had vanished, her eyes fluttering. Among so many, he stands out distinctly, do you not think? Indeed, he is well educated and remarkably handsome. At his last birthday celebration, adorned in fine garments, his bearing was radiant. I had thought that exile would dampen his spirit, yet he has only grown more composed. Few men in the capital can compare. Yes, my father asserts that he is no ordinary man and will surely achieve great things. I, Mo Xuanyan, shall marry only the finest of gentlemen. However, there are still princes. Those men with multiple wives will only bring about endless domestic strife. Yet I have heard that the reason your highness is so eager to dissolve our engagement is for a lowly maid. To stand against the Xiang family for such a foolish infatuation, if such a man were to kneel before me, how delightful that would be. Miss, you are truly wise. Mo Xuanyan lifted her teacup, directing it towards the direction Wen Shihong had departed. Your highness, we shall meet again in the bridal chamber. The night in the village was deep and tranquil, the distant woods resembling a beast with its jaws agape, both terrifying and mysterious. Chen Shi, having indulged too much, found herself unexpectedly intoxicated. She, who should have returned to the earlier, had no choice but to spend the night at Shirlio's home. In the quiet of Shirlio's abode, she fetched a hoe and, without disturbing the family, made her way toward the dense forest. She found a relatively level spot and began to dig. This pit, she resolved, must be large enough to bury Wen Shihong, fueled by the reckless abandon of inebriation, along with the pent-up emotions that had reached their breaking point since her return to the. Chen Shi's anguished cries echoed through the woods, a chilling sound. She dug while lamenting, Wen Shihong, you scoundrel, after kissing me, the very next day you meet with other women in the tea-house. I must bury you with my own hands, only then can my heart find solace. I should have left you to your fate, allowing you to perish from illness, rather than enduring your repeated promises that you could not fulfill. I tell you, with my final vestige of conscience, I have dug this pit a little larger for you, and that is the least I, Chen Shi, owe you. Chen Shi's sobs grew louder until they were abruptly cut off by a firm grip on her ankle. Fortunately, Chen Shi was quite bold and, after a moment of shock, wondered if people these days enjoyed venturing out at night like herself. The grip was powerful, holding her foot tightly, and from the ground came a faint, raspy sound. Help me, in her fury, upon hearing the word help, Chen Shi's anger ignited. We are over 80 miles from the capital. Not to mention the distance, I have no time for you, you may fend for yourself. Chapter 84. The Man in Black. In the stillness of the night, where the wind whispered ominously, one figure wielded a hoe to dig the earth, while another lay prostrate at his feet, pleading for mercy. The scene was indescribably eerie and chilling, reminiscent of a murder burying its victim. Upon hearing Chen Shi's refusal, the man paused, momentarily taken aback, before releasing his grip on her and struggling to crawl away. After a considerable effort, he heard a woman's voice behind him say, "Wait." A glimmer of hope surged within him. Chen Shi approached, grasped his legs, and dragged him into the depths of the pit. Your physique is quite similar to his. Help me gauge if we need to widen this hole further. The man, having tasted the bitter earth, remained speechless. Not only was he left to his fate, but now he was to be exploited for the last remnants of his value before death? This was nothing short of a profound humiliation in his life. Alas, he was utterly powerless, resigned to the whims of the woman who was pulling and tossing him about, contemplating that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would ensure she faced the most excruciating retribution. Chen Shi, noticing that the man was somewhat compliant, observed that the pit appeared adequately sized. With her anger dissipating, the effects of alcohol began to wane, leaving her fatigued as she reclined in the freshly dug earth, her thoughts spilling forth. What is the purpose of living? To strive endlessly for things unattainable, only to find that upon life's end, those desires remain out of reach. Why, then, do we persist? After uttering these reflections, she gave a self-deprecating smile. I would rather be like a tree, drinking in the rain and dew of heaven and earth, enduring the tempest and the sun's scorching rays. Though devoid of consciousness and lofty thoughts, a tree has roots. My life is like grass, like floating duckweed, forever drifting. She nudged the man beside her, inquiring, "What do you think I should do with my life?" "This existence feels like a mere trifle, worthless to consume, yet too precious to discard," the man coughed, struggling to catch his breath. "How should I know? My days are numbered. I cannot afford to think that far ahead." Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing her own misfortune. Seeking conversation, she found that the man was on the brink of death himself. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she rummaged through her sleeve pocket to retrieve a small pouch. Inside lay 5 Shining pills that her mother had prepared for her before her passing, intended to be delivered but never reached her. These pills had remained in her possession, untouched, as she could not bring herself to discard them, though now she wondered if they still held any efficacy. Nonetheless, they were, at the very least, medicine. She unwrapped the man's mask, pried open his jaw, and one by one, inserted the pills into his mouth. The man, unable to resist, succumbed to her ministrations. After much effort, he swallowed the pills, only to find himself choking. "What kind of medicine did you just give me?" Chen Shi shook her head. "I have no idea what effects they might have. They are simply medicine, and as long as they can be ingested, that suffices." The man in black blinked in disbelief. He had never encountered such an unreliable individual. "This is medicine, not food. Can one consume it indiscriminately? However, these pills are quite old. I cannot ascertain their effectiveness." The man silently cursed. Should he survive, he would surely attribute his life to this bizarre woman. Chen Shi scrutinized his face for a long moment. "You, my friend, possess an unremarkable appearance." The man bristled at this insult. Why must he endure such degradation before his demise? "You are hardly a paragon of beauty yourself." "I am somewhat more appealing," she retorted. "I am more handsome than you." Chen Shi smirked slightly. "You, a man of mediocre looks, cannot demand to be exempt from criticism. Why engage in a futile contest of beauty with a woman? Neither of us can claim superiority, we are equally matched." Chen Shi was taken aback. "Is it the medicine taking effect? You seem remarkably composed now." The man rolled his eyes. "Whether the medicine works or not is irrelevant. If you continue to provoke me, I might just die from sheer exasperation." Chen Shi chuckled. "I have only heard of people dying from anger. I have never heard of someone being revived by it. If that is the case, I shall speak even more provocatively. Perhaps you will owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life." The man suddenly fell silent. Chen Shi was alarmed. Had he truly died? She pressed against his pressure point, only to hear his weak voice. "Stop pressing, I merely wish to avoid acknowledging your unwarranted gratitude. It seems quite the challenge." Hearing his breath stabilize, she felt a sense of relief. Gazing up at the inky sky, with the nearby flames illuminating the darkness, she contemplated that if her life must progress through shadows, then perhaps she could be the light she sought, without needing to rely on others to shine. With newfound strength, the man pushed her gently. "You aren't falling asleep, are you?" "No." "Please don't sleep, I fear the dark." "I too fear the dark, but having been born into it, I have grown accustomed to its embrace." The man steadied his breath. "In this world, who does not seek the light? Few are born into brightness, darkness is the norm of existence. I am intoxicated, indeed, you are. When I am drunk, I become exceedingly loquacious, brimming with thoughts that, in sobriety, would remain unvoiced. Yet, I ultimately realize that some sentiments, if unexpressed for too long, become impossible to articulate. The inability to speak signifies the loss of necessity. In this world, what is devoid of regret?" Chen Shi's smile bore a tinge of melancholy. "I do not wish to harm others, yet it seems destined that I must, for I am already aware of the conclusion of this matter. Thus, I seek an alternate path. Perhaps that route will be more arduous and fraught with difficulty, but at least it presents an escape. Your conviction in your choice renders it the right one. Otherwise, whichever path you take will be erroneous. You certainly must be of considerable age." At this, the man in black's temper flared anew. As if one who has weathered countless storms and hardships possesses wisdom and serenity, having endured much and understood deeply does not necessarily equate to age. Many live to old age without achieving the clarity I possess. Let me ponder this. A man in black, bearing numerous scars, on a quiet, moonless night, wounded and pursued by enemies, or perhaps intent on avenging them. How tedious, this endless cycle of violence, and what do you find engaging? I do not know. A woman, intoxicated and digging a pit in the dead of night, is quite audacious. Surely, she must be utterly bored, treating her own life so lightly. Chen Shi smiled warmly. As their conversation meandered, the effects of the alcohol lulled her into slumber within the pit she had dug. When she awoke, the sky was bright, and the man in black had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the solid earthen bed beside her and the remnants of blood, she might have thought the enigmatic figure was merely a specter of the mountains. She rubbed her throbbing head and, hoisting the hoe, made her way back to the pomegranate family's abode. Pomegranate, in a frenzy, spun about, her eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing Chen Shi, half awake and carrying the hoe. "Miss, you've been drinking. Where on earth have you been?" Chen Shi waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unscathed. "Are you returning today?" "Yes." "Then let us go." Pomegranate hastily tidied Chen Shi's disheveled hair, the dirt clinging to her attire leaving Pomegranate bewildered as to what the girl had been up to the previous night. Chapter 85 Departure. By the time the carriage returned to the marquis' residence, it was nearly noon. Chen Shi instructed Shirlu to return to the Moonshadow Pavilion first, while she sought out Wen Zhiheng, as today was his day off. She wished to have an open and honest conversation with him, to dissuade him from the notion of marrying her. Crossing through the moon gate and navigating around the pond, she spotted Wen Zhiheng's eager figure rushing toward her from the spacious corridor. He embraced her tightly, and upon noticing her haggard appearance, his brows furrowed with concern. He caressed her cheek, his fingertips gliding over her slightly swollen eye sockets, and with a gentle laugh, he cautiously inquired, "I heard you spent the night playing with Shirlu. You must not have rested well, just look at you, your eyes are all puffy." "Young master, I have something to discuss with you." Wen Zhiheng smiled warmly. What is it you wish to say?" "Oh, I also have something to tell you. I'm going out shortly for a hunt at Shoyun Mountain with a few friends, and I'll bring you back a gift." Chen Shi intended to say more, but suddenly a large group of young men surged in from behind Wen Zhiheng, all adorned in exquisite attire, exuding the air of aristocratic youth from the capital. They approached Wen Zhiheng, clamoring excitedly, "Hurry up, we've been waiting for you for ages. Let's go, let's go." They laughed and jostled, tugging at Wen Zhiheng's arm as they pulled him away. In an instant, the crowd separated Wen Zhiheng from Chen Shi. Wen Zhiheng called out urgently, "Shi, we can talk later." One of the bystanders glanced at Chen Shi, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Who is she?" Another replied, "I heard she's a maid brought back by Wen Zhiheng." TSK, who knows what Wen Zhiheng is thinking? Chen Shi stood there in a daze as the group rushed past her. Whether it was intentional or not, one figure collided heavily with her shoulder, causing her to stagger back a few steps. She raised her gaze, only to find the whispers of the household servants surrounding her, laced with disdain and mockery, their respect only surface deep, as they pointed and gossiped behind her back. Turning around, she beheld Wen Zhiheng's tall figure standing out among the noble youths, frolicking and chatting with them, their laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. His every gesture melded seamlessly into their revelry, as if the years of hardship she had endured were merely a fleeting anecdote in his life. His flowing black hair danced in the breeze, his smile unrestrained, his sleeves billowing. The people around him became mere shadows, and in that moment, the past seemed utterly erased. The promises that had dissipated into the wind were now unbearable to recall. Chen Shi's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Here, aside from Wen Zhiheng's unwavering devotion, there was no place for her existence. She sniffed, then resolutely made her way toward Madame Wen's Jingjiao courtyard. "Please inform Mama Liao that Chen Shi has business to discuss with the madam." Mama Liao, with a haughty demeanor, dismissed her with a wave. "The madam is busy. Wait your turn." Chen Shi stood silently before the main entrance of Jingjiao courtyard. Servants passed by her incessantly, seemingly oblivious to her presence at the door. After inquiring several times about meeting the madam, she was repeatedly rebuffed with the excuse of the madam's preoccupation. She waited there for 2 full hours. A sigh escaped her lips as she turned to leave. Mama Liao smirked derisively, thinking to herself how Chen Shi must not know her own worth if she wished to see the madam. However, upon glancing back, she was startled to see Chen Shi return, clutching a rope. She circumvented Mama Liao and kicked the door to the main room open. Mama Liao shouted from behind, "You brazen girl, how dare you intrude into the madam's quarters?" Inside, Madame Wen was tending to an orchid. Upon seeing Chen Shi burst in, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Mama Liao continued to bellow for Chen Shi to leave. Ignoring her, Chen Shi closed the door firmly and secured it. Hearing Mama Liao's incessant nagging, she kicked the woman forcefully, causing Mama Liao to yelp and fall to the ground. With an impassive expression, Chen Shi bound Mama Liao with the rope, and when the latter continued to wail and curse, Chen Shi raised her hand and slapped her sharply. Surveying the room, Chen Shi noticed a rag left on the table and stuffed it into Mama Liao's mouth, thus silencing the commotion. She then took a chair and sat down before the terrified Madame Wen. "Madam, I trust you have the time to converse with me now?" Madame Wen sipped from a nearby cup of tea, her heart calming slightly. "Shi, what on earth are you doing?" Chen Shi cut straight to the chase. "Madam, I want my contract of servitude back." Madame Wen was taken aback and immediately rejected her request without a second thought. "That's impossible. If I return your contract, Zhiheng will surely resent me. You mentioned wanting me to be registered under a 6th-rank official's name. I surmise that your inaction stems from the belief that the marriage has encountered some unexpected turn, and the bride Wen Zhiheng is to marry may not be me." Madame Wen let out a soft sigh. "Even if he marries someone else, so what? Given his feelings for you, being a favored concubine would mean you wouldn't have to manage the household, yet could still enjoy wealth and leisure. Wouldn't that be quite splendid?" Chen Shi asked coldly, "Is it that you are unwilling to return my contract?" Yet, at Fangling, the young master promised to return it. "Times have changed. In any case, I will not give you your contract back." Chen Shi lowered her gaze, her demeanor growing even colder. "If you insist on keeping me here as Wen Zhiheng's concubine, then so be it. However, I will ensure that he favors his concubine over his wife, creating unrest in the entire marquis' residence. I will whisper sweet nothings in his ear, causing him to distance himself from you, and I will cling to him daily, ensuring his path is fraught with obstacles." Madame Wen's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. She could not fathom how the usually gentle Chen Shi could utter such venomous words. "Shi, how have you changed so much?" With an expressionless face, Chen Shi continued, "Do you doubt my capabilities? Let me say this, if I kiss Wen Zhiheng, he would present the best of everything to me. If I were to sleep with him and then take his life, he would die with a smile on his face." Madame Wen's face contorted with rage. Yet she was acutely aware that her unfilial son was entirely fixated on Chen Shi. If only, madam, are you contemplating whether to make me disappear quietly? I advise you to abandon that thought. Should I perish, when Ji Hong's first suspicion would fall upon you, for you are the only one with whom I have had a conflict. Furthermore, if I were to die at the moment he cherishes me most, you can forget about him marrying again for the rest of his life, and you will never cradle a grandchild, living out your days in peace. Madam Wen's face paled, and after hearing Chen Shi's words, she let out a cold laugh. I once thought you were innocent. Who would have guessed you possess such cunning? Chen Shi nodded in agreement. Thank you for the compliment, madam, I have many more virtues to boast of. Madam Wen fell silent for a moment, then walked straight to the back of the chamber, retrieving a purple and gold lotus box. Trembling, she handed Chen Shi a thin sheet of paper covered in seals. Take it and leave the marquis's residence at once. Chen Shi accepted her contract, tucked it into her sleeve, and turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she pivoted back. I want silver. Madam Wen, suppressing her fury, pulled out a stack of banknotes and tossed them to her. Here are 500 taels, consider it repayment for your hard work in fangling. Chen Shi did not accept it. 2,000 taels. What? Not a single coin less. Chen Shi, do not be excessive. You are worth no such sum. With your desperate demeanor, what regard do you have for our past connections? With a cold expression, Chen Shi replied, Madam, when you locked me in the Moonshadow Pavilion for an entire day, while the discipline mistress lashed me with a rattan, the most negligible sentiment we had was that connection. Having said this, she snatched the 2,000 taels from Madam Wen's hand and departed without a trace of attachment, leaving behind a flabbergasted and panicked Madam Wen. Chapter 86, the eccentric old man Chen Shi hastily departed from Jingjiao courtyard, making her way directly to Yueying Pavilion. The sight of Chen Shi packing her belongings left Luhua perplexed. Miss, where are you headed? Chen Shi looked up and smiled at Luhua, saying, Luhua, I must take my leave. Unaware of the circumstances, Luhua hurriedly inquired, Miss, if you leave, what will happen to the young master? Your wedding is imminent. Chen Shi surveyed the Yueying Pavilion, a place she had not resided in for long. You have accompanied me, and I fear it may become difficult for you in the mansion. After I depart, seek out Wenjiro directly and inform her it was my wish for you to remain by her side. She is kind-hearted and will surely take you in and look after you. Luhua grasped Chen Shi's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Miss, what will you do? Alone and without support, how will you manage in the outside world? Chen Shi gently caressed Luhua's cheek, affectionately replying, Luhua, fear not, if I lack support, I shall become my own pillar. Have faith in me, I will be just fine. With that, she slung a bag of clean garments over her shoulder. Asking for nothing more, she discarded the ornate jewelry boxes, fine cosmetics, and exquisite garments, along with the precious pearls nestled in gilded containers, without a second thought. When Ji Hong, my disappointment has accumulated to its peak, hence I shall depart die in this lifetime, let us not meet again. She cast a lingering glance at the depths of the marquis's courtyard. The past was now behind her, and a new beginning awaited outside Huayu Street. The throngs of people bustled about, and she swiftly blended into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Having not slept well the previous night, Chen Shi sought a place to rest briefly before contemplating a long-term refuge. She found herself at a wonton stall, eating while pondering her future. Returning to Fangling was not an option, when Ji Hong would undoubtedly trace her there. Moreover, her chosen lodging for the night could not be an inn, for such places were rife with dubious characters who might take advantage of her vulnerability. The lavish garments she wore were far too conspicuous. Being alone posed a considerable risk. She entered a modest tailor shop that did not draw undue attention, where shelves brimmed with an array of fabrics and ready-made clothing, with only a few patrons selecting their materials. The proprietor, a middle-aged man clad in a grey robe, draped a long soft measuring tape over his shoulder, his eyes perpetually squinting as if his vision were poor. After eyeing Chen Shi several times, he finally spoke. Miss, are you in need of garments? Chen Shi surveyed the shop and nodded in response. Do you have ready-made clothes? Ones that require no waiting. The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled with understanding. Indeed, do you require anything else? Yes, do you have a veil? The shopkeeper smiled knowingly. Certainly, how could we not? You must be seeking attire that is not overly extravagant, allowing you to blend into the marketplace without drawing attention, am I correct? Chen Shi blinked in astonishment. How did you know? The shopkeeper skillfully selected a grey cotton outer garment and a delicate white veil, tossing them directly into Chen Shi's hands. Here you go, the perfect outfit for eloping, priced at 6 taels of silver, no bargaining allowed. Chen Shi was utterly taken aback. Are there truly so many people running away? Can this even be a viable business? The shopkeeper leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, I can also provide fake documents, daggers, and swift horses, comprehensive services, if you will. Interested in a full package? Chen Shi couldn't help but admire the shopkeeper's shrewdness. These merchants were truly formidable. She borrowed the shopkeeper's space to change into a greenish-blue outfit and, while holding the white veil, noticed the shopkeeper engaged in a heated argument with an elderly man. Old man, you cannot take that garment today, no matter what. The frail old man retorted, in the past, I could take it. Why not today? The shopkeeper smiled nervously. Have you forgotten, you haven't paid today? The old man scoffed, when have I ever shortchanged you? The shopkeeper replied cheerfully, you've never shortchanged me because you've never paid me anything. The old man was undeterred. Just keep a record, and I'll settle it when I have the money. The shopkeeper maintained his friendly demeanor. You've said that before. Chen Shi chuckled softly at the bizarre exchange, amazed that such characters still existed in this world. Perhaps her laughter was a tad too loud, or the shop was unusually quiet, for the cantankerous old man turned his gaze toward her. The old man exuded an aura of age and wisdom, sending a shiver down Chen Shi's spine. What are you laughing at? Chen Shi decided it wise to tread lightly to avoid trouble, responding softly, I am not laughing at you. How do I know you are truthful? What if you truly are mocking me? Chen Shi lacked the patience the shopkeeper had, she was on the verge of leaving. What does it matter, I have laughed, can I take it back? At your age, do not engage in actions that would bring disgrace upon yourself. In the afterlife, you would have no face to meet your ancestors. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock at Chen Shi's boldness. The old man, enraged, huffed and puffed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Chen Shi gasped in panic, repeatedly shaking her hands. It wasn't me, I didn't even touch him. The shopkeeper, seeing Chen Shi in a state of shock, quickly urged, hurry, take him to the clinic. The tailor, showing his good heart, helped Chen Shi carry the old man to a nearby medical establishment. Chen Shi anxiously waited, her hands trembling slightly. The doctor skillfully inserted a needle into the old man's acupoints, and before long, the old man slowly opened his eyes, awakening. Chen Shi sighed in relief, grateful that he was fine. The old man's eyes sparkled with vitality, as if he had not just fainted. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that there was a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Why are you still standing there? Quickly settle my medical fees, what are you dawdling for? Chen Shi felt an inexplicable sense of unease at his vigor right after fainting. However, the doctor had indeed inserted the needle with precision. When she inquired about the medical fees, she was taken aback by the amount. 90 taels, are you robbing me? The doctor smiled benignly. Miss, this esteemed elder owes a total of 90 taels and 6 coins to my clinic. I will waive the change, so you need only pay 90 taels. Chen Shi was utterly baffled. I only asked about the fee for this visit, what he owes from before has nothing to do with me. The old man, who had just seemed so sprightly, now slumped in despair. Oh dear, why does my head hurt again? Chen Shi felt as though she had bitten into a bitter fruit. All right, I will pay. After she settled the payment, she attempted to leave, but the old man pressed further. Wait, I have fallen ill because of your negligence. Are you going to abandon me here at the clinic? Chen Shi felt her luck had run out. However, explaining herself now was futile. What more do you want? You must escort me home. What if something happens to me on the way? With a heavy heart, Chen Shi begrudgingly supported him, dragging him home. In truth, it would have been simpler to return directly, but along the way, he insisted on stopping at a grain shop, a shoe store, a bookstore, and even insisted she pay off a debt he owed to a general store for a jar of wine. Each time she refused, his body would go limp, and he would clutch his head, lamenting his headache. By the time they reached a decrepit yet imposing gate, Chen Shi halted. Your home is in such disrepair? You won't expect me to pay for renovations, will you old rascal? You have practically emptied my purse. The old man snorted in contempt. Who said anything about renovations? This is my home. Come inside. Chen Shi shook her head. I won't go in, you can enter alone. Today, I consider myself unfortunate. The old man suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Aren't you seeking a place to stay? Chapter 87. The dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard exuded an indescribable sense of decay, overrun by wild grasses, with crumbling tiles and fractured walls. Yet, occupying such a vast expanse of land in the precious real estate of Kyoto, how could the inhabitants be so impoverished? This was clearly amiss. She followed the old man who warily, her heart quaking with trepidation. At that moment, perhaps out of an urgent need for a place to rest, she had inexplicably accompanied old who into this courtyard. As they ventured further in, a hint of human presence finally greeted them. An elder, resembling old who in stature, emerged from within, bowing respectfully and saying, Sir, where have you been? Dinner is prepared and waiting for you. Upon finishing his sentence, he glanced back with evident surprise. What is this? We have a guest today. Yes, Lao Jin, find a more decent room for her to stay. The servant, Lao Jin, was at a loss on how to handle the matter, for it was the first time he had heard the master arrange for someone to reside here, and moreover, a young lady at that. Very well, miss, I shall tidy up a bit, please have your dinner here in the meantime. Chen Shi clutched her bundle, carefully surveying the expansive courtyard. The section they were in appeared remarkably clean and orderly. The flagstone path was polished to a shine, reflecting the twilight sky in its sheen. Beside the path stood a persimmon tree, its dark branches adorned with a scant few green leaves, suggesting that its age was comparable to that of the elderly inhabitants. The threshold of the main house bore a noticeable depression, worn down over years by the brushing of robes and the treading of shoes, imbued with a sense of history and experience. The windows and doors were patched up, the wooden beams rotting, and even the elderly man seated at the main table bore a garment full of patches. On the dining table lay 2 small bowls of thin porridge, a plate of delicate white tofu, a bowl of vibrant green vegetables, and a serving of dark pickled vegetables, refreshing yet unpretentious. Such a simple fare, more suited for breakfast, was indeed a rarity for dinner. Such a large courtyard only home to the 2 of you, what need have we for more people? It would be too noisy. Whether it was the noise or the inability to afford more, everyone was well aware. Chen Shi seated herself on a stool and was about to partake of the porridge when the old man who hastily interrupted, Who said you could eat? Undeterred, Chen Shi retorted, I spent over 300 taels of silver, can't I even have a bowl of porridge? That as for your lodging, if you desire porridge, that will be at an additional cost. For 300 taels, I could almost purchase a small residence. Why must I endure this dilapidation? Times have changed. What you require now is a place to hide. Why sheltering you is a considerable risk. 300 taels is a bargain. Chen Shi fell silent. He spoke the truth. She was indeed in urgent need of a refuge, one that could not easily be discovered by Wen Jiheng. At that moment, the servant Lao Jin approached. Miss, the pear blossom courtyard to the right has been tidied up a bit. You may stay there for the time being. Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Jean, but there is one more thing I must trouble you with. She retrieved a 10-tael silver note from her sleeve. During my stay, could you kindly procure some simple bedding, tea utensils, and a few basic provisions? Lao Jin accepted the note with a smile and a nod. Meanwhile, the old man who, still consuming the pickled duck, called out to Lao Jin as he exited the courtyard. Bring back a mangy duck. Chen Shi looked skyward in exasperation, clutching her bundle as she headed towards the pear blossom courtyard. Pushing open the creaking door, she found a winding stone path leading to a dilapidated black house, flanked by a wilderness of weeds. At the end of the overgrown foliage stood a pear tree. Suddenly, she was reminded of that year when Pei Luoshua's neighboring courtyard was adorned with pure white blossoms, falling like snow, dancing in the wind. If she were to remain here next spring, the old scenery might yet be revived. That would be the most beautiful of occurrences. The house in the pear blossom courtyard was as decrepit as the one they currently occupied, seemingly untouched by repairs for ages. However, the two impoverished elders naturally lacked the means for any renovations. Uncle Jean, however, was kind-hearted. Having meticulously cleaned the interior and exterior of the main house, inside, there was a grand carved bed and a round table, both worn but still hinting at the luxury of once being coated in expensive red lacquer, and with a simple polish, they regained a semblance of splendor. In the room, the usable items were limited to these two, and the windows certainly required diligent repair, otherwise, they would be uninhabitable and inclement weather. Uncle Jean was efficient, soon procuring the necessities for her. Thank you, Uncle Jean, not at all. Should you need anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chen Shi recalled something and quickly inquired, Uncle Jean, have you seen anyone on the streets searching for someone? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jean chuckled knowingly. I haven't seen anyone. Rest assured, you may stay here. The master has promised to keep you hidden, and thus no one shall come looking for you. Why do you not inquire about my identity before offering me refuge? Are you not afraid of inciting trouble? Ah, that is a concern for the master to ponder. I merely do as instructed. Chen Shi smiled awkwardly. Uncle Jean strolled back, spotting old Hu gnawing on the mangy duck, shaking his head in resignation. Master, it is most inappropriate to bring a young lady home without cause. Should others see, they may have much to say. Old Hu tore at the duck leg as he replied, that girl, before entering the tailor's shop, I saw her on the street, and guess what? At the corner, 4 or 5 burly men were following her at a distance. Uncle Jean was taken aback. Then you should have warned her. Why bring her back? Money has been tight lately. It suits me to provide her a place to stay, while she offers her silver. I settle my debts, and she finds sanctuary. It's mutually beneficial. Uncle Jean appeared somewhat embarrassed, but 300 taels is quite a sum, and the manner of bringing her back is rather peculiar. Would she have returned with me if I had not done so? Indeed, this young lady possesses a kind heart. She has endured my presence for so long, yet the dagger concealed in her sleeve has never been drawn. A woman traversing Kyoto alone, wishing to remain undiscovered. Old Hu nodded in agreement. Previously, she was clad in fine garments. She must belong to a prominent family. Should we make contact? Old Hu hastily waved his hand. What concern is that of ours? I will provide her shelter, and all else is none of our business. Understood. Uncle Jean pondered for a moment before asking, what about the tailor? Tell him to keep his mouth tightly shut. Chapter 88. Abandoned on a summer night, the chorus of insects resonated, and the shadows of trees danced gracefully. In this tranquil evening, coupled with the unfamiliar surroundings, Chen Shi found it difficult to find slumber. The window of her room cast a silvery moonlight, illuminating the space with a gentle, ethereal glow, devoid of complete darkness yet imbued with a touch of clarity. Despite the sweltering season, a refreshing chill permeated the air, inexplicably calming her restless heart. Chen Shi lay awake, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. At last, no one could leverage her contract against her. From this moment forth, she need not walk with her head bowed. Even if Wen Jiheng were to seek her out, she could resolutely declare that without that contract, she was no longer bound to him in any capacity. She belonged solely to herself, empowered to determine her own fate and the life she wished to lead. This current old man, who was neither wholly good nor wholly bad. He wielded others' wealth through dubious means, yet after doing so, he provided the most fitting recompense. His thoughts were profound and inscrutable. Chen Shi contemplated staying here for a while, to weather the storm. When Jiheng returned from Shoyun Mountain on the evening of the 3rd day. He dashed forward, clutching a vibrant red fox pelt, envisioning crafting a warm and elegant vest for winter, certain that she would appreciate it. Upon arriving at Yueying Pavilion, he was met with an enveloping darkness, rendering everything invisible. A sense of confusion settled over him. Has she gone to bed so early? He inquired. Yunshan replied respectfully, the young lady has often felt drowsy and frequently retires early. My lord, perhaps you should visit her tomorrow instead. When Jiheng, with the fox pelt in hand, felt a tinge of melancholy. Having not accompanied her these past days, she must be upset with me. The young lady has a kind heart. She would not be. Taking a deep breath, when Jiheng turned and departed from Yueying Pavilion the following morning, before his duty commenced, he returned to Yueying Pavilion only to find the rocking chair in the courtyard empty. Typically, she rose early, and he would see her each morning. Today felt particularly odd. A sense of foreboding began to bubble within him, yet Yunshan's urging left him little room for contemplation. That evening, upon his return, he hurried straight to Yueying Pavilion. Once again, darkness enveloped him. His unease intensified as he pushed open the door to find the courtyard silent, devoid of any sign of life. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. My lord, what brings you here? He turned to see a maid, who should have been attending to Qin Shi, standing before him, her face etched with concern. "Why is the young lady sleeping so early?" she asked, astonished. "My lord, are you not aware? The young lady has left." The word struck Wen Zhihong like a thunderclap. "What did you say? The young lady has been gone for 4 days, did no one inform you?" His hands trembled slightly as he whispered in disbelief, "You mean she has been gone for 4 days? Yes, she departed on the day you went hunting." "I refuse to believe it. She promised me." With that, he pushed open the door to Chen Shi's chamber, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. The figure of Shi, who often reclined against the bed, had vanished, leaving behind only the luxurious bedding, neatly arranged. When Zhihong stood in silence for a long while, his demeanor desolate. He had been abandoned, the direction he had steadfastly chosen was now lost, leaving only an echo of emptiness that reverberated painfully within his heart. Seeing him in such despair, Shirlu felt a pang of sympathy. "My lord, on the day she left, it is said there was a fierce argument with the mistress." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihong immediately turned and made his way toward Jingjiao courtyard. Shirlu, after a moment's hesitation, followed closely behind. Inside the courtyard, Madame Wen was conversing intimately with Wen Jiro. Upon seeing Wen Zhihong, she smiled brightly. "You arrived just in time, I was about to summon everyone for dinner." Wen Zhihong's eyes darkened, and in a hushed tone, he inquired, "Mother, has she truly left?" Madame Wen's smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. "If she has left, then so be it. It is not a matter of great concern." Wen Zhihong's throat tightened as he struggled to speak. "You know how important she is to me. She has left, and you didn't even send me a word." Madame Wen's anger flared. "All you think about is Chen Shi. What is it about her that warrants you scolding your mother? I wish to know what transpired on the day she left." Madame Wen let out a cold laugh. "What transpired? That woman, Chen Shi, is exceedingly malicious. She has threatened me with her words, claiming that if I do not give her the contract, she would incite chaos in the marquis household. Do you think such words are befitting of a good lady? And what else? I offered her 500 taels, 500. A sum many toil a lifetime to earn, yet she dared to haggle for 2,000, her greed knows no bounds." When Zhihong felt a wave of anguish wash over him. "Mother, you only gave her 2,000. She cannot even afford a decent home outside you. Mother, do you truly not consider the years she devoted to caring for our family?" Liao Mama, who had been respectfully standing by, saw that Madame Wen was at a loss for words and knelt before Wen Zhihong. "My lord, allow this old servant to speak the truth. On that day, when Miss Shi entered Jingjiao courtyard, she immediately struck and berated me, binding me with ropes, locking the main door before the mistress, humiliating me before her. I could endure personal humiliation, but the mistress was threatened and intimidated, yet still, she gave her silver such mercy. My lord may not know, Miss Shi, emboldened by your favor, has shown utter disregard for the servants of the marquis household. You may inquire with others, it is often heard in Yueying Pavilion that the servants complain and hurl insults. It is not like that, it is not like that." Shirlu, who had been waiting outside, burst in without a second thought, kneeling before Wen Zhihong. "My lord, it is not as you think. She has left, and they are trying to frame her." Upon seeing Shirlio's arrival, Liao Mama's demeanor shifted dramatically. Was she not meant to silence the girl? Why was she here? Wen Zhihong raised his hand, signaling for Shirlu to continue. "The young lady has remained in Yueying Pavilion, seldom venturing out. She usually only went to 2 places, your study and the pond in the courtyard. Even during this brief journey, she endured the cold stares and ridicule of the servants, who mocked her for her ambition, wishing to transform a humble existence into something greater. She dismissed these as trivial matters, not wanting to distract you. However, on your birthday, she had prepared a gift for you, yet was locked inside Yueying Pavilion for an entire day." Chapter 89. The discourse of the heart's destruction. When Zhihong's face turned pale upon hearing this, and Madame Wen was equally astonished, glancing over at the kneeling Granny Liao. Shirlu, with tears welling in her pomegranate-like eyes, spoke up. Granny Liao indeed spoke a truth. During our days at the Moonshadow Pavilion, there were frequent outbursts of insults, which is undeniably correct. However, those derogatory remarks were uttered by the nurturing matrons that Granny Liao had summoned. Under the pretense of teaching the young lady decorum, they resorted to beating and humiliating her, forcing her head down and compelling her to kneel on the bluestone slab for a full 2 hours. By then, her knees had bled, and the unseen areas of her body bore bruises, mottled with shades of blue and purple, devoid of any unscathed patches. When Zhihong trembled uncontrollably, managing to utter a single question, "Why did you not seek me out?" Shirlio's voice suddenly grew louder. "I did look for you. How could I not?" Yunshan mentioned that there were matters at the Ministry of Revenue, and you had not been at the residence these past few days. When the young lady inquired how to contact you, Yunshan said your whereabouts were unknown. Later, when the young lady sought out Miss, she learned that Miss had gone to her maternal home. That period spent at the Ministry of Revenue? Yes. When Zhihong recalled returning to find Shi lying in bed, her complexion pale, showing no delight at the precious pearls he had earnestly offered her. How could there have been joy? How could there have been joy? She was enduring her own injuries while also managing her emotions. Ha, he thought to himself, he had truly been a naive fool back then. Upon hearing these revelations, Granny Liao hastily attempted to explain. Miss Shi is exceedingly malicious, she stabbed the nurturing matron with a dagger. Shirlu quickly retorted, could the young lady, in her isolated and powerless state, simply allow you to bully her? You are permitted to strike and scold her, yet she cannot retaliate? Enough, you, a mere servant, dare to raise your voice at my matron. Is there no decorum left, throughout the marquisate, who does not know of Qin Shi's willfulness? Daily, I hear one person after another lamenting her spoiled nature, and another complaining of her unreasonable behavior. So many voices speak against her. Can it truly be that she is innocent? Shirlu, gripped by fear, clutched the hem of Wen Jihang's garment. My lord, I do not lie. I speak only the truth. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marked with bruises and whip marks, a horrific tapestry of intersecting lines. Granny Liao has continually threatened me not to disclose the young lady's plight to you, yet, she has treated me with great kindness. Those wicked individuals captured me to threaten the young lady, and in order to protect me from harm, she bore the burden alone. Why did she not confide all of this to me? Shirlu sobbed, her shoulders trembling. The young lady said she was saving something. Saving what? Disappointment. What? She said once the disappointment accumulated sufficiently, she could leave without distraction. Madame Wen, upon hearing this, seemed to have found some justification. Hunger, listen. She has intended to leave you from the very beginning. What is happening? Why all the commotion? The Marquis entered from the courtyard, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled individuals before taking his seat in the principal position. At that moment, the room fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word in the presence of the most powerful figure in the marquisate. When Jihang's gaze was exceedingly deep, his palms clenched tightly, his expression unnaturally calm. Father, is it you? The Marquis paused for a moment, tapping his fingers languidly upon the table. It is I. You condone the servants within the residence to wantonly humiliate Shi, you orchestrated Granny Liao's schemes against her, commanded Yunshan to deceive me, sowing discord between Shi and me. Even our conversation in the study, and Shi's smooth departure from the marquisate, were all arranged by you, correct? Indeed. Are you still the father I once knew, to employ every means against a defenseless young woman, especially one who was a benefactor to our marquisate, and moreover, the beloved of Wen Jihang? Madame Wen interjected sharply, is this how you speak as a son? The Marquis raised a hand, signaling Madame Wen to remain silent. You are but in your 20s, with a heightened regard for love. I can understand this. As you age, you will come to realize that power, wealth, and status are the true backbone of a man. I have walked this path before, and as your father, I cannot stand by and watch you tread further down this irreversible road. You may dote on her, cherish her, but you cannot marry her. I had hoped that after she suffered grievances, I could at least confide in you, and then you could trace the roots back to me. I wanted to see how you would navigate the conflicts between love, kinship, and your future. I never anticipated that she would be so resilient, so adept at enduring, sparing you from those painful choices. Even more surprising was her chosen path of severing ties with the marquisate, relinquishing the wealth and protection readily at hand. It is truly admirable. Wen Jihang let out a self-deprecating laugh. I do not know what the future holds. I only know that at 20, one must engage in the actions befitting their age, and at 30, face the decisions appropriate to that decade. Of father, even if you speak the truth, it cannot shake the singular conviction that resides within my heart. The Marquis listened, only smiling faintly. You enjoy the privileges of the marquisate, being the legitimate eldest son, the hope of the entire Wen family. Thus, you must assume the responsibilities and burdens that come with it. You cannot indulge in the marquisate splendor while simultaneously wishing to marry a maid whose status is incongruous with yours. Remember, the more you receive, the more you must give. Wen Jihang's expression was unervingly calm. Father, with your clarity of thought, have you never felt that throughout the course of your life, there exists an irrevocable regret? Surely, you do. Even you, living so lucidly, must have encountered such moments. Why can I not carve a path that diverges from the ordinary? Hanger, do not tread that narrow path. Though it may appear brave and fearless, it is paved with bloodshed. Moreover, Shi's heart does not belong to you. In the end, you would ruin the illustrious path laid before you for an utterly unrealistic fantasy. When that day comes, you will be engulfed by despair. What is it that you want me to do after all this? I have already accepted the marriage proposal from the Xiangfu, set for the very day you were to wed Shi. Wen Jihang scoffed. Father, you intend to destroy my heart. The Marquis narrowed his eyes slightly. Shi has been a benefactor to our marquisate. That can only be considered a favor. A contract of servitude and 2,000 taels of silver suffice to settle that debt from beginning to end. This matter is solely your obsession, Hunger. Let it go. Chapter 90. The human heart should not be recklessly judged. In the Jingjiao courtyard, amidst a multitude of people, some kneeling, some seated, others standing, not a single soul uttered a word. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. Everyone was exceedingly cautious, their breaths noticeably lighter than usual. After a prolonged silence, Wen Jihang, gripping his cracking knuckles, finally relaxed a bit. Qingsong, assemble all personnel within the manor. We shall venture forth to search for her. A black-clad guard immediately bowed respectfully. Qingsong obeys. Seeing this, Madame Wen was thrown into a state of panic. Hanger, are you still so obstinately blind to reason? Wen Jihang's eyes were shrouded in a thin mist, rendering his emotions inscrutable. 11 is alone in the capital, a solitary girl with no skills or defenses. I fear for her safety should she encounter ill-intentioned individuals. If you retrieve her, then afterward. Wen Jihang coldly addressed Madame Wen. Do you truly not remember the life-saving grace she has extended to both me and Roer? Are you so oblivious to the kind of person she is? Did you think her care for us during those years in Fangling stemmed from any binding contract? No, it was her innate goodness. Had she possessed even a modicum of selfishness and simply walked away without offering us financial aid, we might still be struggling in Fangling, or perhaps we would have perished long ago. Madame Wen's complexion turned ashen, and she fell silent when Ji Hung turned to his father, the marquis. Father, regardless of the circumstances, one must act with integrity. That contract was originally hers. 2,000 taels is a mere jest compared to her unreserved assistance. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his eyes reddened. Once I find her, I shall, as you wish, relinquish my intention to marry her. She has suffered far too much because of me, exploited callously by my father, mercilessly beaten by unruly servants. In essence, I have wronged her with that. He resolutely turned away, positioning himself at the doorway, drawing the blade from Ching Song's side and flinging it backward. The gleaming knife plunged directly into Granny Liao's chest, crimson blood splattering onto Madame Wen, who shrieked in terror. Beside them, the Marquis observed with keen eyes, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. To eye in the vastness of the capital, amid an ocean of humanity, locating a single person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. When Ji Hung rode forth, aimlessly seeking, yet, he patiently inquired of every person he encountered. Some disregarded him, others shook their heads, while some listened attentively and suggested he visit the prefectural office. Initially, he could not even recall what manner of clothing she wore or its color. He could only speak of her extraordinarily beautiful eyes, which contained an innate purity, easily memorable to others, yet he feared that her beauty would attract unwanted attention, for this was the capital. Not Fangling. Chingsong proved to be quite capable. Young master, someone reported seeing the young lady at a wonton stall outside Huayu Street. Upon hearing this, when Ji Hung hastily commanded, excellent, she has been seen in this vicinity, many must have encountered her. Pay special attention to the escort agency, taverns, and inns. These are places she might frequent. Additionally, inquire thoroughly at the tailor shop, jewelry stores, blacksmiths, and bookstores. Understood. When Ji Hung entered a tailor shop, where the shopkeeper squinted, his voice hoarse and weary. Young master, are you looking to have garments made? You should return tomorrow. We are closing for today. When Ji Hung clasped his fists in greeting, shopkeeper, I am not here for clothing. I am rather audaciously inquiring, have you recently seen a lady, approximately my shoulder height, slender, with an oval face, strikingly beautiful, possessing large, dark almond-shaped eyes? The shopkeeper pondered. Could it be that girl from the other day? The old master had indeed sent someone to instruct him not to disclose her whereabouts. He rolled his eyes. I have seen her. She purchased a set of azure garments and a white hood a few days ago. Upon hearing this, when Ji Hung's eyes sparkled with hope, and afterward, where did she go? The shopkeeper shook his head. I didn't pay attention. She likely left right after her purchase. When Ji Hung's heart sank once more. Thank you, shopkeeper. If she returns, please inform the Wensuho residents. There will certainly be a generous reward. The shopkeeper nodded, squinting. He had not anticipated that the young lady was of such high status. He wondered if the old master could withstand the implications of this. They scoured the streets and alleys of the capital for 3 solid days. Aside from that initial lead, they encountered nothing but silence. When Ji Hung, increasingly anxious for 11's safety, tossed and turned each night, unable to find rest, when sleep eluded him, he would stand beneath the weeping cherry tree at the moonlight pavilion, looking up as the meticulously pruned bamboos swayed in the breeze. Inside, the extravagant jewelry, headpieces, hairpins, and fragrant powders he had prepared for her remained untouched, and the wardrobe was filled with splendid garments, all left intact. On the desk, her frequently used wolf hair brush lay immaculately clean, hanging on the pen rack as if brand new, while fine rice paper awaited ink that had never graced its surface. He inhaled deeply, retrieving a gilded box from the shelf. Upon opening it, a radiant sheen emerged, pure and lustrous, reminiscent of moonlight. These precious pearls, for which he had toiled tirelessly, she had chosen to leave behind. When Ji Hung picked one up, the shimmering light reflecting upon his fingertip, akin to the tears she had shed beneath her steadfast facade. He recalled those years in Fangling, closing his eyes as scalding tears streamed down his cheeks. 11, how cruel you are, leaving without a word, taking nothing with you, leaving no trace behind. How disappointed must you be in me, to break your promise so effortlessly, despite being a person of your word. 11, where are you? I shall no longer plead for your affection, I merely wish to know your whereabouts. I hope you are well. That is enough for me. Outside, the lanterns glowed ever brighter, the night deepening further. Once, that very light had been his most cherished desire, yet now it appeared pale, frigid, and obscured, tantalizingly out of reach. Your grace. At the entrance stood 11's maid, Shirlu. When Ji Hung gazed up at the crimson lanterns, responding softly, your grace, may I request a favor? Speak. The young lady instructed me, after her departure, to serve at Miss S' side, assuring me that she would take good care of me. She spoke true. Roa will certainly care for you well. Gathering her courage, Shirlu continued, I wish to request a favor from you, your grace. My mother is gravely ill, and there is no one to tend to her at home. I would like to sever my contract and return to care for her. When Ji Hung paused, taken aback. Very well, you may go visit Steward Su to collect some reward money, just say it is my instruction. Shirlu gratefully bowed several times before preparing to leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned back. Your grace, I know where the birthday gift from the young lady is kept. With that, she fetched a small trowel and unearthed a small wooden carving that Chen Shi had buried. Carefully wiping it clean, she respectfully presented it to When Ji Hung. As he accepted it and examined it, tears of warmth streamed down his face once more. It turned out that his sincere feelings had not been in vain. It was merely the capriciousness of fate that rendered the hearts of men so difficult to fathom. Chapter 91. When Old Ginger. The Pear Blossom courtyard has been tidied up by Chen Shi, and even the dilapidated courtyard door has been mended. Usually, she secures her courtyard tightly, for every time she prepares a meal, Old Master who promptly takes his seat at the table, consuming the portion that rightfully belongs to Chen Shi. A plate of vinegar bamboo shoots, 5 dried yellow croakers, a bowl of assorted pickled vegetables, and a bowl of leafy greens. Just as Chen Shi was about to eat, there came a resounding knock on the courtyard door. She chuckled and remarked, "Old master, you must have a keen sense, as I have just finished cooking, and yet here you are, drawn by the aroma." Old master, whose voice bore a hint of impatience, opened the door quickly. Chen Shi was seated on a stone bench outside the courtyard, the dishes already arranged on the stone table. As she picked up her chopsticks, she added, "You should abandon the notion of enjoying my cooking without compensation." Old master, who snorted. Recently, the Marquis of Wence's residence has been searching for a girl. Chen Shi's hand, poised to pick up food, froze mid-air. Her expression turned astonished as she hurried to the courtyard door, opening it with respect to invite Old Master, who inside. "Old Master, what is the situation? Could you elaborate?" Old Master, who took an empty bowl from the side and began to feast heartily. "I shall explain once I have finished my meal." Chen Shi rolled her eyes dramatically. "Old Master, to be frank, this is quite inappropriate. I am essentially renting your property, it is my residence as well, and your unwarranted intrusion is unacceptable." Old Master, who retorted, "Did you not just invite me in?" Chen Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. What had transpired moments ago was irrelevant, the past was the past, and the two situations could not be equated. She chose silence, knowing that if she did not eat soon, the few yellow croakers would vanish without a trace, leaving her unable to savor even a bite of the meal. After a hard-fought battle to finish her meal, Old Master, who insisted that Chen Shi brew him a pot of tea. "Old man, know when to hold back, do not push me to the point of cursing." Old Master, who lazily replied, "Outside, it is all the people from the Marquis of Wence's residence, searching for a girl. The entire city is in an uproar, and essentially everyone in the capital is aware of it." He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shi, who appeared troubled. "You are indeed a hot potato. Who knows when you might implicate me?" Chen Shi smiled. "You have long known I am a hot potato. If you did not mention it before, but bring it up now, it surely indicates you have some ulterior motives. From now on, you shall be responsible for all meals within the residence. Agreeing for a sum of money is one thing. Without silver, there is nothing to discuss. I have already paid rent, now you expect me to cover the cost of meals as well. You think me a fool, calculating twice on a single pillar?" Old Master, who chuckled derisively. "You are no fool. I know that, you are quite clever, but now you find yourself at a dead end, and the only option is to hide here with me, so it is only natural that I call the shots." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi immediately stood up, fetching a bundle from within the house and heading toward the courtyard exit. Old Master, who was taken aback. Hey, do not leave," Chen Shi retorted angrily. "Why should I stay, allowing you to laze about here while picking apart my meals? I would rather face the dangers outside than endure this indignity under your roof." Old Master, who thought to himself that if she left, she would soon start clamoring for a refund on her rent, and he certainly did not possess the funds to repay her. All right, let's rephrase that. I will find a way to dissuade the Marquis' residents from seeking you, and then I shall uphold my previous offer." Agreed. Chen Shi cheerfully returned her bundle to her room. Old Master, who regarded her triumphant demeanor with a cold smirk. "The Marquis of Wensu has only just returned from exile and is making such a fuss in searching for you. Their actions are quite reckless. It seems you hold some significance in their household?" Chen Shi grimaced. Old Master, who continued, "In the Marquis' residence, the only girl of your age is that young lady, but judging by your demeanor, I suspect you were the maid who accompanied her into exile?" Chen Shi smiled. Indeed, the old ginger is still spicy. Old Master, who scrutinized Chen Shi. "They risk incurring the wrath of their enemies by making such a public search for you. What could be the reason? Perhaps I am of some importance?" No matter how important one may be, it could never justify the entire protective force of the Marquis' residence being put on display. Moreover, the heir of the Marquis is acting in self-interest, even deploying personnel from the Ministry of Revenue. This is a significant liability. If caught, it could lead to major troubles for the Marquis' residence." Chen Shi appeared slightly troubled. "Then what is the motive? The Marquis' residents cannot be unaware of the implications of their actions, yet they have not intervened, which leaves me perplexed." Chen Shi pondered. "You are also puzzled?" "I suspect there is a possibility that he wishes to create a stir to gain something in return." "Creating a stir is a bad thing, is it not?" Old Master, who shook his head. "A blessing in disguise. Who knows what fortune may arise from misfortune?" "Nothing is absolute. Are you suggesting that the heir of the Marquis is using the search for me, along with the Ministry's personnel, to gamble on fortune and misfortune? If he wins, it is a blessing. If he loses? Not necessarily a misfortune. His actions cannot be hastily labeled as self-serving. It is ambiguous and depends on the perspectives of those above. If they do not wish to strengthen the Marquis' residence, it is serious. If they desire the Marquis' well-being, then his actions are trivial." Chen Shi sighed. In truth, he need not resort to such measures. Seeking one person is a long-term strategy. Why mobilize so many resources? Old Master, who did not comprehend. Chen Shi, too, found herself at a loss. What exactly was Wen Jiheng doing? "Old Master, what is your occupation? How do you know so much?" After a moment's reflection, Old Master, who replied, "I am merely living off my meals." The following day, Chen Shi ventured into the front courtyard, hoping Uncle Jean could assist her in procuring some vegetable seeds. In the pear blossom courtyard, there lay a vast expanse of land suitable for cultivation, which could help save some silver. Given her limited funds, it was hardly sufficient in the exorbitantly expensive capital. Alas, she lamented her earlier decision to skimp. "Old Master, why are you here so early today? As she spoke with Uncle Jean, Chen Shi turned around, her eyes widening in disbelief. She circled around Old Master Hu several times, incredulously asking, "A purple robe? You are actually wearing a purple robe?" Old Master Hu pursed his lips. "Look at you, it is evident you have never encountered the world." Chen Shi remained in shock. "You, of all people, wearing a purple robe?" Old Master Hu was incensed at her remark. "What do you mean by that? Explain yourself." Chen Shi grinned. "You are like a jade tree standing tall, charming and dashing. When you bite into a duck, it appears effortless, even those of my age cannot compare to you." Old Master Hu rolled his eyes and chose to ignore her. Chen Shi, however, persisted closely behind him. "Are you a scholar, a chancellor, a member of the Privy Council?" After saying this, she muttered to herself, "But that does not seem right. How could a government official be without funds?" Old Master Hu, sitting upright, responded to Chen Shi's queries. "Must one have wealth to hold an official position?" "Of course. You wear a purple robe, and the emperor's salary is around 500 taels annually, including various rewards, festival gifts, New Year's provisions, agricultural output, and shop revenues. Surely, that is sufficient to support two elderly folks?" Old Master Hu, maintaining a serious demeanor, asked, "How does a mere maid know so much?" Chapter 92. The Grand Inspector. The capital city is indeed a peculiar place. As others have remarked, there is a minor official every 3 paces and a higher-ranking one every 5. Chen Shi, in her casual wanderings, chanced upon a court official clad in a purple robe. Old Master Hu's demeanor was hardly that of a dignitary, rather, he resembled a seasoned rogue, engaging in boisterous antics. His skin is impenetrable as a wall, impervious to the wind, remarkably thick and resilient. Yet, adorned in that purple robe, he appeared every bit the part, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. However, it was perplexing how he managed to subsist solely on credit. She had never heard of an official reduced to such a state. After a fortnight, Old Master Hu returned from court to convey a significant piece of news to Chen Shi. "Beginning tomorrow, the marquis's household will cease their extensive search for you." Chen Shi was quite taken aback by this revelation. "How did you manage that?" Old Master Hu, noticing the admiration gleaming in her eyes, could not help but smile. "It wasn't particularly challenging. The Wensu marquis's household is excessively ostentatious, just a single complaint suffices." Chen Shi blinked in surprise. "You are an inspector?" At that moment, Uncle Jean entered, carrying a large bundle. "To be precise, I am the Grand Inspector, overseeing the entire inspectorate and supervising all officials." Chen Shi understood at once. "No wonder you're in such dire straits. You are the most upright official in the Great Yi." Uncle Jean chuckled. "Not quite. The emperor previously granted him a shop and some land, but due to poor management, he sold them off to avoid further troubles." Old Master Hu took a sip of tea, his brow furrowed. "You've been here for over 20 days now, and with no one actively searching for you outside, you may leave." Chen Shi nodded cheerfully. "Very well, in a few days, once I have arranged my next destination, I shall depart." Old Master Hu, adopting a serious tone, continued, "Let me share some further news. I have submitted a memorial against the marquis's household, and the emperor has reprimanded the marquis for abusing his power for personal gain, stripping him of his title and rank. However, he subsequently conferred the title upon the marquis's eldest son, along with the honorary title of loyal." Chen Shi was perplexed. "The Ministry of Revenue's personnel were dispatched by the marquis's heir. Why then does all the blame fall upon the marquis?" "That was my assertion." "Why?" "It is not merely my opinion. The emperor would reach the same conclusion. They are family, and if there is any wrongdoing, it is the head of the household's failure to manage his family." "Does this have any bearing on you?" "What impact could it have?" "This is precisely my function." "Indeed, I have a theory. The heir to the marquis's household deliberately mobilized the Ministry of Revenue with the intention of usurping his father's title and authority." Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Isn't the political arena predicated on mutual prosperity and downfall? Should he not fear that the marquis's household might face repercussions? The current situation is that he has not only evaded punishment but has instead gained honor and power. Who, then, is aiding him from the shadows?" Old Master Hu inhaled deeply. "Word has it that he is soon to wed the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's household." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi fell into a contemplative silence. "It is only fitting. Noble offspring should pursue such paths, as it is the most prudent course." She then brightened, her face radiant with joy. "Old Master, you have resolved a major dilemma for me. Allow me to prepare a few exquisite dishes in your honor." On the day of Wen Jihan's wedding, the sky was aglow with the hues of dawn, a bright azure stretching endlessly. A vibrant crimson carpet unfurled from the Prime Minister's residence to the gates of the Marquis's household, and the joyous atmosphere spilled forth from the streets and alleys, enveloping the entire capital. Chen Shi encountered Wen Jihan once more on the second floor of the Joyful Delight Tavern. Dressed in a white veil, she peered through the window's crevice, watching him astride a red silk white steed, clad in resplendent wedding attire, further accentuating his handsome features and spirited demeanor. "Young master, Chen Shi wishes you a marriage filled with love and harmony, and a future of great success. We shall not meet again in this world." Suddenly sensing something, Wen Jihan looked up towards the window above. The ornate window was of the latest design, having replaced the old style, with the patchwork of repairs glaringly visible, a testament to the passage of time yet to erase its scars. When Ji Hung took a sip of wine, resting his elbow on the intricately carved rosewood table, his chin supported by his palm, his eyes clouded with mist as he stared blankly at the vibrant red bridal veil for what felt like an eternity. The woman beneath the veil spoke in a soft, delicate tone. "Marquis, have you indulged in too much wine? Are you intoxicated?" "Not at all." "I wonder, at this hour, might it be permissible to unveil this red veil?" When Ji Hung raised his hand to lift the veil, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. Mo Xuanyan blushed as she spoke. "Where is the matchmaker?" "There are too many people, it was too noisy, so I sent them all away." Mo Xuanyan smiled gently. "Marquis, it is time for us to partake in the bridal wine." When Ji Hung remained in his previous posture, lazily propping his chin on his hand, inquiring nonchalantly, "Are you truly delighted to have gone to such lengths to marry me?" "Having expended considerable effort to marry the one I desire, I am naturally overjoyed." When Ji Hung nodded. "Indeed, that is far preferable to those who toil endlessly yet fail to attain their desires." "Are you still thinking of that maid? You know of her?" "Of course, I know. The Marquis has persistently rejected our marriage due to her, I must be aware. She once told me, 'Your affection is your affair, my indifference is mine, not force me.'" Mo Xuanyan fell silent for a moment. "She is rather unique." "I did not comprehend her words at the time. I pondered why, as the heir to the Marquis' household, I held such a noble status, she could not possibly like me." Mo Xuanyan remained silent. "It turns out that genuine affection for someone is not swayed by their status, power, or appearance. Liking is liking, and disliking is disliking. I have now truly grasped her sentiments." Mo Xuanyan's smile began to fade. "There is no need for you to beat around the bush, Marquis. I will make you fond of me. We have been betrothed since childhood, a match of equal social standing. Henceforth, we shall be the most envied couple in existence." When Ji Hung spoke lazily, "Then Miss Mo must exert herself, I have high hopes for you." With that, he lifted his foot, preparing to leave. Mo Xuanyan immediately rose. "Marquis, how can you just walk away? What am I to do?" When Ji Hung turned, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I had forgotten." With that, he plucked a gold hairpin from Mo Xuanyan's hair, pricking his finger with it, the crimson blood dripping onto the pristine white silk prepared for their wedding, instantly staining it with a vivid red. "Come tomorrow, and you may fulfill your obligations without worry." Mo Xuanyan's face turned pale. "Marquis, you cannot go out. If you do, what will become of the Prime Minister's reputation?" When Ji Hung scoffed, his voice low and mocking. "Fear not, there is a small couch outside, it will not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. The hour grows late, Miss Mo, you should retire early." Chapter 93. A departure. In the pear blossom courtyard, Chen Shi pondered for a considerable time over the ink-stained paper before her. She resolved to accompany the escort agency to Bingzhou, and from there, take a boat to Jiangnan. Upon reaching the border between Jiangnan and Lingnan, she intended to find a town to settle in. If the accommodation proved comfortable, she would establish her residence there. Upon hearing her plan, the old master who was momentarily taken aback. "Do you have any relatives over there?" "No." "Then why venture so far?" "It is somewhat distant from the capital, and the climate is pleasant. Living there would undoubtedly be comfortable." "You are all alone, without kin, are you not afraid of others harboring malicious intentions towards you?" Chen Shi smiled in response. "Naturally, I am apprehensive. Being alone and without family, one is susceptible to bullying, regardless of location. However, I am capable of self-defense. Uncle Jean taught me archery not long ago, and I am quite adept with a dagger as well." With a sigh, the old master who relented. "Very well, when do you plan to set off?" "It should be within the next few days." "Good." Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Shi. She reached into her pocket and produced 200 taels of silver notes, which she handed to old Master Hu. "I still possess some silver, and you may use this. I am grateful for your assistance in alleviating my concerns." She performed a respectful bow. Chen Shi bids farewell to the esteemed official, Master Hu. In the pear blossom courtyard, Chen Shi tidied her clothing and meticulously cleaned her room. She donned a hooded cloak, concealed a dagger within her sleeve, and slung a bow and arrows over her shoulder, preparing to head to the escort agency and depart from the capital. Suddenly, old Master Hu rushed over in haste. "Shi, come quickly." Seeing this, Chen Shi promptly removed her gear and followed old Master Hu into his courtyard. Uncle Jean appeared pale, blood seeping from his mouth, and he lay unconscious. "What has happened to him?" "I do not know. He suddenly became like this." "Is there a movable door panel?" "What?" "Never mind, hurry and take him to the medical clinic. Can you carry him? I will support him alongside." Old Master Hu's face turned ashen with urgency. Without hesitation, Chen Shi crouched down, allowing the old master to place Uncle Jean on her back, and together they hastened to the same medical clinic as before. The physician, familiar with old Master Hu, changed his tone upon seeing the man lying on Chen Shi's back. "What has happened to old Jean?" "I do not know." Gently, Chen Shi laid Uncle Jean on the clinic's bed, lifting her hood to wipe the sweat from her brow. The old physician's expression turned grave. Old Jin's previous injury has not yet fully healed. He has been exerting himself too much at his age, which is simply intolerable. Chen Shi timidly inquired, "Is Uncle Jin's condition serious?" "While it is not life-threatening, he must be nursed back to health." The physician glanced at the hooded Chen Shi. Old who? Who is this young lady? Old Master Hu responded, she is the daughter of my sister, come to seek refuge in the capital. The physician understood. Ah, she is a cousin. Chen Shi and Old Master Hu remained by Uncle Jin's bedside, lost in thought. Old Master, I shall withdraw from the escort agency for now and will not go until Uncle Jin is better. Otherwise, you will have to attend court alone while also caring for Uncle Jin, which would be quite overwhelming. Old Master Hu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall trouble you during this time. It is no trouble. Uncle Jin is like a mentor to me, having guided me in archery. For a time, Chen Shi found herself quite occupied. Not only did she need to prepare meals for Old Master Hu and Uncle Jin, but she also had to brew a considerable amount of medicine for Uncle Jin daily. At times, when she ventured outside, she wore her hood for convenience, mindful that when Jihang might still be searching for her, she resolved to hire a few individuals to assist her, ensuring that upon her departure, there would be someone to look after these two elderly gentlemen. She cautiously navigated the streets and alleys of the capital, aiming for the western outskirts to seek out the previous broker. The old woman at a corner of an alley, she accidentally collided with someone. She quickly apologized, preparing to step aside to allow the other person to pass. To her surprise, the individual moved in tandem with her, blocking her path. Chen Shi pondered this development and concluded that she had once again encountered a swindler. As she prepared to argue her case, she looked up, and the words caught in her throat as she recognized the face before her. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled awkwardly. Long time no see. Inside a tea house's private room, despite the sweltering heat outside, the interior was refreshingly cool, with the aroma of fine tea wafting through the air. Outside, the gentle strains of a zither intertwined with the enchanting melodies of the performers, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Chen Shi felt somewhat restless. The man before her moved with elegance, pouring her a cup of tea with a practiced grace. The tea here is from Lushan, fragrant and refreshing, with a lingering aftertaste. Would you care to try? Chen Shi blinked in surprise. The individual across from her was the man in black from that fateful evening. Although she had been slightly intoxicated, she recalled every detail. You, who are you? I am Long Mushuan, with the courtesy name of Yuran. Instantly, Chen Shi's expression turned serious. Long, as in the imperial surname. With that, she grasped her hood and prepared to turn away. Long Mushuan took a sip of his tea. I must inform you, the adjoining room is occupied by Wen Jihang, who has just arrived. Chen Shi halted, stunned for a moment, before placing her hood on the table and taking a seat beside him, pouring herself a cup of tea. Long Mushuan observed her fluid movements and smiled slightly. Is it not unpleasant to be caught in another's weakness? Chen Shi rolled her eyes dramatically. It is indeed unpleasant. Thus, what does young Master Long intend to do? Long Mushuan contemplated for a moment. I am pondering whether to repay a kindness or seek revenge. Chen Shi let out a sigh. You may choose as you wish. I have laid bare my vulnerabilities before you, so the decision is entirely yours. Long Mushuan chuckled. You do not even make an effort to resist. Who knows, I might just take pity on you and let you go. Trustworthy individuals are few and far between. One moment they promise to release you, and the next, they plot your demise. As Chen Shi nibbled on some pastries, Long Mushuan looked on, puzzled. Why are you in such a hurry to eat? There is no one else here. Chen Shi took another sip of tea. I wish to eat as much as I can now. Should I die in the next moment, I would at least die with a full stomach. Indeed, this girl was remarkably entertaining. You claim to fear death, yet there is not a trace of dread upon your face. You assert you are unafraid, yet you are indulging in your final meal. Better safe than sorry. Long Mushuan leaned back languidly in his chair. I jest with you. Tell me, what reward do you seek? Why should I be the one to propose? You may decide what to give. What if I were to dismiss you with merely a few taels of silver? Chen Shi nodded. If you agree, I have no objections. I never intended to rely on saving others for silver. What do you mean by if you agree? Chapter 94. Human connections. I have saved your life. Ponder for a moment, how much is your life truly worth in silver? Long Mushuan could scarcely believe that this young lady was setting a trap for him. Your medicine is years old, and you have no idea if it still holds any efficacy. It must be worth next to nothing. Those few pills may be worthless to me, but for you, they hold a different value. It is akin to commerce. A rope tied around a cabbage fetches a cabbage's price, yet when tied around a prized Yangcheng lake crab, it becomes worth a fortune, destined only for the tables of the affluent. Long Mushuan, his eyes alight with mirth, produced a deed from his sleeve. Here, a mountain forest in Yenzhou, sufficient for you to hide for a lifetime. Chen Shi accepted the deed. Yenzhou? Indeed. Yenzhou is less than 300 miles from the capital. I might as well remain in Kyoto, and what use do I have for this? I plan to journey south of the Yangtze. Long Mushuan frowned slightly. That region is desolate, devoid of culture and civilization, impoverished beyond measure. It cannot compare to the riches of Kyoto, and you will suffer greatly. Chen Shi remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Long Mushuan, contemplating, spoke again. Are you concerned that Wen Jihong will find you? What? Fear not. With so many obstacles in his path, he will not be able to locate you. Yenzhou, you may rest assured in residing there. Chen Shi pondered for a moment before accepting the deed Long Muchuan had offered. Have you come to a decision? What decision? To go to Yinzhou? Allow me to consider it thoroughly. Suddenly, Long Muchuan recalled something and inquired eagerly, what is your relation to that old fellow, Hu Jiwei? What old fellow? Speak more courteously. Long Muchuan chuckled in concession. Very well, what is he to you, the imperial censor? Could Chen Shi divulge that painful chapter of her past? Certainly not, for the old gentleman would surely seek retribution. He had once instructed her that should anyone inquire, she was to say she had come to Kyoto seeking refuge with her uncle. He is my uncle. Long Muchuan, having just sipped his tea, spluttered it forth. He has been a widower all his life. When did he acquire a niece? He is a widower, but that does not mean his father was one as well. He once had a sister who married far away in the northwest. It has been many years since they last met. A mere maid transforms into a cousin of the imperial censor. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. There is no need for such astonishment. It is merely a pretense. I have lingered long enough and have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Let me escort you out. Very well. Chen Shi donned her hooded cloak and followed Long Muchuan outside. The second floor of the tea house was exceedingly tranquil, save for the sound of their footsteps. There was naught else. Suddenly, the door to a nearby private room swung open. Chen Shi's heart raced, her right hand instinctively gripping Long Muchuan's sleeve. Long Muchuan smiled, pulling her along as they hurried down the stairs, gesturing for the person behind them to remain silent inside the private room. When Ji Hung, upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting figures, was immediately taken aback. He rushed out to pursue them, only to find that the street had swallowed her presence entirely. It felt as if a dream had evaporated. The others who had followed hastily inquired, "What is the matter, my lord? Who was that who just passed our room?" It was the ninth prince. When Ji Hung was momentarily stunned. The others continued, "Why would the ninth prince have a woman accompanying him? It is said that he now oversees the Ministry of Justice. Not long ago, he was nearly killed in an assassination attempt." When Ji Hung raised his hand, signaling for silence. Royal matters are not to be spoken of lightly. He cast a deep glance into the distance, his voice barely above a whisper. "Let us depart." After parting ways with Long Muchuan, Chen Shi wandered down a tranquil street paved with blue stone. In her hands were the exquisite sweets she had just packed at the tea house. With her bountiful bundles, it seemed that old who also had a taste for such delicacies. "Sister, sister," Chen Shi heard a voice calling her. She turned to find a scruffy young boy, around 14 or 15 years old, standing a short distance behind her, clutching the sweets she had packed, quietly awaiting her return. He approached her cautiously, gingerly extending the sweets. "Sister, you dropped your things." Chen Shi studied the timid boy, his eyes pure yet his face smeared with dirt, indicative of long neglect. His tattered clothing and frail frame suggested he was a beggar scavenging for scraps nearby. "Please, take these to eat." The boy shook his head. "These are too precious, I cannot accept them." Chen Shi smiled. "If I offer them to you, then take them." With that, she turned to leave. After walking for some time, she reached the western outskirts of Kyoto, arriving at the domain of Granny Kai. "Do you still recognize me?" Granny Kai squinted, shaking her head. Chen Shi pursed her lips in a smile. "I wish to purchase a few people." "What sort of people does the young lady wish to buy?" "Servants, guards, housekeepers, maids." "I shall browse first. I want to see the individuals, and if any catch my fancy, I shall purchase." Upon hearing this, Granny Kai's face lit up with joy. This was a significant business transaction. When Chen Shi beheld a line of young women awaiting selection, she could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. In the past, while confined in the house where she was sold, a girl had advised her to seek an early sale. Now, that very girl stood once again among the throng, awaiting her turn to be chosen. Chen Shi inquired, "How many times have you been sold?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Miss possesses a keen eye. How did you know I have been sold multiple times?" Granny Kai interjected impatiently, "Answer what the miss asks, and do not babble nonsense." The girl, slightly sheepish, spoke softly. "I have been sold 5 times. Why have you been sold so many times? Is there a reason?" Chen Shi noticed her furtive glance at Granny Kai and smiled knowingly. "Well, I shall buy her." The girl instantly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with hope. Chen Shi also purchased a sturdy man in his 20s, capable of heavy labor, and instructed Granny Kai to procure a cart. Chen Shi named them. The girl was Yuanxi, and the man was Yuanzhong. Yuanzhong was a simple fellow, not prone to chatter, yet he executed tasks with great steadiness. He drove the cart back, doing so with impeccable skill. Before Chen Shi could thoroughly inquire about Yuanxi's circumstances, the cart suddenly came to a halt. Before them stood the young beggar who had retrieved her sweets. He seemed to have waited for her for quite some time. Upon spotting Chen Shi, he hurriedly pursued the cart, eager to return the sweets to her. Gazing into his resolute yet innocent eyes, she was inexplicably reminded of her own 14-year-old self, who had also been just like this. Tentatively, she asked, "Where do you live?" The young beggar lowered his head and replied, "In a stone cave beneath the city wall bridge." "Do you have any family left?" The boy shook his head. "I came to Kyoto with my family to escape famine, but they all succumbed to hunger and illness on the journey. Upon reaching Kyoto, I was left all alone." "Then, would you like to come with me?" The boy's face lit with joy, yet he shook his head in dismay. I will dirty your home. Chen Shi laughed. Come on, get in the cart. Seeing that she did not mind his dirtiness, the young beggar happily climbed onto the cart, sitting at the edge of the driver's seat, refusing to enter the cabin. Chapter 95 Lingyu Mountain Villa Old Master who gazed blankly at the few individuals before him. What do you intend to do with these people? Chen Shi took a sip of water and hastily replied, Uncle Jean is gravely ill. He needs someone to look after him. You frequently attend court, and the emperor has appointed special attendants for you, but surely there are occasions when you have personal matters to attend to. Wouldn't it be more convenient to have a carriage and a driver? I do not possess the funds to maintain horses and servants. Chen Shi furrowed her brow in inquiry. Where does your annual salary of 500 taels go? Old Master who fell silent. Chen Shi continued, since you've already acquired them, you might as well keep them. Old Master who could not help but ask, as for Yuan Zhong, that is one matter, but Yuan she is quite aged. How could she serve as a maid? She may already have her own schemes, and besides, that little beggar, where did you pick him up? Pay no mind to those two, I intend to take them with me when I leave. The two followed Chen Shi back to Liliwayan. In Liliwayan, on a stone bench, one person sat while another stood and a third knelt. Chen Shi, perplexed, addressed the kneeling little beggar, why are you kneeling like this? The little beggar trembled as he spoke, Sister, please don't chase me away. I will be very obedient. Chen Shi recalled the disdainful expression on the old man's face and quickly reassured him, it's all right, I will ensure you can stay now. Tell me, what is your name? My surname is Fu, and my given name is Xuan. You may bestow me an additional name, sister. Chen Shi smiled, your name is quite fine as it is, I am not particularly skilled at naming. She then turned to Yuan Shi, what did you wish to say to me back in the brothel? Yuan Shi appeared somewhat apologetic. The master I served was unfortunate. One lost his fortune, another was dismissed from his position, one passed away, and yet another jumped into a river. I wanted to tell you that I seem to attract misfortune. If you buy me, you are bound to encounter great calamity. Granny Kai forbade me from speaking of this. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled. Is this truly the case? Yuan Shi nodded. Perhaps you could sell me again? Chen Shi laughed, if that were the case, you would be a treasure. If I had enemies, I could simply place you among them, and you would effortlessly bring them misfortune, saving me both trouble and effort. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. In the coming days, tidy up the estate. We shall leave the capital together soon. In Huihua courtyard, beneath a persimmon tree on a stone bench, sat Old Master Hu and Chen Shi. On the table lay several dishes and a pot of aged Huadiu wine. What is it you wish to discuss? Who is Long Muchuan? The ninth son of the late emperor. How do you know him? One day I was intoxicated and inadvertently saved his life. Chen Shi produced a land deed from her sleeve and handed it to the old man. It is a deed for land in Yenzhou. Old Master Hu contemplated for a moment. Yenzhou is a good choice. It is close to the capital yet far removed from strife. Chen Shi nodded. I will first visit Yenzhou. If it does not work out, I shall make other arrangements. I am alone, free to go wherever I please. Sometimes I ponder how I might lead my life so as not to squander my time in this world. Old Master Hu smiled, in truth, one should simply follow their heart. In this brief span of decades, there are many gains and losses, numerous hardships. If one cannot see clearly, they may perceive life as a series of tribulations, however, if one can see beyond, these experiences become a beautiful tapestry of existence. Old Master, my childhood was fraught with hardship, with no one to safeguard me. I stumbled through life alone until now. At tea times, I wish I could become formidable, so that no one would dare to bully me, yet, in reality, I have neither the opportunity nor the means to grow strong. Old Master Hu scoffed lightly. There is always a possibility. The ancestors of the Dai dynasty began as the most humble of clerks, and now, the current Right Chancellor, when he went to the capital to take the imperial examination, was dressed in tattered clothing. Heroes do not concern themselves with their origins. However, they possessed great abilities, allowing them to soar to great heights. Focus on mastering what you excel at. When you achieve excellence, you will find that those notions of honor and disgrace, of status and hierarchy, will shift in accordance with your abilities. On that day, you will set the rules, and no one will dare to bully you. Chen Shi's eyes gleamed brightly. I aspire to become such a person. Old Master Hu smiled, indeed, you possess ambition. With that, he produced a bronze token and handed it to Chen Shi. This is my command token. It may not hold significant power, but it can certainly be imposing. Chen Shi accepted the gleaming bronze token, feeling deeply moved. Thank you, uncle. As she departed the capital, autumn had set in. The sun shone brightly during the day, yet the evening brought a cool breeze that sent shivers down one's spine. Fu Xuan, having tidied himself, still appeared as a dashing young gentleman. Yuan Shi remained somewhat anxious, fearing that her misfortune might affect Chen Shi. Chen Shi encouraged her, do not speak of strange forces or supernatural beings. Sometimes, events in the world simply align in peculiar ways, but that does not necessarily mean they arise from you. Perhaps in a different place, such occurrences may never transpire. Fu Xuan drove the carriage, and they rested along the way for 2 days. At last, they arrived at the mountain forest Long Muchuan had mentioned. Though referred to as a forest, it was, in fact, a small villa. Within the villa were two old houses, and outside lay a vast expanse of land, where golden corn was drying in the sun. Occasionally, a few chickens would scuttle from the nearby bushes, seeking to peck at the grains, only to be startled away by a 5-year-old child wielding a slender bamboo stick. "Child, where are your elders?" The little boy glanced up at Chen Shi and quickly pointed toward the fields in the distance. "They are working over there." In the distance, figures could be seen toiling in the fields. Harvest season was always particularly busy. Chen Shi took a seat under the eaves, seeking shade while waiting for the others to return. As dusk fell, the sky was painted in hues of red, and soon the weary laborers returned from the fields. A middle-aged couple, 2 young men and women in their 20s, and a 10-year-old girl approached the middle-aged man. Seeing Chen Shi, revealed a look of confusion. "Miss, who are you?" "I am the master of this villa, here to stay for a while." The middle-aged man's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect. "Ah, so you are the master." "We are tenants of the villa's fields, surname Sunday." Chen Shi then realized, "You are not the steward here?" "No, but I can take you to find them." "That would be much appreciated." Fu Xuan drove the carriage while Ten and Sun sat at the front, guiding the way. After a bumpy ride of about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a large courtyard. The gate hung 2 bright red lanterns, standing out vividly. Inside the courtyard, 2 large tables were filled with people, who were drinking, eating, and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Ten and Sun led Chen Shi and her companions through the entrance without interrupting the merriment at the tables. A middle-aged man with a short beard and keen eyes looked impatiently at the approaching Ten and Sun, who was bent over. "What business could not wait until tomorrow?" "Manager Li, the master of the villa has arrived." Upon hearing this, Manager Li's expression shifted to one of caution. He suddenly rose to his feet, scrutinizing the 2 women and 1 man pointed out by Ten and Sun, his brow furrowing. "Wasn't it old Zhang who came before? Why has it changed now?" Chen Shi found Manager Li's tone quite displeasing. He displayed none of the humility expected of a subordinate, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 96. A sinister secret. "You mentioned an old man named Zhang. I am not acquainted with him. What I do know is that the deed to this estate, as well as the entire forest, is now in my possession." Upon hearing this, Steward Li's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily bent his waist, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. "I am Li, the steward of Lingyu Manor. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Chen." "Master Chen, in the past, a steward by the name of Zhang would visit annually to collect the manor's harvest. Since there has been a change in personnel, and we were not informed, I apologize for not extending a timely welcome." Chen Shi nodded slightly. "No matter, I made a spontaneous decision to come here." The individuals at the dining table observed as Steward Li engaged in conversation with a woman, gradually falling silent, the only sounds being the occasional clinking of dishes. Steward Li cautiously inquired, "I do not wish to overstep, but might I request to see the deed? It would prevent unscrupulous individuals from brandishing the deed without rightful claim." Chen Shi scrutinized Steward Li for a moment, recognizing his skill in insinuation and veiled criticism. She resolved to have Yuan Qi learn from him. All 3 of them, faced with such a formidable presence, would inevitably bow in submission. "Let us forego the deed, as it is not something that should be casually shown to just anyone. Tomorrow, I shall go to the Yin Prefecture office and directly report that there are oppressors at Lingyu Manor. When the officials arrive, Steward Li will surely recognize who the true master here is." Upon hearing this, Steward Li immediately retracted his earlier skepticism, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. "Master Chen, after your arduous journey, I shall have my family prepare 2 rooms for you and your companions to stay." Chen Shi surveyed the courtyard and the meal laid out on the table, then glanced at the others, letting out a light laugh. "No need for that. I merely came to take a look. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Please continue with your dinner. We shall take our leave." With that, she departed with Fu Xuan and Yuan Qi, followed closely by the tenant farmer, Sunday. As night fell, the group ignited torches, progressing at a much slower pace than during the day. Chen Shi, sitting in the carriage, lifted the front curtain and gazed ahead, the night enveloping them like a phantom, their carriage inching into its gaping maw. Yuan Qi could not contain his curiosity. "Sister, it is quite late, and Steward Li just mentioned preparing rooms for us. Why do we not stay?" Chen Shi took a deep breath. "If we were to stay, the consequences might be beyond our capacity to bear." The others were taken aback. "Why is that?" Chen Shi's expression turned serious. "What did you observe today in the courtyard?" "Every detail, I would like you to share." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Qi spoke up. Steward Li was dressed in silk, and several women at the round table were also clad in silk. One had particularly exquisite embroidery. The others, appearing younger than his daughter, bore alluring expressions. They must be his concubines, yet he is merely a steward, earning no more than 15 taels of silver a year. How could he afford so many concubines? Chen Shi nodded in approval. "Yuan Qi, your observations are astute." Fu Xuan chimed in. "Moreover, aside from Steward Li's family, there were about a dozen burly men seated nearby. At first glance, they appeared to be laborers, but when we entered, their expressions resembled those of thugs I had encountered in gambling dens, cruel and sinister." Chen Shi laughed. "You are familiar with such types?" Fu Xuan blushed slightly. "During my time begging in the capital, I have indeed seen some." Chen Shi's demeanor turned grave. On the dining table, there was a dish of silver knife fish, a delicacy transported from afar. I once had it at the marquis' residence. It is not merely the taste that impresses, but the cost of transporting such a rare item from the seaside is exorbitant. Even the opulent marquis' household marvels at the expense of consuming this fish, likening it to dining on silver. Additionally, in the courtyard, there stands a towering rowan pine, which would cost nearly 300 taels of silver at the very least. Although Stewardly earns a modest salary, he could perhaps supplement his income with hidden profits from the estate. The issue lies in the quantity of land I observe today. After accounting for the tenant's share, the remaining yield could hardly justify the lavish silk, the silver knife fish, and the rowan pine. Thus, amidst that vast expanse of forest, there must be some clandestine dealings at play. Chen Shi withdrew a dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against Sun's neck as he sat at the front of the carriage. Isn't that so, Sun? The cold blade pressed against his throat sent shivers coursing through him. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Master Chen, might you please lower the dagger? Chen Shi responded with a gentle smile. Fear not, Sunday, I am merely jesting. Yet, the dagger remained firmly positioned against his neck, unyielding. Sun lowered his head. Master Chen, I am also left with no choice that if I were to divulge the happenings here, my entire family would be doomed. Chen Shi reassured him. Son, you are the first person I have encountered here who possesses knowledge of the situation, and you are the true master of this forest. If you uphold your principles here, do you think Stewardly will trust that you would not reveal the secrets of the forest to me? You find yourself in a dilemma, for you are a compassionate and principled individual, burdened by the responsibility for your family. However, kindness does not equate to cowardice or retreat. I cannot presume to know how Stewardly treats you, but I am aware that your house has long been in disrepair, crumbling under the weight of your struggles for survival. Am I correct? After a long pause, Sun's low voice emerged from the darkness. I happen to see, deep within the forest, a large encampment being constructed, guarded by many individuals coming and going. They are of the same ilk as those who sat at the dining table earlier. If I am not mistaken, they are bandits. Chen Shi silently sheathed her dagger. Long Muchuan, you scoundrel. Now that this estate is under my name, should the authorities uncover the truth, I would be deemed the mastermind and face execution. He must be aware of the happenings within the forest while feigning gratitude by granting me such a substantial deed. What a cunning ploy. You treacherous ingrate. Chen Shi gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. The carriage came to a halt at Sun's doorstep. Chen Shi and her companions remained inside. Sun, you must exercise caution in the coming days. If Stewardly inquires, simply feign ignorance. With that, they instructed Fu Xuan to drive the carriage away from Lingyu Manor. Xuan, we passed a village on our way here. The three of us shall seek lodging there. Understood, sister. In the village, a kind-hearted family took them in. After partaking in dinner, they sat beneath a tree to cool off. Chen Shi's brow furrowed deeply. This matter must be resolved swiftly, the sooner, the better, lest the truth come to light and leave her at a loss for words. Xuan, turn the carriage around and inquire about the situation in various directions. Both Sun and Stewardly require careful scrutiny, but above all, proceed with utmost caution to avoid alarming the culprits. Of course. Chapter 97 News. On a chilly autumn day in the mountains, Chen Shi and Yuanxi were roasting persimmons on a bamboo mat. The persimmons, still cool, were sweet and steaming when eaten. Yuanxi was always lost in thought. Sister, is it because of me? Chen Shi casually asked as she peeled away a layer of crimson skin and took a bite. Because of you, what? I am, after all, an ill-fated person. By purchasing me, you have invited such a calamity. Chen Shi suddenly looked up, realizing that Yuanxi was clearly troubled. Nonsense, I acquired this land deed before I bought you. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, without this incident, would my life have been smooth sailing? Do not dwell on such thoughts and do not attribute all misfortunes to yourself. The affairs of this world cannot be solely determined by one person's fortune or calamity. Yet Yuanxi remains silent and dejected. Yuanxi, smile more and speak words of good fortune. Good luck will surely follow. All right, Chen Shi replied with a smile. Yuanxi, do you know you possess a wonderful quality? Yuanxi shook her head. What quality could I possibly have? Your keen observation of people is remarkable. You perceive the grand through the minute and discern the subtle intricacies. If only you could lift your chin high and declare to others your capabilities, you would undoubtedly become my most capable assistant in the future. Yuanxi blinked, her eyes widening. Sister, am I truly as good as you say? Indeed, Yuanxi, I need you. You must grow and assist me earnestly. Hearing this, Yuanxi nodded firmly. I will certainly do so. When Fu Xuan returned, it was nearly midnight. Chen Shi yawned. Did you discover anything? Fu Xuan quickly replied after drinking a pot of water. Those individuals were drinking in the courtyard of Stewardly, causing a ruckus until the late hours, but one of them left midway. Chen Shi's mind became instantly alert. Where did he go? To seek out Sun the farmer. Chen Shi pondered for a moment before asking, did you overhear anything while following him? Fu Xuan shook his head. It was too far to catch what they were saying, but their expressions were quite grave. I could not discern what they were discussing. It is too late today, let us rest early and discuss other matters tomorrow. Fu Xuan nodded but then remembered something. Sister, the person who left resembles Stewardly quite a bit. The next morning, they departed from the farmer's home early, heading towards the city of Yenzhou. They left their carriage at the Uli Inn and wandered aimlessly through the streets. In a hushed tone, Chen Shi asked Fu Xiwen, "What were your methods for gathering information while in the capital?" Fu Xiwen chuckled. Gathering information usually came from casual conversations with those aunts and elder sisters over tea and meals. We knew little of the affairs of wealthy families, as the maids and servants that occasionally emerged from there kept their lips tightly sealed. How reliable is the information? They are adept at catching whispers of rumors, but their conclusions can be about 70% accurate. Chen Shi nodded, recalling how the people beneath the banyan tree would often discuss rumors over tea, their guesses rarely straying far from the truth. Good, inquire about which areas around Yenzhou are troubled, where bandits typically gather to rob, and the current stance of the authorities towards these bandits. These must be investigated thoroughly. Fu Xiwen nodded earnestly. Leave it to me, sister. After Fu Xiwen departed, Chen Shi turned to Yuanqi. Come, let us go to the tea house to listen to stories and gather news. As they made their way to the tea house, they spotted Sun the farmer walking alongside a middle-aged man in blue clothing. This man bore a striking resemblance to Steward Li, as described by Fu Xiwen. Chen Shi contemplated for a moment and, feigning indifference, guided Yuanqi to pass by them. Master Chen, Sun the farmer called, stopping Chen Shi in her tracks. She turned around, a smile gracing her face. Sun the farmer, what brings you to the city? Upon seeing Chen Shi, both men exhibited surprise, especially the man in blue, who hurriedly bowed to her. I am Li Changsheng, at your service, Master Chen. On the second floor of the tea house, Chen Shi got straight to the point. You two have come to the city to seek me. If there is something to say, speak directly. Li Changsheng responded respectfully, I am willing to provide all information regarding the Lingyu Mountain Villa, solely to give my foolish elder brother a chance to survive. Why do you believe I can assist you? Do you not realize that I am merely a powerless woman, facing a multitude of murderous bandits? You may be overestimating my capabilities? Last night, I was fully aware of the dispute between the farmer and you, master. Your wisdom knows no bounds. How can your identity as a woman or your age limit you? Chen Shi chuckled lightly. What if I refuse? You will agree, master, for it is your territory. Should anything go awry, you will bear the greatest responsibility. Are you aware from whom I received this land deed? Li Changsheng shook his head in confusion. I do not know. It was from a government official who wished to avoid involvement in such matters. Hence, I lack support. I must ask, how can a woman with no strength confront the bandits that occupy the mountain? Li Changsheng and Sun exchanged glances, both showing regret in their eyes. Chen Shi noticed their expressions, sipped her tea, and continued, however, it is not impossible. Can you guarantee that you will speak freely and honestly, and that you will not betray me when I need you most? Both men looked grave. We shall heed Master Chen's arrangements. When Fu Xiwen returned to the Uli Inn's upper room, it was already dusk. Between Mingyue County and Zilai County, there is a gorge that serves as the main thoroughfare for both counties. Most bandits frequent this area. It is said that the county magistrates once discussed strategies to eliminate the bandits, but nothing came of it, and the Yenzhou government has not taken it seriously. Yuanqi gasped in shock. Lingyu Mountain Villa is located within Mingyue County. Chen Shi propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. When did the bandits start their rampant pillaging? Fu Xiwen pondered. From what I gather from the townsfolk, it likely began within the last 2 or 3 years. Chen Shi inhaled deeply. Time is running short for me. I must drive the bandits out of Lingyu Mountain before the government officially launches an attack, or I will not survive. Yuanqi bit her lip and resolutely said, Sister, why not return the land deed to its original owner and throw this hot potato back at him? Chen Shi smiled wryly. Do you think I haven't considered that? Unlike a personal bond, a land deed cannot be transferred until at least half a year has passed, after which the government must measure the land again for it to be changed. A distant solution cannot quench an immediate thirst, which is why I am anxious. Yuanqi looked puzzled. But why can those selling houses do so? Fixed residences and fixed farmland, without dispute, can be expedited with a bit of silver. However, Lingyu Mountain Villa is far too vast, straddling the border of 2 counties. If the county lines are redrawn, the land deed for Lingyu Mountain Villa must be reissued. That cannot be resolved simply with money. Then why did the original owner act so quickly? Chen Shi felt quite vexed. Do not mention him. Just thinking of him fills me with anger. I suspect he did it deliberately. Who knows what scheme he is concocting? Sister, what shall we do now? Chapter 98. A pebble. The temporary non-pursuit by the authorities, the rampant bandits, and the unalterable land deeds. The 3 elements maintained a fragile balance, beneath which turbulent undercurrents surged. Chen Shi spoke softly. I once read a passage that stated, before a storm descends, the lake's surface is eerily calm, concealing the waves beneath that have reigned in their ferocity. If one wishes to stir this placid water, one merely needs to cast a small pebble into it. Even the slightest ripple can incite a tremendous upheaval. Fu Xiwen and Yuanqi exchanged puzzled glances. Have the shopkeeper prepare some ink and paper, Chen Shi instructed, and after composing a letter, she allowed it to dry before handing it to Fu Xiwen. Tomorrow, deliver this letter to Sun the tenant farmer. Additionally, gather a group of people to spread a rumor. The broader the reach, the better. It is imperative that places like the escort agency, gangs, and the authorities are made aware. What rumor? Spread the word that within the depths of the hidden forests of Lingyu Villa, there lies a treasure. Ah. It must be conveyed with credibility, ensuring that those who arrive at Lingyu Villa believe they can easily obtain the treasure. But aren't there only bandits in the mountains? The bandits hide in the woods precisely to conceal their wealth, do they not? She suddenly understood. We are to sow confusion, allowing forces capable of confronting the bandits to infiltrate Lingyu Villa. The bandits would undoubtedly resist, leading to conflict between the two parties. Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are only a handful, a single bandit could easily end our lives. Thus, we must leverage others to confront them. How delightful that would be. But what if the authorities discover our scheme? How do we extricate ourselves? We must draw them into the fray, otherwise, we cannot conclude this affair. The news of the treasure at Lingyu Villa spread like wildfire throughout the corners of Yanzhou Prefecture within a fortnight. Meanwhile, the cooperation from Li Changsheng allowed some pioneering gangs to taste the sweetness of seizing silver through force, emboldening daring individuals of the Jianghu to venture into Lingyu's forests. The bandits, having enjoyed a spell of prosperity, let down their guard. When faced with the unexpected intrusion of unfamiliar figures, they were momentarily taken aback. On this side, Shi received a letter from Sun the tenant farmer. After perusing it carefully, she ignited a candle and incinerated it. Turning to Shi, she smiled. It is our turn to take the stage. Both she and Shi donned white garments, tattered and frayed as if sliced by sharp instruments, dust and water stains marring their attire. Most notably, their white garments were splattered with copious amounts of blood. Once dressed, with their hair disheveled and a smudge of ash on their faces, they appeared as though they had endured brutal violence. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, Shi and Shi wailed and cried for help. Shi even struck the drum of grievances at the entrance. Seeing this, the constables on duty rushed into the inner office. With a resounding bang, the wooden gavel struck. The magistrate adjusted his black official hat. Who kneels before the court? What grievance do you bear? Shi sobbed softly, raising her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose, revealing only her tear-filled eyes, a visage of sorrow that evoked pity. Your Honor, I implore you to take action on behalf of this humble girl. My name is Shi, the mistress of Lingyu Villa. I have recently arrived in Yanzhou from the capital, and I do not know who spread the rumor that Lingyu Villa harbors vast treasures. Recently, many peculiar figures have invaded the villa, each more robust than the last. I am but a fragile girl, helpless against their bullying, and I beseech Your Honor to expel these vile individuals. The stern magistrate exchanged glances with his secretary. Lingyu Villa falls under the jurisdiction of Mingyue County. Why not seek assistance from the county office first? Shi feigned panic, speaking cautiously. Your Honor, I am new to Yanzhou and know nothing of its workings. I have heard others say that this office is the most formidable. I was ignorant and humbly ask for your forgiveness. As she spoke, a golden plaque slipped from her sleeve. The secretary's eyes widened upon seeing the plaque, and he hurriedly picked it up and returned it to Shi. She accepted it, both startled and fearful. Your Honor, I am flustered and truly terrified. If my words and actions seem inappropriate, I beg for your understanding. The secretary quickly reassured her. Your Honor enforces the law with dignity yet shows compassion to the weak. There is no need for the young lady to fear. He then approached the magistrate and whispered a few words into his ear. It is the edict of the imperial inspector. Upon hearing this, the magistrate straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Since you have come to the magistrate's office, I shall advocate for you. Gather the men, we shall proceed to Lingyu Villa. The magistrate's entourage arrived at the hidden forests of Lingyu Villa, only to find a multitude engaged in a fierce brawl, creating a scene of utter chaos. Shi, who followed the group, felt weak and pale as she witnessed the crimson stains on the ground, unable to suppress her nausea and leaning against a tree for support. Shi, behind her, clutched Shi, weeping loudly. Miss, what ails you? The nearby constables, witnessing this, instructed Shi to escort Shi away. Shi sat at the threshold of Sun the tenant farmer's home, her face ashen, quietly awaiting news. Shi brewed a pot of tea and set it aside, while Fu Xuan leaned against the doorpost, silently gazing into the distance. Sister, why do we not remain there? What if something unfavorable occurs? Stay there to serve as a target for others? But if rest assured, once my plaque is revealed, they will act diligently. What if the old man finds it hard to explain? What is there to explain? He gave it to me for my use. The conflict at Lingyu Villa persisted for 3 days before it finally reached a conclusion. The bandits in the woods were a disorganized rabble and had not formed any significant group. Manager Li secretly agreed to their hiding in the mountains, thus amassing wealth. The authorities' intervention gathered all apprehended individuals within the magistrate's office, where it was revealed that the bandits targeted for eradication by Mingyue County were indeed these culprits. The magistrate, grinning, accrued yet another achievement. The silver and valuables confiscated from the woods were duly deposited into the magistrate's treasury. Regarding Manager Li, Shi had promised Li Changsheng to spare his life, using the pretext of further understanding the villa's affairs to implore the magistrate for his clemency and confinement to prison instead. Subsequently, the magistrate issued a statement declaring that the rumor of treasure at Lingyu Villa was false and urged the public to refrain from perpetuating such misinformation. Shi entrusted the matters of the villa to Li Changsheng and Sun the tenant farmer. Thus began her leisurely days. Observing Shi languidly swaying in a lounge chair, Fu Xuan smiled and inquired, Sister, are you not concerned that Li Changsheng and Sun the tenant farmer might pay you lip service while plotting against you? Xuan, if they unite for the villa's prosperity, the one who benefits will be me. However, if discord arises between them, and they undermine each other, I shall ultimately be the one to maintain their relationship, thus, I have nothing to worry about. What if they conspire against you together? They shall not, at least not son the tenant farmer. I have inquired. Previously, the distribution was 40-60 in favor of the tenant farmer, but under Manager Lee's influence, it has shifted to 20-80. Son the tenant farmer has borne the brunt of Manager Lee's dealings for too long. Now that I restore it to 40-60, he will be grateful, not to mention if I were to grant him half of the managerial rights. However, times change, and the future remains uncertain. We shall see how it unfolds. Yuanshi, hanging linens in the yard, remarked with a smile, Sister, you truly are formidable. I have witnessed your prowess akin to that of Zhuge Liang, effortlessly ensnaring them all. Chen Shi replied lazily, Education bestows wisdom. Henceforth, you must begin your studies. Chapter 99 The Despicable Man. Autumn descends, bearing the splendor of grains and fruits. Chen Shi nibbles on a tart autumn pear, a broom slung over her shoulder. The once vibrant and bustling courtyard of Lingyu Mountain Villa has now transformed into a serene and refreshing haven. The expansive yard now accommodates only the three of them. Yuanshi excels in crafting a myriad of culinary. Occasionally, Sun Dian, who would send his young daughter with a bag of chestnuts, die in the stillness of the evening. Beneath the bright moon and amidst the crisp night breeze, they roast the chestnuts. A layer of honey brushed over them adds a delightful sweetness. Yuanshi cannot fathom why Chen Shi relishes this method of eating. On such a frigid day, sitting outdoors risks numbing half of one's body. Yet, Chen Shi remains unperturbed. The sensation of warm food filling her belly, warming her limbs in the cold, is a feeling forever worth cherishing. One day, while tidying the weeds outside the courtyard, Chen Shi spots several figures approaching from a distance. A fleeting glance transforms her eyes into deep pools of contemplation. She strides back into the courtyard, emerging with a bow and arrow in hand. With her left hand gripping the bow and her right hand drawing the string, she aims at the approaching figures. A gentle release sends the arrow flying like a sudden downpour towards the target. Are you serious? Long Muchuan approaches with a smile, only to find Chen Shi's arrow unhesitatingly aimed at him, devoid of any mercy. He narrowly dodges the first arrow, but a second swiftly follows, aimed directly at his forehead. He quickly shifts to avoid it, and the arrow grazes his shoulder, embedding itself into a tree trunk with a resonant thud. Alright, Chen Shi, let us cease this folly. Chen Shi notches a third arrow, responding languidly. Who is playing with you? Long Muchuan realizes her intent to harm him and promptly abandons the jest. With a swift motion, he sidesteps and snatches the bow from her grasp. What is the matter? Why the anger? Chen Shi snatches the bow back, frowning. Am I so familiar with you, my lady? Long Muchuan is utterly baffled. Are we not familiar? I gifted you this villa. Chen Shi's annoyance flares at his audacity to mention it. You are aware of the bandits in the forest yet brought me here. Do you wish for my demise? Long Muchuan chuckles at her indignation. So it's this trivial matter? Surely, it cannot be a challenge for you to resolve, he continues. Bemused Chen Shi, vexed, retorts, I do not wish to see you now, you may leave. Seizing the moment when Chen Shi is distracted, Long Muchuan slips into the courtyard, taking a seat on a stone bench beside the ancient pine, casually munching on roasted chestnuts. Speak to me more courteously. I am of royal blood. Should others hear you dismissing me, it could lead to dire consequences. Chen Shi scoffs at his words. You may act against me at any moment, he replies, momentarily taken aback, then resumes with a grin. Surely, we share a bond stronger than this unfriendly banter? Chen Shi, disinterested, chooses to ignore him. He is a capricious soul, one who revels in games while remaining indifferent to the value of human life, his words often unreliable, rescuing someone only to bring forth another calamity. Why do you speak to me in such a manner? What exactly do you intend to do? Long Muchuan queries, taking a sip of tea freshly served by Yuanshi. What should I intend to do? Surely you have a plan regarding those bandits, he sighs. To be frank, I do not. I brought you here knowing of the bandits in the mountains, thinking this trivial matter would pose no difficulty for you. It is a pity. I had hoped you would drive the bandits away and perhaps secure some silver for yourself, but instead, you delivered them straight to the authorities. Chen Shi, seated on the stone bench beside him, observes him quietly, making Long Muchuan feel increasingly uncomfortable. In a low voice, she speaks, do you believe that as a mere maid from a marquis household, I could simply bamboozle my way through with a touch of cleverness, relying on ignorance of your courtly intrigues? This woodland is not even your rightful domain. Perhaps it was bestowed upon you by another, yet by chance, you stumbled upon the bandit issue, while I serendipitously appeared at this juncture, bringing a touch of cunning. Thus, you wield the guise of gratitude to transfer ownership to me. In truth, you have long been aware of my isolation, devoid of allies or backing. Only through such means could I eliminate potential threats. You sit back leisurely sipping tea, watching me strategize, leaving no trace upon yourself while effortlessly acquiring that sum of money. From the outset, your true desire was the wealth held by the bandits, and I am merely a pawn in your well-orchestrated scheme. Long Muchuan's eyes deepen like a shadowy abyss, his expression frosty. After a long pause, a smirk dances on his lips. I truly underestimated you. Chen Shi's demeanor remains composed, her voice a whisper. The lives of the world hold no more significance to you than the passage of day and night, the changing of seasons, akin to the mundane. Yet, I value my life dearly. From the moment I was born, I have scarcely known a day of peace. I implore you, Uncle Ninth, to show mercy and refrain from toying with this orphan in the future. With that, she rises and strides towards the kitchen. Yuanshi, tonight we dine as a trio. Do not prepare for others to avoid waste. Behind her, Long Muchuan smirks, his gaze drifting away with a light-hearted air. Later, when Chen Shi re-emerges from the house, Long Muchuan and his entourage have vanished without a trace. Fu Xuan, perplexed, inquires, "Sister, that man holds a prominent position, many would vie for a mere glance from him, why did you turn him away?" Chen Shi busies herself with her meal. "We lead ordinary lives, lacking talent or power, with no qualities to attract their favor. Approaching them would merely serve to nourish their flowers. One must live with self-awareness and refrain from coveting what does not belong to them." As winter approaches, Chen Shi takes Fu Xuan and Yuanqi to the city, intending to procure winter garments for them. They stroll leisurely along the street when suddenly, a familiar voice calls from behind. "Sister." Upon hearing it, Chen Shi's heart fills with joy. She whirls around, lifting the veil of her hood, and sees a small boy racing towards her. She bends down, arms wide open, enveloping the frail figure in a warm embrace. "Sister, Ru'er misses you dearly." Chen Shi's eyes brim with tears. "Ru'er, your sister misses you too." Her hand caresses Ru'er's cheek, her eyes sparkling with tears of happiness. "Have you been studying diligently and behaving well at home?" Ru'er's once round face appears slightly thinner, yet his clear eyes reflect Chen Shi's smile. "Yes, I am already studying the 4 books with the master. He praises my aptitude, saying I shall surely become a person of great substance in the future." Chen Shi nods vigorously. "Indeed, Ru'er is the most clever and well-behaved, you will surely achieve great things." 2 more figures draw near. "Shi, it has been too long." Wen Ziyuan's gentle voice resonates. Chen Shi wipes her damp eyes, meeting Wen Ziyuan's warm smile. Beside him stands the smiling second young mistress. "Second young master, second young mistress, it has been a while." Chapter 100. A chance encounter not far away at the Fuman building. On the second floor, Chen Shi and Wen Ziyuan were engaged in a tea-drinking conversation. "Shi, what brings you to Yenzhou?" "I've been wandering about, without a definite place to settle, so I decided to come here for a visit." "What about you, weren't you still in the capital before, why have you come to Yenzhou, and what of Xiuji?" "Xiuji is in the Yenzhou prefectural office, accompanied by her nurse. We left the residence to pay a visit to a renowned scholar, hoping that Ru'er can study under him." "Indeed, education is of utmost importance." Wen Ziyuan took a sip of his tea, then leaned back in his chair, his bright eyes fixed on Chen Shi. "Elder brother has changed significantly of late. He has become increasingly cold and taciturn. My betrayal, your departure, our father's manipulation, and our mother's pressure have led him to feel that no one is trustworthy. His new wife, the legitimate daughter of the Mo family, is haughty, and one often hears the sound of shattered teacups from Lingyun Pavilion. He is not faring well." Wen Ziyuan gazed steadily at Chen Shi, and suddenly, a smile broke upon his face. "Shi, leaving the Ho residence was the right choice. The Ho family has just returned from exile. Perhaps everyone is reluctant to repeat past mistakes. Any hint of disorder must be ruthlessly snuffed out, and so, you have become the target of their scrutiny. Shi, you are a good girl. I have always said that once you leave the Ho residence, you can thrive on your own." The sky-blue teacup was ceaselessly rubbed between Chen Shi's fingers, and upon hearing Wen Ziyuan's words, a smile graced her lips. Everyone has their own way of living. Whether good or bad, it is a matter of personal choice. That is true, one must face the consequences of their past actions. Chen Shi's expression grew serious. "Your arrival in Yenzhou is," Wen Ziyuan nodded. "Close to what you have guessed." Chen Shi hurriedly inquired, "Is it related to the previous incident? Have I dragged you into this?" Wen Ziyuan shook his head, forestalling her anxious thoughts. "Do not overthink it, that is not the case. Recently, many events have transpired in the Ho residence. Father's title has been stripped, and his nobility revoked. Henceforth, there will be no more Su Ho residence, only the loyal and righteous Ho residence of elder brother. Father is now idling at home, no longer venturing out. Elder brother has sent me to Yenzhou, where there are also holdings belonging to the Ho family. He has entrusted these holdings to me, instructing me to remain in Yenzhou and not return to the capital." Chen Shi was perplexed. "Why would he do this? It seems directed at you, yet it does not seem entirely so." Wen Ziyuan shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips. "Elder brother's thoughts are now inscrutable. I cannot fathom them at all." Chen Shi pondered for a moment. "Second young master, in truth, this is quite favorable for you. He has sent you to Yenzhou, allowing you to be your own master, free from the constraints of the Ho family." Wen Ziyuan chuckled. "It is not so simple. As long as I bear the surname Wen, I will forever be associated with the Ho family. Elder brother has shown me a measure of kindness." Chen Shi fell silent. She did not wish to discuss matters regarding Wen Zhiheng. After sitting for a while, she expressed her intention to take her leave. "Shi, where are you staying? Ru'er can visit you in the future." Chen Shi shook her head. "Second young master, having left the Ho residence, I wish to minimize my contact with it. This is not beneficial for either of us. Our chance encounter today is merely fate." Wen Ziyuan nodded in understanding. "I reside in Wutom Lane on North Street. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." In the courtyard, at the end of the corridor, stood a curved shadow painting on the wall, with green tiles atop and pink begonia flowers cascading down. A deep blue painted lounge chair reclined at an angle, adorned with soft cushions, and the fragrant mist of refreshing tea rose gently. As the wind swept through, it carried the essence of life, rustling along with the heart that hung in the thick autumn air. Chen Shi mused, the creator of all this beauty must be an exceptional person, yet, as she lay there, an indescribable melancholy filled her heart. It simply did not feel right. She should have been south of the Yangtze River, yet she found herself in Yenzhou. She ought to have been solitary, bearing a bow and concealing a sword, yet she had Su Wen and Yuanxi by her side. She should have remained far from the Ho residence, yet encountered an old acquaintance on the street. She should. Is the turning of destiny will truly beyond one's control. She wondered if she still remembered her original intentions. Sister, Chen Shi opened her eyes to find Yuanxi looking at her with concern. What is it? You have been lying here for nearly 2 hours since returning from the capital. Chen Shi languidly replied, it is quite comfortable here. But you, Yuanxi furrowed her brow, I have never seen you look so troubled. I merely wish to wither for a moment. What do you mean? Yuanxi, even a tree must endure the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Why should a person only seek happiness? Life as sorrows, sweetness, sadness, and mundanity are merely the normal transitions of the seasons. Do not take them too seriously. Yuanxi sighed softly, suddenly recalling something. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out an object, displaying it in her warm palm. What is it? Chen Shi took the oddly shaped golden yellow stone, and under the sunlight, it appeared as if flowing sand was gently moving within, its sheen soft and enchanting. Most fascinating of all was a vividly animated black ant nestled within the stone, evoking wonder at the marvels of the world. It's beautiful. Where did you find it? I stumbled upon it in the mountains. You went to the mountains? Su Wen discovered a source of honey and, knowing your fondness for honey chestnut, insisted that I accompany him. I suspect he was frightened by the bees. Chen Shi recalled the image of Su Wen running about and couldn't help but smile. I will ask Uncle Sun to drill a hole in this stone and weave a net to hang it at my waist. It will be quite unique. Good, I will accompany you. Uncle Sun looked at the stone with a smile. This is just a trinket for children. During summer, Xiaomin would dig up pine resin and wrap it with flowers and grasses. Chen Shi suddenly looked up. What do you mean by that? Uncle Sun did not understand Chen Shi's excitement. Pine resin. Chen Shi picked up the golden stone Yuanxi had given her, scrutinizing it closely. This piece is naturally formed, more lively and elegant. If only a skilled craftsman could recreate this. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. She turned to Yuanxi, her excitement palpable. Yuanxi, you truly are my lucky star. On the second floor of Fuman Building, Wen Ziyuan wore a worried expression. Shi, what is it that has you so urgently calling for me? Sitting across from him, Chen Shi handed the stone Yuanxi had given her to Wen Ziyuan. He received it, puzzled, and examined it closely. This is amber, and of exceptionally fine quality. What's the matter? Do you recognize this object? Of course, I do. Amber is rare and a natural creation, renowned alongside coral and turquoise. It is a treasure of great worth. Second young master, do you think if we were to hire a skilled craftsman, they could create something similar to this amber? If so, then this world could have more than just gold and silver jewelry, plush flower ornaments. If amber could also become an accessory, wouldn't that pave a path to prosperity?